All right. When we've seen you at 4 a.m. Eastern time in the past, it's usually been on the other side of the day, at the end of the day, at the end of the night, wrapping it up, coming to you overnight after a long night of college football or just talking college football. But here we are. I want to say bright and early. We'll get to bright and early a little bit later, but we're so early. We're still dark and early. You probably are where you are as well. And maybe for quite some time, you might be checking out the voice of college football on our outset of the 24-hour marathon somewhere out west where, hey, it's still overnight at this point. But here in the Eastern time zone, bam, we're here at 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So here we are, the much ballyhooed, much hyped, much anticipated 24-hour marathon. So let's make it happen. Let's make it work. Let's make it go for the next 24 hours. Somewhat easing into things. No grand entrance. No big displays or jokes to start out our 24 hours. But to notice that I'm not doing very good at set maintenance. So the last conversation that I had on the networks was LSU and Florida State. And I think you can see it right there. LSU and Florida State. Okay, you are not the priority. The priority is pretty much everybody. But again, we've got two really good games going on tonight to look forward to. Penn State and Purdue, West Virginia and Pitt. I will ask you which one is the most important game, which is the better game, which is the game that you would watch if you could only watch one. Hopefully you will have the opportunity and the technology at home to be able to watch both at the same time. West Virginia Pitt, I believe, kick off at 7:30 Eastern in Pittsburgh at Heinz Field, or whatever they call that stadium now. Pitt and West Virginia, and also, of course, either a half hour or an hour later, 8 o'clock Eastern time on Fox, is the Penn State-Purdue game. Interesting game in the Big Ten, important game in the Big Ten, right out of the gate. Second consecutive season that the Big Ten is opened on a Thursday night with an important conference game. Of course, Mo Ibrahim went down in the third quarter against Ohio State, tearing up the Buckeyes defense, and there went Minnesota's chances at a monumental upset last Thursday, opener for the Big Ten, and Ohio State won that one. Penn State Purdue tonight. Penn State, I believe, a field goal favorite on the road, 3 to 3.5 points. And then, of course, Pitt's a pretty solid favorite at home against JT Daniels and the Mountaineers in the matchup of former USC quarterbacks. USC fans, be proud, be bold, be watching your two former quarterbacks, Keaton Slovis and JT Daniels, tonight in Pittsburgh. Let's get to your comments because they are most important. I have to make a note here. So as you can imagine, when you're on for 24 consecutive hours and there are things to be taken care of running a business, and then around the house, there may be a few little detours to be made throughout the day, but I think I'm pretty well set to lock it down and to focus on college football and to focus on you for the next 24, even though I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to cheat a lot bit. We've got, here's the schedule. You got me for the next 5 hours. Then we got Corey Braddock coming in from the Hawkeye of the Storm at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Corey's going to come in for the 9 to 11 block this morning. Maybe I take a little snooze. Hopefully, that's the plan. Take a little snooze for 90 minutes. And then we've got, I'm going to blast through for the next 9 hours after that, from 11 to 8 Eastern tonight. So we'll make it into the West Virginia Pitt game. Then we've got Tim and Tony coming on, our USC pair, anchoring our USC post game. Of course, Tim and Tony And what a phenomenal job that they did last night. I hope that you caught some of the Pac-12 chat show that launched last night at the Voice of College Football right here on the main channel. You can catch it on the USC channel. You can catch it on the Oregon channel. Pac-12 chat show. Those guys went on forever, and it wasn't just long. It was fire. If I bring too many really good people on here, you guys are going to be disappointed when you see me pretty soon. But Tim and Tony will anchor our coverage here during the 24-hour marathon. And you know what? I kind of planned it that way because I get to watch football uninterrupted. So from 8 to 11, I'll probably dive in sometime in the fourth quarter of Penn State and Purdue, 8 o'clock to 11. You got Tim and Tony. Then late night to wrap it up, to close it down, to close down shop, Matt Zemek, Trojans Wire. You know Matt from our USC live show that we present every week on Tuesday. You should be there every Tuesday with Matt. So Matt's going to shut it down from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. By the time 2 a.m. rolls around, I'm thinking I'll be shot. I'll not be making sense. And we will have discussed plenty of post-game following Penn State Purdue and the backyard brawl. All right, there it is here at the Voice of College Football. And you know what I need to jot down here so I don't screw this up is we, of course, have predictions available on Patreon. So if you go to Patreon, search Mark Rogers TV, you get my picks each and every week. You also get the picks from plenty of media contributors that you see all the time here at the Voice of College Football. And I have not made my predictions. So I'm going to be working on predictions today, and we'll be posting them sometime today. So can't miss that. Can't screw that one up. Kind of hate to go to the glasses this early, but this is where we are. 30 on the line. I didn't know what to expect at 4 in the morning, but I got to say that for many of you who've been watching for a few years, you realize that I used to, at times, come home from the day job, meaning the night job. I'd come home from my former employer, and then I'd pop on here at like 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes and just be surprised at how many people were here. Now, that didn't happen often, but I did that a few times where I'd come home from work, be like, you know what? I want to talk some college football at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I would be shocked with no notifications how many people would be here at 4 a.m. in the morning. But again, we got a Pac-12 crowd here, and we've got some familiar names, so let's get to it. D4 Sports. No. I thought you were up top. You're not. We'll get to you. Mighty Beaver, Oregon State. I have not ever gone to bed yet. I've not even gone to bed yet. Gotcha. Well, I didn't think that. Most likely in the West Coast where you are. Good to have you here. Oregon State with a big game against Boise State this weekend. Oink, oink. Good to see you. Alex, this is either brilliant or insane. Well, I would have to say, Alex, that brilliance typically takes a lot more than just staying awake. So I would opt for the latter. Although I'm not going to push myself as much as I did last year. Last year, I got something like a 2-hour break in the morning, and I got, I believe, a 3-hour break during the football on that night. So I made it 19 of the 24. I'm going to do 2, 4, 7, 17 of, I'm lessening. Next year, I'm going to do like 12 out of 24. So we're at least getting less insane as we get older. I'm getting wiser. Connor, good to see you. And if I remember Connor jumping in the Pac-12 show last night, Connor's been here throughout. So Connor, good to see you as always. Oregon State gearing up for a big season. You know, Oregon State is one of those teams that Doesn't get much attention, doesn't get talked about, has had a spotty history. They've had some definite high points in the last 20 to 25 years, some definite low points. And again, generally disregarded in a division that has been ruled by Oregon, Stanford. Washington State under Frank Leach started to get some attention. Of course, had one big season, 11-2 a couple years ago. Almost went to the Pac-12 championship game, but kept losing to Washington. And speaking of which, of course, Washington has owned the division as well. But Oregon State, this season, if we're going deep into the dark horse candidates to do something special this season, Oregon State. We did a dark horse rundown of teams. We produced a video, did a live stream. I put Oregon State on the list, and Connor still forgave me for posting the wrong record for Oregon State. I gave them an ugly 6-7 record, just thinking that they were 6-6 in the regular season. Then, of course, lost the bowl game at SoFi Stadium against Utah State, but 7-6 for the Beavers. That sounds and looks so much better. 7-6. So my apologies there. But Oregon State on the list with Minnesota, with Air Force, Houston. Who else did I put on that list? Tennessee, Kansas State. Those are the dark horse teams for this season, at least on my list. Oh my goodness. Yes. Mighty Beaver countering the oink oink comment about Oregon State possibly making a bowl game this year. Bowl game. Much more. Yes. Let's hope for much more. Christopher, good to see you in Colorado. And everybody keep in mind, I will drop the link in the chat section. Should have done that, and I will do that in the description section so you all can see that. Oink oink is a bit rough early in the morning or late at night on Oregon State. Mighty Beaver, Fiesta Bowl, Oregon State, where they've of course shined in the past, would be pretty rad. The Rose Bowl would be a dream come true, and the Alamo Bowl would be really good too. Oh, Connor, college football playoff. He is dreaming, and it's good to dream. I say that in a good way, Connor. Dream away. Dream. College football playoff. The difference between your dreams at the college football playoff and your dreams at the Rose Bowl, of course, is that they're very much on the line this weekend, as opposed to possibly losing to the Broncos this weekend and then saying, hey, Pac-12 championship's the goal. Let's win the division. That's what we need to do. But college football playoff, it starts immediately. Christopher has yet to meet anyone who truly likes the playoffs, except for he's here all the time talking to people that want a playoff and want a larger playoff. There's D4. Knew I'd get to you. Everybody join D4 Sports and Matthew Miller, our post-game hosts on the Texas channel after every Texas game. Admittedly, you're going to have to be a diehard, most likely, to join them after the Louisiana Monroe game. But if you're looking for a good time, good football talk, strong football talk, and of course, we will spotlight D4 Sports work on his channel, but also on the post-game, especially week 2 next week. We'll be showing that post-game all over the place for Texas, probably here on the main channel as well. We Yeah, we'll do that. We'll need to do that after Texas, Alabama. So we'll simulcast D4 and Matthew. David Knight loves the playoffs. David, it's good to see you. Hope everything's going well with you, sir. David has been a phenomenal support and help to the channel throughout the years. Good to see David here. There it is, Mighty Beaver. Oh, Ben, have you not heard about the marathon? Ben, have you not heard about the marathon? This is the start of the marathon. So last year, my thought process was a bit flawed, but you can understand it. It was that after the Thursday night post game would settle down around 2 a.m. Now we've got primetime games, Eastern time. They go into the night. We do post game for about 3 hours. We're ready to wrap up about 2 a.m. So I would start and did start the marathon 24 hours earlier at 2 a.m. However, the rough part there was, of course, I didn't sleep. Of course, I maybe took a nap. I did take a nap at some point, but basically was up since like 8 o'clock in the morning all the way through to 2 a.m. and just starting the marathon and had to make it all the way for 24 hours, save a couple naps. So I thought this year, you know what? Let's start early in the morning. We only have to make it through one day. Start early in the morning this time around. So I was initially going to go with 5 a.m. However, our buddy Matt Zemek is going to wrap it up tonight from 2 to 4 Eastern. So that takes us to 4. And I thought, well, I'm not coming back to do an hour. So we'll start at 4. So, Ben, here we are. Ben respects the grind. Appreciate that. Hear that all the time. But I will say that for all the times that I hear that I'm the hardest working man on YouTube, number one, I know that's not true. Number two, I know that I'm probably up there pretty high percentage-wise. However, number three, that's not the goal. Here's the goal. The goal is, of course, the best discussion, debate, and analysis of college football. And so that's what we're working toward. All right, folks, I'm going to continue to go through comments, but I'm also going to leave the link here because we are taking calls all day here at the Voice of College Football. So if you want to join the show, there is the link. And I'm also going to be dropping that link in the description section so folks can grab it. The first truly poignant comment of the day, Christopher with Boise State is Boise State. You know what is fun about coming on here at a different time is I am seeing some folks that I never get to see. So I assume that you watch the channel on a fairly regular basis. So it's nice to know. I know from the number of views that we get on the videos and the live streams that there are tons of people out there that watch on a regular basis that I'm not aware of. That if I could, if I would, if I had any idea who they were and how to say hi to them, that I'd be able to do that and say, thank you for watching. Thanks for your support, for liking the videos, sharing the videos, for supporting, just being here, watching the videos, because I don't know who you are, because we see the same crowd to a certain extent in the live streams. And this would be possibly one of them. If somebody's going to jump on here at 4 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock on the West Coast, or what, 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, depending on Central Time Zone or the Mountain region there, then hey, yes, thanks for joining, for being here. And it's nice to see some new faces, new handles, but knowing that many of them are probably old ones. We have our very first call of the day, 20 minutes into the show. Chris is on the line. Hey, Chris. Oh, Chris is gone. Chris teased me. but probably something similar to what happened the other night when we had Chris on and he just vanished. So I know that somebody's got a questionable connection that they may just kind of go away, and that's what happened right there. Chris, for 1 second, is officially the first caller. Not too successful, though. Let's see if we can get Chris on. Hey, Chris.
Are you there?
I am here.
Oh, I'm sorry. My phone, I have trouble with my phone. I don't think it's anything you're doing.
I don't believe so either. That's not a problem.
It's a good phone, but it doesn't always do what I want it to. It's probably me, too. I'm not very good at using it, and it's real sensitive. Are you still there?
I am here.
Okay, good. Oh,
I had a track phone like that once. I got rid of that thing in a hurry.
Well, it's just, I don't know. I push one button and it disconnects. We might get disconnected. If it happens, it's not intentional.
Okay.
Oh, just wanted to get your idea, I guess, a little bit, if you don't mind. I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, that's up to you, I guess. But, there's, like I said, we had a little, I don't like getting, I shouldn't use bad words. That's like kind of a poor reflection on me, I guess. But I get so frustrated because, I've lived a long time, or not a long time. I think you and I aren't too far off in ages. I mean, you might know a lot more than I do, but I base some of what I think on past experiences, but I'm just not, I'll just put it this way, Mark. I'm just not sold on the idea of a playoff. It's not that there's anything bad that comes from it. There might be some good that comes from it, but I'm just not sold on it. I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, I guess that's okay.
No, let's talk about it. It's college football. I'm here to talk about college football. The only times that I suggest that we wrap up our conversations is that if there's immediate newsworthy items and we're talking about, let's say, history, like was the case the other night. I think we were doing predictions the other night, or let's say if it's post game tonight and everybody wants to talk about the two games tonight, it's not the time to delve into history. But hey, we got all day, Chris.
Oh no, I don't want to waste your time, Mark, because this is stuff we've already kind of discussed, and it might even be not even worth discussing. I don't think there's a whole lot of movement to push back on it. So
before you start, let me say one thing, because you said something about the playoffs and there being possibly good and possibly bad. And I think that's the truth. From my perspective, there is good that comes from the playoffs, but there are also detriments to the sport. It shouldn't be that way, but I think the impact of the playoffs has taken away from the bowl games. It's taken away from the regular season. It's taken away from a lot of really good matchups. It has changed rivalries, diminished rivalries. I think the playoffs has had a negative impact on the sport in a number of ways. But to determine a champion, it's the best way to determine a champion, in my view.
Oh, no, I don't know that I necessarily even disagree with you on that. I think, what is it? I don't know if there's any other divisions besides, I mean, there might be, I'm not sure as of the junior colleges. I don't think they actually use a playoff, do they? I mean, I don't even know that they even use a title game. I think it's like something that they just kind of all.
Yeah.
I'm not for sure on it, but I remember there was one season where there was like 2 or 3 different junior colleges that could have, and I don't even know how they broke the tie. I don't think it was necessarily based on anything other than just opinion or whatever, but I'm not trying to, if people like playoffs, that's okay, I guess. I'm not really, it's not my favorite thing, but I don't necessarily have a problem with how it seems to work okay. I mean, as far as that goes, I don't think we have an undeserving champion that comes from a playoff. I don't think that's ever happened, but it's not I don't know that it's my preferred. Doesn't matter really what I think about it, but I probably wouldn't use it if I didn't absolutely, if it was up to me, I guess I would probably, I probably wouldn't rely on it as much as other people would, but it doesn't necessarily make it bad. I mean, that's just my opinion. It's not, my opinion isn't really that important, is it? Not really.
Sure, your opinion's important, but based in the grand scheme of things, other people just have the ability to decide. So is my opinion important? Well, I would hope that it has some level of importance, but similar to your opinion, we're neither one in charge. So,
no. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I actually never really ever participated. I mean, I don't know if people know much about me, but I never actually participated in any. I mean, I played like grade school, which isn't even. I don't even know if that really counts as being competitive. I mean, I played, but it wasn't like I played on a high school team or I wasn't good enough, if you want to know the truth. I tried, but I couldn't make even my freshman team. I was on the freshman team, but I didn't really make the team. I got hurt before I ever really got a chance to play, and I don't know a whole lot about the sport. I just, I'm more of an observer, I guess, than anything, but I'm curious about the history though, because my fear is, and I don't know that this would ever happen, but my fear is that maybe there might be a team in the past that maybe wasn't given the full credit for what they accomplished, or I don't really think there is though. I mean, I've kind of looked into it a little bit, and as far as I can tell, I haven't really found a team like that, but I guess there's always a possibility that there might be a needle in the haystack or something, a team that maybe did more than they got credit for, but I haven't really found anything like that, at least nothing that I can really say I know for sure that a team was jobbed out of a title. I don't know that that's really ever happened. Do you know of anything like that?
I would say it this way. I would say that off the top of my head, that every team that has been recognized as a national champion has earned the national championship. My only issue with the systems throughout history is that there have been other teams that many times were just as worthy based on their resumes to be recognized as national champions. And because the polling only recognized one team, or at least one team in each poll, then there have been worthy teams that have not been recognized as the national champion. Like, for example, I'm not going to point out one particular year, but because of teams not playing against each other at the end of the season in particular, we've had, let's say, 4 teams, all 11-1, all play relatively difficult schedules, very comparable schedules, won their postseason games, and just the voters had to decide one team, but 4 of them were worthy. Oh, Chris is gone. So anyway, one of my favorite off-season projects, of course, is to go through the national championship seasons and determine what teams have been ripped off. I'll just say it that way. What teams have a resume that is just as impressive and just as significant as the team that was awarded the national championship, but they are not recognized as the national champion. Hey, Chris.
Oh, like I said, I don't know either. I think there was one season that stands out in my mind, and I don't know if it's 1977 seems to have several teams that maybe were in the hunt, and I don't know how you break a tie like that, really. I mean, I guess if there was Notre Dame, I'm thinking it was Notre Dame was at Arkansas, and I think I don't know if there was any other teams at all, but was it Alabama maybe? And
you said 77, correct?
Yeah.
So yeah, there was Alabama, there was Notre Dame, Texas, Arkansas, Clemson, 11-1. I think USC, possibly.
Well, again, like I said, I don't know what the right way. I think was it Houston? Maybe did you mention Houston? Anyway, it doesn't really matter, I guess. But there were several teams I think that could have challenged, and I guess we could all say, well, if a playoff was in existence, maybe that could have settled it. But I think kind of the appeal to me, and I might be just speaking for myself, is I don't think everything comes in a nice little package with a bright silver bow on it, Mark. I think we have to kind of, maybe it's better if there's like one. I think the playoff actually has addressed that problem pretty well, though, in all fairness. I think there's little doubt, I don't think, at least other than maybe the fact that they were, 1-1 against each other. But I don't think there's a huge amount of debate about who won the national championship this last season. I think most people are pretty, I guess, content with the fact it was Georgia. I'm content with it. I'm not all up in arms, but of course I don't really have any allegiances to either program. So it's maybe if I was an Alabama fan, maybe I'd be all up in arms about it. I don't know, but so I can't really speak ill of the playoff. I think it actually works pretty well, but I guess I just wonder if it's I'm just speaking in terms of what I remember from a kid standpoint, growing up as a kid. I really didn't have a team that I really followed all that closely. I think I remember watching on television the Notre Dame football highlights. And the only reason I watched them was they were on every week. And I didn't really know much about Notre Dame. It's just that they were a big program at the time. And, I think a lot of people, I guess, were pretty passionate about the program, which they probably ought to be. I think you can't do a whole lot better than Notre Dame. I mean, as far as, level of competition and everything else. But, really, I don't know that there's been too many programs. Maybe you can help me on this one, but even like Cincinnati, I mean, that's not really like a team that came out of the blue. I mean, there's some history behind, surprisingly, really, at least from my perspective, it's not, they just didn't come out of the blue. I mean, they've been pretty good for a while. I mean, so I think generally you're not going to really see, I don't think, too many teams that are going to really just, even this year, I kind of suspect there isn't going to be like, I don't know who it would be, like, even if it was, but like, let's just pretend like maybe North Carolina or somebody like that. I don't really expect that to happen because there's just, I don't know what you call it. What do you call it, Mark? It's when one set of teams is usually a lot better than the rest. I mean, what's that called? It's like the lack of parity. It's like, what would you call it?
Well, those programs are elite. It's escaping me what I would call it. It's kind of like it's generally a meritocracy in terms of what the system is. But yeah, there has been a gathering of resources, money, prestige, brand name that has been to the credit of those schools.
Mm-hmm.
Has been
well, I guess what I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, just basically those schools that have been committed. Basically, the schools that have been longstanding football powers for the most part, outside of possibly Clemson, and it can be argued how high in the football pecking order they've been throughout the decades. So they are the most marginal. That's a bad word. They have been really good throughout their history, but not elite, and obviously have emerged more in the last 10 years. But the other ones have longstanding football traditions going back generations, and on top of that, they have built fan bases that are enormous and have resources, money, facilities, all those things that attract the best student athletes.
I guess maybe that would be my next question for you a little bit. I mean, I guess my question might be, because I'm trying to base it on what I would think of about a program if I was like, let's just say, I'm not, obviously, I mean, nobody would want to recruit me to any program, but let's just pretend, make believe or whatever, I was a really good recruit or whatever, which I wouldn't have been anyway, no matter how hard I would have played, but let's just pretend I would have been. What is it necessarily? I don't know that I completely understand what they use to recruit these players to. Is it just the success that they build on their own success, or that's what I'm kind of confused about, because we're like kind of, and I don't really think we should, to be honest with you. We're all kind of ganging up on Nebraska because they lose more than they should. But, I think they're probably aren't they still bringing in, they're still bringing in blue chips, aren't they, Mark? I don't think it's that they've really lost much in terms of they still bring in the top athletes, don't they?
No.
Oh, they don't?
They bring in good athletes, but their athletes don't compare to Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama.
Uh-huh. So they're actually not getting as good a recruit?
Their recruiting classes typically are somewhere between 15 and 35 in the nation.
Well, yeah, but I think Boise State, and somebody was commenting on Boise State, and I made some stupid comments. You kind of mentioned one of them, but I don't know that they've really ever had the greatest recruiting, have they? Don't they I don't know that they're really known for the recruiting. I think they're more known for development. Or am I wrong about that?
You are correct about that. However, with Boise State, I would say that they're a difficult example to make because they just play a different level of competition on a regular basis.
Yeah, I was telling somebody, and you probably know better than I do I think they began as a junior college, but they're a very successful one, though. I don't know that there was a better junior college program at the time, and I don't know. I'm honestly not for sure when they stopped being a junior college, but I don't think they joined Division I until 1996. Is that about right? Don't you think? Does it sound about right to you?
96. That does sound like the year. I could look it up here, but that sounds right.
Yeah, along with Central Florida too. I think it was the same year Central Florida became a Division I program. So they both are they have similarities, I think. Of course, I don't know how good Central Florida was as a program, but I think they've both grown into being, pretty good, I guess you could say. I don't know what else to say other than that. But I don't know much about what, makes a good program. But, success isn't created in a vacuum. I think that's why I don't know about the other question I was just going to ask you. I don't want to take too much of your time, but, does it really make sense, for example, like I know it was probably the smartest thing they could have done, but, okay, so Central Florida has a really good team, under Scott Frost. And so, I don't really understand. I mean, I just don't understand. Maybe I'm stupid. I mean, and go ahead and call me stupid if the shoe fits or whatever. But, is it really that you're recruiting the coach? Or, I mean, I'm not quite sure I understand what the philosophy is there. I mean, I would think if you really, because I know a little bit about what Scott Frost, I think was he at Oregon or someplace like that? He like went from one school to another at a time. I think that Nebraska could have brought him in and they just chose not to. And I don't know if that's when they hired Mike Riley. It might have been after that, but
yep, all of that.
I don't remember for sure, I guess. But
that is correct.
Okay, well, yep. My question, I guess, is, so he does really well at Central Florida, which, I mean, that's obviously an indication that he's a good coach and all that, but I don't know. I got to think that's an old, maybe am I wrong to think that that's kind of an outdated way to look at life? Or, I mean, why can't, if Nebraska is who Nebraska is, do they really have to look outside their program to me, that's like an example of them maybe not having all their ducks in a row, that they have to actually look outside their program to find a good coach. Am I wrong about that?
Who can you think of that has not gone outside their program to get a coach?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong to even suggest it. I mean, I'm not the smartest, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, Mark, but I know, for example, because I attended University of Colorado for about 2 years when I was like 20 years old or so, but what they did, I think, if I remember correctly, the first person they looked to was Chuck Fairbanks. He was, I think, at Oklahoma, and I think he'd been in the NFL, but I don't think for an especially long time, but they looked to him to rebuild the program, and I don't think he really did that, or at least not to the degree that they were hoping he would. And so they ended up having to look at Bill McCartney, and they recruited him from Michigan. And it took a while. I don't know how long it was. Like, I think they hired him in like 81, and it was about 85 or 86 before they started doing better.
Yeah.
But, I don't know really what he had to do I'm really not sure what he had to do to get that program rolling. But, I don't know if it was an easy school to recruit to. That's the other thing I'm not sure about. I went there as an undergraduate, and I had a pretty good experience there. I think it's got a pretty good reputation for at least what I studied was engineering. But, that was in like 1988 when I studied school at engineering at the University of Colorado. So I think they have a pretty good, reputation as far as that field. But I don't know much about it outside of that. I really don't know a whole lot about it. So I don't know if that's like a really easy school to recruit to or.
So Chris, if you don't mind, what is your point about Scott Frost in Nebraska?
Well, I don't know that I really have a point. It's just that
going outside the program.
No, I'm not really trying to say anything. I just think that, I would think if you're Nebraska and if you're really the top dog or whatever, I don't think you really have to recruit anybody. It's like you have people like begging to, I would think it would be more like, hey, let me come here. And it's like, I don't know if it's really that way or not. That's my point. It's like, I'm surprised they really have to look outside to anybody. I know he was in the program. I'm not saying he wasn't, but in a way, they kind of had to look outside their people that were there before they brought him in. Didn't they have to look outside the program to find somebody to take it over, or am I wrong?
Well, Nebraska has looked outside the program going all the way back to Tom Osborne.
Uh-huh.
Everybody post Tom Osborne has been outside the program. And then obviously almost everybody that is considered inside the program was outside the program at some point. Ryan Day was elevated throughout the Ohio State program and elevated after Urban Meyer stepped down. So yes, they promoted from within, but Ryan Day was not born and bred an Ohio State Buckeye as a player, grad assistant, and coach. He was all over the place in the NFL and other colleges.
Well, I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm just not educated on any of this. I don't know. I just remember when Colorado seemed to be pretty good. It's like, seemed like they had coaches kind of in, just the way I remember, and maybe I'm wrong maybe it wasn't like this. I know Gary Barnett, I think he was actually at Northwestern for a while before they brought him into Colorado. And I guess that's outside your program, but he'd also been at the program though. He'd been, I think he was with McCartney, and I don't know if he got passed over for the head coaching job, but he'd left to go to Northwestern. And I think he did pretty well there, I guess. And then I don't know if they let him go. I really don't know what the circumstances were behind Colorado hiring him from Northwestern, but I think he did. I don't know that I think he did okay at Colorado. I think they didn't really lose much with him.
Nope.
And
they did fine. Hey, Chris, we got a couple calls lined up right behind you. So I appreciate the call.
You're welcome.
You have a great rest of your day or wrapping up your night, whichever it is for you.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Chris.
Good night.
All right. Super chat coming in. We appreciate that from Mayhem Matthew, the voice of future Georgia Dogs fan, Mark Rogers of college football. That was a lot to put together there. That was a pretty intricate statement. It could have been worded a number of different ways, but the way you worded it worked in the end. I guess I'm going to take on an alter ego as Mark Rogers with a D in my name, the future Georgia Dogs fan of college football. But Mayhem Matthew, we appreciate you being here. You know that. Recognize you from being here quite a bit. So thanks for the contribution. Thanks for the support. We got Spaghetti Factory on the line to talk some college football.
Hey, can you hear me?
I got you. How's it going?
Awesome. This is my first time calling. Pretty excited.
Well, I recognize your handle. So you've been watching for quite a long time, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Iowa football here. I saw your prediction video, and you had them going 8-4. I think they're going a solid 7-5 this year. I think it's going to be a little bit of a down year for them.
Yeah.
But the real reason I called was I noticed you had like Kirk Ferentz really low on your coach ratings. I was kind of wondering the reasoning behind that.
So where did I have him? Yeah, so understand a couple of things here. One being that at one point, I think the very first time that I did coaches rankings, I had him in the top 10.
Yeah, and that might be a little high for him.
That was 12 or 13 years ago. That was coming off an Orange Bowl win over Georgia Tech. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, 2009.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I did coaches rankings, and based on his reputation, not just what he accomplished at Iowa, and obviously I was not just fixated on the previous season, but he's got a great reputation, both in the NFL and in the college ranks. A lot of respect for him and what he's accomplished there. But when you really look at his tenure, okay, so we're not talking from the positive standpoint. Since you're asking me about why he's so low, I want people to understand that I'm not bashing him. So to make all his positives a given, all his success on the field, his ability to coach the offensive line and recruit and develop that position in particular, all the good things that he's done. He's got the 6th most players in the NFL right now. Okay, and just look at what could be considered rough spots on his resume. So one would be that the best period of Iowa football in his tenure was 20 years ago. He did a great job turning around the program from 1-10 to finishing in the top 10 in the country 3 consecutive years, 2002, 3, and 4. That's the peak of his tenure. We are removed almost 20 years from the peak of his tenure. That's one knock I've got against him.
Okay.
The other would be basically just to listen to him talk about the team's goals and just talk about the team's season. It seems as though he's very Big Ten centric and narrow-minded, and it almost seems like he has settled for where they stand in college football and believes basically this is what we do. We recruit a certain level of player and we develop them, And then we're going to go out and compete in this division, and we hope we win this division. But if we go 8-4, 9-3, and don't win the division, that's a successful season, and that's fine to have that mindset. But it just seems as though they've hit a ceiling with him, and there doesn't seem to be a push, a goal, a mission to break through that and compete past that. And he talks about, when I hear him talk about the goals of the program and what they'd like to accomplish, it seems he doesn't talk about winning championships.
Well,
He talks about kind of being competitive, and just so we're continuing to recruit and develop, we're going to be competitive, and then just kind of see where the season falls. We're going to go out there and compete and do our best. And then if it falls our way, great. If it doesn't, we'll be satisfied with going to a bowl game, and we'll be back next season. And then the other would be for a head coach. I posted a video maybe a month ago that went through the offensive rankings for this team.
Yeah. It's
rushing and passing for the
brutal.
last 15 years. You have to go back to 2000. I think the year was 2006. That was the last time that they were ranked in the top 50 in the country in offense. For a head coach to do nothing about that, or to do little about it, or if he's done anything about it, it's been highly unsuccessful. And for that to be his side of the ball, I just think that's, I don't know what's going through his head.
Okay, I mean, I definitely feel you on the offensive struggles with Iowa, but I mean the second part there, the winning like 8 games, 9 games, I completely consider that like a great season at Iowa. I know Iowa makes a lot of money like in the Big Ten and all that, but it's really not a destination school in the Big Ten. They're not getting the best athletes. They're getting like maybe, a second tier, third tier type of athlete. And I think 8, 9 wins is great. Going to the Outback Bowl is a great year. I wonder, so do you think like Iowa, you think under the right coach, they could really like kind of be like not a blue blood, but sort of like in the blue blood area, winning like 9, 10 games a year? Is that what you're thinking, like under the right coach?
Okay, so I'm looking actually for my rankings. I can't find them, but anyway.
Well, I don't want to argue like this coach should be ranked specifically here. Or
I understand. I was just curious where I ranked him. I think it was like 32 or something like that, 28, whatever it was, something in that range.
I noticed the one coach that like kind of like tipped me off on this was Brian Kelly. You had him, I think, at number 4, and I know he's probably got a much better winning percentage just with Notre Dame and that, but Brian Kelly just did not win the big games at Notre Dame. I mean, he didn't win a New Year's Six bowl, obviously didn't win a championship. I was a little confused by that. So I'm assuming you had him ranked so highly because he got Notre Dame back to a respectable program, or?
Yeah, so let me summarize what I think of Brian Kelly, and then we'll go back to Kirk Ferentz, because I think
the two are actually kind of comparable, because Notre Dame, they can't recruit at the same level as like Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, even like a Michigan. And I kind of see Iowa in that same vein. I mean, Notre Dame's obviously a much better program than Iowa, but
so with Brian Kelly, I would say it this way. Yes, let's look at the black marks on his resume, and they include not being able to compete with the elite teams in the country. When they played the elite teams, the very elite teams in the country, they have lost and many times gotten embarrassed, although that gap has narrowed. So this is what I credit Brian Kelly with. Brian Kelly's Notre Dame program is the best Notre Dame program we've seen since Lou Holtz left. So through Bob Davie, Ty Willingham, Charlie Weiss, the Notre Dame football program turned into basically almost exclusively a 7-5 program, excluding a couple high points, Charlie Weiss going to the Sugar Bowl. But none of those teams have obviously won the game that you just talked about, a New Year's Six bowl game. It's been since Lou Holtz, 1993, since Notre Dame won a New Year's Six bowl game. Well, the thing that Brian Kelly did was at least elevate them to top 5 to 10 status on a fairly regular basis. He lifted them
sorry to interrupt, but wouldn't top 10 status be you finish the season with a New Year's Six bowl? I mean, I'd argue they haven't finished a year top 10.
Well, they have finished in the top 10.
Well, I guess the national championship years where they in the playoff years. But yeah, okay, all right, my bad.
Well, I'm just saying that so if we take since 2012 when they went to the BCS championship game.
Yeah.
2012 was a top 10 season.
Sure.
Season and when they've beaten LSU in a couple bowl games in which they finished in the top 10 in the country.
Well, I think that was a Citrus Bowl, I believe.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, so there's a lot of ways we could take this. But when it comes to New Year's Six bowl games, yes, those are generally the best bowl games. There's no question about that. They are the best bowl games. But there is an overlap there. We do see some Citrus bowl games in particular, maybe some Alamo bowl games that are just as good, if not have better teams than some New Year's Six bowl games. Okay, just getting back to my point about Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly has built Notre Dame to a level that it's not enjoyed since the mid-90s. So since Lou Holtz left the program, and even at the time that Lou Holtz left, it was starting to slip. And for the next 15 to 18 years, it was a 7-win program. And then Brian Kelly elevated it to it's been easily one of the 10 best programs in college football in the last 10 years. And they've been embarrassed at times on the big stage against Alabama in particular, Clemson. They've also played extremely well in some of those games and come up just short. They lost by 1 point to a Georgia team that played in the national championship game in overtime in 2019. They played Georgia a couple years later and lost by a touchdown in Athens. They were getting to a point with Brian Kelly that they were competing more heavily in those games than they had been. His teams were not getting blown out later in his tenure like they had earlier and under all the previous regimes in those kind of games. So I would say after Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson, Georgia, Oklahoma, then you'd have to put his program next. And he elevated the recruiting significantly during his tenure, and it was continuing to get better and better and better and better to the point that he had a 4th-rated recruiting class his last year there.
Okay. I mean, I guess I didn't completely think of it in that way. I've thought of it more as they finished the season with a loss and kind of a bitter taste in their mouth. But I mean, to make a national championship game, I mean, that team is top 10. That wasn't fair of me to kind of cast them out of there, but yeah, I think you're discounting the level of stability though that Ferentz has brought to Iowa. I mean, I can't fathom the Hawkeyes missing a bowl game, 2 years in a row. That's unthinkable. And I think Iowa is not that special of a program where I think if they hire the next coach they hire, if they hire the wrong guy, they could just disappear off the map. I think Notre Dame and and some other programs, they're going to have opportunities to continue to like get back onto the national stage. But
Okay,
you know,
so again, we kind of started down the road of why I ranked Kirk Ferentz where I did.
yeah,
And so to put it all together, this is it. Again, let's put to the side every accolade and every accomplishment and all the things I could talk about on the positive side. So we're assuming that we're taking all that into consideration. And then now I'm going to the negative side because it's all going to sound like bashing.
well, I
because
get
the
that.
rest of it's not stated. So understand first and foremost with rankings, and I explained this when I delivered the rankings, that there are almost tiers to the rankings as well.
Well,
Like,
and I like the tiers more than individual rankings. I kind of like to see who's grouped with who, but
okay, because yeah, there could be a drop off between 10 and 11, and 11
yeah,
to 24 could be like razor close. And to me, I thought that the first 11 or 12 were after Saban and Smart and Dabo, that 4 to like 11 or 12 I explained were like the same guy. Like could be like I could have had Brian Kelly 4, I could have had him 12. Like
okay,
those
yeah,
all those slots were very difficult for me to separate. And then of course the further you get down a list like that, I think it's even more so, especially in the middle of that list. The end of the list is almost like the top of the list. Okay, Jeff Collins has been a dumpster fire at Georgia Tech. He's near the bottom, etc. The bottom of the list is almost like the top of the list. Saban's one. Okay, is it Dabo or Kirby Smart two? Bam, when Urban Meyer was in the mix. Okay, him. You know, the top of the list is easy and the bottom of the list is easy. It's, you know, from 10 to 40, those guys could switch all over the place depending on the year. And I wanted to be very much in the moment. And that's why I brought up Kirk Ferentz having the best portion of his tenure at the beginning of his tenure. And now we're 20 years removed from his best work, his best results. Sure, he's popped up in 2015 against a weak schedule, and
oh,
he's popped up
it
a
was a
few.
really weak schedule, 2015, and last year was a really weak schedule too. I mean, that's kind of the thing with Iowa is, I mean, their best seasons are usually their weakest schedules. They
Sure.
take advantage of that.
Yeah,
But
and that shows, that's to their credit, but it's also shows that they're not, you know, elite teams just drive through the schedule regardless, and maybe they take one hit during that season because they played such a tough schedule, and maybe they're 10-2 instead of 11-1 because the schedule is brutal, but then they just plow through the rest of it regardless. So again, him not addressing the offense, and now in this day and age having the opportunity even more so to address the offense through the transfer portal, and his refusal to do so, I don't understand that.
okay,
They did
I'm
nothing in the transfer portal but lose players on an offense that was 123rd in the country. And again, if this was a one-time deal, an aberration, but this has been going on for almost 20 years that they've. But I agree with all your points. I think all your points are valid. That we don't know what another coach would do at Iowa right now, and for Kirk Ferentz to go. I think he's an 8-4 coach. I threw that out when we talked about him a couple months ago, and a couple people got on me, and I said, look at his record. It almost lines up perfectly to 8-4. It's actually not 8-4.
yeah, I think it's probably closer to 7 wins or maybe even 6 a year. But yeah, I don't know. I think he's done just an amazing job there. I mean,
Well, I would agree with you if we didn't see Hayden Fry do the same thing.
well, and the whole Brian Ferentz as the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach is a little disheartening, but
Well, there you go.
but it's also Greg Davis was the offensive coordinator. He wasn't doing anything, different.
Well, this is part of
Ken
Ferentz'
O'Keefe or
responsibility is to hire quality people. that's a huge portion of his job, is to form a staff that's capable.
Well, I mean, I definitely am agreeing with it. The offense is a black mark, but
that's a huge part of the game.
Well, it is and it isn't,
It's almost half the sport.
Yeah. Well, Iowa has defense and special teams on lockdown, so
Absolutely, they
that.
do. And they continue to excel there, and that's remarkable. But special teams, the role of special teams has been minimized considerably. It's still important, but it's been minimized considerably.
I agree with like the whole Ferentz mindset of punting on the 45-yard line, like the opponent's 45-yard line. I love pinning a team like in the like 10-yard lines and less. That's
especially because of how they play. I have no issue with that.
I love that. And I think the offense, really doesn't need to be anything special. It's just the offensive line play has been terrible the last 2 years, and they have not been able to land a decent running back in a while. And I think if they got those issues fixed, then the offense would not be a problem. They don't need a quarterback, really.
But they haven't done that. They haven't addressed the offense. I just think the more I think about it, the more I'm justifying my position in my mind, because I think he's a tremendous coach. And this is the problem with rankings, and you stated it earlier. I think generally in looking at all these conferences, especially the SEC and the Big Ten, I look at all these guys and I think they're all really good coaches. And then I may really have an issue with a Scott Frost, of course, or somebody like that, but then think, the top 12 or 13 of these 14 coaches, I believe they're capable, if not excellent, but I'm ranking them. So
yeah. No, I get that. I'm not trying to hammer you too hard on this, but
no, I get it.
I just thought it was a little strange, but I get it. One last thing before I let you go here. Who do you think the Hawkeyes should target for head coach? I'm thinking like either Matt Campbell, Mark Stoops, someone that maybe not the biggest name, but someone that'll stick around for a while.
Well, those are two phenomenal candidates, and I think they are within the sport. They're big names, not to periphery fans, but to real college football fans.
Well, I mean,
those
like
guys are...
Matt Campbell. I don't know how true it is, obviously, but the rumor is he wants like a blue blood Midwest team, like Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan. Yeah. Obviously, Iowa isn't one of those, but so I don't know if they would even be able to get him there. But I think if the dude's willing to stay in Ames for 7 years, I think he would stay in Iowa City for a couple decades. And he kind of matches the Ferentz mindset of he doesn't care about championships like you want him to,
Yeah, as we talk through the whole championships and the expectations there, I want, again, it's easy for me to sit here and be critical of that team doesn't play for a championship, that team doesn't play for a championship. All these people are excellent at what they do. They're busting their tails. They watch film, they lift weights, they run, they do all this. It's a full-time job for these guys at any top-level program. And, to your defense on your side of the argument, he's recruiting top 30 to 40 classes and generally turning them into top 20 to 25 teams. So they're developing athletes that are supposed to be not as good into better teams, just like Wisconsin does, let's say. But,
yeah.
Maybe that's the best that can be done at Iowa. And I can respect that because they're in a part of the country that it's difficult. Again, as you mentioned, it's not a destination and they're not surrounded by athletes. But what he's done is basically what Hayden Fry did. And that's phenomenal. That's really good because Hayden Fry lifted the program out of a wasteland. But again, I have those issues with Kirk Ferentz, and I guess his tenure just started so well that I expected more. The next 10 years after the 3 that he finished in the top 10 to start his tenure, nearly start his tenure, 02, 3, and 4, were really marginal.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
and they're obviously recruiting athletes that have the potential to be really good because, as I stated at some point, they're 6th currently in NFL players. So that's to their credit, but it's also shows that they did recruit guys that had that capability.
Yeah, and I mean they're good with. I mean, most of those NFL players are offensive line, tight end, and then just defense in general. But yeah, I think Ferentz has probably done as good of a job as you can do at Iowa, and yeah, that's all I got to say. So, good luck on your live stream, and thanks for taking my call.
I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Yep, you as well.
All right, Mayhem Matthew reminding us that the 1942 Georgia Bulldogs national championship was not recognized, except here at the Voice of College Football. We recognized it. We went through the national championship seasons, and we recognized, I don't want to say gave, we recognized Georgia as a national champion in 1942. That's a messy subject, but it's a fun subject, and I love that subject. And I would love to display all the national championship seasons start to finish in terms of how I evaluate it. We've got Adrian on the line here at the Voice.
How are you today?
I'm good.
So I got a question for you.
Sure.
So a few buddies of mine, we were debating a little football the other day. First of all, we need the games to start because we've been debating all the time just to get our points across. But I'm curious what you think about this. Michigan, Ohio State, the greatest rivalry in sports. Let's say on the Michigan side that Aiden Hutchinson, David Ojabo, and my guy Dax all decided, hey, let's run it back one more time. Let's see if we can get a ring.
Yep.
Do you think that Michigan then would be the preseason favorite in the Big Ten, or would it still be Ohio State based off talent alone?
Well, I can't say what anyone else would say, but they would be I could almost confidently say, yes, they would be my preseason pick.
Okay. I got a lot of backlash from that from a lot of my Ohio State buddies. A lot of it is the Michigan win was a one-off. And I'm not going to use it as excuses. When you don't win in 10 years, it is what it is to a certain extent. Me as a Michigan fan, I want to see us win 2 in a row. I want to see us go to Columbus and win that game.
Sure.
Just to have that monkey off our back and be able to really sit there and boldly say a lot of stuff that I'd like to say. And even for me, Mark, my mom, dad, my brother, they're all Ohio State fans. So I'm literally on my own on this side of the family. So
what happened, Adrian?
To be honest with you, all my family, we're actually from Michigan, but my grandmother, she moved this part of our family to Ohio. So there's a big divide in the overall family.
Okay.
And I'm just on the Michigan side. But yeah, I was curious what you thought on that question, just because as a Buckeye fan that is unbiased for the most part, I'd love to hear your answer on that. So that was all I had. I appreciate
this, Adrian. If you don't mind, I will say this as well, because one of the comments that you made in there leads me to say this. As you well know, Ohio State, despite the loss last year, is still considered the best program in the Big Ten and the favorite and all of that. Everybody still looks at, as you mentioned, a lot of people kind of just look past that game. For what reason, I don't know. But it's everybody beats everybody at some point. So I think people are still looking for more proof. But I will say that while I look at Ohio State as the best program in the Big Ten right now and is still owns the conference, if Michigan goes to Columbus this year, unless let's say they're 7-5 and just pull off a miraculous upset, but have a bad season. But if Michigan is the type season we all expect them to have, and they win in Columbus, then I will consider Michigan to be the best program in the Big Ten.
Wow. And as a Michigan fan, it's even hard for me to, to go to that level. And we'll go back and forth with Ohio State fans just because. But when you sit there and really look at the players that Ohio State gets, just looking at the NFL draft, you see first-round picks all the time. I mean, that's all. You guys churn them out nonstop, minus the quarterback position, which I'm curious of just builds how that'll play out. Every other position group that you guys have, it's elite talent. So, as a Harbaugh fan, which that's 50-50 in the whole Michigan fan base as well. I just want to see us compete with Ohio State. So us winning last year was one of the highlights of heck my 35-year-old life. You got to think, since college, I haven't seen a Michigan win.
No, it's a great point. And I'll say the same thing because just because Michigan won once, it was a monumental win. It was historic. It was huge. It was a dominant performance. It won the Big Ten championship. It led to the playoff. So it accomplished all this in addition to just winning the rivalry. Even if they both would have been, I don't know how you view the rivalry, but this is how I view it. Even if they were both 6-6 teams, it's a win in the series. It's a huge game. It's a rivalry game. Ohio State used to win games when both teams were having marginal seasons or Ohio State was down. And I still thought that was the greatest thing in the world, beating Michigan.
Yes.
But in addition to that, obviously it accomplished a lot. But to our other point, you can go to any other rivalry in the country, Alabama, Auburn, Florida State, any other rivalry. And if one team's dominating, the other team's still winning at some point. They're winning games. So I can understand the thought that most people have that Ohio State's still the program and Michigan just happened to win one game until we see it again.
No, 100%. And, I actually have one last question before I let you go.
Sure.
Back in 2007, 2008, Rich Rod, our coach, if we would have went a different route, Ron English, for instance, who had a chance to get that job,
in a long time,
a chance to get that job. If we would have went that route, which as a defensive coach, getting an offensive staff that would have probably been more similar to what Lloyd Carver's doing, do you think that the drought that we were on for the last 20 years, would that have been as big of a dip?
Well, probably not, because they would have stayed with the personnel that they were accustomed to recruiting and had already on the roster. The Rich Rod, I understand why they hired Rich Rod. He was super successful at West Virginia, and he seemed to be, he did help usher in a completely different offense. He's one of the main architects of the current spread RPO type of offense in college football. But it obviously backfired, and I don't know why he was not successful at Michigan, except for trying to change the nature of the program and the nature of the offensive style. That's been done all over the place and done successfully, but he couldn't do it. It would make sense that just based on the type of talent that they recruit, top 10 to 15 in the nation, that if they would have just stayed with a pro-style attack and continued, that they would have, I don't think, under Ron English, it's impossible for us to forecast what he would have done as a head coach at Michigan, but that they would have at least gone 8-4 with the talent that they had.
Yeah, that was something that a lot of debates are going on right now. We need some football, so I'm so excited finally to get back to analyzing something that has some substance instead of debating these guys all day long.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, I appreciate you very much. Enjoy your show.
Thank you, Adrian. I appreciate it. All right, let's catch up with a couple super chats before we get to Austin here. So Dave says, whatever happened to the phone number? Ready for tomorrow for the return of Coach Kill to the University of Minnesota in the drama with PJ tomorrow. Okay, so right there you got Jerry Kill, New Mexico State coming in to the University of Minnesota. Coach Kill. Yeah, I lost track of him. Yeah, Jerry Kill. Yeah, at New Mexico State. Exactly. So this would be his, he took over at the end of last year. Yeah. Yeah, he did a nice job at Minnesota. They finished with strong records. They won bowl games under him. I remember in particular them going out to the Holiday Bowl against the Washington State team that was supposed to beat them because they were the more skilled, high-octane offense under Mike Leach, and I knew Minnesota was going to beat them, and they did, as like an 8 or 9 point underdog. Yeah, Jerry Kill did a nice job, and it's unfortunate, obviously, with the health concerns and the issues that he had, that he wasn't able to keep that job at Minnesota, but he did a nice job. Now, PJ Fleck, obviously a shinier, more polished version of Jerry Kill, but he's done a nice job at Minnesota himself. I don't know what the drama is. Have there been statements made back and forth? Will PJ Fleck get the handshake he wants from Jerry Kill after Thursday's game? Oh. All right, Dave. Whatever happened to the phone number? Well, the phone number, this is what happened. And we'll get to our next phone call. What happened with the phone system is, number one, I had an issue with something between the earpiece and the soundboard. There was a short that I couldn't fix because I ran a bunch of tests. I couldn't figure out what the issue was. I got a new earpiece, a new line. I bought 2 or 3 backups, so they were all brand new. So that obviously wasn't the issue, but I could never figure out what the issue was, that I could no longer hear the phone calls. So in the process of doing that, I started to do the phone calls this way. And we realized, number one, I was spending $12 to $15 per show just to have a phone line. So that went away. This is free. Number two, I could bring the callers in and see your beautiful faces if you so choose. You don't need to. And then number three, instantly people commented that the audio was so much better than it was taking phone calls. So I thought, I'm saving $12 or $15 a show. Think about that. We do like 3 or 4 of these a week. That's like $60 a week. It's like $250 a month on calls that don't sound as good as these do coming through StreamYard. So why not do that? But thank you so much for the man. These kind of situations remind me of how much I forget. I forget more than I know. That's unfortunate, because I think, yeah, this whole Jerry Kill situation, yeah, this is all coming back to me to some degree, but I would have to look into it to remember exactly some of the bad blood, or I don't want to overstate that, but some possible issues between Jerry Kill and PJ Fleck. Shoelace Sooner, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for your contribution. You are always much appreciated. Hope you know that. Shoelace Sooner, good morning, football fam. Let's get this 24-hour party started. All right, we'll keep it going with Austin Williams here. Austin, how you doing today?
Good morning, Mr. Mark Rogers. How are you?
I am doing just fine. How are you?
Good. I'm excited we finally got some college football back in our life.
Absolutely. Austin, let me ask you this. Who do you root for?
Louisville.
Oh, nice. I am always interested to talk to fans of teams that we don't hear from on a regular basis.
Yep, been a Cardinals fan for 20 years.
Awesome.
Yeah, Mark, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come talk to you this morning. How do you think we're going to do this year?
Well, I think your quarterback's better than most people realize. I've always thought that. He's a tremendous athlete, of course, but he's turned into a true quarterback decision maker, has limited his mistakes. So I think you get a really good quarterback, first and foremost. I'm curious about the recruiting surge there at Louisville, which of course won't impact this season, but it at a time when Scott Satterfield was coming off his worst recruiting cycle, they've suddenly turned it around. And I know that I'm guessing that that's based on what I've heard, NIL related. But yeah, getting back to the current team, I have them pinned for 4-4 in the conference and 7-5 overall. What
Mark,
are your thoughts?
Mark, what worries me is our defense is suspect still.
Yeah.
Still. I don't know if I can trust them. Like some weeks we play really good on defense, and then there's other weeks where we just absolutely don't do nothing on defense. And that kind of worries me. Like, so, and my thing is my offense, I'm not as worried because most of the time we have been able to fix that. Last couple of years, it's been bumpy road getting the offense going in, and they've had their slumps too. But what do you think would be our best case scenario in terms of that? How we could fix that? Run the ball maybe more, or like what would you suggest?
Well, that is more predicated by the personnel than it is some kind of philosophy, but it only makes sense that if you run the ball effectively, that you're grinding out the clock and you're keeping your defense off the field, as opposed to if you have a high-powered offense. The plus side of that is, of course, you can score at any time, but the two negatives are that you score too quickly and you have 45 and 50-second drives that put the defense right back out onto the field. And even though you put up a 7, they've got to defend again, and they were just on the field. And then the worst case scenario is, of course, 3 and outs, in which the defense gets back out onto the field. You know, Louisville is in this position in the ACC, and I group them together with Boston College. And even though Wake had a really good season last year and won the division, I still need to see more. And without Sam Hartman, don't think I'm going to see it this year, that we're going to see Wake regress back into the group. But between Louisville, Wake, BC, and then on the other side of the conference, Virginia, and typically Pitt, there's just a collection of teams, typically NC State, but they've been a little bit better the last few years, that are just in that 7-5 mode. And Louisville has an opportunity. I don't know if they've got the right head coach, but they've got the opportunity to break free from all that and show that they're one of the better teams in the conference. They haven't done that.
Well, Mark, the thing that concerns me is the first year under Scott Satterfield, we did really good.
Sure.
We, after going 2-10, I believe it was, under Coach Petrino, he just wasn't cutting it. So we brought in Satterfield, finished 7-5, and we went to the Music City Bowl, beat Mississippi State, and we only had more expectations for it to keep going up and getting better. But it seems like it's regressing now, and that's really concerning to me, because as a program, you want to keep getting better and better. You don't want to keep going on the downslope.
So everything that you just stated is exactly how everybody's felt about Louisville football. That, yeah, coming off that one big splash of the first season, going from 2-10 in the whole Petrino fiasco to Satterfield pumping life into the offense. Of course, he was coming off a successful tenure at App State, and then he pumps life into the program. They win a bowl game against a quality SEC foe, as you mentioned, exciting game. Finished 8-5, and it looks like there are a lot of projections for them to do something really good in 2020. Of course, that was the COVID season. They play poorly. They get blown out by Miami early in that season. That was a big game at home. In a primetime game, they get blown out there. They finish, 4-7, and then have another subpar season with a bowl loss and 7 losses last season. The only thing that seems to be helping Scott Satterfield at this point is that he has one of the better quarterbacks in the country. I'm not going to call him elite, but a top 20 or 25 quarterback in the country, and skill position players, and that the recruiting, again, this past cycle, the cycle that we're working on right now, has been pretty exceptional. So, yeah, this is a huge season for Scott Satterfield.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just saying our receiving core the last couple of years have been pretty good. I'm just curious to see what this receiving core does, because we had a lot of speed demons previously.
Yeah, unfortunately, you lost one to Alabama.
And then we lost Tutu Atwell to the NFL draft. He was another guy that if you put him on a streak or maybe on a post, and if you can get it there to him, and once he catches it, he can take it a distance.
Absolutely.
And my thing is, Mark, too, is when I look at the ACC, overall, I see us, we're, like you said, we're with that Boston College, Wake, NC State kind of group. I don't see us up there with Clemson. I know Clemson had a rough year last year, but they'll probably be way better this year. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, everybody expects Clemson to be better than 9-3. This is where I place Clemson. I am the most convinced that Alabama and Georgia are the 2 best teams in the country with the 2 best rosters, but Ohio State, if they fix their issues, can be in that group too. So those are the 3 best. And then you've got all these other schools like Notre Dame and Michigan and so forth. Clemson's in between all of them because they could still be an elite, but of course their passing game was atrocious last year. And I know that all gets thrown on DJ Uiagalelei, but that was not just him. That was the wide receiver play was the worst that it's been in a decade plus, and the offensive line didn't pass protect. So they have not just a quarterback to fix, but skill position players and the offensive line. The only unit on the offense for Clemson that performed last year were the running backs. And so that's quite a bit to fix, especially with a new offensive coordinator. The defense is going to be great. The defensive line is probably the best in the country. They do have a new defensive coordinator in Wes Goodwin. But, yeah, Clemson is still the elite program in the conference. But I don't want to say there are teams like NC State and Miami possibly catching up with them, Pitt. But Clemson has regressed. Has slightly regressed. This is a big season to see if they fix the passing attack. And I'm not talking about bringing it to Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence levels, but if they fixed the passing attack to just make it a quality passing attack, then they will be the best team in the conference again.
Mm-hmm. And I also have another question for you. Georgia and Oregon, how big and monumental is that game to start the year, in your opinion?
Well, it all depends on what you consider the expectations of the programs and the teams to be. For For Georgia, of course, it's to defend a national championship, so it's paramount that they win the game. For Oregon, I think it's more from a realistic standpoint that they just compete in the game and show that for themselves and for the Pac-12 that they're not going to wilt and be crushed on a big stage.
Because, Mark, we've seen a lot of week one games that have so much meaningful implications towards the college football playoffs, and they look at that. That's the reason why I was referring to that, how monumental that is. Because say Georgia loses, but Oregon goes unbeaten and wins the Pac-12 and all that. But Georgia still wins the SEC, though. Like, would that one loss to Oregon be like enough to make the committee go, well, you lost that one game at the beginning of the year? Or how would you see it, Mark?
If Georgia loses one game to Oregon and sweeps the SEC, are they going to be left out of the playoff? No.
And the thing was, I also said
conference champion, and they're playing in the best conference. No.
And then if Oregon wins the Pac-12 and goes unbeaten, so to speak, I'm not saying they will, but
what's your question?
Okay, so if Oregon does go unbeaten and wins the Pac-12, would that one loss look better on Georgia, or would it look worse?
Well, anytime whether you win or lose the game against a non-conference opponent, you want that team to go and play really well and have a great season, because it makes the win or the loss, whichever it is, look better.
But I'm excited for the college football season, and I thank you for your time, Mark, and I look forward to some Louisville football this Saturday.
Austin, we appreciate you being here, and it's good to hear from a Louisville fan. Call back anytime.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, it's a pretty obvious conclusion to come to that with any of these big non-conference games, you then want, for your team, you want the team that you beat, or even if you lose the game, the team that you lost to, you want them to go and have a great season. If you have any thoughts of making the college football playoff, Oregon, if they play a 27-24 game against Georgia, lose the game by a field goal, play really well, they want Georgia to go win the SEC and go undefeated. That makes them look great. They were the only team in the country that competed with Georgia to that extent. That's what you're looking for right there. All right. Appreciate everybody being here. Tom, thank you so much for the nice comment there. I apologize for taking the previous comment off the screen. Somebody was asking about my predictions. So if you're talking about my season predictions, we had a live stream on a Tuesday night in which I unveiled my predictions for the season. And here they are. You know what? We'll put the playoff teams up here. When I started the prediction process, I did not expect to come out with those four teams. In no way did I expect. I expected to come out with two of them, Oklahoma and Utah, of course. But that's where we landed. That's where we landed. So those are the predictions for the season. I'm not going to pretend to be that super confident in them like I have in the past, but I have been able to predict the national championship game the last 2 seasons before the season started. We had Alabama, Ohio State in 2020, and we had Alabama and Georgia last year. So this year we've got Alabama and Ohio State. I would love to be more creative than that, but that's how I see it. You know what I wanted to produce? Let's see right there. Wanted to produce a 1 through 130 ranking, just like we did last year. So we had 2 1 through 130 rankings last off season. The first one was we took last season, 2021, and when the season was over, we ranked all the teams 1 through 130. The other one was to rank the programs. So there's a difference between ranking a particular team and ranking the program. Like the Clemson program is better than the Clemson team was in 2021, for example. The Penn State program is better than the 7-6 team that we saw in 2021. So we ranked the programs and we ranked the teams at the end of last season. I wanted to, maybe I'll work on that while I'm listening to callers today. We'll rank all the teams for 2022. I wanted to rank them 1 through 130 because the big question I'm going to get is that I believe currently I believe one of the 2 best teams in the country that may finish more like in the top 3 is not in that playoff scenario. For me right now, Alabama is the best team in the country. Georgia's number 2 and Ohio State's number 3. I believe Ohio State has the potential, if it's fixed its defensive problems, to surpass Georgia and possibly Alabama and be the best team in the country. But for me right now, I am the most confident and the most assured of Alabama and Georgia. I have less confidence in Ohio State for obvious reasons about the defense. I need to see the defense go out there and perform against quality competition and to be strong, not dominant, not Georgia dominant, not 2009 Alabama dominant, LSU 2011 dominant on defense, but good. Top 25 defense out of Ohio State. That's what I need to see. Otherwise, for right now, okay, I'll let you know that I was starting to jot down, and this is, don't jump all over me because this is a rough draft. This isn't necessarily in order, but just jotting teams down. This is where I started on 1 through 130. Bama 1, Georgia 2, Ohio State 3, Clemson 4, then Michigan 5, 6 Oklahoma, 7 Notre Dame, 8 Utah, Texas A&M at 9, NC State at 10, Penn State at 11, Kentucky, Baylor, Oklahoma State, Miami. I was pretty comfortable with that. Not that that would be my exact top 15, but that's where I was at the time and thought, okay, I'm pretty comfortable with that list. I see Arkansas listed there in the chat by Kevin. Arkansas would be jumping on that list pretty soon. But I guess we're not going to get to that because that was supposed to be a preseason top 130. Mount Mitch says, not nearly enough people are asking questions about the Buckeye defense, which surprises me. I'm asking those questions, that's for sure. Because what we have here is an Ohio State offense that should be the best in the country. Certainly in the top 3 or 4, but should be the best. The defense, based on recruiting rankings, the defense should be one of the top 5 to 10 in the country. Okay. You bring in this defensive coordinator from Oklahoma State, Jim Knowles, and he has a completely different concept and terminology and everything that needs to be learned. They don't have preseason games to try it out. This game against Notre Dame is going to be Ohio State's defense. Now, shoot, they've been working on it since winter conditioning, winter workouts, spring practice, all the way through conditioning and individual workouts in the summer, and of course in August camp. So they've been working on this defense day after day after day after day. A big linchpin in all of this is, of course, Tanner McAllister, a second-team All-Big 12 safety who started 42 games at Oklahoma State, goes from Oklahoma State, transfers to Ohio State. So that is a tremendous, if utilized correctly, a tremendous benefit to teaching this defense is to have a player who played it for 42 starts be able to help teach it as a player. So it all sounds good, but it has yet to be accomplished. And some of it was just, when I watched Ohio State get blasted defensively by Oregon, and then I saw their defense get blasted by Michigan, I saw two different things. Against Oregon, you typically, in those long running sequences, you saw the Ohio State defense not even in the picture. They were fooled. They were out-schemed, out-positioned. Their players were not in position to make plays for the most part against Oregon. Sure, they missed some tackles, but most of the time they were just fooled. Against Michigan, it was completely different. They were pushed around and bullied. There were no gaping. There were few gaping holes in the Ohio State defense when they played Michigan. They were usually in position. They just got pushed down the field. It was like a rugby game. They just got, I don't even know if that's a great analogy. They just got pushed down the field. Just got leaned on the entire afternoon. All right, we got Sports Fan on the line. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. I would ask that anybody who joins the show, there's a private chat, so please, when you join the show, just let me know what your name is, who you root for. Would love to know where you're calling from, and we will post that on the screen. Sports Fan, how you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing well. What's going on?
I had a quick question. Longtime fan. I watch your show all the time.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, my good friend is actually Joe Ryan. He told me he spoke to you earlier today about some Pac-12 stuff. But I was wondering, I was kind of looking at the Tennessee Ball State game, and I know you talk about, spreads over 30 points or whatever, you just kind of just take those out. But if you were to consider those games, or if you were to give an opinion on those games for people who are considering those games, and it could be the underdog, what do you consider for that game, the spread and whatnot?
Is the spread 30?
I think it's 35.5 now. It's ridiculous.
35.5.
Yeah.
Well, here are a couple things, if you're looking to take Tennessee, that I would say are in your favor. One would be that this is a talented team, obviously more so on the offensive side. And based on what happened last season, which was a very positive step, coming off Jeremy Pruitt, coming off 3 wins, coming off all the debacle, and then being able to, that 7-6 season, they were better than 7-6.
Right.
So there's a lot of positive energy in the building, on campus, with the team. Everything's pointed in the right direction. So you've got a very motivated team to show that they're better than 7-6, that they're optimistic about the future. Everything's headed in the right direction at this point. So you've got a team that's motivated to go out there and show off and prove it, even against Ball State. And number 2, you got a very offensive-minded coach and team. So they're not going to be up 24-3 and think, we'll coast home to win. Are they going to focus on the running game? That's one thing that I don't think people understand about Josh Heupel that aren't watching the games, is that he's very run-oriented, and the offense is very run-oriented. But they will continue to push ahead and want to score. And obviously with the style of play and the up-tempo offense, They're not going to just sit on the ball and coast home. 24-3 at half isn't going to be 31-3, and that's the end of it. It's going to be keep going, go, 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 go.
No, I hear you. I definitely hear you. Well, no, I appreciate the opinion. And I definitely think you're a really dedicated fan, man, to be on for 24 hours. So I salute you. I salute you for sure. You're a beast for that.
Well, I am cheating a few times during that 24 hours. We're taking 2 breaks. We're going to get some other hosts in. So I'm only going to carry this for about 19 hours.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you're giving yourself a break there. If you call that a break. Yeah.
All right, man. Anything else?
I did want to kind of get your take on Clemson. I know they're kind of rebuilding, and it kind of scares me to touch them because they don't score. You know, we've seen what happened last year in this exact same matchup. You know, it was embarrassing. So it's like,
sure. So you're talking about specifically the game against Georgia Tech or the whole season?
Georgia Tech, yeah.
Okay.
I really don't have faith in their quarterback, but
yeah,
I'm hearing people expecting kind of a turnaround, which you can expect maybe throughout the season, but for the first game, it's kind of. And I've been hearing whispers about their backup for DJ being like a pretty good recruit, and he'll come in the game pretty quickly if there is, issues with DJ in the offense. So I'm not sure how that will fare. I could see that happening in the first game. Like if he immediately shows the same signs as last year and they try something else, I don't know.
Well, he's a great recruit. He's a 5-star recruit, Cade Klubnik.
Right.
And he apparently is showing that he's that good. So here's the deal with Clemson. I know it all gets laid on DJ, and it should to a certain extent. He was bad last year. He was just bad. And like you say, it's amazing to look at their scores. They beat Syracuse 17-14. They beat Georgia Tech 14-8. They had scores like that the entire season up until the end. They finally loosened up a little bit and put 30 on South Carolina and 40-some on Wake. But they were winning all their games like that. Everything was a red zone defensive stand at the end of the game to win against Boston College, whatever they won that game by, 4.
Yeah.
Every game was like that against teams that aren't that good. They're top 50 teams in the country.
Right.
Well, here's the concerning thing. Besides DJ, that the offensive line didn't pass block well. So the offensive line was not good and didn't support him either. And then the other thing that was troubling and concerning to me and a little perplexing is that this great wide receiver core that they continue to recruit, we've seen the Clemson wide receiver room be arguably the best in the country in the last decade, and these guys were awful. They were pretty bad last year. So it wasn't all DJ. They dropped a ton of passes. They didn't fight for the ball. They didn't high point the ball. They didn't do what Clemson receivers do in one-on-one matchups. Go up and snag the ball. They were not good. Nobody was good on offense except the running backs. So the one thing that gives me some hope that DJ is going to go back to the games that he played in 2020. So, of course, as you know, he started against Boston College when Trevor Lawrence had COVID protocol, and he lit up Boston College, and then he goes to Notre Dame the next week, and he puts up 440 yards and 40 points, and he plays great against Notre Dame. So it's kind of strange that a guy that gets 2 starts as a freshman throws up 340 against BC and 440 against Notre Dame. And his best game last year was like 240 against UConn. Like they were throwing for like 150 yards a game. So the only thing that I'm hearing that was really hurting them, in addition to what I just said, is that he had a bad shoulder and a bad knee, and he's supposed to be healthy now.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's pretty big. If that is true, some people, sneak injuries under the radar in terms of media visibility, but I don't know. I don't know if that was it. I'm not sure. Because I don't know. He's kind of a big guy already, so his mobility, I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I appreciate the opinion. That's all the questions I had.
Hey, sports fan. Appreciate you being here.
You too. Have a good one.
Have a good day.
Yep.
All right. Yes, we have made it an hour and 51 minutes. Man, we're almost home free. Are you kidding me? The first 2 hours down, it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. No problem. 2 hours down, 22 to go here on the marathon at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate everybody being here. And man, now that I throw this top 130 out there, I had started this list. Man, this upsets me that I didn't get this done. I wanted to rank all the teams 1 through 130 before we truly got into the season. And yes, I did cheat on my picks a little bit in that there were a couple games of note last weekend, and I made my picks after. But my Nebraska record prediction was already out there. I think it's hurting my evaluation of Nebraska having a Nebraska show every week and talking to those poor folks that pump up the Huskers every week, because this is what happened last year. Last year, I picked Nebraska to go 5-7. I had it right on my trusty notepad. Boom, there's all my predictions for this year. I had Nebraska down at 5-7. And then it was just a few days before the season, and we had our Nebraska show, and all the fans were talking about how great they were going to be last year and how amazing. And I brought them up a tick to 6-6. Then, of course, they went 3-9. Oregon ranks Subgum. Yeah, so again, this is just first draft, so don't hold me to this. I had just started to just kind of jot teams down. Okay, it's going to be do. And then I would obviously look it over, and I had yet to rate Oregon through the first 15, but they would be in that range. They would be in I would put Oregon. I did, if you missed the prediction show on Tuesday, I've got Oregon going to the Pac-12 championship game at 9-3, 7-2 in the conference. All right. If anybody wants to join the show, here's the link. I'm going to throw this in the description section of the video. So let's get that up here. And speaking of predictions, somebody had asked about my predictions before. So my weekly predictions, game predictions, are on Patreon. So I like to, of course, honor and respect the folks we've got on Patreon. So if anybody asks me for my predictions, I'm not going to give my exact predictions. We'll talk about the game like we did with our last caller about Tennessee, Ball State. But I've not made my predictions for this weekend. And of course, I've got to get that done before tonight. But you can find those predictions on Patreon. Search MarkRogersTV. Sign up for Discord. That's probably even a better reason to sign up for Patreon. Not my predictions. It's to join the Discord with all the knuckleheads over there that tear it up on Discord. It's a college football discussion 24/7, 365. Owl Shadow says Montana State at 107. 107? Montana State FCS? They're going to break into the top 131, huh? I am going to check on our prediction sheet because I've got to post that too. So excuse me from time to time if I do it just a little, if I get distracted just slightly. I'll try to do this while I'm taking phone calls and listening to the caller, but we got to get our predictions posted. So you on Patreon, you not only get my predictions, but you get the predictions of a number of the contributors that you see here on a regular basis. Tony Gerdeman, Steve Hellwagon, The Wholesome One, Kevin Noon, Corey Bratta, Jason Ray, Steve Dace. And I'll actually read them off to you. Again, let's see who's made their predictions. I'm going to have to probably get after these guys because this happens every week. So I got a prediction spreadsheet with a 12-pack of games, and then I send it out to all the guys that I just named and others, and they make their predictions both straight up and against the spread, and it's a Google Doc, and then I post that to Patreon, and it continually updates. But I usually have to get after these guys sometime on Thursday to say, you didn't make your picks. So let's see who's made their picks. Media predictions sheet. Corey and Paul, and that's it. So I got to remind all these guys to make their picks, including myself. So I think I'm going to send a tweet out. Who's following me on Twitter? Please follow me on Twitter. And I've got to admit, because I am transparent about everything on here. So I tell you guys, this was not a great video, or we could have done this better, or this is the reason why I'm asking you to do this. The reason I ask you to follow me on Twitter, besides, hey, if you've got things to talk about or want to throw me a tweet or see what I tweet out, which is basically, this is what you're going to get out of me on Twitter. Basically, I tweet out most of the content. So you see that anyway, but I tweet it out to remind people, hey, Ohio State prediction, boom, here's the link, send it out. But I do go on some rants from time to time when I get annoyed by ignorant college football people. So you may want to catch that from time to time. So follow me on Twitter at MarkRogersTV. Also, understand this. This is the way the world works. We're approaching 37,000 subscribers here on the main channel, which, depending on your YouTube perspective, either sounds like a ton of subscribers or sounds like not that many. But it's in the top, like, 0.5% of YouTubers, from what I understand. So it's pretty high. But again, it doesn't compare to people out there that have 1 million subscribers. But this is how the world works. More people pay attention to me and listen to what I have to say and think it's credible because I've got 37,000 subscribers and 100,000 subscribers on all the channels put together compared to when we had 100 subscribers. That's why you shouldn't pay attention to how many subscribers people have. You should actually listen to the content and watch the content and evaluate how good they are. Because I knew just as much about college football when I had 100 subscribers as when I've got 100,000 subscribers. I'm the same. All right. Packer 910. North Carolina fan. Nice. Driving to work. What's your rank and record prediction for the Heels? Let me get to that right here. I don't have a ranking for the Heels. That would be something I'd be working on here. But I know you're coming off a disappointing season. And I caught some of the game against Florida A&M. Actually, we were on here live doing Florida State postgame, and I had it on there. And, of course, it was a little touch and go there early, but against a depleted roster. But I've got North Carolina going 8-4, 5-3 in the ACC. So there it is, Packer 9-10, 8-4 for North Carolina, 5-3 in the ACC. Be a nice little season for North Carolina. Shoelace is back. Hey, Mark. Had some other ideas for software for your show. I could build a system that does a lot of different things, like a section to keep track of top 25 that makes sense, predictions, etc. Oh, my word. So, Shoelace, thank you for the contribution, first and foremost. Shoelace is probably happy with me since I unexpectedly have predicted Oklahoma with 2 losses to make the college football playoff. Shoelace, with that kind of software, I know you're thinking of those kind of things, and that's amazing and that's great. And I would use that kind of software for those types of tasks. but I would more so use that kind of software for a lot of other things I need to keep track of. For example, my goodness, I would pop this on the screen, but I don't want to give away people's private information. Keeping track of everyone who has reached out to me about being a post-game show host and their contact information, getting back to them, where they stand, all of that. You're talking about like 60 or 70 people. That has been what has tied up my time, in addition to personal situations I've had to deal with. But what has tied up my time over the last few weeks has been trying to populate these post-game shows. My goodness. Because I've been sending out posts, some of you have noticed that we've been asking for response on anybody who is interested in hosting a post-game show or knows of somebody who would be interested. And obviously these people need to be capable. They need to understand football, know football, be able to communicate, and they need to be able to show up, be reliable. And so in the process of doing all that, I send out these posts, and then I get a bunch of DMs to my Twitter, and I get a bunch of emails to my inbox, which is great. That's what I'm looking for, response. And then it becomes this phone email tag where I say, sounds good, need to talk to you. What times are you available? Then they respond with X, Y, and Z, or they don't respond, or the times that they give me, I'm not available. And it's just back and forth to the point where the last 25 people I've just stated, here's my phone number. Call me anytime. Just call. And if I can't answer the phone, I won't. But trying to set up meetings has been, and then I've got to get them up to speed and operational on the StreamYard. And so, yeah, it has been quite the struggle putting together our post-game shows this year. You would have thought, since last season was the first season that we did post-game shows on all these channels, that would have been the rough season, because most of those people are coming back and they're all set and ready to go, and I don't need to do much with them. But for some reason, my goodness, putting together all these post-game shows. So as it stands right now, we will have post-game shows for Miami, Virginia Tech, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Iowa, Nebraska, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Texas, USC, LSU, Alabama, Georgia, I think that's every one. But we are still holding out hope that we're going to have a Florida State post-game and Florida and possibly Arkansas, possibly Washington. So bottom line, even though we've got some of those covered, we want backups, and we want conversation on those post-game shows. So with some of those post-game shows, we only have one host. We would love to have 2 or 3 or 4, because then we can have a conversation. Plus we have backup when people can't make it. So if you have any interest, and you need to be somewhat self-aware in evaluating your ability to communicate football and analysis on a show like this, but if you would like to do it yourself, you're interested, or you know of somebody that we could contact, or you could have them contact me at MarkRogersTV at Gmail, then we are still looking for post-game hosts. Shoelace. I can build whatever you need, Mark. I can put a web front end on it too for you to log in. Well, Shoelace, let's do this. Please hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Let's just do that. MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Just hit me up there and we'll get together on that. That sounds awesome. Look at who's here. This does my heart good right here. Cheryl's here. Cheryl, hope everything's going well. Haven't seen you as much as we have in the past, but you're missed. I hope you know that. You are missed. and glad to see you here for our 24-hour marathon. And yes, Cheryl knows that we were here last year. It amazes me from one year to the next how many people we pick up. And I got to realize I'm talking to people that have been watching for 5 years, 5 months, 5 days. It's funny sometimes when I run into somebody or somebody comments and I realize, or they let me know, hey, yeah, I just found you 3 days ago. That's awesome. So what we used to do, ZZM, with the predictions is for years and years and years and years from the time that I started this channel, I used to produce a video throughout the week where I would do all my predictions. So they were all time stamped and they were all there for everyone to see. And we would do them every week. And I predicted every top 25 game plus some games that I just thought were good games and interesting. So I would usually pick about 25 games per week. But since we started Patreon, and I understand Patreon's not for everyone. So if you don't want to go to Patreon, you are certainly always welcome here. We provide plenty of content here on YouTube. But that with Patreon, understand it's just part of building the business. So there's a little bit of a difference between what I do and what maybe some others do. I'm thinking of some fairly popular college football hosts that are, let's say, employees of a company. So they just, all they need to know is what's the football information that I need to know and what do I need to analyze and communicate to everyone. And that's their role. They are a host at a company versus me. I've got a whole business to run. So unfortunately, when I want to be reading about football and taking in information, I gotta run a business. So part of the business is Patreon. And so that's where the predictions have been now for, I believe this would be the 3rd season. So I've got to honor the contributions of those folks there and keep the predictions there. Oh my goodness, is Tim up already? So these guys were on doing the Pac-12 chat show last night. This thing was phenomenal. I had it on while I was doing all sorts of things, and they were on from, I don't know when to when. From 10:30 last night until probably 1 in the morning, something in that range. And so this is going to be our Pac-12 chat show that we deliver every Thursday night. We did it Wednesday night. I believe it's going to be Thursday night throughout the season. Did it on Wednesday because of the Thursday games this week. But I think they're going to go on Thursday. We'll see. And don't miss it. That's all I'm saying. I know even if you don't like the Pac-12, you don't root for the Pac-12. If you love college football, just watch this show. Pac-12 chat show right here at the Voice of College Football. I will be promoting the hell out of it because people need to be there. Just like on Sunday night, there's a Voice of College Football After Dark show that we just started this past Sunday night. And I have no involvement in these shows except to support and promote. But these guys are, they're fun. They're knowledgeable. You get a ton of different perspectives. And man, when you put together the information and the entertainment value of it, it's phenomenal. So anyway, as Tim is noting here in the chat, we've got Patreon. Search MarkRogersTV and sign up there. And you get a Discord link that I send you. I apologize to anybody who signs up for Patreon, and then sometimes I will notice that people get a little impatient because they'll email me. They'll sign up for Patreon at, let's say, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm sleeping. Yes, I sleep for a few hours. And I get a notification at 3 o'clock in the morning while I'm sleeping, and then they're emailing me or emailing the Patreon address at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Where's my link? Where's my link? This link doesn't work. And I've got to basically copy a link and send it to them. But within a few hours of when you sign up on Patreon, I will get you the link that provides you your entry into Discord. Tim, you're not kidding. Tony killed it with the graphics. Tony has provided us here at the Voice of College Football with graphics for our post-game shows, and they look slick. I wish I could hire him full-time to do graphics. Like every show would be phenomenal. But the graphics he put together for the Pac-12 show were phenomenal. And yes, so after the USC game, we launch our USC post game. We didn't have USC post game last season, but we will this season with Tim, with Tony, with Rick. And that's going to be phenomenal. I guarantee it. So USC and Rice get together on Saturday, and at 9:30 Eastern approx. The game time is at, I believe, 6 Eastern. So 9:30 Eastern, approx. 6:30 Pacific time, the USC postgame show. That's over on the USC channel. And I am going to drop that link. So just in case you are not subscribed to our USC channel, we've got postgame, but we also have our USC show that we do every Tuesday at 1 Pacific time with Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire, and that's a good time. And Matt's phenomenal. And we've been doing that now for 17 weeks. If I could type. There it is. Our USC channel link is in the chat. Oh, which reminds me, as you guys have heard me state many times, getting to 1,000 subs is huge on YouTube because they then help us monetize the channel. And also, even beyond that, YouTube starts to take you seriously, meaning that they push your videos out into traffic and try to generate views and subscribers. So we are at 986 subs on our LSU channel. So we could get that to 1,000 like right now. So I have dropped the link to the LSU channel in the chat. So here's the deal. If you love LSU or you're an SEC fan and you want to keep track of everybody possible, please subscribe to the LSU channel. We will have an LSU postgame show. Yes, we will, starting on Sunday night after the Florida State game. But also consider that if you just want to help us grow the network and what we're doing here at the Voice of College Football and to contribute, subscribe to the LSU channel. And then once we get past 1,000 subs, go ahead and unsubscribe. Just let's get past 1,000 subs. So please, everybody on here right now, if you would subscribe to the LSU channel that I just dropped in the chat, please subscribe to the LSU channel and get us past 1,000. And then if you see that we're at 1,075 in a couple of days, unsubscribe if you want. That would be phenomenal if we could get there soon. And we should be able to do it right now. We've got 77 people on the line. So please, again, subscribe to the LSU channel. The link is in the chat. Also, of course, we want more folks to call in. I was surprised how many people we had on here at 4 o'clock in the morning. But again, I don't think I should be surprised, because I used to do these at 4 o'clock in the morning after I'd come home from ESPN. And I would be shocked with no notifications how many people would show up. Tim, I am not surprised that you are already subbed. Thank you. The link to join the show here and talk to me is in the chat. I'm guessing I slept maybe 2 hours. These guys kept me up with a Pac-12 chat show. It was too good to let go of. So between having my usual late night TV ritual and working at the same time, listening to those guys and all of it going on at the same time. Thank you so much for that, Ben and Mark, that I also had to eat late night last night. I went to bed. It was about 12:45, and who knows how long it took me to fall asleep, because I'm not used to going to bed at 12:45. It's usually more like 2, 3, something in that range, and set the alarm for 3:15. So I might be dragging a bit. So you guys as callers, you need to be, slap me in the face. You need to be loud or entertaining or insightful or rude or obnoxious or something to keep me going here. Folks, you can always call me about the backyard brawl. We've got quite a difference of opinion. We've got a pretty large West Virginia contingent here. And of course, we've got a West Virginia channel, and we will have post-game for West Virginia on a regular basis here at the Voice of College Football. Not just for week 1, though. We will not have specific West Virginia post-game for week 1. Then we have it covered for the rest of the season. But I will be here after the West Virginia game to talk Pitt, West Virginia, and Penn State, Purdue tonight. What else? What else? Use the Amazon link that we provide in the description section of the videos. And again, I've dropped the link to the show there in the chat. And I'm going to also take the link and I'm going to put it in the description section of the video. Oh, 2 calls coming in. I will get to you right now. You're right, Tim. Those graphics are phenomenal. They're making me look bad. They're making all the other content, all the other shows look bad. So I will get to your calls in 2 seconds as soon as I drop the link in the description section. All right. Nice. Got Tim on the line. Hey, Tim.
Hey, how's it going? Uh-oh, my voice gone.
Yeah, my voice isn't doing too well either.
Yeah.
You gotta be dragging a bit.
You beat me by a half hour. I got about an hour and a half sleep. This COVID, I can't sleep, man.
Ooh.
It's like I'm all stuffed up and like all hot and just horrible.
Are you going to try to sleep today?
I haven't seen sunlight in like 4 days. I sleep in little spurts, so I get an hour and a half sleep. I had about maybe an hour before the show and slept like 2 or 3 hours in the afternoon. But
wow,
I'm getting better. I'm happy about that. Yeah, but dude, again, avoid this stuff. Seriously, it's not fun. Well, I guess I was at a call, and I can't be insightful at this hour, but I can be loud, try to wake you up. Let's monopolize the time and talk some USC football, Mark.
That sounds good to me.
All right. So what do they have to do on Friday since they're playing Rice? What do you want to see out of USC to support their number 14 ranking?
So I hope I'm not getting my group of 5 teams mixed up, because we had our guy Steve Helwick on a bunch of shows this week because he's our group of 5 guru. And I think Rice throws it all over the place. Am I mixing them up with UTEP one of those two. Who played last weekend? UTEP played last weekend. So forget what I just said. That was UTEP that throws it all over the place. Okay, right. I am not going to be that swayed by anything I see on the USC offense. I doubt that they're going to do anything offensively that's going to make me think any differently about how good they're going to be on offense. I want to see them. I want to see individuals play really good on defense. Like, I want to see guys make plays on the football in the secondary. You know, in college football, it seems like there are players in the secondary that are just out there covering guys and tackling guys. And then you see guys like, who's the safety? I always forget his name that you guys had
up in San Francisco right now, Hufanga?
For 3 years. I think he just got drafted last year. He wasn't drafted very high.
Hufanga, yeah.
Hufanga.
Oh, no, Hufanga.
Yes.
Yeah.
That guy, I loved watching him play. He was always breaking on the ball to make a hit, to break up a pass, to pick off a pass. He saved the Utah game a couple of years ago with the Coliseum with a pick in the end zone.
Yeah.
I want to see guys in the secondary that are going to play aggressive and break on the ball, be able to read quarterbacks, be able to read pass patterns and break on the football. That's the first thing I want to see. And I want to see a pass rush.
Okay. I'm not, I think we'll have the pass rush. What I'm worried about is the run defense. And again, we're probably not going to see that against Rice. I would think. I'm assuming their offensive linemen are probably either 300 pounds and like 6'1", or they weigh like 285 pounds. So I don't think we're gonna see anything there. That's my biggest worry is how we're gonna be able to handle an offensive line, because all of and I don't mean this sarcastically at all. I mean from the believe it or not, there are actually some tame Sooner fans on Twitter. A couple of them I've met actually, and one of them I brought over to your channel, and the other guy's already here. But they said there were some concerns about not necessarily toughness as much as actual strength and Wiley's strength and conditioning program. And from the pictures I've seen of the dudes that couldn't put on weight last year, some guys have put on significant weight. So I don't know about that claim. But it is concerning because I do value this guy who's giving me information, and he said there were just general concerns about the strength of the team last year, getting pushed around a little bit. So that's gonna be my litmus test. Is probably have to wait till another week till we play Stanford, but that's gonna be interesting. I don't know. My goal is mine's not as much as do we score 45 or do we score 70. My question is more like, did we shut them out or do we keep them under 14 points? That's for me. You know, I mean, if it was 14 or they get up 17, but it's like a late touchdown with the third string in, that's fine.
Sure.
But I mean, I want to see dominant where there's like they're not even crossing the 50 kind of thing. You know, maybe a big play here or there, it's gonna happen, right? But I really want to see like a shutout or a near shutout amongst the starters.
Yeah, I don't pretend to know much about Rice football. I got a little education this week, again, from a couple appearances we had, but I'm looking at the Phil Steele. I rely on him for the teams that I don't know. He thinks Rice is the second worst team in Conference USA.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't expecting much of much from Rice, but it's good. It will be.
Do you know?
What's that?
Do we know what the point spread is?
No, I think it's probably pretty absurd. 30 something, I would assume, in the 30s. I didn't really. I would never bet on a game like that anyway.
The show was phenomenal last night.
Oh yeah, we had a good turnout. I was pretty excited about the number of Pac-12 fans, but also just national fans that tuned in with really good Pac-12 questions. So That was a bit shocking. The guys on the panel had a great time. Still kind of trying to figure out the kinks, but yeah, it was fun. We're hoping to grow more and more each week.
Yeah, I had the whole thing on, and it was entertaining.
Yeah, but it's an entertaining group of guys we have going, so that makes it pretty easy. Bunch of characters,
very cool.
But if you like Tufunga, Mark, you're gonna like. Keep an eye out. He's not really a hitter, but keep an eye out for Kalen Bullock this year.
Okay,
he's a guy. He's all over the place. He's just all over the place. He'll go sideline to sideline, making great plays, and he's not bad up in the box. He will. But he's not the biggest guy, but he's the guy in the secondary that I'm most interested to see make that big jump this year, because he definitely has the ability. He showed flashes last year, so it'll be interesting to see how he can develop.
Is there anything that came out of camp in the last 4 or 5 weeks that makes you think any different about this team, or anybody that supposedly popped during camp that is being talked about?
There's been a lot of talk about the linemen, offensive linemen, that gives me hope for keeping the. Well, I mean, it makes me hopeful for the running game. I really want to see, a really strong running game this year, and I do think we will have that if this offensive line. I guess we are rated one of the best interior O lines in the country. Again, it's PFF, so work with that. They have some strange metrics, but it's not thin air. It'll be interesting to see also the cornerback play, because I haven't seen these guys play. These guys are all from all over the place. Sierra Wright's he was like a freshman, but then Mekhi Blackman, he's from Colorado, coming over. Covington from Washington. Those are probably the top 4 guys I think they're looking at, and they're going to move along. I forgot the kid's name from Mater Dei, but he's a 5-star all-world corner. His name's escaping me right now. It'll come to me in a minute.
Oh, the one that almost went to Michigan.
Yeah. He was something else.
Johnson, right?
He hurt his knee. Oh gosh, what is his name? It's starting to bugging me.
It's driving me crazy. I'll find it.
Damani Jackson.
Yes,
Damani Jackson.
I just said Jonathan Jackson. Yep. Yeah,
he's finally healthy, and he's getting reps right now. And then there's some guys, like not just the normal guys. A guy called Mason Murphy, who's been kind of a project. He got some good praise this week. I heard from the coaches' scrums. That'll be interesting to do. And then just want to see the further development of Cortland Ford. He was a guy that I was really high on when he got recruited. He kind of took a step back last year, but I'm hoping that he takes that step forward, because where we're going to be, where we might be having difficulty would be at the tackle, right and left tackle. But again, Mason Murphy, he's a right tackle, and Monheim's pretty solid. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at basically the corners on defense and our tackles on offense. That'll be interesting to see, because you don't see much in a spring game. You really don't.
The question there from Mount Mitch. Did USC add any high-impact transfers on the defensive side of the ball? I'm really interested to see year one for the Trojans.
Yeah, you. Yeah, the transfer from Arizona State. Sorry, I really do have COVID brain.
Eric Gentry.
Eric Gentry, he's a freshman All-American. Then they got the rush end from Auburn. Hang on. I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. And then you got Lee, the inside the Mike linebacker from Alabama.
Yep. Dante Lee.
Yeah. Got Earl
Marquette.
Shane Lee is the linebacker from from Alabama.
Who got his chance really to
Auburn.
play at Alabama in 2019. They had a couple injuries at linebacker, and that's the season he really stood out. Had a huge season at Alabama, almost 100 tackles.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I think he was injured. Well, he was in for guys that got higher rated guys that were injured.
Yes,
that he was covering for. I think when they came back, and he kind of got a bump. But Romello Height, that's the name of the guy from Auburn.
Yeah.
Dude, that guy's gonna win. First guy off the bus kind of team. He just looks like a dude. So it'll be interesting to watch those guys. When you're looking at, that's two guys from the basically linebacker, outside linebacker, rush end, and a Mike linebacker from the SEC. So hopefully that. The ability. I hope the ability is there, but also on top of the ability, I'm hoping that's just that mental toughness that's going to come from the SEC. I'm hoping it'll transfer in and help build the culture and the core of that defense. So that'll also be interesting. We'll see. Hold on, man. I think my son must have broke something. You all right? All right, man. Yes. So yeah, those are the spots I'm looking at. I'm also going to be curious to see at nose tackle, because we really got shoved around at nose tackle, but we finally have Brandon Peely back, but he's coming off of a foot injury, which was really bad, actually, lower leg. It's his Achilles. And big guys coming off Achilles injuries usually got to keep your fingers crossed. You know what I mean?
Trying to track some of these names. Nose tackle. Okay.
Yeah. Dejon Benton is a guy that's got a lot of praise. I forgot him. They're moving him along. I think he's maybe a sophomore or junior. Dejon Benton. Been around for a while. So, there's been talk also. The Tuli Pelotu is going to be Tuli Pelotu. He's going to be solid. He was one of the shining moments on our defense last year. He really was. He was like the one guy along with Kalen Bullock that really flashed. And so I'm hoping again that he can stay healthy. As long as the line stays healthy, if Figueroa, Tuli Pelotu, Peely or Benton, whoever's there, I think they'll be solid. But we're pretty thin at that at the nose tackle position. So, all right,
strength and conditioning. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Being on the Oklahoma show as much as I am, you can imagine that's what I've heard about. That USC is not going to be as strong as they need to be, because that was a weak point in the Lincoln Riley regime.
Yeah, and I heard that too. But where I've also heard that? I've heard that here at USC. You know what's nice? Instead of getting a new head coach and new everything, right? If you could just replace that guy, you know what I mean? It's always nice to have that one piece that you need to replace, and then everything's going to be fine. A lot's usually dumped on. I don't know much about strength and conditioning. I'm not sure there's that much difference, to be honest with you. I'm sure the elite guys way at the top, just like really special about them, and the guys that are garbage are down the bottom.
Yeah.
But I don't think that there's not that much of a difference. Usually I think it's when you're not getting the right players in, you tend to believe the strength and conditioning. I don't know.
So what do you say to me makes sense, because anytime there's something new, like when strength and conditioning became a thing, and nutrition and everything in athletics, then you had your elite guys because they were on the cutting edge, and only a few schools had them. And but then once something becomes mainstream, like strength and conditioning at this point in big time college football, shoot, like you say, everyone should have pretty much the same information and have the same techniques of this being the best way to do it. And these guys share information. They move from school to school. They move all over the place. So I got to think the same thing that you just said, that there can't be that much difference.
No, I know like the Oregons and the Alabamas and probably the OSUs that had just putting a lot of money into their facilities. I know that there's different facilities involved, there's different ways to track this and track that. And there's a lot. And it feels like they always go, through these regimes, they go, One's just, let's just lift weights, eat steaks, right? The next was, no, we got to get limber. we're not bodybuilders. We need football strength and quickness. We need fast twitch guys. We need this, we need that. And I was like, no, we're too soft now. We need steak and potatoes. We need to put some weight on these guys. They got to get back in the weight room, benching 400 pounds. It just goes back and forth and back and forth. And usually what it really means is that there was something missing, either A, in recruiting, or B, in development. That's usually what it is, because there's just, again, these kids, a lot of them, especially the higher level guys, they have their own like workout. You know what I mean? They've been working out with people on the side their whole lives. They have like trainers and stuff, and so they know what they're doing. It's not like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, I'm supposed to be doing, whatever, these box jumps or whatever for explosiveness. These kids have been doing this forever, especially they can forget the 5-star kids from like the Modern Days or the Boscos or the IMGs. These guys have all that stuff even in high school. And I just find it hard to believe when you get to, Oklahoma or Michigan or USC or Texas, it's like, well, what are we doing, guys? What are we going to do? They're not that incompetent. And I don't see that you go, well, he just wasn't working hard enough. When we start working a little bit harder, our guys will be that much better. And then bam, playoff time. I don't know. There might be something to it, but I highly doubt any head coach or especially any defensive line or offensive line coach worth their salt is going to sit back and let a strength and conditioning guy just kind of, wean his guys down into little waifs and skeletons. Do you know what I mean?
I will say that sometimes I get surprised at what I hear goes on at a Power 5 program. For example, when Jim Morrow took over at UCLA, there was talk, and he pointed out that players at the prior regime were allowed to just skip practice, kind of say, I don't feel like practicing today. I'm not up to it. And I just thought, I wouldn't think that would happen at the top high schools in the country, or that would happen anywhere on the college level, let alone at UCLA. So I hear what you're saying, and that makes total sense. But even at the strength and conditioning, I think what you're saying is generally true. But I would think that there are players that have slipped through the cracks in regards to just getting by on sheer talent. And sure, they worked out, they lifted weights, but they were eating whatever they wanted. And maybe their regiment wasn't that finely tuned in high school. And they get to a place like USC and they get whipped into shape.
But under the previous regime, under Helton, he got a lot of flack for just being it's soft and a player's coach, etc. I don't know how much of all that was true, but the guys that were successful, the Amon-Ra St. Browns, the Drake Londons, the guys that were workout warriors, these guys, where you hear they're a bust and they weren't developed by this coach and staff or whatever, it's like, at what point do we stop and go look at the kid who's involved? Because to get to the NFL, you can't. There's a lot of talented guys that never get to the NFL. There's lots of talented guys. The guys that get to the NFL, the guys that have the talent as well as that drive to be the best. The Michael Jordans who sit after practice and shoot 100 free throws. Even though you don't have to be, but they're the hardest workers out there. I question a lot of the players, because there were a lot of guys on USC that came in as 5 stars, but under soft conditions, they didn't push themselves. And then there were ones that did. And the ones that did were the ones that made it to the NFL. But again, I think the truth's somewhere in between. I'm not saying that strength and conditioning is meaningless. I would caution Shoelace or anybody that thinks that maybe we could just fix the strength and conditioning coach, and that he was doing this new age stuff, get back in there and start busting out weights, to look at what they do in the NFL now. Because in the NFL, it's not about who can lift the largest amount of weight. They actually do training that's literally football related for football strength. And so I think the truth's somewhere in between the two. And I think the one good news for Oklahoma and Shoelaces is that they are recruiting their minds out. They've got a really great collective out there. I'm excited USC finally has a collective. And it's clearly killing it. And having Venables, and I'm blanking on the defensive line coach.
Todd Bates.
Bates. I almost said Tate. That's only going to continue to be a strength for Oklahoma, is building up offensive line and front seven. So that's. I wonder if it'll be like, well, look at these guys coming in now. Look at how strong and great they are and dominant. And you might want to look at, like, again, how they came into the program, the quality of the player. So I think that side of the ball is definitely going to be fixed. And it won't be because of strength and condition, it'll be because of recruiting. And this game has always been about getting the recruits. When USC with John McKay was there, he just talked about, I'm just going to get all the guys. And back then there was an 85-man scholarship. So they would just load up on the best guys in the West Coast. It was a lot easier to do. So, but I called because you didn't have a cue, and I was going to get you. And I didn't want to ask you what you thought what USC is going to have to do in order to. I'll maybe in a couple hours, if I wake up, I'll call you and ask you what Lincoln Riley has to do to break the top 10 for next year. We'll do. I hope he stays outside top 10, because that's my longest standing joke with you. I got it. If he breaks the top 10, what am I gonna have to bitch about? So I hope he does. There's something really difficult for him to do so he can't get there while still winning a lot of games this year.
Yeah, I got to watch these coaches' rankings. I've already had to defend Kirk Ferentz and Brian Kelly today on a coaches' rankings video that probably was out there 6 months ago. So.
Dude, unless you give a tie to like the to the top 30 coaches of the teams that follow your channels, somebody's be bitching about something. So I think it's pretty much a no-win situation. I'm sure there's people bitching about, hey, my guy's number 3. How come he's not number 1? Even though number 1 is number 1, but I guarantee there's people trying to make an argument that he's not number 1. So. I don't envy your job on that note. Let's put it that way.
Well, I think we all understand that the great majority of these guys are really, really, really good at what they do. So yes, to separate dozens of them is difficult to do. And so, it's almost like when it makes me think of when I was at ESPN and we would rank employees. We'd have to rank employees, and almost everybody was good. Yeah, there was a collection of people that were screw ups, but I remember one exec saying something about we have to rank all our directors. Well, we look at like 25 directors and we think they're all good because they all work here and we have them employed at ESPN for a reason. They're really good directors, but we're ranking them anyway. So somebody's 23 and somebody's 24, somebody's 25. So even though they're all really good, and I think that's what we've got in most conferences. You look at the Big Ten, I think Scott Frost is showing that he's the worst coach in the conference. And I ranked him that way before this mess from last weekend. But other than that, I think there's a couple guys that are on the edge, need to prove themselves in the next couple of years. Mike Loxley at Maryland or Tom Allen at Indiana. But the rest of the conference, these guys are killing it. Or they've killed it somewhere else and they just got to where they are, like Brett Bielema at Illinois. But
so you think O'Connell's will be able to throw all over that Penn State secondary?
No.
So you're not believing in the stomp that's going to happen?
Not believing in the stomp. No.
Because I think it's the only way it could happen. But I think that their strength is Penn State's strength, and I think that right, because Penn State's got a pretty good secondary, don't they?
Really good secondary.
So that's going to be. I think that's going to be a problem.
Now, any secondary needs a pass rush. I think that game's going to be fascinating. I think it's going to be a great game.
We were joking about how you tricked us into during the 2 games we're going to be covering. We're going to be watching them, Mark. We're going to be watching those games as we're doing the stream. But we're like, hey, wait a minute. And we both, right after he said, I'm like, yeah, then I realized, wait a minute, what time? Isn't the backyard brawl on that time? We had a good laugh. I was messing you, Mark. It's all right. It's okay. I mean,
I think it was Tony that asked, that said, yeah, when do you need? When I said, hey, would love to have you guys fill in, or you guys said whoever reached out to whom, and then yeah, Tony was like, was there a pocket of time? And I'm like, how about 8 to 11?
Yeah, well, I'm just messing around. That's fine. Believe me, it's probably more important for this community that you watch that than the knuckleheads watch it. So that it's fine. And then Shoelace kind of got back to me on the Stoops teams were tough. This one right here. The Stoops teams were tough. Oh, you got soft over the last few years. That defense for Oklahoma hasn't been special for a while.
No.
Matter of fact, the last couple of years, even before Riley was the coach there, whether they were tough or soft, they weren't good.
No.
And then with his brother, Mike, right? Mike Stoops was the DC there, right?
Yes.
When Riley first got there. And I mean, those defenses were terrible, Shoelace. I don't know. I don't think we could blame the strength and conditioning on that. I know Stoops was a big time defensive player. I have all respect for Bob Stoops. I like Bob Stoops a lot. And he had some great defenses, but they were fun. Towards it, right before Riley got there, those weren't the best of those weren't the greatest OU defenses and teams, if I can remember.
Actually, once Riley brought in Alex Grinch, their defenses got better. They didn't get great, but they got better. Their defensive ranks went up considerably when Alex Grinch.
But they dropped off significantly last year. I think they made a really big improvement, then boom, they fell right back to like 80 or 90 or 80, 70, whatever it was. No, I believe in Grinch. I remember what he did at Washington State. And again, I'm standing by this. I might be just, wishful thinking, pie in the sky, but, he was good enough for Urban Meyer to hire him, right? Urban Meyer hired him.
He did.
So Meyer saw something. Meyer's not. I like to think that Urban Meyer knows something about football. And then you have Riley. I mean, as much as people want to have their opinion of him throughout football, the guy knows football. Guy knows offense. If you know offense, you could also appreciate good defense. So, and again, I think the way Riley plays with with a lot of throwing and it's a high caliber offense, and there's a lot of scoring. You kind of got to tailor that defense to match your offense, So I don't know if he was able to accomplish that. I don't know that Grinch is the right guy for the job. I agree with anyone out there. I think USC deserves at least a top 25 defense. And if Grinch can't get that, I promise you, Shoelace, I will be the one sitting at Heritage Hall, banging my shoe down, saying, hey, we need a new defensive coordinator. But it's going to be interesting to see him because he did a lot. He did a lot at with very little. He had like top 25 defenses at Washington State, which was, again, throwing the ball all over the place. That puts a lot of pressure on your defense, yet the defense still performed. And as much as people want to slam on the Pac-12, when he was the DC up there was a pretty prolific Pac-12 offenses. And so for him to finish that high in the national rankings at Washington State, like 35 to 25 range at that school, I don't know. It tells me he's doing something right. It didn't mesh at Oklahoma. But again, that there's a lot of moving parts there. It doesn't necessarily mean it was Grinch. There could have been a lot going on there. And I guess we'll find out over the next couple of years.
Yeah, when you play on the other side of the ball from an offense like that, then you're on the field a lot, because if your offense is having an off day or playing a really good defense, then they've got 3 passes hitting the ground and they're off the field and you're back on. Or even if they're scoring quickly and they're churning up possessions. And those kind of defenses that play and are in tandem with those kind of offenses have to defend more possessions in a game than most defenses do.
Shoelace, what a better time to cut your I keep trying to talk Shoelace and a couple of people to to joining the stream. I would love to talk to you about, because you're saying that the right here, this one, I'm not saying that Grinch is a horrible.
Oh, oops, I got it.
I'm not saying that Grinch is horrible. I'm just saying that It was fine for the Big 12, but not when he got to the playoffs. And I agree with you that what happened in those playoffs was horrible. But again, is that players or is that the scheme? You know, and also remember, when a lot of people are doing this too, they're saying they don't realize that they played the 2019, right?
Sure.
LSU, correct?
Yeah.
That offense made everyone look stupid. That
Pretty
made
much.
Alabama
But
look stupid.
it did, but what it did to Oklahoma was train wreck, run over, just they had 49 points at halftime.
Mhm.
I tend to think that the question you just raised about how much was scheme and how much was players, these guys know how to scheme. I'm not saying that there aren't different levels of how well play callers are on both sides of the ball. Of course, there are elite play callers in college football, Lincoln Riley, Ryan Day, et cetera. And then there are guys that are just decent, good at their jobs. And the same thing on the defensive side of the ball. Brent Venables is a genius. He's proven himself on that side of the ball. But you also need to go to the NFL draft. And the Big 12, oh man, I've got a list somewhere in one of my folders here that's got the
Pretty
Big
bleak.
12, especially on the defensive side of the ball, has produced nothing in the NFL draft in recent
Right.
years.
No, I know. And that's, I guess that's why I'm making the comment, you know, is it the scheme or is it your players? And again, like I said, the good news for you, Shoelaces, is that Venables and Bates using their clout, using their experience and what they've been able to accomplish at Clemson, they're getting you guys those stud players. I mean, in the past month and a half, the haul of defensive players I've seen go to Oklahoma is just unreal. They must have like 6 or 7 guys in the top 100 players on defense, I believe. I'm not sure. Maybe it's got to be close to that though. I mean, they've just been killing it, and that's probably going to change things for them. But what's been at Oklahoma, and again, and that goes back to the coaches not recruiting properly, and clearly now it's being shown that with the right coach, and again, you know, I mean, it's a special case when you have Bates, who's known for his linemen, and Venables, who's coming from a very, very great. You know, it's kind of like flipping it over. It's like Riley getting receivers and quarterbacks. You know what I mean? It's what's going to happen when you have a known name like that. So now that's going to happen for Oklahoma. But just because you can't get players at Oklahoma, and by the way, Oklahoma fans, is not a slam on Oklahoma. Please just listen exactly what I'm saying. You guys have the added difficulty of not really having a really strong recruiting base in the state of Oklahoma, right? We could all agree on that. Even they're going to agree on that. And you're relying heavily on your Texas recruits and California recruits and some from the South in order to make that defense run. And it appeared Riley's staff was unable to get those 5-star recruits to Oklahoma. I'm banking on the fact that he'll be able to get those 5-star recruits at USC. It has nothing to do with one being better than the other. I'm just saying the recruiting base for defense in Southern California, it just gives them that advantage. And I'm hoping that the deficiency that they had in getting those elite defensive linemen, linebackers, corners will be helped by them being in LA. And that's really all I'm saying. And
Oklahoma,
I think
OU in the current recruiting class 2023, which is ranked number 5 in the country. Venables has done a great job in the last specifically 6 weeks or so. They have 6 players from Texas. That's their biggest recruiting footprint in this current class. And I'm guessing we would see the same thing if we went back year to year. Florida's got 4. And then a ton of states with 2, including Oklahoma. So that's where they're going for their players right now.
And what I'm saying, yeah, but they weren't landing those guys in Texas. I bet you those guys were going to the SEC. You know?
Yeah.
How many from Oklahoma? Like they had Gentry last year, Was his name Gentry? I can't remember. They got
Gentry Williams.
The from last year's class.
You're thinking of Gentry Williams, right?
He was a secondary safety, right?
Yes. So Gentry Williams, their top cornerback from Oklahoma, Tulsa.
Now
Number
that guy,
one rated player in the state.
Right. But again, it's how many big linemen are you getting out of Oklahoma, and you're pulling from Texas. Again, they have the right guy to pull defense. You know,
this is the first time I've seen this count on the screen here. But anyway,
with the D,
yes, with the D. Where they take that picture from? Anyway, California recruiting base is shrinking. There's truth to that.
There is truth to it, and I read a great article in the Athletic about offensive linemen. Do you know what state produces currently in the last 10 years? What state has had the most offensive linemen drafted from?
Most offensive linemen drafted from what state?
Over the last 10 years.
I'm going to say...
Chat, get your guesses in too quickly.
Well, you're going to tell us California.
Am I?
I don't know. I thought you were setting.
How much of a homer do you think I am, Mark?
I would say Texas.
And you would be 100% correct.
Okay.
But who's number two?
I guess California. Okay.
California. You know? And the thing is you see the recruiting services, they're saying kids right out of high school. Well, the 6'7" kids coming out of high school aren't 320 pounds playing left tackle in California. You know what they're playing? Volleyball or tight end or basketball. A lot of basketball players. Well, what these coaches are doing is they're grabbing these tight ends and they're converting them into tackles. And the good thing about that is these kids are very athletic tackles. They go on to be drafted because of their ability. And so they pack the weight on these kids because they don't grow up eating a lot of food and being 300 pounds. They're 280, 265, and they're 6'6", 6'5", but they developed them into tackles. So what's happening is the recruiting services are saying, oh, there's no offensive lineman in California. But what happens is they grab these guys and they turn them into NFL tackles. And that's happening quite frequently. So the recruiting data that we get doesn't really show you the whole picture. And I would argue over the long haul, and I see all this stuff all the time, and I go around with Ryan Abraham a couple times on this. He runs a recruiting service site, so I mean, he's going to be a bit biased, in my opinion. They get it right, but you know, Mark, I bet you if I gave you a list of all the guys' measurables, the school they play at, right, and give you like maybe 5 minutes of film on each one of them, I bet you could pick out the top 100 players in the country. So then what they say is that what they do is they go, well, 40% of the 5-star, we pick 30 guys, and 40% of them get drafted in the NFL. Not go first round, just get drafted.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at all there's tons of 3 stars and tons of 4 stars. Yeah, but look at the small percentage they say. It's easy. You know, the Press Telegram here in Long Beach for years, like 25 years before the internet, was doing a thing called Best of the West. And they would tell you who the best guys in the West were. And sure enough, all those guys would get drafted to the NFL. They're just doing the same thing. And if you pick enough of these kids, you're going to get it right. But your hit and miss is only 40% for the best blue chip kids in the country. No offense, but I think that's not a very good number, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, you can look at some of these guys and know they're going to go to the NFL. At least the top 20 guys, you know, they're going to the NFL. And I don't see how you could go from having California having 30 in 1 year and then 3 years later it's like 22. You reference like 22 players like that 1 year for the 4 and 5-star players. It's not like California's shrunk significantly during that time. It's not like our demographics have shifted incredibly during that time. And it's not like the best high school football teams are here. 3 of them, 3 in the top 10 in the country, are all in Southern California. So I'm trying to figure out like how the recruiting base is shrinking in Southern California, and it's just I just haven't been able to figure it out yet. I mean, maybe someone will give me the data that will make sense, but as soon as California stops getting guys drafted into the NFL, then I'll go, okay. Tyron Smith, oh my God, that dude, when he came to USC, I was there for spring practice when Tyron Smith was out there. This guy looked like a freaking superhero, dude. He had like zero body. Imagine a left tackle with zero body fat, tree trunk legs, and just looked like a monster. And this is a freshman. He's like ready-made lineman. Just amazing. You think Tyron Smith's got a shot to make the Hall of Fame?
Yes, I do.
Well, I mean, sorry, I know he has a shot. Do you feel he's gonna make it?
Offensive linemen are difficult to evaluate. So obviously they're the only players on the field that have no statistics. So it's about reputation. It's about playing on winning teams. So he plays on decent teams, but he doesn't play on winning teams that are winning meaningful playoff games. So that's what that usually plays into for an offensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty difficult metric to give somebody. You can be the greatest person at your position, but you play at a crappy franchise, and then I mean you're not a Hall of Famer. I mean, he did dominate for a long time. And he had some health problems. I know that, but he was arguably the best left tackle for how many years in a row? I mean, he was pretty damn dominant. So I got sidetracked. It's the middle of the night. I'm going in the wrong direction.
Or it's early in the morning.
Well, when you sleep an hour and a half, and you have your windows shut so that when it's during the daytime you can sleep, it's like I'm gonna start getting a cabin fever. This COVID better clear up soon, man. I'm so bummed out. Someone made the joke. I think someone was talking about how glad that what was better during the COVID years, or so glad that doesn't it feel like this is the first year of college football. We're back to normal. Yeah. And I'm like, I don't know about me for you guys, but during the COVID years, I was fine. I didn't miss any games because of COVID, but as soon as you say it's fine, I'm going to miss I was looking forward to this game so badly. And now I'm going to be watching it from home. So it's kind of tough to swallow. First world problems, though. I'm not in the hospital, so I'm happy.
Yeah. That's, well, get better. My goodness. It just seems like you need to rest, but you're telling me you can't sleep.
I can't.
You need to
I can't sleep. I will. All right, Mark. Good luck to you. When's your first break?
First break coming up at 9. We've only got another 2 hours to go. Easy.
Oh, piece of cake. All right, Mark. All right, everyone else.
Thanks, Tim.
I'll see you later.
Get some rest. We'll see you. Our guy Tim Yakov's here. Buckeye fan. Heading to the gym. That's what I should be doing. That's what I should be doing, but won't be doing that today. And I actually need to get a gym membership because of I no longer have one. Well, I actually have one, but I no longer have access to that gym. So need to work on that. That's on the to-do list, about 68 spots down. All right. Saw some questions here. Web security. Mark, Penn State, Purdue, is that a 50-50 game? Not according to Vegas, because they've got Penn State as a 3.5-point favorite on the road, which means that they think that Penn State's almost a touchdown better than Purdue at a neutral site. In terms of what I think that this is an interesting game in that Purdue has, if they're able to maintain the kind of play that they showed us last year, they've got a passing attack that's lethal. Now, they've got a deep wide receiver room. They've got a very skilled wide receiver room, but they lose their 2 best wide receivers. So they're not going to be as high on their top end talent at wide receiver. But Penn State's got the better roster, top to bottom. All right. We've got Ben on the line to talk maybe some Michigan football. Ben, how you doing today?
Hey, Mark, how's it going? Good morning.
Good morning.
I mean, I got to tell you, I've been enjoying your guys over there in Pac-12 Nation.
No doubt.
Tim and Tony and those guys. Oh, man, I've been learning a lot from – I didn't know hardly anything about Pac-12, man, but those guys, there's not a gap in their knowledge.
Not at all. You put them all together, and, yeah, they just keep the conversation flowing, and somebody knows – somebody's got everything covered.
Yeah.
Some direction.
For sure. I mean – just Tony was telling me things that I didn't know.
Yes, Tony brings a lot of historical facts to it as well, both historical but connected to the present time. Yeah, it's some of the things that he knows, the stories that he knows.
Yeah, that's well. I mean, he's got ties to the Michigan folks up here. He knew they know his dad. In Nose Carr and Lloyd Carr, and I was like, wow, man. Yeah, I that's really interesting. I was gonna those guys I missed their show, man. You guys are telling me how good it was. I have company this week, and I'm like dying that I missed the show because I wanted to watch it, but I couldn't. I have to sleep sometimes too.
Well, they'll be here all season.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to catching their show. Those guys are great. If anybody's even on the fence about watching it, man, those guys are great. It's awesome.
Yeah, they are, and they put a lot into it. I was telling them last night as they were on, I was like, you guys need to tone it down a little bit. You're making me look bad. Tony's bringing all sorts of graphics he built, and
yeah, I know. Well, he was showing some of that to us the other night, and I was like, "Oh man, this guy! He like graphics. I don't know if he showed any of the like college, the rankings, the like academic rankings or any of that graphics." Yeah,
well, I don't know if he worked on that. He showed that last night, but actually, that's when I first got in contact with Tony. I think it was Joey Foster that put me in contact with Tony during all this realignment and the USC UCLA expansion. That's when I became acquainted with Tony and brought him on the show, and he started throwing all these decks of all sorts of stats at me and saying, I'll send you this, and if you want a comparison on these two schools or those four schools, I'll rework it and reshuffle it, and oh man,
it's great stuff.
It is.
Well, I hate following up Tim because he's such as far as Pac-12, and when I got on, I wasn't even sure. It was the conversation was a total different direction, but one thing was mentioned in the chat and a couple people were talking about were like Franklin, and some people were mentioning like firing Franklin already, and I don't what do you think? Do you think Franklin's even close to being on the hot seat?
He's not right this second, but sure, if he has another bad season, they've had two straight. Of course, they're going to have to measure the pros and cons of firing a coach that they just dumped a ton of money on. I don't know how much of that's guaranteed, how much of that would have to be a buyout, but they just gave him like a 10-year contract. Why, I don't exactly know, but they did. And if they throw out another 7-5 season, they're not paying him to go 7-5. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, well, last year, everybody was talking about worried about losing him, and now it seems I don't know if the Penn State fans feel this way, but it's a lot of people are talking like, oh, what fire Franklin. I'm seeing a lot more discussion about it. So I just thought that was a quick flip,
Yeah, I will give some consideration to the COVID season to a certain extent. The games counted. The teams that won, credit them. The teams that lost, they still were supposed to be held accountable for having a season. But, man, they had that ridiculous play at the end of the game against Indiana, and they lost that game. A game that he partially blew. based on game management, but they also did some stupid things on the field, and they could have ended that game against Indiana and not gone to overtime. And so suddenly they're 0-1 in a game that they weren't supposed to lose, and they're facing Ohio State the next week, and they're not going to beat them. So 0-2 turned into 0-5, and the season was a waste. They only played 9 games. But last season, again, there can be excuses made. Sean Clifford got hurt. They had some other injuries, but there's no excuse at a place like Penn State that they have one of the worst rushing attacks in college football. That's just pathetic that they at one point brought in 2 of the top 5 running backs in the nation, Noah Cain, who's now at LSU, and Jordy Brown, who unfortunately hasn't been able to continue his football career, but still they have some other capable running backs, but their offensive line so bad that their running attack was atrocious last year. So that they're going to have to run the ball much better. And they got this hotshot, one of the best in the nation, 5-star running backs, and we'll see how much play he gets. Singleton.
Yeah, Barkley, Deshaun Barkley was a Penn State guy too, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And he was great in college. Yeah, I think so. I think the narrative will change depending on how this Purdue game goes. But okay, here's another thing I want to ask about coaches. You're talking about like coaches, how you rank them. Can you trying to be unbiased? Can you really rank Ryan Day that high? He's inherited a program. Do you think that he's earned it?
Sure, of course I take that into consideration. Why do you think I ranked him too high? Do you know where I ranked him?
No, I don't know where you ranked him. I know you were talking about the weaker ones. The weaker ones in the conference, and I was just kind of wondering where you put Ryan Day. I don't think he's really proved himself as a coach yet. I think that's to remain to be seen. I think he's inherited a really great team and he has a great program. But where he does elsewhere, I mean, unless he's somewhere else, you wouldn't, it'd be hard to compare it anyways. But I mean, long as he continues to win at Ohio State, I guess you could,
Where do you think he should be ranked?
I don't know. Do you have him ranked? Let's see. If I were going to put him, I would put him probably maybe 5th or 6th.
Okay. I've got him number 6.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes me feel good because if Mark Rogers has him 6 and I have him 6,
there you go. People say I'm unbiased. I do my best.
Cool.
Because with Ryan Day, it's difficult. With every coach, you have to take into consideration what they were given, what type of situation did they inherit, versus what are the resources and facilities and money and all that they have to work with. So it's nearly impossible to rank Ryan Day against Pat Fitzgerald at Northwestern.
Mm-hmm. Or PG Fleck in Minnesota or something.
Yeah.
Like that,
So some people do coaches rankings and you see all the guys that are at the best programs in the country ranked all the way at the top of the list. And I don't necessarily do it that way. I try to, and this is impossible to do, but I try to weigh how well are they doing with what they have. Like if Pat Fitzgerald's going 8-4 every year at Northwestern and Ryan Day is going 8-4 every year at Ohio State, those are obviously two extremely different situations. Pat Fitzgerald's overachieving and taking, probably top 50 or 60 talent in the country, and he's raising it to 8-4 top 15 level. And Ryan Day's taking tremendous resources, facilities, everything that you would ever want to win. And he wouldn't keep his job if he was going 8-4, but those aren't created equal. So I try to do that with everyone across the country. But to your point, Ryan Day took over a situation that was almost as perfect as it can be.
Yeah. So what fan base is going to be screaming louder for the coach's head? if let's say though, like you got Franklin playing Purdue, if they lose Purdue, or if Notre Dame beats Ohio State, who's gonna be? Do you think Ohio State's gonna be calling for? I know after you guys lost to Oregon, everybody in your chat, I think your chat, as far as Ohio State fans, were almost split of being mad at Day and talking about firing them.
Yeah, well, just to go back a year, I find it amusing that, number one, I had tons of people kill me for even suggesting that Ohio State was going to lose a game last year. So I picked Ohio State to go 11-1, and I had a zillion people tell me that I was nuts, that they weren't going to lose a game. How in the world are they going to lose a game to anybody on their schedule? Well, of course, they lost 2 games. And then after they lost to Oregon, I was like, calm down. This is a concern. Obviously, they just went and lost and they looked bad. It is concerning. But then suddenly everybody thought that the world was imploding and that they were going to lose 5 games. And Ryan Day should be fired, and CJ Stroud's a horrible quarterback. My goodness, I had to talk to everybody in the world for like 10 days to try to convince them that I wasn't selling CJ Stroud as the Heisman Trophy winner, but I was just basically saying, we've seen him play 2 games and he just threw for 400 yards against the Oregon defense. Yeah, he made a couple of mistakes in both games, but he just threw his first collegiate pass a week ago. Give him a break. Let's see this play out. And then, of course, everybody thinks he's great 10 weeks later. With Ryan Day, I'm not going to say that he's doing some outstanding job at Ohio State. I don't also think that he's underachieving or not doing his job. I think he's right there on the line. It remains to be seen. He took over a team in his first season. He goes undefeated, and you could put the spin on it, because I certainly have, that he somewhat got ripped off of a playoff game of possibly playing in the national championship game.
I agree with that. I mean, I watched that. I thought that was, not even being an Ohio State fan, I agree. I think he got ripped off.
Yeah, I hate to state it like that, because that takes away from Clemson, and they didn't have anything to do with the officiating, but that wasn't one call. That was like 5 calls. So anyway, I won't go through that.
As long as you can agree with me, in 2016, we got ripped off when we played Ohio State.
Well, let me put it this way, Ben. We don't know that you got ripped off, but I have no issue with any Michigan fan that claims they got ripped off. This is the most imprecise thing that happens in football, is marking the ball, where the ball.
Well, you know what? I'm not even talking about that, though. I'm not talking about the spot. I could care. That's a bad call. But I'm talking about
the spot was a bad call.
I mean, the spot, who knows? That's a hard call.
That's my call. Point. My point.
I don't care about that. I think actually what I think Harbaugh did wrong when if he focused on that, because that's a either way. That could have gone either way, and they, I don't think but there was some serious plays earlier that game that did not get called. Like there was like Amaro Darboh got totally taken out, and it was like it looked like all the refs were looking at it, didn't get called, and then probably just probably another set of downs later. There was like a kickoff, and there was like a guy that gets a holding call that's like nowhere even, visible. Like, I don't even know how anybody even saw it. It was just kind of the whole game was that way. I mean, I think in the first half, there was 3 yards of penalties against Ohio State. And I've watched that game too many times. It's made me. I don't even want to go. Anyways, well, I'll move on to past that subject.
Let's stay right here real quick, because I just want to clear up a few points. Number one, about the spot. I want everyone to understand this, and some people may not believe me when I state this, but they should believe me based on my track record of evaluating all these kind of situations across the board. For example, in 2016. Ranting and raving for a week that Penn State was ripped off and they should have been the 4th playoff team and not Ohio State. So even as an Ohio State fan, I said Penn State should be in the playoff and not Ohio State. So anyway, when it comes to that spot, I am completely neutral on that spot. If they would have ruled that JT Barrett was short, Michigan gets the ball, the game's over, I would have thrown up my hands and said, I don't know, it wasn't clear. Ohio State could have gotten that call as easily as Michigan, but I would be saying the same thing that I'm saying on the flip side, that I have no idea. That's the most imprecise thing that happens in a football game, is them spotting the ball. So,
and I agree with that. I mean, I honestly, that particular call, I think was the worst thing that make the big deal out of. I think if you're going to go back in that game, there was other things you could look at. I think there was a lot of, it almost seemed like a bias. I mean, it seems like a bias to me when I look back at that game.
Okay. So everything that you're mentioning about the other aspects of that game, I've heard.
I mean, even right before that play with the spot, there was a Michigan defender, and I can't remember who it was at the moment. He's the safety, is being drug across the field by one of the now he was the guy that was responsible for sealing the edge, and there was that's what actually allowed them to get up to the sticks, and he's playing drug across, and you can see the ref could see it, and he's like the shirt, you can see his shirt being pulled. I mean, and that was just let go.
So anyway, I've heard all these things. I of course watched the game at the time. I've seen the game since, but I would never focused. I was always working or whatever and just had it on. I've never sat there and watched and reviewed the game. And for as much as I would want to tell you that I'm going to do it, I say that all the time, and I never get a chance or take the time to do it. But anyway, that's what I hear from Michigan fans, and I'm not discounting those complaints at all.
Yeah, and I didn't even get to hang up on it today. I forgot how I even really got onto it. Because we're talking about Ohio State getting in to the playoffs. That with Ryan Day, that's what we were talking about. Ryan Day and how he made his he ended up getting kind of ripped off from that game with Clemson.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're talking about with Ryan Day and how, and you were talking about Ryan Day and where he was as far as a coach.
Yeah, where he's ranked. Yep.
Yeah.
And if I was sitting here with the Clemson person, because it's happened a zillion times, I would tell them, I don't expect you to have to defend the calls. Your team benefited. That's the way it is. You shouldn't have to apologize for winning a game. They don't make the calls. The particular team doesn't make the calls. As far as I'm concerned, it's like Miami fans when they get mad at Ohio State for the final call of the 2002 Fiesta Bowl. They act like Ohio State. They act like it was a Sandlot game where you call your own penalties. As far as I know, the players line up where the refs tell them to line up, regardless of what the calls are. The two teams have no responsibility over the officiating of the game. So why particular fan bases get mad at other teams for calls that were made for or against them? They had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
So, but in that Clemson game, it wasn't so much that any one of those, there was a roughing the punter, there was the fumble, there was the targeting, there was one more. What am I forgetting? There was one other questionable call, I'll call it. So anyway, you had 4 calls, and they just all went against Ohio State. And I thought that all of them were questionable to bad calls.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I kind of have a thing I like to do when I watch a game, and I like to watch how many calls. I think there's sometimes even, I don't know if I'm not to be a conspiracist, but it's almost like even just to the line of is there bias? How much are these refs affected bias? Do they feel one team's being more aggressive, so they have to watch be more? Did they penalize them more because they feel that they're being more aggressive, or maybe they missed something? Because I like to watch and see what I have what I call a 50-50. Which goes what call would go? It's like I think this is an even call. It could go either way. I kind of tally those up, and I kind of to get a feel of how I think the refs are doing. I tally those up, and once it starts getting lopsided, if you end up having 7 50-50s and they all go one team's way, that makes me a little suspicious, because if it was a true 50-50, that's 1 out of 128 chance of that happening.
So when you're watching a Michigan game, you're taking count of the penalties and if they're justified or not.
I did in the Michigan State game. I don't know if I started it right away, but after probably probably the second quarter, I think I did. But I do that somewhat. I mean, especially if I especially after a couple bad calls.
Okay, so this isn't something you do, like keeping score at a baseball game every game.
No. But if I see a couple bad calls, I'll start kind of tallying it out. I'll just I may just mark one down. What I would like to probably should start doing is writing the time of the game so I could go watch it later. But then again, why do that? Sometimes I just think, why do that to myself if it's just going to frustrate me? But I've done that. I've done that to other teams too, not just Michigan. Just and I've seen some pretty bad imbalances that I was like, oh, it kind of makes me question if there was something going on, behind the scenes, and I don't know. I have no insight on how any of the politics work with the reffing or anything like that. I mean, maybe the reffing group doesn't like the coach, who knows? I don't know how that works.
Well, anytime that somebody accuses officials of cheating, or more than that there's some grand conspiracy to fix the games, I wonder why those people watch sports or watch football. Why would you watch something that you think is fixed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and that's the same thing. It's, and that's like, so going back to it, yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, if you either have to kind of just let it go, or don't watch it. You got to either accept it or don't. No, it's a good point, a really good point. And so I tell that to myself. I mean, do I want to quit watch football because I think a couple of games were called bad or maybe fixed? Yeah, I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I got to tell you, since you brought up this game, I pulled it up on YouTube and I'm looking for this play. The first video I went to, they were supposed to be extended highlights and they skipped right over that play. But anyway, now I've got the full game.
Which game?
The Ohio State-Michigan 2016 game.
2016 game. Yeah, that's a fun one, man. That one probably irks me more than any game.
You are a good sport as a Michigan fan to say that was a fun one.
Fun one to look back on. And I'll tell you what, it was an awesome game. And I hate to say anything because it was such a. I was with my brother and a friend of ours, an Ohio State fan. We had bets on who was going to win, and the loser had to wear the other team's jersey. And and they threw me, and we lost. And they threw they threw a little. So I thought it was going to be like his jersey, and he ended up making his daughter go get her jersey that she had. So I'm in this like little young girl's jersey that has like a V-neck, and they have a picture of me, and it was the worst. But we had a lot of fun up until that point.
That's hilarious. I'm about to watch this play on 3rd and 9, the fight you're talking about in overtime. I want to see this safety that gets dragged all over the field.
He gets dragged across the field.
Okay.
He is definitely held back.
Yeah, well. Okay. I didn't see it in live action. But anyway, regardless. Anything else?
No, that's it, Mark. It was good talking with you, and then I'm going to try to catch catch Tim and some of Tim and Tony's stuff later on this week, and hopefully I get this. I got to get going. I'm going to try to catch up with you later on today, but
yeah, I'll be here.
It was great, man. You have a good one.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it.
Bye.
All right. Again, we're here for 24 consecutive hours. We've made it 3.5. So 20 and a half to go, but I'm not going to be here the whole time. We got Corey Brad coming in from 9 to 11 Eastern time. And then tonight we've got Tim and Tony from 8 to 11 and Matt 2 to 4 a.m. to close us out. So again, I step off and Corey comes in an hour and a half from 9 to 11 Eastern. And then we've got Tim and Tony from 8 to 11. So then I'm going to log 9 consecutive hours. And then I'm going to go for a few hours, 3 hours to get us to Matt. But we got J-Dub on the line to talk up some college football. J-Dub, what's going on?
Hey, it's great that we're talking about the officiating. I tell you, Mark, there were 2 perfect examples of head scratchers last year that cost Oklahoma State their only regular season loss. And that was 24-21 at Ames. And, of course, I was on the sidelines shooting that game. There was a very decisive ball placement on a 4th down late in the game with about a minute or so to go on the ball, I'd say, just inside the Iowa State 40 that cost Oklahoma State the possession and thus the game. But before that, Xavier Hutchinson had broken free on a long touchdown pass from Brock Purdy and was called for excessive celebration at about the 5-yard line in a call that was so atrocious that SportsCenter highlighted it and it was discussed the following day on First Take or what, all the show, all of them were like, as an example of you consider this excessive celebration. Pretty much what he did is he changed his stride when nobody was near him, and he for the last 5 yards of running into the end zone, and they called that celebration. And I thought Matt Campbell might have aged about 5 years. I mean, he can be demonstrative on the sidelines. Campbell can, and the top of his skull came off. I mean, he was as livid as I've ever seen any coach for any call on the sideline, and I think for good reason. I understand the spotting of the ball. That's a tough call. I mean, you're looking at a rugby scrum. You're trying to find the little ball from 30 yards away on an invisible line. I understand all the intricacies and difficulties of all that involved, but the judgment calls, like that was taunting, that wasn't. That was excessive celebration. Those are the ones that drive me crazy. When the judgment calls are just head scratchers.
I would like them to allow these kids, I'm going to call them kids. Some people say, oh, you can't call them kids, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to, I would like to see these kids allowed to have fun, to celebrate, and so forth. Now, I do think that there's something that's excessive to celebration, and we all have our various standards and draw our lines in the dirt, but where that needs to be drawn, I don't need to see a big choreographed touchdown dance in the end zone with 18 people involved and all that. I think that's excessive. But just when they have fun and they jump around and spike the ball, and it's a big deal to score a touchdown in a college football game. I don't have an issue with that. I do like the taunting penalty, because I think most guys that are able to taunt in a situation and I mean really taunt, to let them talk and trash talk back and forth, fine. But most of the time when somebody gets the upper hand on somebody, then they can taunt. Meaning, if you're a receiver and you're near the sideline, you're getting thrown a pass that the safety's got a beeline on you. And as soon as the ball arrives, he just plows you and knocks you down. And then he's standing over you taunting. To me, that's kind of a cowardly act, because basically this was not a one-on-one situation where each player had the same advantage on each other, like a running back coming at a linebacker. And it's like, okay, who's more manly here? Who's the bigger man? It's me versus you. Can you tackle me? Can you bring me down, put a big hit on me, or am I going to break free? Versus, you're a sitting target and you're concentrating on a football, and the safety's just able just to, do a beeline right to your numbers and knock you down. And now he's going to stand over you like he's done something special. Well, he's done his job, and you were a sitting target. He's not more of a man than you are, because you had no chance in the situation. So those kind of situations, I like the taunting penalty.
Yeah, I like it too. If Xavier had perhaps looked behind him,
yeah,
or held the ball out and pointed the ball, or done something like that, or gone into a merrily down the lane, skipped a loopy little down the yellow brick road, something like that, that might have been different. All he really did, if you watch it, is he just changed his pace. And the official, I guess, took that as saying, and it's like, it's like, come on, there's got to be at some point. What I don't like, and I know we want to keep college football, but remember Ed Hockley,
yeah,
in the NFL.
Sure.
Guess what? There's going to be 15 penalties. You know why? He wants his TV time. Angel Hernandez, in baseball, you know what? He's going to screw up because he's a clown. and there's one particular crew in the Big 12, and I'm not going to mention it, but we'll just say that when the officials are announced, they'll say the referee's name, and they'll say from St. Paul, Minnesota, and everybody will erupt in boos, because you know that everything is going to get called. And we're going to be here for an extra 20 minutes today, because it's going to be Flag City. His whole crew is just Flag City. And that happens. I mean, I think that happens. And I don't like that either. I mean, when I was a little kid, when I was, from about age 7 to through the time I graduated high school, I couldn't hit a baseball with a snow shovel, but I could catch it, and I could throw you out. I was a good defensive catcher. And the best umpire we ever had was my next door neighbor, who was also our postman. And he had a very tiny strike zone, even by high school standards, but it was absolutely in cement. It never moved. You knew what was going to be a strike, and you knew what was going to be a ball. And the same thing when I played football, I would look and see who the umpire was, because I was a middle linebacker, and I knew whether we were going to get holding calls or not. And just be consistent. Don't let the game be real physical in the first half, and then in the second half, all of a sudden, here come all the hankies.
Yeah. The one thing that I hate to see in a football game is to see a penalty that did not impact the play. And I don't blame the officials, because they just have to call what they see regardless. They can't make a judgment. Okay, well, there's no way that tackler was going to make it over there anyway, so I'm not going to call it. They just have to. But I just hate to see that, because it didn't impact the play. What comes to mind, I don't know if you like the NFL. Are you an NFL guy, J-Dub?
Yes, I mean, I'm college 80-20, but I do watch the NFL. Yes.
AFC Championship game, Chiefs, Patriots.
Oh, I know right where you're going. Yep.
Tom Brady throws an interception that ends the game. Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. Game's over. D. Ford, Auburn player. You're familiar with him. He's standing offsides by a foot. He's got a foot. He's on the right, and Brady dropped back and immediately went to his right. D. Ford's way over here. He didn't get close to Brady. There was no connection to the play. Brady throws a bad pass, high, tipped, picked off. Game's over. But D. Ford was offsides. I hate to see that because that had nothing to do with the play, but it had to be called. There you go. Patriots go to the Super Bowl.
You know, when you played pickup basketball with your buddies in the backyard.
Yeah.
Did you call fouls? Only if it affected the shot.
Yeah.
You know, if it broke something, made it bleed, or it affected the shot, that was a foul. Everything else, including what your mother might be, was let go. You know, and I agree with you. C.J. Stroud, broken pocket, rolls right.
Yeah.
Scrambles for 4 yards. The right defensive end, who's 40 yards behind him and is not going to catch him, gets the corner of his sleeve caught by the left tackle's left paw. Here comes the penalty. 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Now it's 2nd and 24 for Ohio State. What possible advantage did Ohio State gain by holding that guy? I mean, it had nothing to do with the play. You know, it's like, I understand, technically, okay, what, like you said, it is a violation. But now you just violated everybody in a different way by doing that.
As soon as you mentioned this Iowa State-Oklahoma State game, I pulled it up here on my laptop and I just caught this Xavier Hutchinson play. And like you say, he just barely changed his stride going into the end zone, and they threw.
There's nobody within 10 yards of him. Who could he possibly be taunting?
Yeah, that was bad.
And then you get to see Matt Campbell put some gray in his beard. Because he was a little animated.
So you say you were at the game shooting the game. Who were you shooting the game for?
Iowa State.
Okay.
I freelance for a couple of websites for Iowa State.
Nice.
And then also for Iowa. So that's what I do. I'm on the sidelines every week. If Iowa is at home, that's where I'm at. If they're on the road and Iowa is at home, that's where I'm at. So I'll have my September will be Southeast Missouri at Iowa State at Iowa, Ohio at Iowa State, Baylor at Iowa State, and then in the first week of September, I get Michigan at Kinnick.
Okay.
And I was at Penn State at Kinnick last year, and I have to tell you, Mark, I don't know if you've ever been there in person.
No.
But Kinnick is, maybe 72, 73, somewhere in the low 70s.
Yeah.
But the architecture of the place, the way it's built, especially now that they've enclosed the north end completely, sound goes nowhere. So it can get very loud there. And if you're watching a game, if folks in the chat section or whoever's listening, if you're watching a game at Kinnick, pay attention to the sidelines, by which I mean exactly how close is row one from your third string tackle. I mean, there's very little space behind the back of the end zones or behind either bench to the crowd. The crowd is right on top of you. And it was so loud for Penn State last year. There was one possession in about the third quarter when Iowa was coming back. And Penn State had the ball. What's his name had just been hurt. Their quarterback had just been hurt. They had their backup in. And we could see, I was talking to a guy from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and he was standing next to me. And we were talking about, look at the, it was during the TV timeout, change of possession. I said, look at the Penn State offensive linemen. They're obviously they're working on hand signals. They're changing their line calls. And because they couldn't hear each other. So they went to the line of scrimmage, and your center or somebody's calling out the mic, they're calling out the blocking schemes, and we just looked at each other. There's no way anybody outside of the tackles could possibly have heard the quarterback. I mean, it was that loud. So, I mean, the noise can have an impact. And you could see, their linemen walked out to the huddle, and you could see, you knew that's what they were talking about. They were all pointing at each other, holding, like, tapping their chest and making twists with their wrists and everything. I said, look, they're changing how they're going to do their line calls, because they couldn't hear each other.
Yeah, there's an obvious advantage of playing in those kind of venues. And, people say that Vegas gives 3 points to the home team. Well, that is not an even equation across the board when you talk about places like Kinnick Stadium and Death Valley and Happy Valley and so forth.
Yeah, and although I've never been there, I would dearly love it. It's a bucket list. I'd love to go to Kyle Field.
Yeah,
that the Bama players in the past, even when Bama has gone there and won, would say this is the loudest place we go. Louder even than Jordan Hare. Just because I don't know, the number of people might be part of it, but I wouldn't be intimidated if I was an opposing player by the Big House, because the Big House is like playing on a pancake. I mean, the people who are sitting 5 rows from the top of the Big House are about 1.5 miles away from the sideline.
Yep.
Because it's flat. It's not, you're not playing in a saltine cracker box with, these high sides like an old medieval church. You're playing in a saucer, with open air, and the sound just kind of goes up in the air and it goes away. You don't ever hear anybody. You talk about the noise and all the maize and all the yellow or whatever. You can say, well, it's intimidating because it's Michigan and the history of blah, 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 blah. But you don't ever hear anybody say, well, they can't hear each other.
No.
You hear that at Camp Randall. And I'll tell you, if you're at Camp Randall and they do the jump around, you on the field, you're on the field, you can feel the earth a little bit underneath your feet. I don't know how the stadium stands up. I mean, the whole thing kind of, that's an amazing thing to see. That's one of the most impressive things I've seen in the most impressive thing was, I knew it was coming because it had already been talked about, but it was the first time at night that I myself was at a night game when they did the hospital wave at Kinnick.
Yeah.
And it just so happened to be Ohio State. Was it Ohio State? Ohio State was a day game. I'm trying to think of who it was. It might have been Minnesota playing for Floyd or Rhodesdale. And even their players were had knew what was coming, and they were involved. I know when Illinois came there, the Illinois cheerleaders pulled out this huge, long banner that stretched from about the 30 to the end zone, that in blue and orange letters said "Illini heart you," and showed flipped up. That's really impressive, boy. If you did that's got to be a bucket list thing. I mean, it's like 2 minutes long, but what it is and what you're doing, and all of a sudden the guy sitting next to you that you're going to spend the next 2 hours, in each other's grill for those couple of minutes.
Yeah.
You've got a common cause.
No doubt.
It's one of the things that makes this. There's so many things that set, I think, college apart from the NFL. I've been to tailgates at Soldier Field and at Arrowhead, and you'll appreciate this. I was too young to adult tailgate, but way back in the day when the Vikings played in the frozen Memorial Stadium. Yeah. Yes. The old Bud Grant days.
Metropolitan Stadium, yep.
Yep. Metropolitan Stadium, which was classically open-ended on the north and the south.
Yeah.
Sitting on an open plain across from the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport. And it's open-ended on the north and the south, so the North Minnesota wind can blow in December and turn it to -30. Yeah. That's brilliant.
That place only sat about 48,000 people, something like that.
Yeah, that was not a big place. It's for those who might be curious, if you Google map, just look up the Mall of America. That's where it is. They built the Mall of America on top of the ruins of Metropolitan Stadium. In fact, where home plate was is a spot in the Mall of America. They have a little,
nice,
a little like cordoned off area, and they've got a plate there, and it said this is where home plate was at Metropolitan Stadium.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Mark, I know I'm sure there's other people that want to talk, but it's great to see you pulling this off. I wish you good stamina and best of luck. I'll be checking in throughout the course of the day. This is 24 hours. That's gutsy, man.
Well, I'm going to take a couple naps. So we got a couple folks coming in to relieve me for a couple naps, but we're going to go 19.
Corey can definitely handle his own. And then you got Tim and Tony, and that'll be a great crew at night.
For sure.
Corey will want to talk about Jim Crawford or Jim Campbell, excuse me, the middle linebacker at Iowa.
Yes.
The leading tackler in the country returning for the Hawkeye defense, 143 tackles last year. So I don't know that Iowa can score any points. They might want to get in one of those 4-2 games like they had with Penn State not too long ago. But what they want to do is they want to make it ugly. If they can make you play their ugly style of football, they can beat you at it. And that's just who they are.
That's been the recipe for a long time.
Teams know that going in. They're like, God, we've got to get out in front of them.
That's it. All right, J-Dub.
Hey, thanks, Mark. I'll drop into the comment section. Thanks for everybody for your patience and good health to everybody. And cheers. We're just a flip of the clock away.
All right, J-Dub.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, man. All right. We'll get to our next call here in just a second. Want to honor the super chat contribution coming in. Appreciate this from Eric. Always love when I'm misquoted. I know you talked to Corey about this already, but you still sticking to Michigan winning inside of Kinnick this year with Iowa's defense this year? Not going to happen. Okay. I don't make predictions before the week of the game. First and foremost, if you ever think that it has come out of my mouth that I've made a prediction in August concerning a game in October, that's never happened. It never will happen. I will never state that. The only game I'm going to predict in August that's going to take place 6 or 7 weeks later would be the Ohio State Toledo game. I'll predict that one right now. Ohio State, Arkansas State. I will predict the Alabama Utah State game. Yes, I'm going to predict. I predicted that in May. Alabama's going to beat Utah State. So any competitive football game, I am not predicting months in advance, first and foremost. So if you think that I did, then just listen back to the conversation. Number two, again, I didn't say anything like that. It's not what I said. Corey made the comment that there would be no way that Michigan could win in a rout at Iowa. And I simply said, well, sure they could. And he said, what makes you believe that Michigan could rout Iowa at home? And I said, well, I just watched it. And then he went on to explain the great advantages of Kinnick. I don't need to have that explained to me. If anything, I explain that all the time on here. So I understand Kinnick Stadium. There's an obvious difference between the Iowa football results at home versus on the road. I get it. I was just simply pointing out that there is a possibility. There is a possibility. And if anyone wants to argue that, it's an insane, asinine argument, because yes, it is possible that Michigan could blow out Iowa at home. That would be like saying that Iowa's never been blown out at home, and they have been. Depending on what you term to be a blowout, Iowa just lost to Purdue by 17 points at home last year. So they were blown out. Again, so number one, I did not predict Michigan to win the game. I will make the prediction the week of the game, as I always do. I will not make it at any other time except for that week. And yeah, we saw these two teams play, and they're different teams to a certain extent and going to be in a different site. But I will say right now, until I see any football played, Michigan's a better football team than Iowa. Michigan's one of the 10 best football teams in America, and Iowa is one of the 20 or 25 best teams in America, something in that range. Maybe. Cheryl. What did Cheryl just say? I am all about that. Thanks, Cheryl. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the encouragement to everyone. So if anybody's watching us right now and is not subscribed, please consider that here at the Voice of College Football. You know, you can watch all the videos and not be subscribed, and that's fine. But why not subscribe? It doesn't cost anything. It doesn't change your world at all. It's just, this is how the game's played, that we want as many subscribers as possible because those people are most likely more engaged in our content, but also it's just looks good. It's pretty much what it is. It looks good. It gives perceived credibility. There's a difference between credibility and perceived credibility. I believe I have credibility talking about college football, but the perceived credibility that I have with 37,000 subscribers versus having 37 subscribers is completely different. But I'm the same guy sitting here talking today that was here 5 years ago, 8 years ago, talking about college football. All right, Dominic has been very patient, so we want to get Dominic here to talk some college football. Dominic, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, I guess, Mark. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. What's going on today?
Not much. Like, I just woke up a few minutes ago, still trying to wake up, but I'm ready to talk some college football at any time with you.
Nice. Like to hear it.
So, obviously, we all know today is the backyard brawl between West Virginia and Pittsburgh.
Yep.
I figured I'd break that down and give my thoughts on how I think this game will turn out and who I think will. So this is kind of like a prediction for the backyard brawl game.
You're going to make a prediction, or you would like me to make a prediction? I'm sorry, you're cutting out a little bit, Dominic.
Oh, huh. I'm cutting out, yeah. Well, I'm going to let you start with your prediction, and then I'll do mine. Is that fair?
It would be fair, except for I make my predictions on Patreon because I want to be able to honor why those people are on Patreon. So they get my predictions there.
Oh.
But I believe it's going to be a really good game, and it's going to be a difficult prediction for me to make, which I haven't made yet. So I got to make my prediction sometime today before game time and to get it posted on Patreon. But I believe this Penn State Purdue game, I've been waiting for it the entire offseason. I think it's going to be phenomenal. Or did you bring up the backyard brawl? You said that game, correct?
Yes, the backyard brawl game.
Yes. So the Pitt West Virginia game. Okay.
Yeah.
Pitt's a pretty substantial favorite. I think it's still around 7 points. They're at home. They lose one of the best quarterbacks in the nation. They lose one of the best wide receivers in the nation. I think they're a better team than West Virginia. That doesn't mean that West Virginia can't win the game.
Right. Like, if you look back at last season, West Virginia was 6-6, and Pitt was 11 too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Pittsburgh has a good chance of winning this. So, I would win. I say 28-19. That would be my score prediction for the backyard brawl game.
All right, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and you said who lost one of the best quarterbacks in the nation? Was it Pitt? You said
Pitt. Yes.
Yes, and yeah,
He might be the starting
is,
quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers in a few weeks.
Yes, and I would say that is a tough loss for the Pittsburgh Panthers, if I'm honest, but they still have a good chance of beating West Virginia tonight. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, I don't know that anyone would argue with you. They are the favorite to win the game.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much all I got. Thanks for your time, Mark.
All right, Dominic. Thanks for calling. Have a good day.
Yep. You too.
All right. Dominic chiming in with his prediction on the Pitt-West Virginia game. I don't think we've heard from Dominic for a long time. All right. Shoelace is back. Shoelace Sooner. Appreciate you being here. Just curious. What do you think is the toughest stadium to play in for an away game? Toughest stadium in the country. Well, I've only been to a handful of stadiums. I've not been to a stadium. I've not been to a college football stadium other than Ohio Stadium since the early 2000s when I used to cover the SEC. And I haven't been to all those stadiums. And so I've not been to any Big Ten stadiums other than Ohio State. So there's tons of stadiums. So this is not from firsthand experience of being in the stadium. This is based on watching, and this is based on reputation. This is based on weighing how effective these teams are at home. So I do think, without knowing the statistics off the top of my head, maybe this is something we need to dive into in the off season to see which teams have the biggest discrepancy in winning percentage between home games and road games. Because I would think that Iowa would be high on that list. Of course, LSU is high on that list. Penn State's high on that list. Wisconsin should be high on that list. I think there are certain venues in the Pac-12 that, even though they aren't the biggest stadiums, are difficult travel games because of location, because of sometimes weather, because of them just being just odd places to play, whether that be Autzen Stadium in Eugene or that be Corvallis and Beaver Stadium. Oregon State, Texas A&M is huge, loud, raucous. Kyle Field, places loud and intimidating. Clemson comes to mind as well. So I don't have one specific answer for you, but I would say if we take out of good teams, I'm not going to take the teams like an Oregon State that's been a marginal to bad football program for much of its history, not all of its history, but for much of its history. I'm not going to try to differentiate between the teams that win 50% of their games at home and 25% of their games at home. Let's take good programs, really good programs. I would guess that Iowa has a greater distinction between its winning percentage at home and on the road than the other teams that I mentioned. Penn State, Clemson, LSU, other big home field advantage teams. Tennessee, when they were good, those are the ones that come to mind. You know, really, if you look at the ACC, who plays in front of large crowds? Clemson, Florida State, when they're good and pack Doak Campbell Stadium. Other than that, the rest of the stadiums in the ACC are small and they don't get filled. Boston College, Syracuse, Wake, NC State, Duke, Pitt, on down the line. Georgia Tech, Virginia Tech would be the other one. Virginia Tech, okay. Awesome home field advantage. But those are 3 in the ACC. That's it. The rest of the conference is a marginal home field advantage. Sorry, ACC people. 45 and 50,000 people in a stadium. That's great, but that doesn't compare to what you see in the Big Ten or the SEC. So there's a lot of venues in those 2 conferences that I would consider to be pretty intimidating, potentially. And then in the Big 12, of course, Oklahoma. And then you've got throughout much of the Big 12, minus Oklahoma and Texas, much of what you see in the ACC with a lot of smaller stadiums. Baylor, Iowa State, TCU, Kansas State. And then again, in the Pac-12, the best programs don't necessarily have the best home field advantage. I got to think playing at Utah at night, playing the Utes at Utah, or playing a game at Provo against BYU, not necessarily, something that we've seen that's been favorable for the opponent. Places, teams like Miami, when they were number 1 in 1990, going to BYU, losing. And we've seen other teams in recent years go to BYU and not fare well. All right. I guess we're going to talk some Buckeyes football here because we got Yakov on the line.
Hi, Mark. How are you? First of all, I really appreciate what you're doing here. As I mentioned to you earlier, I'm on the way to I know this is like a little different type of call. I'm actually on the way to the gym right now, as I mentioned earlier. And I know you're not able to move. You're going to be sitting in the whole day, but I'm going to have you guys in mind. And I'm dedicating my workout to your 24-hour live stream here, Mark.
I'll do some air curls. Oh, that would be a bench. This would be curls. I'll do something, I guess, while I'm sitting here. But what kind of workout are we going to get in today?
Mark, I'm more into group fitness. I kind of need a little, we'll say, exterior motivation to really get in a good workout. So I go to classes.
Okay.
And this particular one it's TRX. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not. What is that?
It's basically these ropes that you two prong ropes that you hang from a thing in the ceiling, and it was developed by the Navy SEALs, and it's various ways to do. You can do a curl. You can pull up like this. I should be doing this because I was driving. You can do a lot of things with the legs as well, and I guess you could say it's using ropes to do various body weight exercises, and it lasts about 45 minutes. It's you do some cardio too. We do a little stuff on the side, but it's mainly body weight rope based workout, and I feel very good after 45 minutes is enough of that. You get 45 minutes in, it's time to do something else or to go home.
All right. Well, that's something I should look into because basically, as you know, that you got to keep challenging your body to have your body really respond and get better. You can't be doing the same types of workouts and the same activity all the time. That's not good for your body. You need to.
No, I agree, Mark. And obviously, there's plenty of, if you don't have time to go to gym, on the platform we're all right now on YouTube, there's a million things. If you just type in cardio or
sure.
Something like that. Maybe not this one because this requires a little more equipment, but you type in aerobics or something like that, you'll get 300,000 hits, so you'll find something that works for you.
Yeah.
But Mark, again, I may say if you happen to have the time, I might. Everyone is different, but I might encourage a gym just because if you can go to the various workout classes, sometimes being around other people can give you some motivation. If you're by yourself, you can call it short. But there's other people around you, you may continue that particular exercise. You're at least not exhausted.
Sure.
group exercise. And I sure hope I'm not getting too much off the time. I know this is a
so if I don't respond, that's why. Yakov, we'll give you another second or two here. There you are.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Maybe I'm not getting your step. Well, I'm sorry if I know this is a.
Yakov, give us another call when you get a chance, and we will connect later in the day. But have a good workout if you can hear me. All right. Is this, I'm going to take a shot here. Is this the Gene Caputo? The Gene Caputo. That would be phenomenal if it is. And Gene, you're missed. Great to see you, in a sense, to see your handle there. So I don't have verification on that, but I'm going to guess that Gene showed up here. Yeah, sit-ups, push-ups will do. Keep the energy up for this 24-hour push. Fun show, Mark. Thanks, Gene. Appreciate you being here. Good to see you. I hope everything's going well. The Bowflex. Yes. No gimmicks these days for me on the workout. Yeah, the gym membership is no good anymore based on my move. Now I got to find another gym. So we do the yoga at home. I started to get into yoga a little bit. I got to get back on the weights, though. Got to get back on the weights. As you can tell, we've got nobody on the line right now. So I will drop the link here in the chat one more time. And also remind everyone that when you shop on Amazon, please use the link in the description section of the videos. So all the videos have the same Amazon link, and it's pretty easy to identify. We put Amazon in all caps. So just grab the link and put it somewhere where you will remember it, and shop Amazon. They're worth $1.6 trillion. So send a few bucks our way, the voice of college football. All right. Also, keep in mind that we've got team channels. We don't have a Utah channel. Sorry, we may someday. We do have an Oklahoma channel. We've got an Alabama channel. We've got an Ohio State channel. We've got a Notre Dame channel. And you can't see anything past that, can you? You can't even see my other shelves here. We got to change the shelving configuration here. But we've got all sorts of channels here at the Voice of College Football. So please, if you love one of those teams or are interested in them, maybe you hate that particular team, please subscribe. And most notably to our LSU channel, because we are close to 1,000 subs. And I would love to be able to check it out later today and see that we pushed past 1,000 subs. And with over 100 people on the line right now, and with the last check on LSU being at 986 subs, we should be able to push past 1,000 like now. Let's check that out. We have LSU. $993. LSU's at $993. So please go subscribe to the LSU channel. I'm going to drop the link here in just a second. And I have also dropped the link to the show if you want to give me a call to talk college football. Corey's going to be on the line here in about 45 minutes. And I am hopefully going to take a nap. Hopefully. All right. Porter's here. Talk some college football. Porter, how are you?
Hey, I wasn't going to call in, but I saw that nobody was in the studio. So
yeah, wide open.
Is it? Are you hearing an echo? I'm calling you from my bathroom. So
you sound good.
Good. Typically, I'm calling you outside the porch or whatever. But I love this Thursday before the games. It reminds me. Let me see if I can take you back in time a little bit. Last time I remember us wanting football on Thursday night this badly was. Do you remember the time Georgia Tech was about to kick off against Virginia Tech, and they had to call the game because of lightning, and Lee Corso's rental car got hit by lightning?
I remember that happening. I do not remember that being Georgia Tech, but I do remember that being at Lane Stadium. Yeah.
Yep, you're exactly right. Yeah, I want to say it was 99, 2000, something like that. I just remember, it was one of those things, you've gone through a long, hot summer and you're just dying for, something. And of course, Georgia Tech being a rival of Georgia's, we were kind of anxious to see what they had this year. So, whenever I come to these Thursday nights where you start getting good football, the last week was not great football, even though that game, the Nebraska game, was a good game, it still wasn't great football. Now this is when the real games start, and I'm just, I think everybody's excited. I'm obviously I'll be in my picks for my work. I got Pitt, but I'm going to be rooting for JT in West Virginia. I think the kid has conducted himself very well over the years, and he's taken these injuries in stride, and he's a good kid, and he deserves to lead a program like that, and to hopefully win a big ball game. So I'll be rooting for West Virginia. And as far as the other game goes, what time is the Big Ten game?
It's about a half hour later.
Oh, okay, good. So my finger will be on the button of the back and forth button on the remote. So that'll
you and me. Yep.
What's that?
You and me.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I grew up. I think you and I have had this conversation. My mom went to IU, but she didn't really hate Purdue like some IU people do. And there was a kid from my mom's hometown in Indiana named Mark Herman. Do you remember Herman?
Sure, I do. Purdue quarterback.
It's funny because when I first started getting into football in the late 70s, Mark Herman was like one of the best quarterbacks in the nation, and he was from my mom's hometown. She went to IU. She kind of rooted for Purdue because of Mark Herman, and I just always kind of had a soft spot in my heart for Purdue, just from those days, and then obviously one of your best contributors on here, Michael, is always such a welcoming and warm guy on here, and so I'd love to see Purdue win it. Obviously, as a Georgia guy, I don't care for Penn State. That goes way back to the 83 Sugar Bowl. I tell you, we need to get some payback on some of these Pennsylvania teams from the 70s and 80s. I think we were 0-3 against them in the Sugar Bowl. I think we lost twice to Pitt and once to Penn State. And
well, I guess your payback on Penn State was beating them in the Tax Slayer Bowl.
You mean after Rick had already been fired? No, not really. No, we got to beat them in something big. But you know what though? It's funny. It's funny. The older you get and you get to know these players that you rooted against, you find out what good people they are. And I've really become a big fan of Todd Blackledge over the years.
Yep.
He was when the SEC on CBS first started. He was the color guy, and he's just such a nice guy. It's one of those guys. It's one of those people. You root against them in college, but then you find out a little bit more about them, and you kind of root for them. You hope they have success in life because they seem to be such nice guys. And so it's kind of neat. There's a guy I've gotten to be good friends with here in Atlanta, Brandon Cox, who started for Auburn for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he lives in Atlanta now, and he and I have become pretty good friends. And he's just such a great guy. Grew up in outside of Birmingham, and anyway, it's just kind of fun to. It's just kind of funny how we just want to rip these guys' heads off, and then when you kind of get to know them, you kind of see how they progress in the media, and you kind of listen to them, and you realize these guys are really good guys. I mean, the Alabama guy, McElroy, I really like him too. I think he's one of the best out there.
I do too.
But anyway, I'm just glad the season's here. I wanted to call in and kind of keep this going. I admire you for starting this going, starting as of 4 p.m. Oh, sorry, 4 a.m. 4 a.m. So wanted to call in and just wanted to. It's like Christmas for all of us. So Merry Christmas, everybody, and looking forward to those 2 games later tonight. And hope everybody has a enjoyable weekend, safe weekend. I can't say that I want all your teams to win because I'd be lying. But I hope everybody has peace and safe and just has a great weekend, and look forward to all the games.
All right, Porter.
Thank you for letting me
come on.
Thank you.
Yes, Lisa, we had a great show on our Buckeye channel on Wednesday, our weekly Ohio State show. And of course, we spotlighted Notre Dame, and thanks for being there. And everybody can head on over to our Ohio State channel. And again, we've got a Buckeye show each and every Wednesday at 1:30 Eastern time. One of the highlights of our week. All right, Packer 9-10. What's going on today?
Good morning, sir. I had a question for you. I'm hoping you can answer. I just got introduced to your channel last night by Tim, so I haven't watched you before, but I'm curious with the ACC and their grant of rights. If ESPN was to open the negotiation like has been hinted at and shorten it or make it for more money, would that automatically void the grant of rights that the team signed, or is that completely separate from the TV deal and every team would still have their grant of rights tied up regardless of the contract until 2036?
Well, I don't pretend to be an expert on the grant of rights, but I will say this, that as long as so you've got 3 entities dealing with that situation. You've got the particular school, you've got the ACC, and then you've got ESPN. So if those 3 can work out an agreement, then it doesn't matter what the financial considerations are to the grant of rights, and they can work out a deal that's beneficial for all 3 of them. They can tear up a contract and they can reconfigure it any way they want, as long as all 3 of those parties agree to it.
Right. But I just didn't know if they did tear up the existing contract, did that tear up the existing grant of rights? And it all had to be re-signed at the same time.
Again, that all depends on the parties that are involved. If you and I signed a contract 10 years ago and it has a zillion different stipulations, but then we agree 10 years later that we can reconfigure that much better, then it doesn't matter what that previous contract had to say, because we decided we both agreed upon that. But most of the time that doesn't happen. Somebody holds somebody to a contract unless they give them reason to get out of it.
I was just thinking, given the interest that Florida State and Miami have obviously shown,
yes,
and Clemson to a lesser extent of getting out of the ACC, that especially with Florida State and Miami both talking to the Big Ten, that ESPN might be motivated to do something about the current contract to try to keep those 3 programs on the ESPN platform instead of losing them to their competition.
Oh, absolutely. And we've talked about that. And That seems like an obvious motivation because you're talking about the three most important football brands in the conference getting away to the Big Ten. And even though the Big Ten has been tied to Fox for quite some time, of course, their contract was split and their TV rights were split between Fox and ESPN. And this is the first time in history that there's been no connection between ESPN/ABC and the Big Ten. So we've got a direct war of media conferences and media and conferences on the other side. And yeah, you would think that we'll see how important it is to ESPN for them to maintain that base of teams and those brands. I really don't have an answer for you in regards to, again, it comes down to those parties that are involved in agreeing to what needs to be agreed upon to keep them together or to buy them out of the grant of rights one way or the other.
Well, everything that's been talked about is it's $500 million per team to get out of the conference and the grant of rights.
Yeah, because it goes all the way up to 2036.
Yeah. That's another thing I don't understand is, everybody's dogging the ACC's contract with ESPN because it's so long. And they're saying how the SEC is in such better shape, but the SEC's contract is only 2 years shorter than the ACC's. And based strictly on the money that the network's given them, theirs is considerably less than the Big Ten too.
Well, it's less than the Big Ten's renegotiated contract. Yeah,
right.
Their new contract. Yeah.
And it still runs for 12 more years before, they're open to renegotiate unless ESPN renegotiates early.
Exactly. So at $500 million per school. So if that figure is correct, I've heard more like 400 million, but whatever it is, $400 to $500 million. And we're looking at another 12 or 13 football seasons to buy them out. Like that seems like a ridiculous amount of money, but over the course of 12 or 13 years, that's about 30 to 40 million per season per school. So right now, the ACC teams, as of the last football season, were making about 32, 33 million per.
I think it was 36.
36.7. Okay, 36 million per school. And they're going to jump that to close to $100 million if they would go to the Big Ten.
But it goes up. I think, I'm not sure the exact stair step, but by the end of it, they're going to be almost at 50 million per school, the way it steps up.
Oh, if they stay in the ACC.
Correct.
So it sounds like $500 million is a little steep.
I'm no expert, but that's just what's been bannered around.
And the way that media is going to digital, and ESPN's hold on, and Fox, but we also tend to think of ESPN because they've pretty much owned the sport during the modern age. Their hold on the sport is becoming less and less and less and less with digital rights and with just things like what we're doing right here. Their studio shows don't garner the kind of ratings that they did 15 years ago because people are online taking in other content from other people.
Right.
But the game rights are what ESPN wants to hold on to. And that's basically the last stake that's keeping the networks relevant in sports television is the game rights.
My hope is that the ACC survives and grows stronger. But if it does come a time when they have to dissolve, I really hope North Carolina goes to the Big Ten instead of the SEC, because I would like to keep Carolina's basketball tradition alive, and I just feel like the Big Ten's a much better basketball conference than the SEC.
Okay.
I feel like that's why even when the SEC has a lot of teams ranked real high, they don't do anything in the postseason usually outside of Kentucky, and I think Arkansas won one national championship, and Florida's got 2, I think. But outside of that, the SEC schools don't do good in the basketball tournament because they don't play anybody during the year.
Yep. So your preference would be for the ACC to stabilize and strengthen.
Correct.
But if you would have to move on, you would go to the Big Ten. So let me ask you this: do you see the ACC stabilizing? The best path would be to try to get Notre Dame to join the entire league in all sports.
Correct. I think if Notre Dame, and I'm not one of the ACC fans that says in 2020, the COVID year, they should have strong arm Notre Dame and said, if you want to be in the conference this year, you've got to commit to being in the conference going forward.
I do.
You think they should have?
Yes.
I mean, CBS learned what happens when you try to strong arm somebody with the SEC. But at the same time, I feel like Notre Dame's going to get their money regardless. And I feel like if they would join the ACC, then it would let the ACC reopen their television negotiating, and maybe NBC could be involved in it and negotiate a way where all Notre Dame's home games are still on NBC, even if they're in conference. And I feel like that would stabilize the ACC. I don't see going and getting teams from the Big 12. I think they should keep their footprint. And I've always felt like the ACC should have gotten West Virginia instead of Boston College to begin with. But I'm at work and I'm an EMS person and I got to go on a call. But I appreciate you having me on.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, when you got an EMS call, yes, please go. Please take care of that. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hi, Mark. My name's John. I'm a big fan of yours. I've been watching since probably the last 2 years, mainly familiar with you from the appearances you have on the Michigan podcast. I just have a couple of questions regarding the future expansion possibilities that we might see with college football. Obviously, I think the 2 crown jewels left out there are Michigan and Clemson, respectively, for the Big Ten and the SEC to try to plunder. Is there going to be any resistance from Notre Dame to continue keeping its traditional independent status as far as not wanting to affiliate with the conference going forward? And then what steps can the ACC try to take to keep what I think is its crown jewel in Clemson right now? Obviously, Florida and Miami are also pretty good possibilities for the SEC to try to plunder from the ACC. But what steps can the ACC try to take to keep itself solvent, for lack of a better word?
So before we address that, John, I'm curious. So you mentioned Clemson and Michigan.
Oh, Notre Dame. Apologies.
Okay, Clemson and Notre Dame. Okay, I was just clarifying. Okay, yeah. So Notre Dame, that's an obvious number one selection for anybody across the country. I don't think we need to explain that. So why do you consider Clemson to be the next in position in terms of a brand?
I think there's a couple of traditional rivalries that Clemson has with other SEC East specifically teams, South Carolina being the big one, the in-state rivalry, but also the rivalry they have with Georgia from a traditional stance. I think also Clemson kind of rates high because of the prestige and the finishes that Dabo Swinney has brought, the stability that they have coming out of the Bowden days. I'm at least old enough to remember those days where a Clemson fan was not very happy going 9-3. They obviously got a very good coach, which may or may not be plundered by Alabama if Saban decides to retire, but we don't have to get that far into the weeds. I just think Clemson right now is probably one of the more attractive gets in this era where it seems like a cold war, so to speak, between the Big Ten and the SEC, where the SEC goes, all right, I'm going to get Texas and Oklahoma, and the Big Ten decides, well, there's not really too many Northeastern or Midwestern teams to go and get, so let me go get USC and UCLA. So I just think that those two teams, Notre Dame and Clemson, seem to be the teams that
Yep.
those conferences will most likely target next.
All right. So I'm going to lay out the way I think this stands and what's important and what is going to motivate and drive further expansion. And then you let me know if I'm answering your question. So, as you mentioned, the SEC was approached by Texas and Oklahoma and certainly took them on as brands, and that's a huge addition. The Big Ten trying to keep up with the SEC and has. So for people that just pay attention to what's going on the field, obviously the SEC is the clear number one conference. But in terms of rear ends in the seats and TV ratings and all of that, financial resources, the Big Ten's been able to keep up with, and by some measurements, stay a little bit ahead of the SEC prior to this TV contract that was signed in the last couple weeks. So as you mentioned, the Big Ten counters to try to keep up with the SEC. Okay, so I think what's going to drive any kind of further expansion would be one of two things. Either if there continues to be a movement by one of the two conferences that the other conference seems, and it's going to be significant, of course, or they're not going to do it, then the other conference is going to counterpunch. Okay. The other one would be just simply looking at the landscape and seeing, are there any other properties out there that are going to add value to our conference? And I don't think there's very many of those. There's a collection in the ACC, and there's possibly 2 to 4 in the Pac-12, and there's Notre Dame, number one. Well, I think you also have to look at the conferences and the difference in the conferences and what their priorities are. So their priorities are always money, and the way you make money is to have great football teams and great football programs. But also there's an academic component in it, more so for the Big Ten. And I think we can see by the schools that they've been interested in or have added in the past that it's very important for them to maintain their academic standing and have schools that fit that requirement. You know, the AAU and the research portion of it. And just when you go into a conversation like we've had Tony Altimore on here a number of times to talk about the networking within Big Ten schools in particular, it's pretty impressive when you think about how closely it's just not a collection of schools that play football and basketball and lacrosse and everything else. It's a collection of schools that are tied very closely from an academic standpoint in terms of sharing resources and databases and all that sort of thing. So the academic component of it, I think it's undervalued by all of us, but it's important to the Big Ten in particular.
Right.
And that's what would make schools like North Carolina and Georgia Tech pretty impressive and attractive to them. And why I don't necessarily have a counterpoint to your Clemson placement. So I'm not arguing against Clemson, but I'm not as sold on Clemson as you are versus Miami and Florida State, which are, based on what I've researched, better schools and have in the past been better football brands. Now it could be debated in regards to media impact, market sizes. Of course, Miami's much bigger than either one of them, but the other ones have a collection of markets, TV markets that they draw from.
Right. And yes, Florida State and Miami, despite, down years from the Seminoles these last couple of seasons, and Miami kind of being up and down based on its prior performances. But I grew up in the early aughts, so Miami football was just a domineering power until they ran into Maurice Clarett and Ohio State in that, I believe it was the 0-2 title game. So, of course, those two are just they're the pillars, I think, of the ACC, and obviously they're on the list for the SEC to try to expand to as well, considering they have in-state rivalries with Florida. I think Clemson right now despite its last season, is riding a wave of momentum in recent times, just under, I think, great coaching from Sweeney and what he's been able to do with that program. And really, it was not blue blood before, and I don't really think it's a blue blood now, but it's elevating itself to a point where I think it stands out from even the pillars of its current conference, that being Florida State and Miami. So here's another question. We have Clemson, Florida State, Miami as being 3 possible SEC targets. Considering that the Big Ten seemingly moving west, is it possible, due to ties with Nebraska from the old Big 12 days, that they, the Big Ten, try to target Colorado, considering just not seeing it?
I think we're thinking a little bit too much about football and football rivalries. And
I see.
while that gets, I think we've seen all sorts of situations in the last 10 to 15 years of expansion that has shown us that we think more about football rivalries than athletic. Well, beyond the athletic directors, the people that really make the calls, the board of regents, the administrators, the presidents, all those people, and they've severed Nebraska and Oklahoma and Texas A&M, and those are 2 of the biggest rivalries in college football history, got severed. So I don't really think Colorado's a player for the Big Ten, and I might be wrong. Anything I say here could be wrong. This is just based on making a connection or an evaluation on the information that I have and what I think is important to these entities. So it could all be wrong, but I think that the Big Ten would be more interested in schools like Stanford, Cal, than they would be in Colorado.
Okay. And that would also make sense from a geographical standpoint. That at least keeps USC and UCLA with somebody else. And obviously there are considerations to make, academics, like you said, but also possible media markets. I still think academics and the media market is what brought Rutgers eventually into the Big Ten in the first place.
And I think the Big Ten miscalculated that one. And the way it miscalculated, not that they're not benefiting at all from Rutgers and Maryland, the DMV, Baltimore, and New York City, but first of all, if you know anything about what's going on in those markets from a sports standpoint, college football is down the list, number one. Number two, the college football that those markets are tied to are the alumni base in New York City, from everything that I've ever gathered, is more connected to Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State than it is Rutgers. And then the Big Ten made that move at right about the exact point that the cable industry was hitting its peak and then starting down the other side, and digital media was taking over, and really getting TV markets isn't nearly as important as it once was. But that said, if I'm the Big Ten, I'm going after Notre Dame, and a lot of people wouldn't necessarily agree with this, but I would go after Notre Dame and Stanford. If I understand what the Big Ten deems important, and it's a combination of athletics and football, and I think we get caught up in the moment too. Stanford's been bad for 3 years, but Stanford for a decade was strong in football, at a top 10 football program. And as a university, to add that to the prestige of the Big Ten, you don't think that presidents and board of regents and all those people would just salivate over having Stanford as a member of the Big Ten?
Oh yeah, they're absolutely top notch academically, which would be what a lot of Big Ten presidents would love to see.
Yes,
so
their endowment dollars are just dwarf almost anybody. So in terms of the Big Ten maybe going the other direction toward the ACC, I could see
Carolina and Duke.
I'm somewhat spitballing here. I would, well, Yeah, they would be the correlation to Stanford. They would be from that standpoint.
Right.
From a football standpoint, see, I would be more interested in, if they really want to go for the jugular, than Miami, Florida State, Clemson, and let's say North Carolina. But if I was only going to take two, I would actually favor, and again, this is somebody who just has done some level of research. I've produced a bunch of videos on realignment and that sort of thing. But I don't have the information that they have, nor am I poring over it for weeks and weeks and weeks. But from a recruiting, think about the only disadvantage the Big Ten has in major college football right now. The Big Ten has great academic institutions, great football history, eyeballs, major media markets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The Big Ten basically has everything, but not enough football players. They're losing football players in their footprint. That's the only disadvantage they have in any of this. And so if they could drive a stake and plant a flag in Florida with Miami and Florida State, that's what I would consider doing.
Yeah, I definitely would consider it. I just don't think the SEC will. I'm a Big Ten guy, but I just don't feel like the SEC is going to sit idle. They will probably go way over the top on anything that the Big Ten might offer Florida State and Miami as a means of preventing them from getting into Florida. But if football players lacking is a problem in the Big Ten, would Virginia possibly be a grounds where they might try to expand into? I think that state in particular has a good number of football talent that's been able to been disseminated through the ACC. So if that's one concern of the conference, would Virginia Tech and Virginia, along with Carolina and Duke, be a possibility for the Big Ten to try to strike at?
Well, as we've seen, these schools tend to come in pairs, especially the further away they are, that they like to have.
Right.
I think there's a lot of reasons for it. So Virginia and North Carolina have a long-standing rivalry in basketball in particular, and they're very like institutions and very attractive to the Big Ten. So yeah, those two could come together, or those two in, I don't know, Clemson and Georgia Tech.
Yeah, Georgia Tech, again, another media outlet for the Big Ten to expand to, especially in Atlanta, with
football players too,
and that as well, being Georgia. All right, it's an interesting time. I'm glad to get your thoughts on it. Thank you for the time. You have a good day, Mark.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. All right. Here at the Voice of College Football, I want to remind you of a few things. Starting on Saturday, well, really starting tonight, we will have post-game after just about any kind of big game you can imagine. So we've got post-game here at the Voice of College Football on the main channel. I'll be here every Saturday night late after the primetime games. I'll be here tonight. Well, yeah, I think I'll be here tonight because we're here for 24 straight hours. So yes, we're here tonight. We also have our Penn State guys. So if you just want the exclusive Penn State angle on the game, they're going to be doing their live stream after the game right here on the main channel and over on the Penn State channel. So please check out our guys, Tim Aiden and Marty Lee from Black Shoe Diaries, as they break down the Penn State postgame. And they're going to be here for the second consecutive year after every Penn State game right here on the main channel as we try to build up our Penn State channel. And I guess I'm going to take on the post game for everything else. So West Virginia Pitt, Penn State Purdue, we're going to do post game right here at the Voice of College Football. Then starting with West Virginia's second game, week 2, we will have West Virginia post game on the West Virginia channel and also here on the main channel. All right, there will be a quiz after the 24-hour live stream. We got DeAndre on the line.
What's up, Mark? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing today?
I'm good.
So, I got another one for you.
Okay. All right.
Michigan, Nebraska, Clemson all have winning records against Notre Dame.
Okay.
Oklahoma might be in there too. Tell me the other three obscure teams that have winning records versus Notre Dame.
Oh, okay. So are we going to another bunch of teams that have like played one game?
Not, I remember Rice played more than one game versus those teams.
Okay. So you took out Michigan, Nebraska, and who?
Clemson.
Clemson over Notre Dame.
I think
Who else is a winning
Oklahoma.
record? Well, Ohio State does.
Yeah, Ohio State does.
How many teams do I have to name?
3.
Winning records against Notre Dame. I can't imagine anybody in the ACC has a winning record against Notre Dame because they've been beaten on that conference for the last 5 or 6 years.
Outside of Clemson, of course. Florida State got to win the record.
Outside of Clemson, of course. Well, okay. Well, give me. I was about to say. I was about to try to analyze. Let's see, Florida State. So you're telling me Florida State does?
Nah, I might be wrong on that. Florida State.
I'll look it up. Who else? Winning record against. Doesn't Alabama now have a winning record against Notre Dame? They don't? I know they used to not, but with all these, what they've beaten them, well, I guess it's just been twice in the last 10 years. Notre Dame. Who else has beaten Notre Dame? They still have a winning record against USC.
Well, I'm not gonna hold you up on this one, and it is one game teams.
Oh,
Oregon State, Tulsa, and UConn, which shocked me.
Tulsa.
UConn beat Notre Dame.
When was that? UConn beat Notre Dame. Was that under Randy Edsall? Must have been.
Yeah, it had to be. There's a site called Winning Time or something like that. I look up, like when I be doing my clips and stuff, and I look it up and I find stuff when I compare teams, and it breaks down year by year historical references between different teams.
Winsipedia, right?
Yeah, Wikipedia. Yeah, it's very good. I love it to death.
Yeah. Notre Dame leads Alabama 5-3.
Right. So but hey, I can't wait to work with Eddie on our pregame show and after show.
Yes. So before we talk to people about that, I'll mention that Florida State leads Notre Dame 6-5.
Oh, okay.
Notre Dame's won the last 3. They've beaten them 3 times since 2018. They of course beat them last year. Yeah, 2018. Okay. Anyway, so everybody, we've got Clemson post game after every Clemson game with DeAndre and with Edward Craven. And you guys are going to do a preview show. When's that going to be?
That's today at 9:00.
Clemson, you guys are going live, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I got to get that out there and I got to promote that. So I'll be on Twitter promoting that. I'll post it on all the channels. Clemson live preview at 9 p.m. Eastern time on the Clemson channel. And then we'll have Clemson post game with DeAndre and with Edward on Monday night after the Georgia Tech game.
Yeah. I'll try to slow down for a second here.
Okay.
So I saw somebody say that Clemson benefited from Miami and Florida State misadministration. Well, I really don't think that's why. I think Florida State benefited. I think LSU is the reason why Florida State is there. We done had this conversation before. I think Florida State got a lot of players out of LSU.
Yeah.
Louisiana at one point, Ward does, Temp Vanover does this couple that I could think of. I think Charlie Ward is from there too. But I think that Florida State was more hurt by LSU. But there was a correlation that I was trying to tell Edward about between Florida State and Clemson. What started a lot of Florida State downfall is that Bobby Bowden started losing his assistants. Think about he lost Checkamado to NC State. He lost Mark Richt to Georgia. I don't know if Mickey Andrews just retired or whatever. And the funny thing, Mickey Andrews was at Clemson when Peak was there. And then he went over to Florida State. If it was that 11-1 year that Clemson had, Mickey Andrews was there. And that's kind of funny that, people say that it's like Clemson benefited, but I also like to point out Clemson and Florida State and Miami started being good around the same time in the 80s. Now, Florida State and Miami maintained how good they were compared to what Clemson did in the 90s. But in the 80s, they pretty much started about the same time. Because I think Clemson, even after they won a national championship, they were 9-1-1, tied Georgia and 1 year, and Boston lost to Boston College. Then the next year was reversed. So, far as them benefiting, I think they started being good at the same time. Just that Florida State and Miami was able to maintain how good they were up to the 90s. So, but I saw somebody say that. Another thing, people say, well, Clemson's overrated. I happened to watch the Clemson and NC State game last year. Remember we were talking about all them penalties that Clemson had?
Yeah.
The touchdown that I think Clemson either led 14-7, and the touchdown that they scored on NC State, Spector got on 3rd and 8, 39 or something. He got a penalty for roughing the passer or hit the crown of the helmet or something, and that led to their next touchdown. And I tell people all the time, go back and look at that game. Clemson also didn't have all their defensive linemen that game. When I say that, Florida State ran the ball better and got down there better, and Davis, Breezy wasn't playing. Okafor and Williams had to go the rest of the game. And also Skowski didn't play on the rest of the game because he got that stinger early in the first quarter. So when people say injuries is part of the game, because it was a couple years ago, NC State was missing their whole secondary. Clemson beat them 50-7. But I tell people to go back and look at it and see how that game turned out. And NC State barely won that game, so I don't think Clemson's overrated. I just think that they had a bunch of bad luck last year, and you just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, this year, we all excited about it. We thought we were going to beat Georgia Tech by 100 points last year, and we went up 14-6. So it's going to be a exciting week to look at. But these spreads, why does Georgia have a 17-point spread on Oregon?
Well, I think that spread is more justified than Ohio State and Notre Dame.
Yeah. And I think what people didn't look out for that in that game, I think Notre Dame has a very good offensive line, and they're supposed to have very good defense. I think they're going to run the ball and keep the ball close. Not saying they're going to beat Ohio State, but I think that they're going to keep the game close. And like I told you,
I agree.
Yeah, because everybody keeps talking about how good Notre Dame defense is, so I said, why would you think? And they have a whole summer to prepare for this one game. I mean, it's going to be an amazing game, man. I mean, I remember the last time they played, I'm talking about in the regular season, I think it was like 96.
Yeah.
And they played regular season. Eddie George brought the hammer versus Notre Dame. Was it Eddie George or Robert Smith?
Well, they played in 95 and 96. They played in 95 in Columbus, and Eddie George had a huge game, like 225 yards. Then they played the next year. That was Eddie George was gone, and they won at South Bend. They won both games. Ohio State.
That's for you. And those guys, Plummer and Pace. Yeah, I remember that team.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's what I be trying to tell people.
Terry Glenn.
How did they lose to Michigan? I just don't get that.
I don't know. They had Katzenmoyer and Antoine Winfield and Vrabel and Pace and Corey Stringer and
they had a lot of
Terry Glenn.
Was Boston there at that time too?
he was in the program, but he really didn't play until 97, 98 were his big years.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm shocked how I know that Woody Hayes didn't want to play him because he recruited a lot of Catholics, but I'm shocked how less they didn't play. You know, because before '95 they only played like what, maybe 3 or 4 other times.
They only played twice in the
Wow.
30s. 35 and 36 were the only 2 times that they played until the 90s.
Another one, I remember that year. I think I'm getting it right. But Notre Dame also played Washington that year. That was supposed to be like a big time game because they hadn't played since the 40s. And when they played in the 40s, I think that was supposed to be like one of the game of the centuries or something like that because Washington was pretty good back then in the 40s. I think I'm right. Because like Notre Dame had
That's a
this.
good one. I don't remember Notre Dame and Washington playing in 95 or 96.
Yeah, I thought I might get them confused, but yeah, I thought they had played those years too. I know that was like one of the Notre Dame big schedules and stuff like that. But yeah, man. But close to Georgia Tech, I'm not gonna share what I have planned for it, but that's one of the most underrated rivalries in college football. People don't pay attention to,
Yeah, nobody does.
thousands. And if y'all catch the show today, I'm gonna talk about a lot of those games in the 2000s and early 89, 90, and that's one of the best rivalries that nobody talks about. I mean, that rivalry was nasty and tight, and a lot of great players. I mean, imagine Joe Hamilton if he played today. Imagine what he would have been in the NFL today if they would allow him to play his game.
Mm-hmm.
You got people like Woody Dansler and one of the best quarterbacks. I think he was the first quarterback ever to rush and throw for 1,000 yards. I mean, rush for 1,000 had like what 4,000 yards passing or 3,000 yards passing, something like that. So you had a lot of great players in that series, but because they didn't get a lot of respect at that time, and Clemson was highly rated with Georgia Tech beating them. That's something I'm gonna talk about. Why that's Clemson's true rival, not Florida State like some people like to claim because they've been playing since the 1899 was the first game. So it's a rivalry that I know a lot about. So I can't wait to talk about it.
So the Washington Notre Dame series, you're dead on. They played in 95 and 96.
Oh yeah.
Notre Dame won 29-21 and 54-20.
I remember because that was the first year they had stopped playing Michigan, and I know Jim Harbaugh was like Michigan wasn't a real rival of Notre Dame because they really didn't play that much, and like why people were making a big deal about it. I know Jim Harbaugh wasn't there at the time, but I know a lot of people was like that really wasn't, and you saw Notre Dame move away from playing Miami and Michigan, and they had added Washington and Ohio State for those 2 years, and they were talking about how great that rivalry was, how big those games were in the 40s. So yeah, I remember those games, but I don't remember what happened in the Washington games. But I remember the Ohio State games like it was yesterday, because that was a nasty game, boy. Eddie George, he put it on them. So.
Yep. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Well, okay. Well,
All
Mark,
right, man.
You have a great day. Thank you.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, DeAndre. And again, catch DeAndre and Edward over on the Clemson channel at 9:00 Eastern time tonight.
All right. Have a good day.
DeAndre, have Edward set up that, schedule that live stream so we can get our notifications out so people can join you.
Okay.
All right, sir. Thanks a lot. All right. Yeah. So good catch here by Brian Myers. Yeah. Captain Moyer and Boston were, integral to the 96 team. I was thinking of the 95 team when I mentioned Terry Glenn and Boston wasn't there. at that point. So anyway, yeah, 96. Of course, David Boston caught the game-winning touchdown pass in the Rose Bowl. And Catherine Moyer was being talked about constantly. All right, we got Cartoon Network on the line. I would like to remind everyone, please, when you join the show, there's a private chat function there. Just let me know what your name is, who you root for, and where you're calling from. All right. Got Cartoon
Hello.
Network on the line.
Oh, my name is Cartoon Network.
All right. Okay. That had all sorts of bad news written on it right there. So, all right. So, what are we looking at here? Looks like I may have a break coming here pretty soon. That'll be pretty nice. All right, folks. Let's see our next call. Join the show at this link. Oh, never mind. That's not the link. That's a link to my YouTube channel. Please subscribe to the LSU channel, folks. We want to get to 1,000. That is huge. And as it stands right now, let's watch our countdown to 1,000 on the LSU channel. Where are we? 996. Folks, we've got 88 on the line. If all of you would head on over to the LSU channel, and I will leave the link in the chat and subscribe right there. And again, if you could care less about LSU football, then you can unsubscribe as soon as we get safely over 1,000. How about that? We are going to be here for the rest of the day and night into the overnight hours until at least 4 a.m. Eastern time. So we will take you through the football games and into the post game. Shoot, what's wrong with my... All right, I'm dropping the LSU channel link in the chat. Please subscribe. Thank you so much for that. All right. Also, of course, we've got the Amazon link in the description section of all the videos. Please subscribe right there. Or this is when I'm getting punch drunk at this point, knowing I'm going to get some relief in a few minutes. Yes, the Amazon link. You don't subscribe to the Amazon link. You grab the Amazon link and use it to purchase from Amazon. But we get a little kickback from that, so it doesn't cost you a penny. And it's the same shopping experience. You basically just enter Amazon using our link that we've got in the description section of the videos. And think about this. Amazon's worth $1.6 trillion. That's mind-boggling. Think 10% of Amazon, 1.6 trillion, isn't that 160 billion? 10% is 160 billion. So multiply that by 10, you got 1.6 trillion. And so when you spend $100, for example, at Amazon, you're sending them $100. What you could be doing is you could be, of course, sending $1 or $2 here to the Voice of College Football. And while we currently have no one on the line, and it's been a tremendous 5 hours, thank you so much for everyone being here. We do have Corey Bratta, who's our first relief pitcher of sorts. Corey, how you doing?
How you doing? That's the question mark. 5 hours. My goodness gracious
Well, it's
alive.
not the 5 hours. You know what I did to myself? I went to bed at like 1 o'clock in the morning and set the alarm for 3:15. So
You went to bed at 1 a.m.
yeah,
Why?
just because I was doing things and it's hard for me to get to bed before then. So I forced myself to go to bed about 1, and I probably laid there for a half hour, 45 minutes, and then I finally got myself to sleep. And before you knew it, the alarm went off at 3:15.
So are you gonna sleep then these next couple hours?
Yes, heck yes, I'm gonna sleep. I
Okay,
hope so.
and then do you have? So what's this? Can you run down the schedule? Have you done that on the show? As far as you said, I'm your first relief pitcher. So
Yes.
who? Oh, by the way, I slept like a baby last night. So just
Good.
throw that in there.
That's nice to know.
So, but well, I did get to bed late. Listen, this is you and I both know it's a busy week for both of us. Now, I don't have a 24-hour live stream. This is a busy time to do what we do, correct? When you're, I mean, this may be the
absolutely.
busiest of times when you're prepping for a season because of
Yes.
all the preseason content.
Yes, and you know what we're doing with all the post-game shows.
Right.
Fortunately, I don't have to worry about the Iowa post-game show. That's all tucked away, and you've got that taken care of. And but making contacts with all sorts of people, emails and DMs and phone calls with trying to assign post-game hosts and teach them StreamYard and all those sorts of things. It's been, we still have a number of post-games that are unsettled at this point, but we hope to get them settled by Saturday. So yeah, the preparation for the season for both of us has been quite a bit.
So our person in the queue here is not a caller. I'll take it.
They were a previous caller and they've just hung around, I guess, or forgot to drop off, but they've already been on the show.
Okay. Well, I won't throw them back in, and I'd be happy to take calls. I'm waiting on I'm waiting on a coffee delivery to actually wake me up. So
Okay.
once that comes, I might get a little bit more chipper. But yeah, this is a fun day. Got a lot of great games today, which is kind of
we do.
I think that's kind of rare for a Thursday, right? There's always those week one games on a Thursday or a Friday. But boy, this is as good as I can remember it. So get some sleep, Mark, and or is there somebody relieving me, or is it you coming back
No,
in 2
I will
hours?
see you back here in 2 hours.
Okay, get some shut eye.
Thank you so much for giving me a break here, and
Absolutely.
have fun.
Sounds
We've
good,
had
Mark.
we've had some discussion on Iowa football. I had somebody call in and very politely challenge my coach's rankings of Kirk Ferentz at whatever I've got him ranked. I don't even know, somewhere around 25 to 28. So
Challenging
we
it
had a
how?
discussion. It was a good discussion.
They were defending him, or they thought he was ranked too high?
They thought he was ranked too low by me. And then at the conclusion of the call, I don't know that they changed their minds, but they understood my point of view.
Boy, with that, and we talked about the rankings when you came out with them. I think you were pretty fair with that. I think people look at longevity and assume that, that means he's one of the 10 best coaches in the country, and I don't think you can make that argument anymore.
And I will say, when I started the process, if somebody would have said, you're going to rank, and 28 sticks in my memory, I don't know where he was, somewhere in that range, that I would have thought, no, I'm going to rank him higher than that. So I was a bit surprised that it was that low. And that doesn't mean he's not 15 or 18
Sure.
or, again, you're talking about, at least in my estimation, just millimeter differences between coaches at that level.
And I agree. I mean, I don't think there's a huge. Do you have PJ ahead of Kirk?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a huge difference either way. When you look at those guys' records year in and year out, yes, Kirk has won a couple West titles, but he probably should. He's been here for a long, long time.
If somebody had a ranking and they ranked Kirk Ferentz in front of 10 or 15 coaches that I have him ranked behind, I would have no issue with that whatsoever.
Right. I do have a bit of an issue with you ranking Matt Campbell ahead of Kirk, but we can have that discussion another day. I mean, it is what it is, and I think part of it is I'm biased as an Iowa guy because I've watched Matt Campbell go 0 for 7 now, or 0 for 6, and that's less than that, 0 for 5, I think, in the series. But I understand. I mean, he different circumstances. I get it.
Last thing I'll say, Matt Campbell's accomplishments, career resume, none of that compares to Kirk Ferentz. I'm trying to make a in the moment, who would I have coached my team ranking. So,
and I understand that. I mean, I think part of it is projecting forward, right? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know if you were
if
you were ranking a coach for and you had to factor in, you know, who do I want for the next 5 years? Is Kirk Ferentz going to be in the game in 5 years? You know,
the best example I can give of that is I ranked Bryce Young as, I think, the second best quarterback in the country going into his Heisman Trophy winning season. And a number of people called me crazy because he'd only thrown like 6 passes the year before. I just said, if Nick Saban is telling us that there is no quarterback competition, there's always been a quarterback competition when there's not been an experienced quarterback at Alabama. And so if Nick Saban is telling me, even before spring practice, he's the starting quarterback and he's a 5-star and he's going to be quarterbacking in Alabama, that's good enough for me.
And Mark, real quick, one other thing before you leave. First of all, how do you feel about this user that Sleepy Mark? Have you been? Is this the first appearance he's made, or is this he's been making?
This is the first appearance he's made. There's another Mark Rogers with a D that showed up, and I was intrigued by the photo that this person attached to their account, and I found it. It's on Instagram. It's on my Instagram.
Wow, creepy.
I thought, wow, how did they get that? I couldn't even remember.
Yeah. Well, what was I going to say now? See, I got to keep my train of thought this early in the morning. So you were talking about Bryce Young. Just your thoughts on I guess Pat, and I didn't hear this come out of his mouth, but somebody told me this. I guess Pat Fitzgerald said before the Nebraska game that he thought this might be his best offensive line since he's been there. Think about that.
Yes.
Northwestern ain't no joke. I'm telling you that right now. We always joke around about Northwestern, and I could see them knocking off. I don't think they have what I don't think they have what it takes to win the West, because I think there's too many good teams in the West this year, as opposed to in previous years where Minnesota's just average and Purdue maybe average. I think all 4 of those top teams are in contention for the title. I don't think Northwestern can play through them all, but I do think they can knock off a couple teams. That's a dangerous game. I'm happy that game's back in Iowa City if you're a Hawk fan.
Yeah, Pat Fitzgerald made the comment, and I thought we talked about it. Maybe I talked about it on so many other shows in the Nebraska show, probably, that it sticks out of my mind. He made 2 comments that stuck out of my mind, and that was the first, that I've been here for 17 years, and this is going to be our best offensive line in 17 years. I was like, oh my goodness, because I don't think of Pat Fitzgerald as making boastful comments about his team.
No.
He just always says, we're going to work hard, we're going to do our best, kind of thing. And then he made some kind of comment. Wasn't as exact as the offensive line statement, but he said, our defense is going to surprise people. We are vastly improved.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know. That's a scary proposition for those top 4 teams in the West. And you think about Nebraska, and now you're playing through not only those top 4 teams, but you're playing through Northwestern. And I think Illinois is going to be better.
Yeah.
I've been saying that for a while. Their defense looked good against Wyoming on Saturday, albeit against a struggling program. So
their pass defense gave up like 5 completions and 20 attempts or something crazy like that. Yeah.
And for the record, I was going to say Wyoming had a good offense last year. Now they lost their quarterback, Levi Williams. He transferred out. They lost their star wide receiver, transfer portal. But that was a pretty good offense last year.
Good stuff. Thanks, Corey. See you in less than 2 hours.
All right, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, good to see everybody here. We'll welcome in Christian to the show. Christian, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. You're going to have to familiarize myself with you. Are you I'm going to guess, an Ohio State fan? What you a fan of?
I'm an Alabama fan, but really just a big time college football fan. I'm a YouTuber as well. But I wanted to talk about Penn State's defense, especially with Manny Diaz. What do you think about that? I think they have like a 6-year guy or 5th-year guy, whatever, and PJ Mustafer. They got the depth, they got the talent. Do you think that making the Manny Diaz hire for a team like Penn State is going to be the key to push them to getting back to maybe competing Well, I mean, I guess they're always competing, but do you think it helps to give Ohio State some competition in the East?
Well, I mean, I certainly would hope so. They have, and Mark and I have talked about this. They have well underperformed for the last 2 years. You think about 2020, and certainly came on late that year. But last year at one point, I think they were ranked third when they came to Iowa City to play the Hawks, and ended up at 7-5, 7-6, somewhere in there. So
yeah,
I would have to think. I mean, they've got the talent. Mustafa is really good. I don't know what they return across the back end of the defense. I think they're projected to be maybe the best secondary in the Big Ten, correct?
That's what I'm hearing. They returned some key guys.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously that team has underperformed for 2 years, and I was just having a conversation about this very subject with somebody the other day. How long will it take for Franklin to be on the hot seat? And I actually think that if he has a down year this year, and when I say down year, I'm talking 7-5. If he gets another 7-5 year, I think there's going to start being some pretty uptight fans, and I don't blame them because that would be year 3 of really average results with tremendous. I mean, they're still recruiting at a really high level. So no, I mean, I think getting Manny Diaz in is certainly a step in the right direction. But again, does he fit into the mold? I think it's an interesting dynamic, him and James Franklin. Those two guys have very unique personalities. I think both of them have big egos. So how well do they work together? I'm sure I would hope that James Franklin as the head coach can kind of stay out of Manny's way. But it'll be an intriguing year because of the talent level, but again, the underachievement these last 2 seasons.
Yeah, I would hope so. My grandparents are Penn State. But I mean, I think it's how teams receivers does the defense.
Christian, you're cutting out pretty bad. I'm going to have you, if you could, just leave and come back in. You're cutting out really bad. I can't understand you, and my guess is that nobody who's listening can understand you. So try to come, if you could, just leave the room and then come back because I would like to hear your thoughts. Let me get to the chat while we're waiting for Christian to come back. A lot of names I don't recognize, which is a good thing. It means that you guys have showed up in earnest this morning. Daniel Henry says 2 Big Ten titles for Kirk, head coach from 99 till now. I mean, the 2 Big Ten titles, I've been critical, being an Iowa guy, I've been critical of that, and that needs to be more of a focus. Certainly they've been close. 2015, they were a couple plays away. Last year, Michigan fans would have you believe they weren't close, but they did make it to the championship. I give credit to the East opponents that have kept them out. I mean, certainly the Michigan State run, and now with Ohio State and Michigan, it's hard to play through the Eastern Division, and if the divisions end up getting slashed, and they may very well be eliminated here in the coming years. It's going to be more difficult for Iowa to win Big Ten titles. And Hair Trigger 83 brings up the fact that yes, they were both shared titles in 2002, 2004, I believe. And that's the nature. That was the nature of winning Big Ten titles back then. Oftentimes you shared titles, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. But going back to Penn State, and I'd like to hear the end of what Christian had to say on the Nittany Lions. They are an intriguing team. And if they lose tonight, I keep saying this. I said it on a show that we'll be releasing with former Iowa coach Don Patterson on my channel here this evening. I just find it intriguing. If they lose, if Purdue wins, first of all, the repercussions for Purdue is I think they become the favorites in the Western Division. Just looking at the schedule, I believe they get Maryland and Indiana as their 2 other crossovers. And that's by far the easiest crossover schedule of any of the 4 contenders. And I consider the 4 contenders to be Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Purdue. So if Purdue wins this evening, they become the odds-on favorites. However, what does that mean for Penn State if Purdue wins? That's an interesting question as well. And certainly you look at Penn State's schedule. I'll pull it up here. We know every team in the East is stuck with a gauntlet year in and year out. But Penn State's crossover games this year, of course, Purdue tonight. They get Auburn in the non-conference in the home and home, but they'll be on the road this year. They get Northwestern at home, which, I don't think I'd much rather play Nebraska or Illinois than Northwestern this year, based upon what we saw and just based upon the reputation of Pat Fitzgerald. And then Penn State gets Minnesota at home. So that's not an easy schedule. They get Michigan on the road. They get Ohio State at home. They get Michigan State at home. The good news is 2 of those 3 are at home. But boy, it's a tough schedule for Penn State. And again, it is year in and year out. And they have the same tricky game on the road at Rutgers that Iowa does. I think Rutgers will be improved. I don't know how improved they will be, but with Schiano at the helm, I think that defense will at least show up. I don't think you're going to have 2016 Rutgers defenses moving forward as long as Schiano's there. Shoelace Sooner, appreciate the super chat. Shoelace, thanks for filling in and keeping the show going. Enjoy doing this, and I remember last year doing it a different time of day, but certainly enjoy interacting with all of you, and hopefully we can have a good 2 hours here as we're waiting for Mark to get some shut-eye and return to the show. Hair Trigger, interested to see what Purdue's defense looks like without Karlaftis. Yeah, the pass rush will be intriguing to see. I mean, you don't replace someone like George Karlaftis in one season, but they were decent across the field last year. If they get a run game, and certainly losing Xander Horvath last year hurt. They returned King Doru. They got another kid. I see Big Time Boilers in the chat. Maybe he can fill us in on who the other backs are. There's one guy that I was reading about this week that I guess somebody compared to Xander. But it's a dangerous team with the schedule they have. David Oni says Iowa seems to go on the upswing when they play Ohio State. They play. I give them credit. They give Ohio State everything they can handle. Not just 2017. They play them. They typically play the Buckeyes close. 2009, they took them to overtime in that game. Should probably won that game if they had actually made an effort in regulation to win. And then in 2010, I think they played them fairly close. That was a Terrell Pryor year. 2013, I believe it was. I think it was 2013. They played them close in Columbus for a while. I think it ended up being maybe a 10-point win for Ohio State. Kobe Jones, thank you, Big Time Boiler. Appreciate that. Yeah, Kobe Jones. So, I mean, again, up front, I don't know what their situation is. I know we talked to Big Time Boiler when he was on the show for our Iowa Purdue preview a month or two ago. But if they can be decent up front, again, you get more experienced Doru, and I'm assuming a bigger body in Kobe Jones. I think they're going to be fine in the passing game with Aiden O'Connell, and I think people are underestimating the power of Charlie Jones in a better offense. I just do. Can you bring your voice up an octave? Can I bring my voice up an octave? I'm assuming by octave you mean level. Let me see if I can adjust my audio settings here to increase. Usually people tell me I need to be less loud because my voice carries. Let's see if I can adjust this. How did that get that way? I tell you, folks, I'll say this right now. Now that should sound better. So let me know if that's any better. DVDFRNZWBR. I can't stand Microsoft. I say this. I say it more every single day. I deal with Microsoft. I've got a Microsoft machine that I use for streaming, and it does okay at times. But I cannot stand some of the functionality of Windows computers. This is a brand new machine too, and the Dell G5 SE, which is a decent machine. It's got quite a bit of RAM, But boy, next time I have an opportunity to buy a Mac, I'll give them a plug. I'm going to buy a Mac. Sooners Thrawn, what if in 1999 Stoops was going to get the Iowa job? Would things been way different if that happened? Boy, it's a great question. What a great question. And I've talked about that. The story behind that is so fascinating because if I recall, the candidates for the job, the guys that actually got interviews, and Bob Bowlesby was the AD at the time, you may recall, at Iowa. The candidates for the job were Kirk Ferentz and Bob Stoops, Chuck Long, former Iowa Heisman winner or Heisman runner-up Chuck Long, and then the guy from Northern Iowa. Man, I'm gonna maybe somebody can help me. The coach from Northern Iowa at the time, and his name is escaping me. And then Don Patterson, the one and only Don Patterson, who is part of our post-game show. Yeah, he was one of the candidates, and the Iowa fan base, I think, just wanted they didn't want part of the Hayden Fry era to hold on to. Now, Kirk was part of the Hayden era, but he had left, as you probably remember. He went to the league and was at Maine. So, and Chuck Long didn't have the resume at that point. I think they were just kind of throwing him a bone, and eventually he got hired on with Bob Stoops at Oklahoma. But they wanted to hire Bob Stoops. That's what people got to realize. They wanted to hire Bob Stoops, but Stoops got an offer from Oklahoma, and basically Oklahoma said, "We need to know what you're going to do." And so, I mean, it's an intriguing story. Yeah, what would be different? Where would Kirk have ended up? Kirk wouldn't have been. I don't think people would have really paid much attention to Kirk at all. Now, he may have went somewhere else and won, but as far as Iowa fans, he was a part of Iowa football in the '80s briefly, but I mean, there wasn't some huge connection there besides that. But certainly, he's built up his reputation since. But yeah, would Iowa be a different program had Bob Stoops been here? I think it would be a successful program. I don't know how it would compare. That's hard to project. But boy, that is an interesting conversation to have. All right. Darren Graham says, first full week of college football. Let's go. And when is the first game? Let me pull up the first game just so that we're all on the same page here. First actual game today, of course. I thought maybe there was a 5 o'clock game. There's a 6 p.m. Central game. West Virginia, Pittsburgh, of course. You got Oklahoma State and Central Michigan, Western Michigan and Michigan State. Is that it? Am I missing? I'm looking at top 25. Maybe there is a 5 p.m. game. Give me a non-top 25 schedule. Okay, there is a 5 p.m. game. Thank you. Akron and St. Francis, Pennsylvania. Akron and St. Francis, Pennsylvania. Hey, I'm on the air. Can I call you back? Okay. Don't normally answer calls while I'm on a live show, but what the heck? Lemansky, the marathon man from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Terry Allen. Thank you. Terry Allen is the UNI guy that was very much in consideration for the Iowa job in '99. And yeah, that was such an interesting story. And I've heard that story from a number of perspectives from the '99 era. And then you just think about Bob Bowlesby, his reputation now. And of course, he's out of the game for the time being. In fact, I believe he just golfed with, I believe Don Patterson just golfed with Bob Bowlesby the other day. It wasn't at the Chris Street outing, but it was at some outing. One more super sticker, and then we'll get to our caller. Thank you, Luke, for the super sticker here in the morning. And yeah, appreciate everybody being here and the support so far. Will is on the line.
What's going on, Corey?
Will,
You
I've
wanna
seen
go
you.
there?
I think I've seen your name before on here when I've tuned in for Mark's show, but you're gonna have to fill me in on your background.
I'm a big time Fighting Irish fan.
Uh-oh.
But I'm here to ask you more.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you more about Iowa.
Okay, you're not gonna rip me for my stance on Notre Dame. You
What's
know
your
my stance on Notre Dame,
Yeah,
don't
what's
you?
your stance? Just let me know your stance. Yeah.
Well, you probably heard my phone call that riled up some fans a few weeks ago, just about the Big Ten. Well, not just the Big Ten, but conferences across the country, kind of enabling Notre Dame to stay independent. And I don't have it's nothing against Notre Dame per se.
I mean, you're kind of right.
I have a problem with the conferences who allow it.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
And I'm an advocate for if you're not going to join a conference, fine. You're 11-1. Well, you're actually 11-2 without a conference championship. So in other words, we're evaluating a Notre Dame who's 11-1 against a Michigan who's 11-2 with a conference championship. I'm taking Michigan with a conference championship because in reality, Notre Dame is 11-2 without a conference championship. But anyways, you want to talk about Iowa? I don't want to get you riled up, but what you got?
Right. Do you think that Iowa can change, like under Kirk Ferentz? I feel like they play not to lose a lot. Has that always been the case? Like, was that the case under when Brad Banks and Drew Tate were there, or is this a newer thing?
I mean, that's been Kirk Ferentz's MO for 23 years now. I think the difference with Kirk Ferentz of the last 3 years, or last I should say even just 2 years. People, you probably don't know this as a Notre Dame fan, but I think it was in like 2017, there was this feeling about Kirk that he had turned into a new man, and he was actually nicknamed New Kirk, and it was partly because he apparently was okay with LeVar Woods running a bunch of trick plays on special teams because they ran a bunch of trick plays on special teams. I mean, really weird formations and just weird stuff. He went for it on fourth down a lot more, and all people, this is New Kirk. In reality, I think he had given some of that, loosened the reins a bit on guys like LeVar Woods, who has been terrific, by the way, in drawing up these kind of trick plays. But philosophically, he's maintained his stance throughout, and now with even worse quarterback play. Well under average quarterback play behind Spencer Petras these last 2 years, I think you just become more and more conservative. And when you don't have a run game that works and you're behind the chains at times, or oftentimes, we've seen Iowa giving up on third down, which is just a massive frustration for Iowa fans. And you're 3rd and 12 and you're literally running a draw play, which probably has no chance of making a first down. So, he's always been that way, but I think when you have below average quarterback play, and right now he doesn't have a play caller that I think he has a ton of confidence in, even though it's his own son. I think behind closed doors, he may even admit that, Brian hasn't instilled confidence in anybody. Better quarterback play and better play calling would help the cause.
And are Hawkeye fans at all worried about the Cy Hawk Trophy with conference realignment, and if the Big 12 goes down the drain? Are they worried about that at all, or are they just going to be like, let the Cyclones die?
Well, a lot of Iowa fans have not wanted Iowa to be playing that game for years. It's got nothing to do with conference alignment. There's a lot of Iowa fans that would just trash that game if they could. I'm not one of those fans. Personally, I think the Iowa State-Iowa rivalry is great. I'd like to get your perspective as a Notre Dame fan. Do you enjoy that rivalry?
It's a fun rivalry. Yeah, it was fun. I was excited to watch the game.
Yeah, I mean, and right now with Matt Campbell and where he's got that program, they're good year in and year out. I mean, I think they've got a chance to have a down year. I mean, you lose Brock Purdy, you lose Breece Hall, both of which are on active NFL rosters. Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant and making for the 49ers roster the other day, which congratulations to him. But it's a great rivalry, but I think Iowa fans would rather see LSU on the schedule. They'd rather see Notre Dame here or there. They'd rather see Oregon. And I think the reality of it is if they dropped Iowa State and they stuck with 9 conference games, which I don't know the future if they end up going back to 8, do they end up going to 10? I think you can make arguments both ways. More likely to add, I think, a 10th conference game. Mm-hmm. But I don't see that happening. I don't see if they drop Iowa State, I don't see them going out and scheduling Alabama or Georgia. I just, before they went to 9 conference games, I can just tell you, they played Iowa State, but the other Power 5 team they played was, a Pittsburgh or Arizona. They had a series against Arizona State. They were not scheduling powers. And those were decent programs. But Pitt in 2013, 2014, I think Boyd was at receiver, but besides him, I don't know of any guys that any star players that are in the league now from those teams. And same with Arizona. That was a Nick Foles quarterback team, but those were just okay programs. So I think Iowa fans think that, we're going to go out and schedule some powers. And in reality, that's not going to happen. So I would hate to lose that game. I think Iowa State fans should be more concerned, obviously, just from a conference realignment standpoint. Where do they end up? They do have the academics and the accreditation to be in the Big Ten, but I don't know. The Big Ten wants Iowa State. I think the hope for Iowa State, what you got to hope for, is that the Big Ten has a bigger picture in mind, and that is to expand to 24 or more teams. And that may be years down the road. But, I'd hate to lose the rivalry, but it's possible.
And for the Iowa run game, what happened to it? Iowa usually has big, farmer guys, big guys that can block under Kirk Ferentz before. Is it the recruiting? Was the recruiting bad for a few years? Is that why, or is there another reason?
Well, I would challenge you on this, Will. Go back and look up. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but go back and look up statistics for the Iowa run game throughout Kirk Ferentz's tenure. It's not as good as you may think. That's the public perception, is that, Iowa, runs the football. They're like Wisconsin. They just pound it. They're not like Wisconsin. In fact, Wisconsin has, I don't know, I would venture to say Wisconsin's been better than Iowa in the run game at least 75% of Kirk Ferentz's era. And that's a lot of different Wisconsin coaches. Think about how many Wisconsin coaches have come through the ringer there. So Iowa's run game is just not as good as it's publicly perceived to be. Now in 2020, it was pretty good. And I don't want to make excuses for the rest of the conference, but I think COVID had something to do with that when you have teams not playing and teams that are not full strength, et cetera. Wisconsin was down. Penn State was down. Michigan State were down. All those teams were on the Iowa. Minnesota was down. All those teams were on the Iowa schedule that year. But let's remember, Will, it's not like Iowa stopped producing offensive linemen. Think about some of the offensive linemen that have come from Iowa City over the past 5 to 6 years. You got Tristan Wirfs and Tyler Linderbaum, just to name two first-rounders who I think Wirfs is one of the best linemen in the country right now. You've got Linderbaum, who's potentially going to be, I think in a couple of years, have a chance to be one of the best centers in the country just with his motor and skill set. So it's not like they've stopped producing offensive linemen, but they have not been real great collectively across the front. And here's the other thing. They don't typically recruit the running backs that a Wisconsin does. And it's really not even close. I shouldn't even say usually. They don't. Besides Sean Green, who had a decent career in the league with the Jets and the Titans, when is the last time an Iowa's had a Melvin Gordon or a Monty Ball or a James White or a Corey Clement or a Goomba Wally? You can go down the list. Braylon Allen's another one. Jonathan Taylor is probably the one guy I keep forgetting to mention whenever we have these conversations, and he's at the top of the list. So, yeah, I would say it's recruiting running backs, and then just collectively they have not been as solid across all 5 spots on that offensive line as maybe people perceive them to be.
Is there a reason that Iowa just doesn't recruit as hard as Wisconsin? Do they just not have the guys, or do they try?
A lot of these guys, here's one thing. A lot of these guys, they do recruit, and they've missed. Melvin Gordon, people thought he was going to be a Hawkeye. Iowa went after him hard and missed. I believe he was he committed? I believe he might have been committed at one time. I'd have to go back. That's been years ago, as you know. Eno Benjamin is another one. Iowa had him committed. And I believe, if I remember the story on Eno correctly, he wanted to take other visits. And at the time, Iowa was a little bit too stubborn with their viewpoints on these things, and basically said, no, if you're committed, you're committed. And Eno said, okay, I'm decommitting. I think that's how that story goes. Now, he broke all kinds of records at Arizona State. So they've been close on a couple of these guys. I think Breece Hall was a guy that Iowa recruited. He ends up going to Iowa State and having a huge career. I know I'm missing a guy or two in there, but the point is they have recruited these guys and they've missed. Now, the good news is you probably remember Liddell Betts in the early Kirk era. Liddell now is the running backs coach, and he has recruited at a great level here since he's gotten here. And he's only been here, 2 years now. But they've gotten Caleb Johnson, who's a 4-star kid out of Ohio, who was recruited by the Buckeyes, and a number of other. Michigan State was in on him. He's a big body. Jazzy and Patterson was a former 4-star from Florida. Those guys are, I think, more of your tweener backs that can kind of do it all and have the physicality to be able to match what Wisconsin has done from a physicality standpoint. They got to prove it on the field. But I do think there has been an uptick with recruiting at running back. I agree with you, though. It's very strange that Iowa hasn't been able to recruit running backs at a higher level with Kirk here, because that is the reputation Iowa has for running the football.
So, yeah, and since, like, you said that Kirk and doesn't trust Brian, is Brian, like, going to stay the OC until Kirk retires, or, like, is there some sort of leash on him? Like, if it doesn't get better this year, they'll replace him. Is there any chance that that'll happen?
Well, I think Iowa fans wanted him replaced last year and probably the year before that, especially last year. I mean, look, I think I've been saying this for months. If Brian can't get this off, if this offense doesn't improve substantially this year, and I don't have reason to believe it will, frankly, but if it doesn't improve substantially, then to me, I don't know how he lasts. But at the same time, who's going to make a move? Who's going to say you're done? Kirk's not firing his son.
The AD isn't it? The AD definitely isn't.
Gary Bone. I almost said Gary Bone because he doesn't have a backbone. Gary Barta will not, because Kirk Ferentz has too much power in that athletic department. Kirk Ferentz runs the athletic department, not Gary Barta. So, no, I don't believe he will. Now, there were rumors, in the spring that Brian Ferentz was looking for a way out, that he was trying to get back to the league. And there were rumors that he had interviewed with the Raiders for their tight end position. I don't think they hired a tight end. They're like one of the few teams in the NFL that doesn't have a tight ends coach right now. And I don't know the reason for that, but of course, that would be more so his connection with the Patriots through Josh McDaniels and Bill Belichick. But anyways, there were rumors that he was concerned, Brian was, that he was hurting his father's reputation and that he was looking to go to the league. But he's also got a lawsuit open against him right now for some of these discrimination claims in 2020. He's associated with that claim, the Chris Doyle situation. It wasn't just Chris Doyle. So he's a hard guy to hire. And so as long as he's not hireable somewhere else, how do you save face if you're Brian Ferentz? You're not going to go take a job in the MAC as an OC. I don't even think that with the MAC, is there a MAC team right now that would say, wow, we got to have Brian Ferentz as our OC? I don't think there is, frankly, unless he can generate a decent offense. So, he's probably looking at having to be a position coach somewhere, and that would be perceived from the public perception, from the public standpoint, of being a downgrade and being a hit. And so, does his pride allow that? That's yet to be seen. But I'd have to think. I'm with you. I'd have to think if the Iowa offense isn't substantially better this year, that a change is made. But Kirk Ferentz is, I think I can speak for Kirk in saying he would love it for Brian to take over as the head coach here. Mm-hmm. But I don't think there'd be many fans. There'd be some fans that would love it, because there are delusional fans in every fan base. But any reasonable fan that looks at Brian Ferentz's reputation would say that's not what's best for the program right now.
Is there any chance that Bob Stoops could come back after Kirk retires, or is he done? Is he just? Well,
I believe Bob just took another XFL job, didn't he?
Oh, okay. But do you think there's any chance he would come back? Like, I don't know if the XFL folds or.
Well, the problem is the longer Kirk stays, Kirk doesn't care about Bob Stoops taking over. Believe you me, he doesn't care about Bob Stoops taking over. Yeah, that he'd be number one on my list. I don't know how long Bob wants to coach, but I believe Bob would take this job, Will, and that's the scary part of this. I believe Bob would take this job, but would he take the job in 5 years? I don't know about that. So the longer Kirk stays, the less of a chance that becomes. I'm surprised Bob has stayed out of college coaching as long as he has. He came back and coached the bowl game last year for the Sooners, but I've talked about this with Mark. Bob would be at the top of my list. Mark would be at the top. Mark Stoops would be at the top of my list. Phil Parker, even though Phil's, I think, just as old as Kirk is, would at least be in the conversation for me. And then if you swing and miss on those three guys, those would be my top three guys, I think, in the order of Bob, Phil, and then Mark. After that, I would probably look at Brett Bielema and say, you already got a tattoo on your arm, a Tiger Hawk tattoo on your arm. So why not come back make it natural, come back along I-80 and come back to coach the Hawks. So yeah, it's an interesting discussion, but I have a feeling Kirk's going to be here for at least 2 to 3 more years. And he just signed an extension through 29. So, I mean, whatever that means.
Yeah. And for the Notre Dame, back to the Notre Dame thing, I feel like if we Notre Dame, we always try to put out a tough non-ACC schedule, and also we do get some tough ACC teams as well as because we're playing Clemson this year. Do you Do you really think even without the conference championship game, if we take 2 out of 3 and have 1 loss from Clemson, Ohio State, and if SC or BYU is good, do you still think that they should not be in the playoff? Do you still think that's 11-2?
I'm not saying they should be in the playoff, Will. What I'm saying is that you have to acknowledge they're playing 1 less game than every other team that's in competition for the playoff. That's all I'm saying. They're playing 1 less game than everybody else, and there's nobody else that's going to be independent after this year, correct? I believe there's nobody else on the table that's going to be independent. Well, Army. Yeah. Now, are they okay? So
I mean, that doesn't make a difference. I understand.
Reputable teams that are actually in the playoff hunt, and that would be, to me, BYU was the only other one you could argue could potentially be in the play. I mean, I don't, will Army ever be in the hunt for the playoff? I seriously doubt that. No, the reason I bring that up is because they don't play a conference championship game. And yeah, you bring up their schedule. Okay, they play Clemson, and I'm not ripping Notre Dame. I'm not trying to rip Notre Dame, but they play Clemson. They I know year in, year out they play USC. I get that. And they play Ohio State this year. So I give them credit for those games. But you got to realize, who's Ohio State playing? They're playing every year Michigan State, Michigan, Penn State. Some years they're playing Wisconsin, Iowa. So they're playing powers every year, plus they're having to play in a conference championship game. So, and like this year, I look at Notre Dame's schedule. The only way for them, in my mind, to overcome not being in a conference championship game, and I don't know how you overcome it, because the playoff committee has placed an importance on. You've heard that. I mean, that's supposed to be one of the criteria, is that conference championships do play a role. I'm not saying that they're primarily what they look at, but they do play a role in determining college football playoff selection. So the fact that they don't play in a conference championship, I don't know how you weigh that with everyone else who does. But you look at their schedule this year, they get Marshall, they get Cal, Cal is one of, well, I'm going to give lecture on Cal. Cal is a joke of a program. They play UNLV, who I believe is terrible, correct? They're terrible. Am I right in saying that?
I mean, they're not elite group of 5. Yeah.
They get at Navy, which is a tricky game, but come on, we're talking about weighing Notre Dame with the likes of Ohio State, and they get BC, and BC's okay. I get it. Syracuse isn't very good. To me, the only way to overcome it is if they're scheduling almost 1 through 12 against top-notch teams, at least 11 through 12, and they've got too many games. Last year they played. Let me pull up the schedule last year, because I had this.
Last year's schedule was supposed to be better, but a lot of teams were down, so the schedule was pretty bad.
Let's see. So they played. When did they play Ball State? I thought they had Ball State on the schedule. Or was that next year?
That was I think that was 2019.
That was in 19, wasn't it? Yeah. So in 19, because I looked this up when we were talking with Mark the other day. They played. That was the conversation we were having, because they were 11-1 in 2019. But they played Duke. They played New Mexico, Bowling Green. I get, and then they played a good Navy team. So I mean, I guess every other game they scheduled was decent that year, at least. They played Louisville, they played Georgia, they played USC and Virginia Tech and Stanford. Stanford wasn't great, but I mean that's a good program, as you know. But I'm just saying, they don't play. To me, the schedule looks no different than any of the teams in the Big Ten and the SEC, and those teams have to play a conference championship game. I
mean, the main argument that I have is that Notre Dame's. I mean, obviously the Big Ten and the SEC right now are better, but I feel like the Big 12 isn't that great. The ACC isn't that great. And like a lot of the conference championship games, like the Big Ten West team, is that like a deal breaker for most teams to like beat? Like I'm not trying to attack the Big Ten West, but I feel like the Big Ten West isn't that strong a conference. So like beating the Big Ten West, should that really be the deal breaker?
Well, no, again, I'm not saying it's a deal breaker, but it doesn't it have to play? Isn't it part of the criteria?
I mean, like you would
I know
just
you don't
assume
want to say yes because you're a Notre Dame fan. I'm just saying it's part of that's been stated that it's part of the criteria. Conference, there is an importance placed on conference championships. I mean, I'm just saying that's just what it is. That's not me coming up with that. I'm not trying to rip you. I'm just saying that is a part of the criteria. I have no problem with Notre Dame making the playoff as an independent, but I'm just saying you have to make up for that because they don't, regardless of it's because they don't play it, they don't ever have a chance at winning a conference championship. And that's their choice because they choose not to. Am I right? And can we agree on that? It's
I mean,
their
yeah,
choice.
we don't play a conference championship game, but I
Yeah.
feel like it's overstated.
Can we agree though, Will, that that's their choice not to play?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's Notre Dame's choice. Yeah, we can
Yeah.
agree on that. Yeah,
Right.
But
So
if
it's
we
not
like
like
if we beat the ACC champion or we like beat the
But
the
hold on a
Pac-12
second.
champion, like-
But hold on. But Michigan could beat the conference, or Wisconsin could beat Michigan in the regular season. Michigan wins the conference championship. But that just because Michigan or Wisconsin went 10-2 and beat the conference championship doesn't mean they beat the conference champion. Does not mean they're qualifying.
I know, but like
for the playoff.
if we only lose one game to another conference champion, should that be the deal breaker?
No, I'm not saying necessarily. I'm just saying you got to look at this collectively through and through. And I understand your perspective. I'm not trying to beat up on you, Will. I'm not trying to beat up on you. I'm glad you brought this up. But look, I understand there's a degree of I understand there's a degree of pride with Notre Dame. I get that. And Notre Dame is a great program. I understand. I'm not denying that at all.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Notre Dame in the Big Ten, but guess what? I'm not pining for them in the Big Ten because I think it's ridiculous that they control the narrative. And I just think, and I know you don't like it. I'm sure I see some people in the chat that don't like it. I would just like to see these other conferences say, look, join a conference or we're going to punish you for it. I'm not saying that it doesn't mean that you're not qualified for the playoff. Well, if they go 12-0 and I'm measuring them against an 11-1 or certainly an 11-2 conference champion in the Big Ten, I'm probably taking Notre Dame in that situation. I may even take them, measuring them against a 12-1 conference champion, maybe. But see, again, if you're measuring Notre Dame, who's 12-0, against a 12-1 Ohio State Big Ten champion, which resume is better? You tell me. Which resume is better, an Ohio State 12-1 conference champion or a Notre Dame 12-0 non-champion?
Well, I feel like we have the better wins. Well, it depends who we're playing, but I feel like even then, like if we're undefeated and we've beaten like a top ranked team, I feel like Notre Dame will get in because like Notre Dame got remember 2018. Look at what happened in 2018. The committee picked Notre Dame over a conference champion Ohio State.
So again, the schedules, everything has to be weighed. It's not just as simple as looking at the record. But I'm just saying the outside viewpoint would be, well, Notre Dame has the better resume because they play a tough schedule. They're 12-0. But I say they're actually 12-1 and they're non-champions. Correct? I mean, I know you don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that, but I see where you're coming from. I just don't agree with
I understand.
And did you actually think that Ohio State should have gotten it in 2018, even after you guys kicked their butt? Or that Purdue? I don't remember if that was the Purdue year or the year that you guys won big, but
that was a Purdue year. I'd have to go. I'm not Mark Rogers. I'd have to go back and look at who was the playoff in 2018. But so I don't even want to make myself look foolish on here. But I'm sure some Notre Dame fans think I already look foolish, which is fine. But no, we can have a difference of opinion. I respect your opinion, Will. I appreciate you actually talking to me. I can just say after having that discussion with Mark several weeks back, I had Notre Dame fans trolling on my channel and just ripping me to shreds, which is fine. But let's. Are you in favor of them joining a conference? Or are you in favor of them staying independent? Why? Tell me why.
The tradition. We're Notre Dame. We're independent.
Okay.
Like I feel like we're selling our soul. I don't want to sell my soul to the Big Ten gods.
So you want your cake, and you want to take your cake and eat it too, is what you want.
Honestly, yeah.
You want all
sure.
the perks. Listen, you want all the perks of being in a conference without being in a conference. So what? So let me ask you this: if the other conferences said, as the conference representatives that make up the committee, if they said, okay, they said this publicly, we are going to place a greater importance on conference championships. We're actually going to enforce it as opposed to just saying it.
Well, if they enforce it, then yes. But unless
Okay.
they enforce it,
All right. So that's my. So we are on the same page that would force Notre Dame in. So if you're listening, whoever's on the committee this year, if you want Notre Dame to join the Big Ten, if I'm the Big Ten, whoever's representing the Big Ten in that playoff committee, I would be pushing for. At least not you don't just throw Notre Dame out of the conversation, but I just think you have to weigh the fact that they don't play that 13th game.
But the thing is, I feel like our AD Jack Swarbrick, like he has a backbone, and he's always like made sure that Notre Dame can get in. That's why. So unless if they turn it around on Jack and make Notre Dame join the conference, then I feel like right now Notre Dame will stay independent. But I mean, I don't know if they change it up. If they go against Jack Swarbrick, I feel like Jack might join a conference.
I appreciate your perspective, Will, and thanks for calling in. And
is there someone else?
There is somebody.
Okay, I'll let him
waiting.
go.
But no, I appreciate the conversation.
But yeah, this was fun. This was fun.
Yeah, do it again, and feel free to call my show anytime.
I'll call into your show sometime.
Happy to chat with you. All right, thanks, Will. Appreciate it.
See you, bud.
All right, we got Drew on the line. Is this going to turn into a rip fest, Drew? Drew, can you hear me, Drew? You're muted. Drew, you here? Are you here? All right, Drew's trying to get his mic unmuted. We'll wait to see if he can do that. Can you hear me, Drew?
Yep, I can.
Are you going to rip me?
I don't want my camera. No.
Okay, you're not on. Your camera's not on. Or your camera may be on, but you're not in the screen. There we go.
I don't want my camera on. No.
Yeah, it's not on.
Okay, so I got it off. Okay,
yeah, we can hear you.
So, do you think it's not? I'm not going to rip you. Do you think Nebraska, with losing to Northwestern last week, is that going to make Nebraska's season even harder now with losing to Northwestern last week?
I think Nebraska's season's over.
Okay.
I mean, frankly, maybe I shouldn't say that. But are you a Nebraska fan, Drew?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't mean to depress you at all. Listen, I just don't know how Scott Frost survives, because I've been saying it for months that I think.
Oh no! I don't see a point of having Scott Frost there. I'm saying I would, and I don't know if I don't know if that was his oh gosh, who's our? I forgot the name of our Trev Albert's plan was to basically get some of the offensive coaches, like Mark Whipple is our head coach next year. I don't know if that's going to be the case, because I don't know if Mark Whipple will want to stay here as a head coach. But I don't know. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know about, I don't know what Mark Whipple's situation, if he's qualified to be the head coach. I will say this: Mark Whipple is a tremendous mind as it relates to the quarterback position. I can tell you that. Obviously, not just with Kenny Pickett, but just his reputation in general. And I believe he was. Isn't he known for working with Roethlisberger? Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, I don't know if he's qualified for that job. I will say this, Drew, and it doesn't sound like you're a massive Scott Frost homer.
No.
I believe that. I mean, they're 5-21 in one-score games now. Nebraska is since Scott Frost took over. To me, listen. I think it might do Nebraska well to think about parting ways with Scott during the season, and it kind of pains me to say that because I hate to think of a former player that Nebraska fans like and who's special. I mean, I get it. I'm not a huge fan of Nebraska at all, or for the most part, but I do feel bad for Nebraska fans that feel like they're throwing away the past by getting rid of Scott Frost. But look, you're 5-21 in one-score games, and you're finding ways to lose games, but you're that close to winning. Drew, I think it may serve Nebraska well to part ways with him, and that may actually salvage this season. Normally, when you get rid of a head coach during a season, you're basically throwing in the towel on the season. I actually believe.
Well, the problem I have with Frost is we were up by 11 in that game, and he decides to do an onside kick. Why would you do an onside kick when you're up 11 points? That didn't make any sense at the time.
Well, former Iowa coach Don Patterson, we're releasing a show this evening, and you might want to check it out, my channel, From the Hawkeye of the Storm. Check out the show tonight at 5 o'clock because in the first 10 minutes, we talk about Nebraska. And I do encourage you to listen to part of that show, Drew, because Don said something very interesting. Of course, he's a former coordinator. He made the point that you do not kick an onside kick in that situation unless you are 100% certain that you're going to be able to recover it. And I don't know what the plan was there besides let's kick an onside kick. It kicked it right to a running back who's got certainly better hands than a lineman or someone who's not an offensive skill player. So I don't really know the reasoning. And then Scott Frost after the game rips his offensive coaching staff. I mean, come on. Scott Frost is the reason they lost that game.
It wasn't only our offense. It was our defense too. Our defensive line just couldn't do anything with the
defensive line is
Northwestern.
In general.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. I don't know. The defense looked like a sieve. Now they do get a couple weeks now because they get North Dakota this week, and they get Georgia Southern the following week. Am I correct?
Yeah, but we can't treat those games like give-me's. Sound like give-me's, but you can't treat them like that because
Georgia Southern is not a give-me.
Northwestern was a give-me.
Oh, yeah. No,
and not as good as.
Drew, I never called Northwestern a gimme. I actually picked Northwestern in that game, and I think that's the problem. There were way too many people on the Nebraska hype train. And look, I mean, can you imagine if Pat Fitzgerald were coaching your Huskers? Can you imagine that, Drew? That's what I'd be doing if I'm Nebraska. I'm getting rid of Frost, and I'm asking Pat Fitzgerald, what will it take for you to jump ship and be a traitor? That's what I would say. What would it take for you to be a traitor and join the dark side? That's what I would be doing because Pat Fitzgerald literally is the opposite of Scott Frost in so many ways.
Yeah. My question is even if Pat Fitzgerald wouldn't come here, who would come here? Because no other program, even if you think about the Big Ten, no other program is going to want their coach to go. So,
yeah, but I think there are a lot. Drew, I think there are a lot of guys who would love to coach at Nebraska, with the tradition at Nebraska. So, I think it's in Nebraska's best interest. I don't really know why. What's the point of waiting around? Now, maybe you wait a few more weeks and just see if there's some massive overhaul. But I'd say by the beginning of October, if things don't look any different, I would move on.
Well, I think what we need to do is fire him at the start of October because that's when the payout or buyout is less.
Right. Yep. Okay, I did hear that.
That first week of October. And so, yeah. I understand that maybe we need to do it earlier, but why do it earlier when you can, not pay him out so much? It was originally like a 10-year. I think it was originally like a 10-year deal. Maybe I'm wrong.
So yeah, there's no reason to fire him now. But yeah, I would certainly look at getting rid of him before the season's end.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Drew. Anything else?
People were mentioning Houston's coach for our next head coach, but I don't know if that would make any sense to move. I forget who Houston's head coach is.
Well, obviously that program has been in good shape. I don't know if you're Houston's head coach. Do you want to do that 1 year from joining the Big 12? I think if you're Houston's coach, you say let's just wait. But the Big 12 isn't in as certainly in as stable of a situation as the Big 10. That's why I think there's a lot of candidates. There'd be a lot of coaches that would love to join Nebraska, given the fact that they're in the Big 10 conference and the tradition.
But usually we get someone out of the. I mean, if we can't get someone out of the Power 5, we get someone out of the Group of 5, and that's where Scott Frost was from. Was the Group of 5.
Right, but he was the
originally.
Son. He was the promised son. And,
so
UCF's
head coach.
Right.
So.
All right, Drew. Well, appreciate you calling in, sir.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Nebraska fan Drew calling in. Thank you for the super chat. Let me go back to the super chat that did not read yet. In the spirit of Mark Rogers, you got to read every super chat that comes in. Will the speeding up of the Big 12 grant of rights contract and playoff expansion also speed up conference realignment and expansion? I don't know as much about the Big 12. I did see something about that yesterday, Mark. But I would guess that these other conferences are in hyperspeed trying to somehow match. You're not going to be able to match it, but to some extent, what the Big 10 is doing, what the Big 10 has done with its TV deal. But yeah, I don't know how much it speeds up conference realignment. In the Big 10 conference, you've got the clause that if Notre Dame, specifically Notre Dame, joins the conference, then the numbers change, certainly, and the payouts change. But I wish I could answer that question better, Mark. I just don't know the deals of this grant of rights contract that apparently was agreed upon, I think, yesterday, or at least released yesterday. But I do expect more conference realignment in the next year or two. Drill MVP, the one and only Drill MVP, is on the line. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How about you, Corey?
It's early. I'm not used to being live at, let's see, 9 o'clock now. It's not that early, but 9 o'clock Iowa time. I'm doing okay.
Man, I feel so sorry for the Nebraska fan base, Corey. I mean, I would just fire if I was a fan of a team like that. I would want to just get blown out. I would like to not have to suffer every single week.
But Drill MVP, do you see where I'm coming from when I say it actually might do Nebraska? Like, they're one of the few situations that I actually believe it might do them well to fire their coach midseason, because a new person, a new leader could make the difference. They could start winning ball games because they're not far from winning ball games. I think you have to look at coaching as the reason, and the common denominator year after year with that staff is Scott Frost. So you get rid of him, you may start winning games this year.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be 7-5. I don't think they'll win the Big Ten West, though. I think anybody who
they got to make a bowl game before we start talking about that. Let's make a bowl game first.
Well, remember, people before the season had them as one of the 5 teams that can win the Big Ten West.
But Drill MVP, they're not that far. I mean, they competed, as you know, with everybody last year. I mean, literally.
I understand that, Corey, but I'm at the point where I got to see it to believe it.
I agree. I just think if I'm Iowa, or if I'm Nebraska, I'm seriously thinking about ways. And I get the whole buyout thing in October. I'm thinking about ways to part ways with Scott Frost. Now, you can basically say to him right now, look, Scott, we're going to give you 4 more weeks, and I know 2 of those games are against teams that Nebraska should dominate anyways, but we're going to give you 4 more weeks. We better see a big change. because if we don't, we're going to part ways. And that way,
Yeah.
I mean, you can basically make that clear to Scott, and then Scott can walk away on his own, on his own accord, if you're worried about that relationship. But that's what I would do. And I
Well,
don't
the
know if
only
Nebraska
thing
will
they
do
could
that.
do in that time frame you laid out was beat Oklahoma, but I don't think
Yeah.
that would be enough.
Yeah, if he comes back and beats Oklahoma, then yeah, maybe you wait a little longer. But boy, how long are you going to wait?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. I think it's just run its course, and because this is year 5 for him, right? At year 5, you expect to see some results.
5-21 in one-score games.
Jeez Louise, that's almost impossible. Like, even if you tried.
And listen, many of those games, a lot of those games, they were leading late. I mean, you remember listen, I'm an Iowa guy, as you know. You remember that Nebraska-Iowa game last year?
Parts of it.
I mean, Nebraska was in complete control of that game and literally just decided we're done. We've decided we're not going to win this game.
That sounds like their game against Michigan State.
Yes, it's the same. It's the same story. You have an issue. You have a what's the word?
Mental block.
A culture issue.
I think it's just a mental block at this point. Like Kentucky, when we played Florida, we lost to them 31 straight years in a row. We were better than them for the last 5 or 6 years, but something would happen. Some guy would be open in the back of the end zone, nobody 20 yards. We'd miss a field goal that's 25, 30 yards out. We would forget to block somebody. Yeah, and I think it's just mental at this point. I'm not sure if Nebraska believes they can win against a good team. What do you think about that, Corey?
I don't think Nebraska believes they can win any game.
Anymore. And that's a problem. But, Corey, I'm going to say this. If Purdue beats Penn State, are they the clear favorites to win the Big Ten West?
Clear favorites, without a doubt. Without a doubt. They have one of the... you cannot draw up a better schedule. Because you expect one of your 3 crossover. You're not going to... if you're a Big Ten West team, you don't expect your crossover schedule to be Maryland, Indiana, and Rutgers. So you clearly are counting on playing at least one power. And not only do you get one, you get a power that's been down for 2 years and a power that has to go on the road and play in West Lafayette. This is a schedule made in heaven if you're a Boilermaker fan. And if you win tonight, this is the biggest game of the season for them. You win tonight, you've got an opportunity to be the clear favorites.
Oh, yeah. And, looking at their schedule, I think their next biggest game after Penn State is Wisconsin, which is like late October. It's possible they're kind of an outside top 10 team at that point just because of how light their schedule is.
Well, they do get Iowa, but that's not until early November.
Yeah. I don't think they play anybody that's like really good until Wisconsin.
Well, they get Minnesota on the road. That will be a difficult game on
that'll
October
be
1st.
That'll be tough. I'm not sure what to expect from Minnesota though, because last year they went 7-6, something.
Yeah, they get. It'll be interesting to see is Ibrahim the same runner that he was before the knee injury. That's
Right.
always a question mark.
He played. He was the guy who dominated against Ohio State last year, right?
Yes. Yeah, until he went down. They were actually had a chance to win that game.
Oh yeah, I remember that. He was probably the best. Well, we didn't know how Ohio State's defense was at that point, but he was really the first guy to expose that defense and how bad it was.
Yeah, and Purdue does have a bit of an advantage because they get the what is that? The old battle for the old Oaken bucket. Is that right? The Indiana Purdue game.
I think so, but
so they get that game every year. That's a huge advantage. Now Indiana did have a really good 2020, but boy, they came back to earth strong. It will be intriguing to see does Indiana bounce back this season?
We'll figure that out probably Friday night.
Yeah, who do they play Friday?
Illinois.
Well, I don't know about you figure it out, but
if they lose that game, then we assume they're not good.
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, I think Illinois actually could be better.
Yeah, but with that division, I looking at the teams above Illinois, it's hard to find one or two good teams above them, or teams that they are better than.
I agree, but just specifically we're comparing them to Indiana. I'm just saying both those teams are in very. I'm guessing the line on that game is pretty even. Do you know?
3.5 Indiana last I saw.
And it's games at Indiana.
Yes.
So it's a basically even line. Yeah, I mean, to me, Indiana is the epitome of bipolar. But 2020 was such a weird year. I mean, there's so many anomalies from 2020.
I kind of just personally I throw it out entirely because
unfortunately for Iowa fans. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what was it? Indiana was really good. They, in my opinion, they should have been in the Big Ten title game instead of Ohio State because of the rules that got changed. Texas A&M didn't lose 4 games in a single season. Just weird stuff was happening left and right that season. But Corey, you guys play South Dakota State. South Dakota State is a really good FCS team.
Yes,
and they're going to come in there with the belief that they can win the game. And Iowa's offense cannot I don't think they can separate against a whole lot of teams. Is it possible in the third quarter it's like 17-10, 17-14, and you guys are having to sweat it out?
Yes.
Is that likely?
I did my pick segment, my pick'em segment last night, published that late last night, and didn't pick this game because it's an FBS game, and I just don't typically do that. I'll pick it when I release my official game preview today, I believe. I've got to tell you, I've gotten South Dakota State against the spread. I think the spread, last I checked, was like the non-official spread or whatever that means, 15 or 16 points. And certainly I would never bet on a football game, but I do think that South Dakota State will play this game fairly close because they have a lot of skill position talent. I mean, their quarterback was offensive freshman of the year in the Summit, in the Summit League in the Missouri Valley last spring. Of course, they played 2 seasons last year, you got to realize, and he was the offensive player of the year. He goes down. Jordan Oladokin transfers in, and now Jordan Oladokin gets drafted by the Steelers after 1 season with the South Dakota State Jackrabbits. So that tells you what that program has in place as far as development and getting guys ready for the next level. This is not a MAC. This is not like a lower tier MAC team. I would rather play a lower tier MAC just purely from a competitive standpoint. To me, I would guess the talent level of South Dakota State, especially with how senior laden they are, compared to maybe a middle to lower tier MAC team is similar. In fact, you might even be able to say an upper tier MAC team, frankly. I really do think South Dakota State's talent level is that close. They've got an NFL tight end on the roster, at least one. They've got 2 really big physical wide receivers who are I think, brothers. I don't know if they're twins, but they're brothers, both seniors. Every defensive lineman they're starting on Saturday is a senior. They've got 7 guys on the roster that are from the state of Iowa. So those guys are going to have motivation to play and play well. And then, their running back is a future NFL guy. I believe Davis is his name. He's a bruising back at 6'1", 220. They are not. I mean, I've seen Iowa play teams from the MAC. Look at like an Akron that are just smaller all across the field than Iowa. I don't think you're going to see that on Saturday. I think Iowa will be slightly bigger at certain positions, but for the most part, I think South Dakota State's going to be able to match Iowa's physicality with the starters. I don't think they're going to have the depth. Certainly, and Don Patterson talks about that on the show we're releasing this evening. Typically, that's the difference when you're playing an FCS team. The talent gap between starters is not as great as you would think. And Don would know because he coached Big Ten football and he's all-time winningest coach at Western Illinois. But the gap is not as significant as you would think. The difference becomes depth. And there is a difference when you look at depth. And Iowa's going to go 10 deep on the defensive line. And that's something that I'm sure South Dakota State won't be able to do. So I think Iowa wins this game, but I certainly take South Dakota State to cover. I don't know if it'll be close in the third quarter, but yeah, I could see Iowa struggling to score points. And if they can't run the football against South Dakota State, then there's reason for concern after week 1.
Well, I'm kind of surprised Iowa would even schedule a game like this because of what happened, 6 or 5 years ago against North Dakota State.
Well, it may have been scheduled before that. I don't know. Because we
But-
got to make schedules 20 years in advance.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. That's another thing that makes no sense. But
No.
I don't get it because if you win, you don't get anything. But if you lose against a good team, people think, oh, it's an FCS team, it's irrelevant. No. South Dakota State probably could beat most Group of 5 teams. And that's just the way it is. I mean, they're a good quality football team. And, this is going to be their Super Bowl as well. So they're going to be 100% amped to go.
Right.
And let me
I agree.
hit on some other games for you. Is there any chance in the Big Ten East or that Ohio State doesn't win that division?
Well, sure. I mean, Nebraska Michigan just won it last year. I think there's always a chance. I don't think there's as big of a talent gap there this year as there has been. I would certainly still am favoring Ohio State. They get Michigan at home this year.
Yeah, because from everything I've seen, it's Ohio State. Everybody has a clear runaway to win that division. And it's weird because Michigan, I don't think Michigan will do as good, but they have their starting quarterback coming back. They got their head coach coming back. They got their staff coming back. It's kind of weird to me.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be intriguing to see how Michigan players react on the field to the fact that their head coach was trying to get out of there during the offseason. I mean, he's clearly looking to the league, and nobody really is talking that up. But I mean, I think chemistry-wise and demeanor-wise, I mean, how devoted are you if you're a Michigan player to your head coach right now?
Yeah, I've brought that up before. I don't think I would be as devoted as before because during recruiting day or signing day, he was out interviewing for the Minnesota job.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just something that you can't happen. And then I believe he said afterwards he's all in on Michigan. It's like, well, your actions say otherwise,
Yeah, you're right.
But Corey, I've got to get going, man. I'm sure I'll call back in later. Good luck to your Hawkeyes. Good luck to everybody's team. Hopefully you'll win at least the first week. The only team I don't want to win is Miami of Ohio.
Why?
We play them.
Miami, Ohio, they're not very good, are they? Trying to think. They're not. Where did they
They're
finish?
picked to win their division in the MAC.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that's a nice little test for. It's a dangerous game too, but it's not as. I mean, you're not going to gain anything from beating them, but certainly I'd rather lose to an FBS Miami, Ohio than I would lose to an FCS school because of public perception.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I'll see you later, Corey.
Thanks, Drill MVP. Appreciate the call. Adrian has been on the line for quite some time, patiently waiting his turn. Adrian, thank you for calling the voice of college football. How you doing?
How are you today?
I am doing well. The last hour and a half has flown by, and of course, Mark will be coming. I assume if Mark wakes back up, he'll be back in about a half an hour. But I'm doing good now. Adrian, tell me, who are you a fan of?
Michigan Wolverines. Perfect transition from the last caller with Harbaugh.
Absolutely. So tell me, are you concerned at all? And I get you're a homer. I'm an Iowa homer to some extent, but are you at all concerned about, just demeanor after what happened with Harbaugh during the offseason?
So when I heard you guys talk about that just now, my thoughts are he was very transparent with the team. And also, Harbaugh has always been very truthful. And me as a fan, if he says he's going to be here, I tend to believe him. I just tend to believe him.
Okay. Well, I find it I mean, are we? We're in agreement that Jim was interested in an NFL job. Are we in agreement on that?
We agree on that, and I also think that I think any of us would feel if you're getting a pay cut, did they really want you as well? We all have feelings.
Right, and I get that. I'm not blaming. And for the record, I want you to know I'm not blaming Jim Harbaugh for being interested in an NFL job. But I think you do run. I think we can both agree you do run a risk when that gets out and that gets to your players, and they find out that even if you're the one to tell them, they find out that, hey, our head coach is not, might not be as invested into coaching us for all 4 years of our careers. You know what I'm saying? I think
I do.
These are young individuals, and at some point you'd think that might kind of just hurt their psyche a little bit, because look, these young kids, their head coach at times, and Jim Harbaugh certainly has put on that persona. I'm not saying it's not genuine, but these head coaches are at times just they're like father figures to these kids. And so you find out your head coach was interested in potentially leaving, regardless if it was for money or not. I just would think that might play on your mind a bit.
I tend to agree with you. I think at Michigan and at some of these bigger schools, I think they have to appreciate at the end of the day, it is a business, especially with the NIL stuff coming through. Like, if we're not talking about it in a different way than we have in the past 10 years, then we're doing something wrong. At the end of the day, the player right beside me may be making 10 times more than I'm making.
Yeah, you're right. And NIL, I think to some extent might kind of assist in a situation like with what Jim Harbaugh is up against, because you're right. Now the guys that are on the team can at least profit on their own name, image, and likeness. I've been saying for years, not to switch the conversation, but when you have coaches that can just up and leave whenever they want, and yet, in the past, players were not allowed to transfer without sitting out a year. They were not able to even profit off their name, off their own name. Now, at least they have that freedom. For the record, I think there needs to be some serious legality or rules put in place and stipulations about the transfer portal and NIL in general. But I think maybe, I think if Jim Harbaugh, if the players are aware that he's been interested in making a move, I think maybe he can get away with that a bit more now because of the freedom that players have to actually be able to profit.
I 100% agree with you on that. There needs to be some type of standard or something in place. And to be honest with you, Corey, I thought he was gone. As a Michigan fan, I thought he was gone. And the fan base, honestly, I think we're all still split 50-50 on Harbaugh, which I get. He can be weird and all that. I love it, honestly. We just dealt with Rich Rod. We dealt with Hulk. This is a breath of fresh air to me, having a team that can compete every year. So I'm okay with that.
Now you wouldn't be saying that if they had lost. If you would not be saying that if they hadn't beaten Ohio State last year. Can we agree on that?
I've always been a Harbaugh fan, so it's hard for me. I don't know that answer.
I mean,
if we got blown out, Corey, you may be right.
I mean, I don't know. And I'm certainly no Michigan or Ohio State expert, but I hear even from Mark all the time about how important that game is. And I mean, I get it. If they go into Columbus and win this year, then I'll agree that Harbaugh's got it rolling. And I give him tons of credit for doing what they did last year. I don't think there's no excuses to be made there. Ohio State was just as talented as they've been, although the defense did struggle for much of the season. But
right.
I just know that there were Michigan fans a year ago at this time that didn't want Harbaugh there.
Yeah, there was really a big divide. And there still is, to be honest with you. I think that if we come out and have a subpar season, you're going to hear, well, he was thinking about the NFL. You're going to hear all of the. I don't want to use them as excuses, but you're going to hear a lot of rhetoric about getting him out again. So he's got to win again. I think if he wins again this year, then everything, all that other talk is gone. Just in my opinion.
Oh, I think it should be. If they win again this year, absolutely. I think Ohio State's got probably the best offense in the country. And I've been saying I picked Ohio State against Iowa this year in Columbus. I don't. That's the one game I have a hard time seeing Iowa winning. I have a hard time seeing Iowa I don't see a hard time. I don't have a hard time seeing them be competitive in that game, but I have a hard time seeing them keep it to single digits. So, I mean, I'd say the same thing about Michigan. If they're able to go in there and win against maybe the most talented offense in the country and go into the shoe and win and beat them for the second straight year, then yeah, I don't know anybody in their right mind who should be wanting, regardless of how you feel about Jim Harbaugh, should be wanting him gone because, again, I don't understand that perspective, but it sounds like you can tell me this, but the Michigan-Ohio State game is year in and year out the most important game in the schedule, correct?
I'm not going to lie to you. To be honest with you, we hadn't won in so long. The last time we won, I was in college, and I'm 35 now. And when we won that game, I'll be honest with you, I had tears coming out of my eyes. I'll be completely honest with you about it. And a lot of Michigan fans say the same thing. I do have a question for you about that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, because we hear from Ohio State fans all the time, do you think it was a fluke? Do you think it was a one-off, that win?
No, I don't. I mean, I guess define fluke for me, because fluke to me means, they won it under false pretenses. There were injuries out for Ohio State, or there were, trick plays that they hit on that they wouldn't normally be able to count on. They beat them. They just went up and beat them. I don't really know how could you consider that a fluke? So it may be a one-time deal. I don't think if Ohio State comes back and wins this game by 15 this year, that does not mean last year was a fluke. I'll say that. And Adrian, you probably don't know, but I don't have a great rapport with Michigan fans.
We know.
but listen, I call it like I see it. That wasn't a fluke. Michigan earned everything they got last year. No, in no way was that a fluke. But to me, you got to look at each year individually. And the only year that I would say is a fluke for a lot of teams would be that 2020 year. Other than that, your record is what your record is. They were Big Ten champions. They won the Ohio State game, and they made it to the playoff. I think I don't know how you could consider that a fluke.
I'll say this, though. I'm confident that with this team, especially if JJ is a starting quarterback, whole nother conversation, been down that road all summer, don't need to go down it again, especially if he's the starting quarterback and he's hitting some of that potential. I think that there's no reason why we can't win that game. But I will say this, if we lose 10 more in a row, my goodness.
Well, let me pull up their the Michigan schedule here, because boy, they're the one team that I continue. They don't have a real tough crossover schedule, do they?
Maybe we play at Iowa.
I know. So they get at Iowa, but they get Nebraska at home, and they get Illinois at home. That's a pretty favorable crossover schedule. I do think that game at Iowa, I picked. I know this won't mean anything to you as a Michigan fan, but I did pick Iowa in that game.
Was that what you thinking Cade as a starting quarterback?
I don't really know. I mean, I'm thinking more so history in Kinnick. I mean, just the struggles. I believe Michigan is 1-5 in their last 6 trips to Kinnick.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think it's a tough place to play. And people who say, well, how can you say that after they beat them 42-3 last year? That was in the Big Ten championship game on a neutral field. Most people in that stadium were Michigan fans. That was a different Iowa defense. Now, granted, it was a really good Iowa defense. I think this Iowa defense will be better. Iowa is stacked in its front seven. I think it's going to be hard to move the ball against Iowa. I think anybody, I think Wisconsin could have problems running the ball against Iowa. So that's a good thing if you're a Hawkeye fan. And I think if you keep the game close, the longer the game stays close in Kinnick, as you know, Adrian, the harder it becomes to win in Kinnick. As a road team. And I've seen just so many teams, whether you're talking about Penn State in 2017 or Penn State in 2008 or Penn State in 2010 or Ohio State in 2017 or Michigan in 2016. I mean, just go down the line. These highly ranked teams coming into Kinnick, and people don't look on paper. There's no reason for Iowa to be in the game. And they either win or play down to the wire. 2017 was an example of a game they let slip through their grasp. But heck, they shouldn't have even been in that game. And they should have won it had it not been for Saquon Barkley, Trace McSorley, and Juwan Johnson on that final drive. Right. Iowa would have won that game in Kinnick. It's a different thing. I don't think people who haven't been to Kinnick Stadium realize what it's like to be in Kinnick Stadium at night. And I get it. Penn State's great. LSU's great. I think Kinnick is right up there. I certainly wouldn't put them ahead of any of those places because I haven't been to Death Valley or certainly a wide Happy Valley. But boy, Kinnick, there's something special about Kinnick at night. So if that game's a night game, I like Iowa's chances. The bad news is if you're a Hawkeye fan, it'll probably be a big noon kickoff. It'll still be tough because you're in Kinnick, but you'd rather that game at night.
Now, and you kind of answered this, do you feel like if JJ is a starting quarterback, regardless if it's day or night, does that make a difference to you?
I just don't. I haven't seen him enough. I mean, I know that I know the hype. I get the hype, but I mean, has there been actually in game? What has impressed you about JJ McCarthy in a live game situation?
Just the overall athleticism. I mean, for the kid to be able to break down a play, run 10 yards, 15 yards. Heck, against Iowa in the Big Ten championship. Granted, Corum was probably still a little hurt, but that kid running down that sideline ahead of our running back, I mean, I think all of us Michigan fans, we just kind of, he needs to be in the game.
I agree. It'll be interesting. It's a very odd. I had Don Patterson on my show here. They'll be released today, and we talked about Michigan briefly, and he thought he's a former, he's a winningest head coach at Western Illinois history, and he was a QB's coach and OC at Iowa in the 90s. He thought it was very strange that Jim Harbaugh is starting each guy weeks 1 and 2. And I understand maybe from a fan's perspective that makes sense because both guys are, I guess, even from a certain vantage point. But look, these are two very different games they open with.
Right.
Hawaii is terrible. Now, Colorado State wasn't great last year either. But I don't think there's much of I don't know how you evaluate guys. I just don't. I'm surprised those evaluations aren't made preseason. To me, as the head coach, your job is to make those determinations. And unless, I mean, do you believe that it's that close? Because most Michigan fans that I talk to believe that JJ McCarthy should absolutely be the starter. So why is Jim Harbaugh leaving the door open for McNamara?
That is one question that I don't think we have an answer to. I don't know if it's close or not. I think that at the end of the day, I think real recognizes real. I think that who the most talented player is, who gives you the best chance to win. And if this is a way to get Cade not to transfer to have a quality backup, I understand it. And as a fan, when I heard that each of them was going to get one game, I was excited just to see JJ in a game from start to finish or start until the backups come in, just to let's see the hype. Right. And if he goes out there and delivers, then we need to move on with him. Let's just roll it.
I agree. If to me at some point, and I don't know if it's loyalty, because certainly Iowa fans, we understand coaches valuing loyalty sometimes to an unnecessary degree. And I think Iowa has done that with Spencer Petras, but you could almost compare the Cade McNamara situation to Iowa's situation. Certainly right. McNamara is far more accomplished than Spencer Petras, and there's no question I would take Cade McNamara in a heartbeat over Petras. That's not what I'm applying, but I think the mindset from Jim Harbaugh is similar to Kirk's. Well, we've won a lot of games behind Cade. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's because of quarterback play, and that doesn't mean you might actually play better with the guy behind him. I hear this all the time too. Well, he led us to victory. Okay. I've watched every Iowa game for years, and I can tell you that these last 2 years, Iowa's won a lot of ball games, and they've won in spite of quarterback play. Almost every game they've won in spite of quarterback play. And the games they've lost in large part due to quarterback play. Now, sometimes that's overhyped as well, but I look at the Purdue game last year. Spencer Petras throws 4 picks, and they get blown out of the building in their own home. So I get Caden McNamara, had an accomplished season. I think there's probably something to be said for Jim Harbaugh's loyalty to him because he's the guy who was at the helm beating Ohio State. But I think as the head coach, you got to say, look, we got to do what's best for the future of this program. And if you truly believe in JJ McCarthy, I don't know why you're waiting to make that move, honestly. And two, I mean, I get it. It may also be Harbaugh's wanting to keep McNamara around because if McCarthy had been named the starter in the spring, would McNamara be there right now? I doubt he would.
I doubt he would either.
So, I mean, I get that could be part of it too. But that's if you're loyal to your guy because he's done great things for you, then do what's best for him. Do what Baylor did with not Cordy Bohannon, Gary Bohannon, and say, look, we want to give you time to find a better home. and make that decision with giving him enough time. And now Bohannon's the starter at South Florida. So I don't know. I will be surprised if it's McCarthy. I'll be disappointed. I don't have any special attachment to McNamara, but I'll be disappointed for Cade given his accomplishments if he's he goes through spring, goes through fall, loses out on the job, and then is stuck there as the backup.
Right. Well, Corey, before I let you go, I want to let you know, though, that over on the Michigan channel, you are a legend over on the Michigan channel.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
There is a healthy bit of respect for you. We do. We all love you. We love your takes of the Iowa-Michigan games for sure.
Okay, well, I guess it's going to be a fun lead up to that October 1st game in Kinnick, won't it?
We'll all be there. I'd appreciate you.
Thank you, Adrian. Appreciate the call. Appreciate all our callers here this evening. Got about 15 minutes to fill out before Mark Rogers, the voice of college football, comes back. Let me pull this up here. Just so people are aware, if you're just joining us, I took over for Mark at about 8 Central Time this morning. And Mark had to go get some shut-eye. He'd been on since, 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Central. And we got about 15 minutes, so finally the call line is open, so I can throw that up in the chat. But yes, the voice of college football coming back soon. He'll be here in minutes, the one and the only. Let me throw the StreamYard link up in the chat again. So there's the link if you want to call in, join the show. Your video can be on, it can be off, whatever you prefer. Let me see if I'm missing anybody in the chat. I apologize. I probably have missed the some of the comments in the chat, but I appreciate everybody's interaction. Fish says, I love the Hawkeyes and forever will, but I know I'll go to my grave wondering how good Iowa could be if we had as good of an offense as defense. I don't. And I have reason to believe on good authority that there are a number of former Iowa players who feel the same way. Fish. It's not just you as a fan. There's a number of former Iowa players that believe this program could be elite, competing for Big Ten titles year in and year out. But it is what it is. Jason says, let the Michigan quarterback audition begin. And it's certainly an audition. Joe says, I usually start rooting for Iowa in a Big Ten game, but then I see their actual play, and I usually change to another game. It's amazing how much I enjoy Iowa football when you look at the style of play, and that is the perception from a lot of people. It's not just Joe. It is a perception from a lot of people, but I can't wait for Iowa, South Dakota State on Saturday. Darren says Michigan's offensive line and speed at the skill positions will make the difference against the Hawkeyes. And I will say this, Darren, they hit on some big plays last year, but it took a while for them to pull away in the Big Ten championship game. And I know Michigan fans will say, what are you talking about? It was 42-3. That was a close game. I mean, Iowa hung around. They could do nothing offensively against the Michigan defense. And yet they actually hung around. They were still in the game in the third quarter. And eventually that defense is just going to wear down. That's what happened. But as far as Michigan skill position players this year, I think Iowa is actually better equipped to hold guys down, hold elite offenses down because of what they have in the front seven. I think they'll be good if they can be a bit more disciplined. I think Riley Moss has some room to improve in the category of discipline. And I like Terry Roberts and Jamari Harris on the back end as well. Safety is the biggest question mark I have on defense. And I don't know if it's a big question mark, but it's the biggest. Will Xavier Wampa, a five-star kid, take over right away, or will it be Quinn Schulte or Reggie Bracey, who are listed on the depth chart at free safety? That will be a fun game. I think there's a good chance both those teams are undefeated. Knock on wood. They each have somewhat favorable schedules leading up to the Iowa game. Of course, Michigan starting out with Colorado State, Hawaii, and Connecticut. Not Murderers Row at all. They have a very weak non-conference schedule. Let's talk about that. What in the world? I'm just looking at it. What is going on with Michigan's non-conference schedule? Let's welcome in Mark Bowman to the show. Mark, before we get to your question or whatever you have to bring to the panel here, can you tell me what's going on with Michigan's schedule?
I don't know much about Michigan's schedule.
Mark, I can't hear you. Can you
I don't know much.
turn your computer down? Or that sounds better. Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you, sir?
Okay. What I wanted to expound upon was my super chat about the Big 12 speeding up their grant of rights.
Yes.
There's rumors that it is because ESPN wants to facilitate and speed up the move of Oklahoma and Texas to the SEC,
Okay.
and that they'll make it financial incentives for the Big 12 to allow this. And I was wondering specifically, would that also speed up the Big Tens wanting Oregon and Washington, Stanford and Cal into the Big Ten?
It could. Now, Mark, I'm not a big advocate for Cal joining the Big Ten Conference. I don't know what they bring to what do they bring to the conference besides regionality and
a West Wing to facilitate travel and
sure,
make things much easier for the Olympic sports.
I can understand that to an extent. So it may speed things up. I had this conversation with Wholesome One Holloway, who's over on the Miami channel. I still can you turn you're down a little bit more? I can still hear myself echoing, Mark.
Can you turn you're down a little bit more? Okay, I did.
Okay, you're good. Sorry about that. I do wonder, will the Big Ten try to dip down into the South? Because I understand that the next move is probably to expand further out west, and certainly they're on hold for Notre Dame as long as Notre Dame is willing to entertain that idea. But I wonder what if the Big Ten's going to go into Florida and try to add a Florida State or a Miami. I don't know that they can do that. They might. I think everything's on the table right now. But the TV side of things is so intriguing because my understanding, and Mark, you may be able to tell. I just don't follow it as close as probably you or certainly Mark do. But the TV side is so intriguing because the SEC is kind of. Am I correct in saying the SEC is sort of locked in right now with ESPN to where they can't even? Can they even renegotiate? Can they even renegotiate until? I don't even know. 2000. Is it 2023? When can they renegotiate that deal?
That was the purpose of speeding it up. And okay. I'm sorry, Corey, but when I turn down my speakers, I can't hear you talking. So I'm just going to have to leave this.
Oh, well, sorry about that, Mark.
Because till I get my IT work figured out. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Appreciate the call, Mark, and certainly, definitely call back when Mark Rogers is on here because he would certainly have a better perspective on the TV viewership side of things. But thank you for calling, Mark. Let's add Gary Klein to the mix. Gary, who are you a fan of, first of all?
Michigan.
Michigan fan. All right, lay it on me. You gonna rip me?
The schedule is no, just the schedule. No, I love you. That's what. All the Michigan people love you. That's awesome.
Okay, no, they don't. Anyway. Come on. No, they don't.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I tell you, you're fan favorite. I tell them all the time.
Tell me why.
I don't know why. I guess because you were so fervent in your prediction. So you went from being the crude enemy to the beloved. You know, there's the rise, the fall, and then the reappearance, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, it'll be interesting to see how fans react in October when I make my selection. Anyways, yes, back to the schedule. Gary, I don't have a feel. I guess I didn't have a feel for the schedule. What's going on with Michigan's schedule?
UCLA dropped off their schedule.
Okay. Now, when did that occur?
The off season. They were scheduled to play them. It was 6-9 months ago. Yeah, that UCLA dropped off their schedule. That's why they're playing they would have been replacing the Hawaii team, I believe.
So there has to be concern, especially when you see what Hawaii did last week against Vanderbilt. Am I correct in saying there has to be some concern on the Michigan, and I say Michigan side of things? If Michigan's 11-1 heading into the Big Ten championship game, or 11-1 without a Big Ten championship game, if they go undefeated besides that Ohio State game, and Ohio State ends up going to the championship game, 11-1, is that good enough to get you in with that non-conference schedule? That could potentially hurt. That could potentially hurt Michigan in the playoff race.
I don't think that really. No, I don't think that really applies. I mean, obviously,
it has to. But Gary, it has to apply, doesn't it?
But not when you're Michigan or Ohio State or Alabama. It doesn't. I mean,
I'm telling you, man, that is. But just from the outside looking in, from the outside looking in, Gary, Connecticut's one of the worst teams in the FBS. Hawaii looked like one of the worst teams in the FBS, and I mean, Colorado State. I mean, they were terrible last year.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree.
I don't know,
but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Look at what was that year? Was that 2017 when Ohio State went to the playoffs over Penn State? Which that still irritates me. Michigan should have went to the playoffs that year instead of Ohio State. But anyways, that's what's going to happen. If you have a one loss, either Ohio State or Michigan or Georgia or Alabama, they're going to the playoffs.
Well, I can tell you
they will bump another team. They just will. Well, I don't know if it's because of viewership, revenue. They just will. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, I can tell you that,
but it is what it is.
There will be fans of these opposing schools that if it comes down to that type of a scenario, there will be fans bringing up that schedule, whether it was Michigan's fault or not. I mean, they will bring up that schedule, and I think rightfully so. Now, here's the deal, Gary. I don't think UCLA moves the needle much either. I mean, UCLA is not great. I mean,
no, they're not. But I don't know. They're still a mid-tier program.
Well, when you got Ohio State
last year, 6-6, and they won a bowl game.
Yeah, but I mean, just saying, compared to Ohio State's schedule, playing Notre Dame week 1, I think, if you're just looking at both of those teams comparatively, there's no, even with UCLA on the schedule, Ohio State's schedule is leaps and bounds better. But you may be right. Absolutely. I think you're right. I think the cachet behind Michigan will help the cause, just like it helps the cause with Notre Dame. You heard my take on Notre Dame earlier. I think that is a factor. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the way it should be. But when it's, as Mark brings up all the time, when it's an invitational, you can get away with it.
Right. Absolutely. Yep. I agree.
Yep. All right, Gary. Anything else?
No. I think it's going to be a moot point. I think Michigan will beat Ohio State. I think they're tougher. That's the biggest thing. And I think if people look at it objectively, if you look down to the brass tacks of it, I think Michigan does have the better starting lineup.
Okay. Well, I can tell you certainly I would take Ohio State's offense against the Michigan defense, but I would take the Michigan offense against the Ohio State defense. Now, with that being said, I think we can both agree that Ohio State defense is extremely talented, but they got a lot to prove after last year. Should be a fun one. I mean, that's a fun game. And boy, I don't remember the last time. When's the last time the rivalry has been this? I mean, I know it's heated every year because it's the game, but this is going to be, the stakes have just went up these last 3 years. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Early 2000s. That was, I mean, after that, it's become Steve Dace. Let's go to the movie theater instead of watching it.
Thank you for the Steve Dace reference. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, Gary.
Have fun.
Well, I appreciate the call, sir. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate Gary being here. And we're waiting the one and only Mark Rogers, who will be back with us here shortly. I've been live with you folks for the last 2 hours and appreciate all the fan interaction. It's great to have fans calling in and making themselves a part of the show this early and often in the day. And Mark will be here until 3 a.m. tomorrow. So he'll be here through the Purdue Penn State game. I don't know if he's got another voice coming on here to fill in, but appreciate all of the callers. The line is open if you want to call in. Maybe have time for one caller before Mark joins us. And again, if Mark doesn't wake up, I mean, if he just falls asleep and he's down for 3-4 hours, I don't know. Maybe I'll have to have Drill MVP host the show. Let's see. Fleet, when's the last time Harbaugh has defeated Mel Tucker? Well, let's see. So Mel Tucker took over in 2023, or excuse me, 2023. We haven't played that schedule yet. I'm tired. I need more coffee. 2020, correct? And of course, that was a game that Michigan State won. But that was the weird COVID year. And then in 2021, Michigan State won that game as well. So yeah, I mean, okay. So three is it 2-0 now that Michigan State is against the Wolverines? I'm correct in saying 2020 was when Mel Tucker took over. I believe I'm correct in saying that. So yeah, I mean that's not it's certainly not a game that gets brought up. We talk about rivalries. It's a great rivalry, and you talk to Michigan fans, and all you hear about is the Ohio State rivalry. So that's certainly a game that I'd have pegged on the calendar. It'll never be to the importance of the game, but that's a game that Harbaugh has struggled to win so far. Erica says, why do Michigan fans think they're Bama level football just because they won one title? Yes, they beat us. Erica's an Iowa fan, but they got massacred by Georgia. It's delusional. Erica, bringing out some vitriol against the Michigan fans of the world. I mean, look, I'm not going to heavily criticize. I'm not going to heavily criticize Michigan, given the fact that they did beat Iowa by 41 points. But I mean, look, yeah, they did get beat by a really good Georgia team in the playoff. They did make the playoff. I think if Iowa had made the playoff in 2015, they would have probably gotten beat soundly by Alabama. But with that being said, they still would have made the playoff. Like, I think that's still a huge accomplishment. And so, do I think Michigan was one of the top 4 teams last year? I mean, I'm not going to argue it. They did beat Ohio State, and Ohio State would have probably been my next team in, based on who I think would have been, who I thought was one of the best teams. Now, I still think resume should be a big part of this. So I still think there's something to prove here. I have no problem with Michigan fans predicting that they're going to beat Ohio State, but they got to prove they can do it in the shoe, and they've only done it 1 year. So fair point, but boy, Erica's going to be riling up some Michigan fans early in the morning. Droop75, question for fans of the Big Ten. How do you feel about Maryland? Do you respect them, or are they just there to help get your team a win? Well, I'll tell you how I feel about Maryland, if you're asking me. They are one of the perfect examples in the Big Ten of explosive plays making a massive difference in winning and losing. Of course, explosive plays and super explosive plays, 20-plus plays and 30-plus plays are essential in any Big Ten game. But, Maryland sees it both ways, right? They lose games because they give up too many explosive plays, and they win games because of explosive plays. Now, they did win their bowl game last year, right? I think they were 7-6 7-6, I believe. They have not shown up in the big games. I think the Iowa game last year at home, that game was the game that was hyped up. Maryland was undefeated early, and that game was never close. But Talia Tagovailoa is one of the better quarterbacks in the Big Ten. I'd say he's probably Michigan fans are going to be upset because I'm going to rank him ahead of McCarthy. But to me, McCarthy's got to prove it. I mean, I got to see McCarthy in live game, actual meaningful action this year before I'm going to rank him above anybody. I would rank my top 3 quarterbacks in the Big Ten. Certainly Stroud, Aiden O'Connell, and then Tagovailoa. There are other guys like McCarthy and, I'm trying to think of the guy from, like Tanner Morgan. If we're getting to Tanner Morgan of 3 or 4 years ago, then he's in the discussion. But heck, I thought the kid from Northwestern was pretty darn good. last week. Peyton Thorne, yeah, I see Fleet brings up Peyton Thorne. Yeah, he's in the mix. Absolutely. He's a guy that doesn't get talked about much. But I mean, like Connor Bazelak's a guy who was a really productive quarterback at Missouri. So he'd be in my conversation as well if he can return to that form. I think he's an underrated add in the portal. But yeah, I would say Maryland is one of those teams that even though Iowa doesn't play them this year, I'm not comfortable playing them. I'd rather play year in and year out. I'd rather play a Rutgers or an Illinois. But honestly, I think Big Ten coaching wise, it's improved across the board. There isn't a school in the Big Ten besides Nebraska that I think has below average coaching. I really don't. Now, Michael Loxley, he'd probably be ranked my 13th best head coach, ahead of Scott Frost. But I don't know who would you rank him ahead of? Schiano? I certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't rank him ahead of Brett Bielema. Certainly wouldn't rank him ahead of Jeff Brom or Pat Fitzgerald or anybody else, unless I'm missing somebody. Mel Tucker, no, I think he'd clearly be your 13th best head coach in the Big Ten. And we welcome Lemansky to the show. Lemansky from, let's see, what does your thing say here, Lemansky? Lemansky from Hawkeye, does it say Hawkeye Nation? I can't read the whole thing. Lemansky, are you here? Lemansky. Lemansky's gone. Lemansky's gone. Mark Rogers is here. I almost thought I was going to have to hire a wake-up service. It was like 10:01, and I'm like, I bet you he didn't wake up.
Oh, come on.
Did you get some sound rest, Mark?
Can't say that I did.
You didn't. Okay, this is weird. Okay, there it goes. I was going to say it didn't update my banner. We had some interesting discussion. I'll recap real quick. I'm sure you probably watched the last 2 hours, right? You probably couldn't get any sleep because you wanted to watch the last 2 hours.
I can't get away from it. No, I can't break myself free. Yes.
So I'll just say this: we talked. Had was it Will, Notre Dame fan Will called in, and we were talking. He had a bunch of questions about Iowa, and then he challenged me on my Notre Dame take. So of course that spiraled for a few minutes.
Yeah,
and then we talked Michigan. So my two favorite fan bases right now, Michigan and Notre Dame. And one thing I discovered, Mark, and you have a better feel for this stuff because you work with it every day. I didn't realize how awful Michigan's schedule is. And I guess I'd forgotten that they lost that UCLA game. Their schedule is atrocious.
It is.
I mean, it's I don't know.
Now, you're not talking about their Big Ten.
Of course
anything
not.
Within the conference.
No,
okay.
I'm talking about their conference schedule.
Oh.
It's something out of like, it's like something out of, I don't even know what team in the Power Five has a worse. I don't think there's probably a team in the Power Five that has a worse non-conference schedule. I almost guarantee you that there's not a team in the conference or in Power Five. Who?
Well, you're talking to the right guy. So UCLA's is just kind of indistinguishably just as bad.
So why did they cancel the game, first of all?
Between UCLA and Michigan?
Yeah, why was that game canceled?
I used to think it was because of the Big Ten going to a 9-game schedule, and maybe that had something to do with it.
I was told, we had a Michigan fan call in and said it was canceled during the off season. So what would that have to do with a 9-game schedule?
Well, no, that was my guess because I know that a lot of Big Ten series like Michigan State, Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, a lot of big series got canceled when the Big Ten went from 8 to 9 games because a lot of those teams lost a home game and they wanted to make it up and didn't want to go to like a 6-6 schedule. But I looked that up the other day because there was conversation on here. I didn't know the answer. That was my guess. I didn't state it as fact. I said that would be the only thing that would come to mind. I looked it up and I know that it was canceled around 2019. So that would have been
okay. Well, that's the case. Then what's the excuse for not getting another game on the schedule?
That was after the 9-game schedule.
What's the excuse for not getting another game on the schedule, Mark?
Maybe nobody else was available that's any decent.
Well,
think about that. If it's 2019, and then you're looking for a game in 2021, you're not going to be able to call up Tennessee or Ole Miss or North Carolina and get somebody decent on a schedule.
So there's no wiggle room there. You don't think there's any wiggle room with contracts to where if a Michigan comes calling, you can't say if you're Arizona State and you got a game scheduled with Texas Tech, you're saying there's no wiggle room to say, we'd rather play Michigan. I mean, if it was Texas Tech who had this happen, I could understand, but Michigan, they couldn't get somebody to wiggle out of a schedule and figure out a way to buy out that game.
If we look at Michigan's schedule, I'm guessing they've got 4 Big Ten home games and 5 road games, is my guess.
Okay, well, so you're saying that they would have to have somebody come into Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Let's see. They play.
I don't think
according
they're
to
dodging anyone.
Hold on a second. Let me
Okay.
make sure you're right on this. So they get Iowa on the road, Indiana on the road, Rutgers on the road, Ohio State on the road. I count 4.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they get 5. They get 5 Big Ten home games.
I don't understand it then. UCLA's is just as bad. They've got South Alabama, Alabama State, and Bowling Green.
Say it again.
UCLA is playing South Alabama, Bowling Green, and Alabama State in FCS school.
Honestly, Mark, I think that's maybe a better schedule because, and I say that because I think Bowling Green, what they beat Minnesota last year, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I know we're splitting hairs, but when I look at Michigan's schedule, and you're talking about one of the worst FBS programs in the country in Connecticut, and what we saw from Hawaii last week, I mean, talk about a devastating program, just a travesty of a program right now. And Colorado State changing head coaches, and I wish the best for Jay Norvell, but man alive, you might as well have scheduled that. Might as well have replaced the Colorado State game with New Mexico State. Because, I mean, that's wow. And I'll tell you this, hey, I'm happy about it if you're an Iowa fan because they don't get a tune-up. I guess you could say the Maryland game's a tune-up, but they get that game at home. Iowa's going to be more battle-tested than Michigan because Iowa gets on the road at Rutgers. They get Iowa State at home, and I think South Dakota State's South Dakota State, can we agree on this? South Dakota State's a better team than anyone.
What are we
Michigan has
disagreeing on?
Nothing. But can we agree that South Dakota State's a better team than anybody on the Michigan schedule?
Yes.
In the non-conference.
But it's not necessarily a better opponent. And what I mean by that is, regardless of how good Colorado State, Hawaii, or Connecticut could be at any point, that's not an excuse for Michigan. They should be scheduling a strong opponent. But they are catching all 3 of them at almost the worst possible time. Like Hawaii's been typically a bowl team that's been an upper level Mountain West conference team.
Right.
But they're really bad right now.
And UConn
has much better.
UConn hasn't always been crap.
No. They've been crap for a while now, for about a decade. And as a earlier caller pointed out, UConn has an all-time lead in the Notre Dame series 1-0.
I appreciate you pointing that out. And I believe now he went out last week. Did you watch any of that UConn, New Mexico, UConn? See, who did they play? They played Utah State. Did you catch any of that game?
I did not. I discovered in my new location, I do not have CBS Sportsnet.
Really?
I don't.
Well, you're not really going to miss a ton on that network.
No, but week 0, I wanted it because I wanted that game and I wanted the Hawaii
Vanderbilt game.
And that also wasn't available. I found it online. I found some pirate type operation online with a couple kids. They sounded like complete knuckleheads, like 16-year-old kids who had some kind of gaming YouTube channel that were streaming the Hawaii Vandy game.
Mark, you should have called me. I'd have helped you through this. You get a Fubo free trial or you get a Hulu TV free trial.
I looked that up and I don't want I hate free trials and then you
get it.
Cancel or figure it out. Or
you could have canceled it the day after.
It didn't matter. It was
you'd rather watch some 16-year-olds who are gaming while watching a game.
It was somewhat amusing because They were raking in the cash for posting the Vandy Hawaii game.
Were they raking in the? Were they really?
Yeah.
They were with
People
like
were
super
throwing
chat
them
money. So super chat money.
Yes.
Well, YouTube won't. They probably shut them down eventually, didn't they?
Well, I was not hanging with that game until it was 63-10, so I don't know. they made it through the first half. I knew that.
Wow, that's impressive, Mark. I did. Yeah, that's impressive.
They were talking about their candy run. They just brought back a bunch of Snickers bars and peanut butter cups, and,
Oh my
and
gosh.
you just paid for my 10 peanut butter cups. And
given your reputation on this show, Mark, you could have said, "Hey, I need to sign in for somebody's YouTube TV," and they probably would have given it to you. Now, YouTube probably wouldn't have liked that, being the fact that you're promoting through their platform to get somebody else to sign in for their YouTube, their subscription service.
Shoot,
But
I should get it through YouTube. I pay YouTube Premium every month. What's that, like $16?
yeah, you could have gotten, like I say, I mean, you don't like free trials, that's fine, but you could have gotten YouTube TV for a week and canceled it. I think you can just keep opening up new emails, right? And every time you open up a new email, get a new free trial. I mean, you could live off that, Mark. If somebody didn't want to pay for cable and you just wanted to watch college football, you could live off that. You would never have to pay a cable bill. I know it's an inconvenience.
Way too much of a hassle for me.
I get it.
I'm not that hard up.
I get it. No, I don't think most people are. But anyways, back before I let you go, back to what we were talking about. Hawaii was absolutely terrible last week. I will say this about UConn. They competed against Utah State.
Mm-hmm.
They were up early. That was a competitive game for a while.
I bet that UConn will be much more competitive this year because they have a capable head coach.
And their head coach is?
Jim Mora.
Jim Mora, right. The younger.
Yes, it just amazes me that Jim Mora, who was good enough to go to an NFC championship game at the NFL level, is now the head coach at UConn.
Now, I thought that the starting quarterback for UConn would be either Roberson, Fumachan, or Roberson played a while, but he just. I looked at this.
I saw something posted a day or two before the game that Roberson was the guy.
I did too, but I believe did he go out with an injury or something? Because let me pull up the box.
I don't have Fubo TV or whatever it is to know.
Yeah, he only threw 2 passes for 10 yards.
Huh?
Zion Turner took over. He went 12 of 31 for a $109 and 2 picks. Yikes. They competed in that game. I don't know how.
I almost threw out a name, but he doesn't perform quite at that level.
But look this up here. So,
I'm talking to the audience for a split second here.
Sure.
Corey obviously just cannot stand to come on this show and take over the hosting duties, which I tremendously appreciate, without changing the color scheme to Iowa colors.
I haven't touched the color scheme. I have not touched the color scheme.
Okay, something you did
when you
came on changed the color scheme.
Really? Did it really?
Yes.
No, I promise I didn't do anything. Maybe it...
No, I knew you were on your way because I saw the color scheme change. It must have happened when you logged in or something automatically. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what happened, but no, I didn't change the...
It glitched. I thought, Corey's on his way. I can see him coming. The color scheme just changed.
Wow. And what was the color scheme before? Was it the red?
With the red, yes.
Okay.
I like the red.
No, I apologize. I didn't.
It's one of the base colors here at the Voice of College Football.
No, I had a couple of Michigan fans tell me, and I don't, I don't believe them, but I had 2 Michigan fans both tell me that I'm beloved over on the Michigan channel, and I giggled. Is that like when you say beloved over on the Michigan channel? I'm assuming it's because fans are like poking fun because
are they talking about the fans? Are you talking about the hosts?
No, well, apparently I don't know. I guess I don't know the answer to that question, but
you are beloved by Desmond and Dre, certainly. but they do enjoy reflecting on your Iowa
fine.
prediction.
That's fine. I do think it's funny, Mark. We're going to have a chance now to. I mean, like, it's great that game is getting replayed early in the season because it's October 1st. So, I mean, somebody's going to either those bragging rights will be held over Iowa fans for another. I don't even know when Michigan's on the schedule next, but at least for a couple months, unless those two teams, they could play in the conference championship again. But there's a good chance Iowa fans will have some bragging rights after October 1st because that's going to be a tough game for Michigan to come into Iowa City and win.
Sure, it is. Although, in an earlier super chat, and you know what it's like to have your words misconstrued, in an earlier super chat, I was accused of picking Michigan to win at Kinnick Stadium. Somebody said, "Ha, Mark, such and such for you picking Michigan to go in Kinnick and blow out Iowa, da." And I said, you obviously didn't listen to what I had to say. Number one, you will never find me predict a football game weeks or months in advance. I do not predict any football games until the week of the game. So number one, that's a faulty accusation you're making, because I would never do that unless, I am predicting Ohio State's going to beat Arkansas State in 2 weeks, But in terms of a competitive, reasonable game, I'm not predicting those before game week number one. Number two, we had a discussion. Corey made a statement, as I remember, about Michigan couldn't blow out Iowa at home or something.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
Okay, well,
that.
I want to make sure.
Yeah. What I said,
I just said that it was possible. That's all I stated.
I think what I said is I can't see. I have a hard time. Maybe I said I have a hard time seeing a scenario in which, I think that's the word I use. I have a hard time seeing a scenario in which Michigan blows out Iowa and Kinnick. And I stand by that. I'm not saying it's impossible. Of course it's possible, but I have a hard time seeing it happening, like a reasonable scenario, because when's the last time any team has done that besides Purdue last year? And Purdue's such an anomaly because they have such a mismatch issue with Iowa. This Michigan series, I think Michigan's 1-5 their last 6 trips to Kinnick. And I get it. You're a more talented team and they're coming off a championship and a playoff trip. But I'm just saying I have a hard time seeing them against that Iowa defense. So I think it's going to be improved collectively, blowing them out in there. Now, Ohio State comes to town with their explosive offense, a little bit different. I get Michigan's got a good offense as well. We don't even know who the quarterback's going to be. I mean, is it going to be McNamara? Is it going to be McCarthy? You have no idea. And I just did not realize Michigan's schedule. I don't want to go back to that. I just did not realize that shapes up well for Iowa because they are not going to be battle tested. They get Maryland.
Not bad.
Well, yeah, I get it. But like I say, Iowa will be more battle tested by going on the road at Rutgers, by getting Iowa State at home, getting this. I'm just saying, like this South Dakota State game, I don't care what the outside perception is going to be. That's a test week one. It is.
It is.
It'd be like playing North. It's just a slight notch below playing a North Dakota State in a week one game. Anybody who believes North Dakota State's not a challenge, you don't know college football.
Although Maryland's better than Rutgers. At least we believe that at this point.
Well,
I think both of us.
Well, where do they play that Maryland game?
At home.
And Iowa goes to Rutgers. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they won't play. Michigan won't play a road game until they come to Kinnick.
Will you now agree with me on this statement that you disagreed with me several weeks ago? And I'm not talking about that it's justified or anything. I'm just saying it's possible that we could see this. I made the statement a few weeks ago, as you'll remember, that Ohio State could be a 3-touchdown favorite against Iowa at home. And you were like, what? Are you crazy? And I said, Ohio State could be a 3-touchdown favorite against Iowa at home. And they're a 17.5-point favorite against the number 5 team in the country.
Okay. You want me to push back for a second, Mark, or do you want me just to, I'm asking, do you want me to push back?
That's what was stated, correct?
Well, yes, but I want to push back on something you just said. You keep bringing up they're a 17.5-point favorite on the number 5 team in the country. Who cares what Notre Dame's ranking is? Why does that keep getting brought up?
Because it's not like for as much as I don't like the AP preseason poll or any preseason poll, it's not like they just grabbed SMU and made them the number 5 team in the country. Notre Dame's been finishing in the top 5 or 10 in the country for years.
Okay, but I'm just saying I don't care if they're ranked number 5 in the preseason because it hasn't been earned.
I know it's not been earned, but it's not like they just grabbed a team and gave them a number 5 ranking. This team has been that good in that range for the last decade.
I understand. I've ripped on Notre Dame enough. I'm not trying to rip on Notre Dame. That's not my point. But I'm just saying I don't think there's as big of a gap between Notre Dame and Iowa. So yes, I guess the 17.5 surprised me.
It surprised me too.
It is in Columbus, so it did surprise me. If Iowa played Ohio State right now, it might be 21. Yeah, it might be, because if they perceive that, and I think Notre Dame, right? I told you, if Notre Dame and Iowa played on a neutral field today, I don't know that I'd take Notre Dame. I might favor them slightly, but I don't know. I mean, to me, there's not a massive gap right now between Notre Dame and Iowa. And maybe, if Notre Dame comes out and beats Ohio State this week, then now we'll have a different discussion. But
again,
I get.
I'm not saying it's justified.
Well, I think
we'll see on Saturday.
The Georgia-Oregon line is insane. And let me say something else. You know what the most insane line in 20 and now Sharps know more than I do, but you want to know what the most insane line this week is? You want to guess what
this week? I thought you were going to say this season. I was going to say the Northwestern Nebraska game.
Well, I picked him straight up. But anyways, who's what's the most insane line this week?
Well, I'm trying to think of who would catch your eye. So it's probably a Big Ten game.
No.
Oh, okay. Insane.
And now maybe you will disagree with this, but and it was on our media picks.
Oh, okay.
This week,
big game. Pitt, West Virginia, 7.
Alabama plays Utah State. They're 41.5 point favorites against a Utah State team that received top 25 votes in the preseason.
They can beat them by 41 points.
I mean, if they do, holy crap, man. That's insane.
I will tell you that I will probably take Utah State in the points only because, not because I don't think Alabama can do it. I just don't think that they will.
That's what I'm saying. That's on my only point. I just think that's such a tall ask. And if they were playing UConn, I get it. Yeah, I'm probably taking Alabama and I'm taking the points. Now, again, I always say this in my picks. I'm never betting on a football game. Would never do that. But I'm just saying we're picking up against the line. So I just have a hard time seeing Utah State, who received top 25 votes, not being able to keep it within 40. That's just such an insane. Think about that.
You're arguing against yourself to a certain extent. What does it matter what Utah State received in the poll?
Well, I'm not. My argument about Notre Dame being preseason ranked, I'm not arguing they shouldn't be ranked. I'm arguing that who cares if they're 5 or they're 9 or they're 15. Yeah, are they probably one of the top 25 teams? Yes. Just like Utah State is probably good. I don't think they got those votes out of thin air. Obviously, they have the talent to be receiving some votes in the top 25.
They won the Mountain West last year.
Yeah, if they're even remotely close to being one of the better teams in their conference, to even remotely close to being top 25, which I would say preseason rankings, even though I don't think they're any exact science, if you're receiving votes, it probably is an indication that you have a decent amount of talent. You're returning production from last year. I just have a hard time seeing that line and thinking, holy, what a disrespect. What an absolute disrespect to the conference champion Aggies.
Well, let me, I think you misconstrued or I miscommunicated why I don't think Alabama's going to cover. And I haven't made the prediction. Maybe I will pick them to cover. I can see 52-10. I think if Nick Saban told his team, we have to win this game by at least 42 points, that they would go out and beat Utah State by more than 42 points.
Okay, but I don't think he's doing that.
No, I don't. No. But if for some reason they had, like I always thought when there's a mismatch, and there can be greater mismatches. Yes, Utah State's a really good team. And that shocked me too when I looked at it, and it shocked me. It surprised me. And I thought, wow, this is crazy because Utah State's a quality team. Or they are supposed to be one this year. They were last year. That it always intrigued me to think, not that we should be watching football games in this sense, But if you took the ultimate mismatch, whoever that is, Alabama, Ohio State, whomever, against UConn or whomever, we truly don't know how bad that game could be, because it's human nature to take your foot off the gas,
Right. Exactly.
not be focused, be like,
Exactly.
okay, we're so much better than these guys. Who cares if it's 50-0 or 60 or 70? But if there was like a financial incentive, like
Sure.
you are going to earn this amount of money for every point that you separate yourselves, wonder if we could see like 100-0 game.
So I want to make this clear. What I said about not seeing a scenario in which Michigan and Iowa is not a somewhat close game. And I'm not saying that, if Michigan wins, they couldn't win by 10 or 14, but it's not going to be a 40-point win. That is not anything what I'm saying about UConn or about Utah State. I'm not saying that I can't see a scenario where Alabama wins by 41 and by 42. What I'm saying is what you just described. I just can't. I would never count on that happening. Just given all the variables you just brought up, taking your foot off the gas, garbage time, just everything, how difficult it is to. I mean, Alabama. If I get it, Alabama's offense is elite. They've got a Heisman-winning quarterback. Will they score 42 points? I don't know that that's a given. Will they score 42 points? Maybe.
Well, it's not a given, but it's about a 90% certainty.
Okay. Well, so 42-0. They covered the spread at 42-0. Or 49-7, or I get it.
One of the reasons why I tend to take the points in those situations as well is I just figure anytime Utah State scores, anytime they score or a lot of time is taken off the clock for a particular drive, I just feel that the odds say, the probabilities, that works against the team that has to cover that substantial amount of points even more. It just shrinks the game or what they have to do. If Utah State would score on the first drive, okay, all of a sudden the spread's 49 in a sense.
Right. And so I don't know. What time is that game and what channel is it on? Do you know?
I think it's, I would guess, an SEC network game, or maybe ESPN2 would be mine. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'll be intrigued by it. There's just so many games week one. This is about as good of a week one as there has been. Am I correct in saying that?
Isn't there always good week one games?
Yeah, there are, but I said that last night when I was making my picks on the channel. It just feels like this week one is better than recent history. This is good of a Big Ten game on a Thursday. Ohio State played Minnesota on a Thursday, correct?
Yes.
That was a good game. It was a little bit better than I expected. To me, this is a better matchup, Purdue and Penn State. Even though Minnesota played Ohio State close for most of that game, this is a better matchup, Purdue and Penn State.
Yes.
And Drill MVP called in earlier and asked the question about, are they the obvious favorites in the Big Ten West if they win? And I've been saying that for a long time, Mark. They are the obvious favorites if they win, right? Their non-conference, their crossover schedule is, besides Penn State, they play. Let me pull it up here. They play Purdue and I believe Maryland. They get Indiana on the road, or what am I? Purdue and Maryland, Indiana and Maryland. Excuse me. They get Maryland and Indiana on the road. But man, alive, nothing close to what those other three contenders have.
If people could read my mind, or if I shot out of my mouth what went through my mind when I thought about Purdue in the Big Ten championship game, I would sound like an arrogant Ohio State fan.
What problem do you have with Purdue other than the fact
I like Purdue. I don't have a problem with them, but I just envisioned like a blowout in the Big Ten championship game.
Well, they can throw the football. And if Ohio State's defense isn't any better, if Ohio State's defense what it was last year, then Purdue could put up 30 on Ohio State's defense. If it's what it was last year. One good defense last year, Mark.
They put up 31 on Ohio State last year, but Ohio State put up 59.
Yeah, I see that. I could see that happening. I don't know what they're going to, somebody brought up Karlaftis. How do you replace Karlaftis? No, there's question marks there, but you'll get this will be a nice indication this evening. And 2, what does it mean for James Franklin if Penn State loses? I think Franklin is behind Frost. Is he the next guy on the hot seat? If Penn State has a down year, I think he's on the hot seat next year.
Yeah, he is.
So, anyways,
we talked about that with the caller. Yeah.
Which,
by the way, to put the Purdue effort against Ohio State in perspective, they really didn't score 31. It was a 31-7 game at halftime. They didn't put any meaningful points on the board. So,
right. Well, we'll see. It's just great to have some football back. And by the way, I did say this to somebody else. Do you know what the first football game is today? This will be the last thing I say, and then I'll let you go without looking it up.
Somebody put this in the chat, and I didn't pay too much attention to it. It was like St. Francis and Akron.
No, it's actually, I think, an FBS team. Let's see.
I didn't know.
No, you're right. I'm sorry. You're correct. St. Francis, Pennsylvania, and Akron at 5:00 on ESPN 3.
Oh, ESPN 3. Something else I don't have.
So will you be? So you don't have ESPN? You don't have ESPN 3? You probably do.
3?
Yeah,
it's digital. Oh yeah, I probably could go on. Yeah, I can go on ESPN.com and look it up.
So will you do that at 5?
Have it rolling here while I'm checking out the Akron game.
Absolutely.
Akron is now coached by Joe Moorhead, the former Penn State offensive coordinator.
He is, or it is?
Yes.
Akron is coached by Moorhead,
who then went to Mississippi State, was the head coach there. Then
what happened to him?
Then he went to Oregon, was the offensive coordinator. Now he just got the Akron head coaching job.
Wow, he's really fell down the ladder. I mean, you go to Mississippi State. He was the head coach when Iowa played them in 2018 in the Outback Bowl. That was a good Mississippi State team. So why did he leave Mississippi State? Did they fire him?
Yes, he got fired.
Wow.
He didn't do that. He was going to bowl games. I think he went like 8-4 and then 6-6 and got fired.
Well, I could see Akron becoming, a good MAC team with him at the helm. Certainly. I mean, he's probably one of the better coaches in that conference.
I could cancel the stream and go drive to the game.
How far are you from Akron?
From the stadium, probably within a half hour.
Oh, you ought to do it. You're on a live stream. Get your phone out there and actually live stream from Akron, St. Francis, PA. Do it live from Akron, St. Francis, PA, Mark.
Nobody wants to see that.
Listen, I would be on there. I would promote the heck out of that sucker.
We may get more viewers on here than they do on ESPN 3 on the Akron St. Francis game.
Well, let me ask you this, and I'm sorry to Tony who's waiting on hold here, but can I ask you? You of course you're a former ESPN guy. How successful is Watch ESPN and ESPN 3? Because I mean, I'm assuming I don't know the logistics of that.
Yeah.
I know that obviously ESPN has contracts with other networks, and they sometimes stream other networked games on ESPN 3. But how does that work, and what's the success rate?
You're just bringing back bad memories of trying to work through that, because when we first took that on, it was during college basketball season, and my goodness, the company committed to streaming every game imaginable that wasn't on a linear TV network. And we were doing games. Our staff got stretched to the hilt doing these games. I don't know how successful it is. I don't think it's about the monetary success I think it's just about we are the one stop for everything. And
so as long as you can make ends meet, basically.
Yeah, I don't think they care if they lost $3 million doing it or whatever.
I just think it's interesting they came out with ESPN Plus, which told me that they were losing money doing Watch ESPN the way they had it prior, and now a lot of that stuff is ESPN Plus, and I know they expanded some, but
more successful than CNN Plus, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Did you hear about their plight?
I don't watch it, but
or whatever it was called.
I heard that it is. Are they still on the air?
No,
they shut down.
They poured like $500 million into that service, and they shut it down within like 4 weeks, 5 weeks.
Who's the guy they hired? Who's the guy they hired that was? What is his name? Older guy who's real season. I think he worked for
Oh,
Fox.
yeah.
What is his
Caralt.
name?
No, not Caralt.
No.
Oh,
Really good
yes.
news commentator. Really good
I
news
guarantee
commentator.
Tony knows it. Yes, he's the son of.
Somebody probably has it in the chat.
He's the son of another like famous 60 Minutes guy. Oh my goodness, I can't think of his name.
I can picture his face. You know, he's
I can hear his voice.
Or his glasses. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's got a very distinct. No, he's. I like him. I mean, I'm neutral when it comes to politics. I don't get involved with politics, but from a news commentary standpoint, he is Chris Wallace. There you go. Thank you.
Chris Wallace.
One scoop, John.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a respected. I think he's a respected guy in
Yes.
the industry. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yeah, he's considered.
So
neutral.
what happened to him? Is he?
They
working for
figured out
NBC?
different ways to use him. at
Okay, so
CNN,
he's still
from
with
what
the
I understand.
company. I gotcha.
A
Okay.
neutral political guy.
Yeah, I completely one, and you'll see that if you ever come in. Well, you watch my show sometimes, but you won't ever hear me make a comment about politics.
I can't keep my mouth shut every so often.
I don't know. You do a pretty good job. I don't hear you talking politics on
try.
here.
We want to keep this to college football, but I go on some rants once in a while.
Well, I won't keep you tied up here. I know you got Tony on the line. I don't know if Tony. I'm assuming this call is not for me. Tony, Tony, do you want me to stay on the line for your call? You can nod your head or shake your head. I can see you. Oh, he wants me to stay on the line. I don't know. No, I don't know, Tony. We can
have you. Let's bring Tony in.
Go ahead.
And if you've got a minute, Corey.
Sure.
I'm on with the legendary Corey Brada. This is like, I got a fangirl right here. How cool is that?
What you got, Tony? Pleasure to meet you. What fan base are you a part of?
Good to meet you. I'm actually a USC alum and a Penn Quaker alum, but they're not very good. And last night we hosted the new Pac-12 live chat show. So
I checked that out, Corey. It was really good.
It was a lot of fun. But we want to hit you up and invite you to join us sometime this season. Get some Iowa perspectives on the Pac-12.
Sure.
And I have two questions for you as an Iowa fan. So I grew up in Michigan, and anybody who grows up in Michigan knows that like bad things happen in Kinnick Stadium on like a Saturday night, usually in about like October when you're not expecting it.
Yep.
And you go into that pink locker room and it's where your hopes go to die.
Yep.
And Michigan plays so many cupcakes this September that I think they could open up a boutique bakery. And they're open about it. They're like, we're just gonna play a couple quarterbacks some different times against the Little Sisters of the Poor here and this Hawaiian orphanage and whatever. And their first game is against Iowa. That's going to be a real game. You guys were talking about this a little bit ago. This just has catastrophe written all over it for the Wolverines, from what I can tell.
It's interesting you bring up the schedule, and you heard Mark and I just talking about the schedule.
Yeah.
What's unique about the schedule too, Tony, is they don't, you talk about great defenses. Name one above average defense that they play. Like Colorado State, I don't know what they bring back.
No. I mean, we're literally talking like a boutique cupcake shop.
Well, but Maryland at least is a test for the defense because they can throw the ball around the field, right? I mean, they can score points. There is not a defense on the schedule. Hawaii gave up 56 to Vanderbilt last week?
Seriously. Touchdown. 63.
Excuse me, 63. I forgot you were watching the live stream with the kiddos. But my point is, they don't play a
terrible.
defense. Yeah, so you're going from 0 to 60 as it relates to that offense versus the opposing defense. And even if it's JJ McCarthy, at least Cade's got experience against elite defenses. What experience does JJ have in that setting? And what experience does JJ have in a setting like Kinnick Stadium? If I'm Jim Harbaugh, I'm seriously considering starting. If you're going with a two quarterback system, and I don't think they're going to do that, it sounds like they want to make a decision by week 3. I'm at least considering going two quarterback system in Kinnick and maybe waiting until after the game in Kinnick to make a decision because, boy, I throwing JJ McCarthy to the Wolves like that, I don't think Mark appreciates how good this Iowa defense is going to be. I really don't think he appreciates it. Because I think you got this look on your face,
role
Mark.
to bring some backlash to bring this back to center to a certain extent. So JJ McCarthy did face a tremendous Wisconsin defense And sure, he is just sharing quarterback duties at that point, but he threw the touchdown that gave Michigan, like a 50-yard touchdown pass early in the second half, that gave Michigan the lead that they needed to move on to victory. So he has faced some situations.
Okay. So that was, you're right. Really good Wisconsin defense, but shared duties. All right. It's different when the load of the game is on your shoulders, when you've been anointed as the guy and you're coming. Was that game at home or was it at Madison?
Camp Randall.
Okay. Yeah, but that doesn't matter because there are teams that own you and there are teams that you own. And Michigan owns Wisconsin. You know, to the great
last few years they haven't.
Well, the last few years they've been a little sketchy, but like historic, like to the great dismay of Barry Alvarez.
They had not won at Wisconsin for like 20 years. They had a similar record at Wisconsin than they do at Iowa. It was even worse because they didn't have any wins at Wisconsin.
Wasn't that bad? Okay. But Iowa's where, for both Michigan and Michigan State, Iowa's where they just go, oh, we got to go to Iowa. You know, because they know that like something bad, the bad things happen at Iowa, turnovers happen, injuries happen.
Well, Tony, don't forget Harbaugh has a very, very bad track record in Iowa City.
Oh, I know. But not just Harbaugh. They all do. Like Iowa City's literally where they go to die.
Well, a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know that Harbaugh was hit by a car in Iowa City as a young.
I didn't even know that
because his grandpa was on the Iowa staff. And so it's sort of an intriguing. People don't realize that he actually lived in Iowa City for a while. And, you know, I'm not saying that kind of cursed his future in Iowa City. I'm certainly not implying that. But, yeah, I mean, you think about the 1985 game and Rob Houtland's kick at the end and, you know, the 1-versus-2 matchup. And he was, of course, quarterbacking that Wolverines team. And then 2016, they're bringing a top 5 team into Kinnick. And somehow Mark's still not a believer. I can just read Mark's mind right now that he's just doubting that
Corey, why do I have to do this all the time? First of all, I enjoy the role of devil's advocate, so I will just point out where there's any flaw in what I think you're lying. Even if I agree with 90% of it, I'm going to point out the 10% I don't agree with, but also understand that there was a super chat several hours ago that asked me the most difficult place to play in America. And I said, well, that's impossible to measure. I haven't been to all these places, but I laid out the landscape of the most difficult places to play, in my opinion. But I said, if you take it all into consideration, I would bet that Iowa has the biggest out of good teams. Not talking about Corvallis like being a really good place for Oregon State because they win like 50% of their games there, but they only win 25% of their games.
If they win like 100% of their games, they're playing the #1 team in the country, and they're wearing red.
Yes, we take you back to the 2000s. Yes. So I'm talking about good, successful programs. And I talked about the Death Valleys and Happy Valley and all those places. And I said, I'm guessing, I don't have the statistics in front of me, that Iowa's winning percentage would have a greater discrepancy home versus road, and especially considering opponent than those other teams. So I said Kinnick Stadium. So give me some credit, guys. I just said that it was the most difficult place to play in America.
Well, and just to make a parallel, so for what Iowa is for Michigan, what LA is for Ohio State. Generally, like bad things happen. You know, whether it's too close, whether it's a loss, like it's the same thing. It's just that one place where you're like, oh God, bad things are going to happen here.
And let me just say, I just want to clarify something. He was not hit by a car. He was hit by a mail truck in Iowa City.
Even worse.
He was out playing in the street and he got hit by a mail truck. You got to read that story. It's I know it's somebody's written about it. Just search Jim Harbaugh hit
mail
by
truck.
Mail truck. And so, anyways,
hey Corey, I just want to also give you a shout out. You do such a great job with the Iowa post games. You probably didn't see it the other night. We were laughing on one of the streams about how many of us have had just these giant multi-hour time sucks of being like fascinated by the Iowa post game and like your breakdown of the defensive backs and being like, we don't give a crap about Iowa. Why are we watching this?
Well, I appreciate it.
But they're so well done. You guys, you and the coach and everybody else do a really, really great job, and know that it is appreciated and that you are beloved to lots of fan bases that really do not care at all about Iowa. And like they might not watch the Iowa game, but they might watch your post game because it's always so well done.
Well, I appreciate that, Tony, and I've endeared myself now to Michigan fans. I've endeared myself to Notre Dame fans. I've endeared myself. I don't know that I've endeared myself to Penn State fans, but last year with the fake injuries on the field, you remember that game in Kinnick?
Oh yeah, the Italian soccer game.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think Penn State fans have come around to me yet, but I do appreciate that. And Don Patterson will be on the show again starting
Awesome.
Saturday. So
we're all looking forward to having some USC Iowa games coming up in the future. We gotta make up for that Clay Helton Holiday Bowl debacle.
I'm looking forward to. I know this is a college football show. I'm looking forward to like USC Iowa baseball and Rutgers UCLA basketball. Like to me, that's it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. We'll have to get you out to the Coliseum.
All right, Tony. Mark,
all right,
I'm
hey, fight on, Corey. Thank you very much.
Take care, guys. Thanks,
Thanks,
Mark.
See you guys.
We'll chat later.
Appreciate it. All right, and so they leave me alone. Yeah, Tony came on to talk to Corey. Did you see that? Which is good. Which is why I bring on Corey. I bring on quality replacements. Yes. So we had Corey for 2 hours from 9 to 11 Eastern time. And next up, Tony and Tim are going to be here later tonight during the start of the football games, the 8 to 11 Eastern time window. And then we have Matt Zemek going to close the door, be the closer, 2 to 4 Eastern. Erica, what does Mark think of my Michigan statement? Okay. Did we get to this? I don't believe so. So we're going to have to. Erica's earlier Michigan statement. Let's find this and then we'll get to LBC. I am behind on a few super chats, possibly. I don't know what Corey, I don't know where he left us off. So I always want to honor the super chats. So Erica says again, what does Mark think of my Michigan statement? So Erica, where is your Michigan statement? Is it there? No. Erica's Michigan statement. So either Erica or somebody else, please just type it in caps somewhere. You don't have to send a super chat. And we will read your Michigan statement, Erica. Maybe it's not there. All right, let me pick off a couple super chats and then we will get to our caller coming in. And as soon as I jumped on with Corey and saw myself in the return, I thought, yeah, I look like I haven't slept for like 35 hours. D4 Sports, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for that. D4 Sports is going to team up with Matthew Miller on Texas postgame this year. And D4 Sports, guys, a bastion of knowledge, tremendous stuff. Texas postgame show Saturday night with Matthew Miller and myself. Even if you aren't a Texas fan, tune in for some great analysis and breakdown. So that's on the Texas channel after every Longhorns game starting this Saturday against the likes of Louisiana Monroe. Insert Texas joke here about losing to Louisiana Monroe. All right. And I believe we've got another one coming in from Lemansky. Mr. Rogers. No D, folks. Anyway, Mr. Rogers, sleep deprived, but still centered. Kinnick, haunted by Nile, and now Hayden. Yes. It pretty much backs up and confirms what we hear about anytime somebody hears like 10 positive messages and they hear one negative message. What do they remember? Like if they hear 10 positive feedback messages about themselves and one negative, what do they remember? The one negative. That's me in Iowa football sometimes. I say all these glowing statements about Iowa football, but I just bring it back to center and enlighten some folks on some negative aspects, and that's what everyone remembers. We got Rick here tonight, where it's feeling like a night at this point for me.
Hey, Mark.
How are we doing today?
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I think we're on quite a delay based on what I can hear coming out of your speaker.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I am not hearing you.
You are not hearing me. Okay. Maybe if you jump out and come back in, we can, although you can't
Having
hear
some
me.
difficulty on the StreamYard.
All right. So hopefully Rick got my message. And just a quick reset. It's almost like anything else in life that's electrical. Unplug and come back in. All right. Let's see if we can find Erica's comment about Michigan. There we go. Thank you, Studio One Live. Erica said, I had said that some Michigan fans think they're Bama level because they beat us, yet we're massacred by Georgia. You don't have to rehash it again, though. I would have to say that based on my experience with Michigan fans, they don't believe that they're Bama level. The ones that I talk to, they don't think they're Ohio State level. And think about that. This is a hated rivalry. They've had to live through so much disappointment, bitterness over close losses, blowout losses, everything in between. And then they finally get over the hump, beat Ohio State, win the Big Ten championship, go to the playoff. And most Michigan fans that come on here, listen to what they have to say about Ohio State. They still see Ohio State as a better program. Hey, Rick, let's see if we've got it worked out now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, you can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. It sounds like it's delayed by a lot.
Is that better?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Perfect.
Are you good?
I hope so.
Fantastic. Hey, Mark. Great show. It's been a great off season. I really appreciate all your hard work. We're here on the, I guess, the unofficial first day of college football. Really jacked up for it. It's been a great time finding your channel. And with all the different stories that are happening this college football off season, we're finally here. And I really appreciate you doing this 24 hours. I think you're incredible, and all your guests and the friends coming into the show. So I guess my question to you is, I think this is the most amazing college football season that's been anticipated in my lifetime. I've been watching college football, a fan since the late 70s. I'm that old. But what is your most intriguing storyline, or what are you looking for the most this college football season? There's dozens of stories, but if there's one thing or maybe two things that you're looking for, you want to see, what would that be? Interested in that.
So I'm going to stay in a neutral place because every fan just wants to see their team compete and win, and especially if there's high expectation to go win a conference and national championship. So that's obvious for my own personal fandom. But looking at the entire landscape, I think that we just experienced unprecedented major coaching moves. So I would ask the chat to name the last time that there were coaches, name one coach, let alone two coaches, move from major power to major power in an offseason like we saw with Lincoln Riley and with Brian Kelly. I can't think of a time that it happened. The only time that I can think of anything close to one of the top 5 to 10 coaches in the country going from one top 5 to 10 program to another would be Mark Richt, Georgia, fired, and going to Miami. But he was fired, number one. These are coaches leaving blue blood programs to go to another one. and it's just unprecedented. So to follow the trajectory or the launch of the Lincoln Riley era at USC, and to follow Brian Kelly trying to win in the SEC, a conference that beat him down at Notre Dame, and then their replacements, Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame and Brent Venables at Oklahoma, and their much different styles in both cases, much different styles than the previous coach at each institution, to see that start that process of evaluation, because forever more going forward, Lincoln Riley is going to be tied to Brent Venables and Brian Kelly and Marcus Freeman in the comparison about how they do at their respective schools.
It's fascinating.
Yeah.
And if you look at how college football has grown, it seems like, especially in the last decade, as Twitter has emerged and social media, there's less and less patience by the fan base, by universities, and as more money is funneled in, there are decisions that are being made that wouldn't have been made maybe 10 years ago. Would you agree?
Well, I think that because of, the infiltration of the money being so enormous that, coaches are being discarded quicker than they ever have been.
Yeah, it's there's some things that are happening that are kind of peculiar. Like I brought up in the chat earlier that if James Franklin goes on the road and loses to Purdue, is he going to be sharing the same hot seat as Scott Frost? Now, I understand he just got a contract extension, but there's a lot of fans at Penn State that didn't really want him to be extended and didn't want him to be the coach. I can kind of relate because there's a lot of fans at USC that when Clay Helton beat James Franklin in the 2017 Rose Bowl and Lynn Swann extended him with a contract, that was ridiculous. Number one, Lynn Swann should have never been an AD. He was extending a guy that nobody else wanted as a coach. So he was creating his own market for Clay Helton. So I ask you that question. Will the media and fans call for James Franklin to be on the hot seat should they open up with a loss in West Lafayette tonight?
Well, for James Franklin to be fired after one
fired. I'm just saying.
I understand you're not saying that, but when you say this coach is on the hot seat and it's only one game played in a season, then to me, we have to see a season play out, because I think we would all agree if Penn State goes 11-1, James Franklin's in good shape. So just because he's 0-1 doesn't mean he can't go 11-1. So unfortunately, we live in a situation as well, because the people that create the content, I'll include myself, even though I don't stir up a bunch of controversies, are looking for clicks and looking for discussion. So yes, the answer to your question is yes, not because James Franklin should be on the hot seat. It's more about, well, he's a good target to put on the hot seat because he's underachieved for 2 seasons and he's lost his first game of the season. So he's the next guy in line that we can create a lot of discussion about, even if within the walls of Penn State at this point, even after a loss tonight, perfectly fine with James Franklin.
Yeah, I don't agree either, but it's kind of the world we're living in, and that's, you just don't go to Purdue and lose that game. Now, granted, it's a challenging game because it's the first game of the season. You have to go on the road. Purdue has the capability of beating Penn State if Penn State is not ready for the game. So it's just the way the schedule was dealt, but you've had all off season to prepare. And I think James Franklin's a good coach. I think just sometimes it seems like he underperforms from a coaching standpoint.
And if you believe in the mental state of the team, then you got to think that Purdue feels great about where they are. They feel great about going 9-4 last year. They feel great about winning a bowl game. They're on an upward trajectory. They have to feel good about their work in the offseason heading toward this game. They're going to be at home. They're going to have the encouragement of their home fans, whereas Penn State underachieved last year, underachieved the year before, has to be hearing, we are underachieving. Our coach is not being viewed favorably, might be on the hot seat. So maybe a little bit more pressure, or maybe considerably more pressure on Penn State.
Yeah, and that's what makes tonight's game just so amazing. I'm going to be watching that one and then also flipping back and forth to the backyard brawl. Shout out to GBD. I've got my West Virginia education this summer.
Yeah.
And, a lot of his takes on conference realignment and what's happening in the Big 12, obviously with your channel too. Great content guiding me through to this point today. Looking forward to seeing JT Daniels versus Keaton Slovis with Graham Harrell at West Virginia. Let's see what Pat Narduzzi can do. Is his whining over? Is he focused? What's his new offense going to look like with, is it Rich am I pronouncing his last name? Scangarello is the new coordinator?
Yes.
For Pitt. I butchered his name. Apologize. But let's see what that's going to look like. And can JT Daniels, can West Virginia keep him upright, that offensive line? Because Pitt's a solid defensive team, defensive front. And it was just 3 years ago when JT Daniels took a nasty hit because USC's porous offensive line couldn't keep him upright right before halftime. And Fresno State, injured JT, and he had a torn ACL. Was out for the year. So interesting story there. And plus you have all that hate between West Virginia and Pitt. How many years has it been since they've actually played the last backyard brawl?
I think it was 2011.
Okay. So that's 11 years.
Yeah. It's been 11 years. And Fish makes a comment here, and if he's or she is accurate about the buyout for James Franklin's contract, those kind of numbers are not going to prohibit Penn State from getting rid of James Franklin.
You got a new TV deal with the Big Ten. You got SC and UCLA coming. There's a lot of money. So it's a different world, college football today. And $6 million. That's and it drops to $2 million when?
I lost track of that comment.
Okay, sorry.
Within the next couple of years. Yeah.
That's not a lot of money. So, and if you're Penn State and you want to be an active player, potential conference champion in the Big Ten moving forward, that's not a lot of money. But they got to make that decision. What's your take tonight on the backyard brawl? How do you see this game going?
Well, I have yet to make a prediction on the game. I'll tell you that, and I got to do some work while I'm sitting here making predictions, if nothing else, because we've got to have those on Patreon. I've already had people clamoring, where are the predictions, so I got to get those out.
Well, I made my prediction because I am on Patreon, and the so-called knuckleheads on Patreon, we have a pick'em.
Okay.
League.
Nice.
So I picked all 37 games I think that we have in our league. So there's still time, a few hours. You should join Patreon, join the Pick'em League. The information's in the Discord, and I'm not going to share who I think is going to win, but I wanted to see what your thoughts were in terms of how do you think the game is going to go. What's your anticipation?
So I'm just curious to see out of our media 12-pack. We got a 12-pack each week that we've got about 15 members of the media that pick the games against each other. And I guess I can brag for one more day until we get fully into the season here that I had the best record against the spread and straight up last year, and it's going to be tough to repeat. All right, so we've got, I'm not going to say the names, but we've got, in terms of straight up winners, Pitt. We've got 7 straight for Pitt in terms of winning the game, just winning the game, not the point spread. various selections, both with the 7.5 points. I think it's going to be, oh my goodness, I can't say that I've given this game much thought. I do put more in JT Daniels than I do Keaton Slovis in my trust as a quarterback. I think he's a better player.
I agree.
So I think that the core of Pitt's team is back. I think people focus obviously on Kenny Pickett and Jordan Addison, and for good reason. They were two of the more productive players in the country, but Pitt also brings back 7 or 8 starters on defense, and 5 of them were all conference players.
And I'm not familiar who has the better secondary, whether that's Pitt or West Virginia, but turnover is going to be a key part of this game, not only because of the bitterness of this rivalry, and they're going to be playing a lot of adrenaline and emotion, but Slovis and JT tend to hold the ball a little too long, and they make bad throws. So there's going to be a few INTs, and it depends on what's going to happen, what part of the field that INT is thrown. Can they take it back to the house? But it's going to be there's going to be some critical mistakes that are going to play into this game.
And there's another aspect of the Pat Narduzzi defense that has been rock solid, consistent, despite the loss of personnel that's moved on to the NFL, and that's his defensive front has created pressure. They have been in the top 2 to 4 in the nation in sacks for 3 or 4 consecutive years.
Yeah, that's what's going to be fascinating. And I don't know much about West Virginia's offensive line, but I think I've heard that they're fairly inexperienced. And so it's going to be upon them to, try to control the line of scrimmage as best as they can against Narduzzi's defensive front. So it should be an interesting matchup. Looking forward to both games. I know you've got a lot of people lined up, Mark, but I want to say, hey, thank you. You've made this college football season amazing. And the amount of time and dedication that you have to this channel is truly appreciated, not only by me, but, all of your fans. So, share this information, pass it along to your friends, get them to subscribe to the channel, hit the like button. Appreciate you, Mark, and enjoy today's games.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate you jumping on and talking some college football with us. Rick's going to be helping us on USC postgame on the USC channel this season with Tim and with Tony. And also, as he mentioned, that Pac-12 show that those guys put together for last night and going forward, either Wednesday or Thursday night. We're going to have to lock that down. I don't recall which night that's going to be on each and every week. Is going to be phenomenal. I'm going to make my predictions right here. So I'm going to have to do that during the next call, I guess. But nobody on the line right now. We'll get the link out here. One scoop, John likes West Virginia by 3. I'm not going to pretend to have a great beat on this game. And I will say that I've been predicting college football games since 1982. I've been predicting them against the spread for probably the last 7 or 8 years, something in that range. But all I cared about in 1982 was pick the winner of the game. Point spreads were, who cares? I only care who won the game. I still only care who wins the game, but everybody's into point spreads, of course, so we pick the games against the spread. I will say that there's no question that my record almost every season, if not every season, gets better as the season goes. Because I need to see teams play, need to see, okay, this team is not nearly what they were last year based on A, B, and C. I kind of had a thought that in that direction, but now we see it play out. So teams are going to change. And if we look at the last 5 or 6 years of college football, and maybe even before them, I have only looked at those 5 or 6 years, that there's going to be 20 teams out of the Power 5. There are going to be 20 teams out of those 65 teams, roughly 20 teams, that are either going to increase their win total by at least 3 or decrease their win total by at least 3. Think about that. That's pretty substantial. The teams that are 6-6 last year are going to be 9-3 this next year. Teams that were 3-9 are going to be 6-6. or the other way around. And so if we look at, if you look at a conference, let's go conference by conference. And if we look at these conferences, and let's start with the Power 5 here and go to the ACC. The ACC has 14 teams. I'm telling you that if trends hold up, 4 or 5 of these teams in the ACC from last year to this year will increase their win totals by at least 3 or decrease by 3, which means who are they going to be? Florida State was 5-7 last year. That means they're going to go 8-4 or 2-10. Boston College was 7-5 last year. Is that going to be 10-2, 2-10, or 4-8? Clemson 9-3. Well, undefeated, 6-6. It seems ridiculous, doesn't it? But it happens almost every year in every conference. 3 to 5 teams out of those 12 to 14 teams in every conference are going to see their win totals increase or decrease by at least 3 games. I charted this for about 3 to 4 years. And the COVID year screwed us up because teams played 7 games, 4 games, 12 games, whatever. All right, let's get to Michael here on the line. Michael, how's it going today?
Good. It's finally game day, sir.
Yeah, finally.
Yep. How did you do it? How was your first siesta?
It didn't exist.
Oh, that bad. Hey, did you at least get some coffee or get some Dito?
Well, I don't drink coffee. That
all
stuff
right.
makes me, I would just never drink any coffee. It has nothing to do with it not being good for me. It has everything to do with the taste. But don't touch coffee. I laid down. I just couldn't go to sleep. But that's fine. We'll keep it going.
Yep. Not bad. Just one great stream as usual. Hey, I just want to get touched on some of your keys on what do you think is going to happen for both Penn State and Purdue for each team to get a victory tonight, in your opinion?
Well, as you know, Penn State's got a talented defense, but they lost a lot of NFL talent up front in the front 7, and they bring back what could turn out to be the best secondary in the Big Ten. And of course, they're going to have to match up against a wide receiver room that's lost its best players, but it's still, I would expect Purdue's going to have one of the 3 to 4 best wide receiver cores in the Big Ten. So that's going to be fascinating to see who gets open or who doesn't. And of course, you could have the best secondary in the country, and you're not going to cover a strong wide receiver core without pressure. So,
but let me. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, and I was just going to say, from a running game standpoint, I think it's more imperative that Penn State's able to run the ball than Purdue. Penn State has to run some to win. I don't think Purdue necessarily does.
Now, if you're Purdue, do you think they'll dink and duck early to try to draw into DBs and then try to launch one deep? Do you see a lot of that happening tonight? Maybe like short passes since the linebacker, since the front 7 in Penn State's not that good?
Yeah, I follow you. I don't know if they're going to attack it that way or if they're going to take some shots early to back them up so that they have some underneath routes. They could go either way.
Now, I know they don't have to run the ball, but it'd be nice to. Do you think Purdue will be? I mean, how much do you think they might have to run tonight, or do you think if they get out to the substantial lead, they'll just try to bleed the clock by running with Deru and Downing?
Yeah, I don't mean to say that Purdue could not be aided by running the ball. If they're able to run the ball, then that opens a lot up. So, of course, every offense is helped considerably, a passing attack, by the ability to run the ball. But I think Purdue is less dependent on the run than almost any team in the country. So that's what I'm saying, is that they can win this game without running for more than 50 yards. It's quite possible.
But it would be nice to see them being better than the 127th team in the country, averaging 84 yards a game last year. But no, how crucial is it going to be? You think that Purdue front seven try to get it put on Clifford early?
You kind of cut out there. That they jump out early?
No, they're front seven on defense. How crucial do you think it is to try to get after pressure on Clifford early?
Well, Sean Clifford's like any other quarterback. If he gets pressured, he's not going to be as accurate. Sean Clifford, for Penn State to have long-term success this year, cannot be close to the leading rusher on the team. And that's what he almost became the second half of last season.
Mm-hmm. But
I am fascinated in this game, but for so many different reasons. And one is that Penn State, to have any chance of making any kind of noise in the Big Ten, is going to have to be able to run the ball and show that their offensive line has improved considerably.
Mm-hmm. Plus, can Clifford stay healthy for the whole season, though, since he's been injury prone in the past and stuff?
Yeah, I don't know if he's as injury prone as his offensive line is bad.
All right. Couple questions I would before I let get going and stuff. How do you think Jack Plummer will do at Cal and Michael Penix up at Washington this year?
Well, based on what I know of Cal's personnel this year, Plummer doesn't have a whole lot to work with there.
Okay.
So I can't say that I've really taken any kind of deep dive on Cal, but I've looked over their roster and I've read some recaps on their season, and they are looking to have a pretty bad season, I would think.
Okay.
And then you were also asking about
Michael Penix, who's at Washington.
Oh, Michael Penix at Washington. Well, that's going to be interesting too. But Michael Penix has a team that should have a really good defense.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way they can be worse on offense than they were last year. So I think he's a tremendous, as long as he's healthy and he's learned the system, he's a pretty substantial upgrade over what they had last year. So
Yep.
I think Michael Penix is going to play in a bowl game this year.
All right. Well, you're about 6.5 hours. Well, no, about 8.5 hours in. I'm sure you'll get through it and stuff like that. But hey, who's going to be your replacement at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock when you take your next break?
Oh, no. Let's see. It's 12:30. I've got to hang in there for another 7.5 hours. We've got Tim and Tony coming in at 8 p.m. Eastern time and nothing before that.
Oh, wow. I wish I could do something for you, but the question is, can you last 7.5 hours until then, though?
We'll make it. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
We'll
a lot of
figure it
Red Bull,
out.
a lot of Monster. All right. Hey, Mark, thanks. Keep up the great work, man. Appreciate it. Talk to you after the
Thank you,
Purdue
Michael.
tonight.
I
See ya.
appreciate it and enjoy the game.
Yep.
Yeah. See, this is something else that I've not touched, and that's a Red Bull. I've never had a Red Bull. I remember my son, when he was probably 15 or 16, when he was playing Babe Ruth League, his coach wanted those guys to drink Red Bull when they had to play double headers in the heat, wanted to give them an extra jolt. And man, he just started slamming these Red Bulls, and I found out about it, and I'm like, no. Ease down on the Red Bull, son. But I have never had a Red Bull. I have no idea what I don't think I have. I guess I would remember that. I'm a very simple man when it comes to my beverage intake. I got a lot of waters here, and I was disappointed because I did not realize when I bought these waters that they were these tiny 10-ounce bottles, because I don't like those. Yeah, there you go. Red Bull, bad for us. Yeah. That's just like an adrenaline sugar rush and whatever else they put in that thing. Mountaineer Paul, yeah, give us a call. We'll talk some college football, talk West Virginia football. And you guys can educate me on the Mountaineers, which I should be up and educated on West Virginia football after doing the live stream for West Virginia football every Friday night. Yeah. Fish says Florida could be like USC and need a couple of recruiting classes to be back again. I think Florida's going to be decent this year, but they're not going to be anywhere close to Florida standards. And Billy Napier is having a tremendous recruiting month. They have risen from like 50 to 10 in the recruiting rankings. All right, I'm going to drop the link back in the chat and join the show. Studio One Live. I hear that Utah turned up the heater, simulcasting the heat in Florida. Well, you ain't go be able breathe in. Okay, we can't read the okay. All right, I think now is coming the time that you're all going to be fascinated with me going through my predictions. All right, so we got West Virginia Pitt. Pitt's a 7.5 point favorite. Got to pick the game straight up and against the spread. Let's knock this out. Okay. That's done. That's how much thought I give to these predictions. So we sell you on Patreon to get my predictions. You're going to see how much time I spent on these predictions. But what matters? The results. So I'll look up my record from last season. What was my record last year on my predictions? Here we go. Let's find that. Last year was not a great season. It was okay. It was okay. Let's see here. Last year, in terms of bowl games last year, going into New Year's Day, I was 18-11 straight up and 17-12 against the spread. I picked Arkansas to cover against Penn State. They did. I picked Kentucky to cover against Iowa. They did. I picked Notre Dame to cover against Oklahoma State. They did not. That was a pick'em game. 2-1. I picked Ohio State to cover against Utah. 3.5. That was a tough one. 2-2. Ole Miss over Baylor. So I went to 20-14 against the spread. And 3-2, 21-13 straight up. And then I guess we just had the national championship game after that. And I picked Alabama to win, so I missed that. All right, so we went 21-14 on the season for the bowl games. All right, let's go to the regular season. My final regular season. Oh, here we go. Maybe I should find this on here. We'll post it right here. So this was the final lineup for our predictions last year. Where are we? Huh. I know this is riveting right now. Huh. What is... Okay, here we go. So, guys can always call. I left the link in the chat. Here we go. So, what are we looking at here? This is last season's final numbers against the spread. So I went almost 56% against the spread, 94 and 75. There we see our guy Hellwagon from Bucknuts at, he had the same percentage. Why didn't he pick all the games? So we had the same percentage. Then you had Steve Dace. And now Steve predicts other games based on the point spreads that he has on his platform. So I would not want to represent this as Steve Dace's record, but this is in the 12 pack that we pick each week. Then you see everybody else right there against the spread. Now the money line look like this. Tony Siracusa, who should be joining us in a couple hours. He had a nice year, straight up. Actually, that's straight up winning percentage that I've got right there. Well, you know what? Those aren't all my picks. That's right. Those are just in this little competition we had. Those are not all my predictions. Because I was going to say, that's a bad straight up percentage. That's awful. I'm usually pushing 80%. So that's just in the 12 pack, which are the most difficult games to pick. And I picked just a shade under 70% straight up. And then you see everybody else there. Okay, so you get our picks on Patreon. I am curious to see what my record was overall, though. There we go. At that point, at least, at this point in the season, I was, there it is. Deep into the bowl season at this point. Last year, I was 143 and 105 against the spread, 190 and 61. Well, that's more than 3-1. So that's about 77% straight up. So there's the numbers right there. And then what happened in those games? Oregon got crushed, so they certainly didn't win the Pac-12 championship game. Oklahoma State, I missed that game. Cincinnati covered, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Pitt covered. Georgia did not. Michigan covered. There you go. Okay. I'll have to post those final prediction records so folks know what you know what you're going to get. All right. Super chat. Thank you so much for that. Terrence, I hope you're still listening because you sent me something the other day, and I apologize if I did not acknowledge that. Always know that it's much appreciated. I think I saw it on my phone, but forgot to get back to you. So, Terrence, thank you so much for that. That is very nice of you. Terrence, I love your show. Mark, go Dogs. So I would say this. Fish, no, I'm not 80% against the spread. 80% straight up. Let me explain why. Until I get a call, I'm going to ramble on about all sorts of different things. And the link is in the description section of the video if you don't see it in the chat. And I dropped it in the chat probably 5 minutes ago. Yes, Lemansky, hear me out. 80% is my goal, straight up, money line. Picking all the top 25 games. I pick all the top 25 games, and then I pick any games that I think are interesting outside the top 25. So if Iowa's playing Purdue and neither team's in the top 25, I may still pick that game as well. So I pick all the top 25 games plus a few more. So I'm picking between 25 and 30 games a week, and that's really not good for the winning percentage either. That's not good for the winning percentage to go and just pick every game, but I do anyway. If the seasons in which I have had confidence picks, so I've taken the games that I'm more selective about and more confident in, then I have a much higher percentage in those games. So the goal is to hit 60% against the spread, 80% against the money line. It's my thought, and hear me out on this because it's not going to make sense at first, but that it is more, well, it's more valid to pick against the spread, of course, if you want to win money. But if you're just talking about who is doing a better job of predicting football games, okay? If that's your only criteria, who does a better job of predicting what's going to happen on the field than predicting the games straight up against the money line, straight up, just win or loser, that is more valid than picking against the spread. It's easier, but it's also more valid, because if I'm faced with Utah and Florida and I predict Utah to win and they win the game, then I've told you who is going to win the game, and they came through and they won the game. Versus, let's say the point spread drops to 2.5, or let's say it goes up to 3.5. I think it's sitting right on 3. It might be 3.5 right now. So Utah is a 3.5 point favorite, and I say Utah is going to win the game, and I don't know, are they going to cover the spread? Well, if I'm picking them to win the game, a 3.5 point spread is probably not enough to sway me to take Florida. So I'm going to take, let's say, Utah to cover the spread. And let's say the score's tied late in the game and Utah kicks the game-winning field goal and they win by 3. So I got the game right, straight up. I missed it against the spread. I still was able to project that game on the money. So I don't know if I explained that well, but I think even though you should have, and anybody should have, a much better record against the money line straight up, that record is more valid than picking the games against the spread. And I know I'm not going to change anybody's mind, or it's going to change the betting system out there, because it's more about picking the games against the spread. And I get why, because basically Vegas is presenting you with an even money proposition and saying, can you deliver? Can you select the right side? We have taken a game that's lopsided. We've taken Ohio State, Notre Dame, supposedly lopsided, 17 points in Ohio State's favor, and we have now made it even, because you're going to have to take Ohio State to cover, because we are telling you that Ohio State's 17 points better than Notre Dame. Now you have to tell us if they are going to prove to be even better than that, or Notre Dame is better than that, and they're going to win the game or lose by less than 17. So I get the premise of why it's more difficult, much more difficult, to pick the games against the spread. But for any of you who predict the games or bet the games, you understand that you can luck into a win, or you can be brutally beaten down in a game that you determined, and you were projecting that game dead on. Let's say, for example, I thought that Ohio State was going to blow out Notre Dame, going to kill Notre Dame. And Ohio State goes out there and for the first 3.5 quarters is killing Notre Dame, and they've got a 38-10 lead in the fourth quarter with 6 minutes left in the game. I have, in context, in essence, correctly forecasted that game. I said Ohio State's going to kill Notre Dame, and they're up 38-10 with 5 minutes left in the game. Right? By any reasonable evaluation, I nailed that game. However, in the last 5 minutes of the game, Notre Dame scores 2 meaningless touchdowns, and the final score is Ohio State 38, Notre Dame 24. I missed the game against the spread. That's why I personally believe that the straight up prediction is more valid than the against the spread prediction. So let's say if I picked 80% straight up and 55% against the spread, and let's say somebody else picked 83% straight up and 52% against the spread, I would say actually that they're predicting games better than I am, because they have determined who's going to win the game more accurately than I have. Lewis won 2 parlays last week. Lewis, I would suggest that you don't play parlays. But if you won 2 last week, who am I to say? But parlays, boy, those are stacked against everybody. Thank you, Paul. All right, so yeah, it's 143 and 105. And this was before the last games of the regular season, actually championship week. And I don't even remember who won all these games. But that's where I stood at that point. All right. Oh, we get to hear from Joey. Joey, I am sitting at the Mountaineer Legends pregame show with Daryl Talley and Brian Joswiak. Major Harris just walked in as well. Very nice. That's cool. All right. I'm going to get back to my picks. And again, if you would like to join the show, I've dropped a link in the chat section. You can also pick it up in the description section of the video. All right, so I have selected Pitt and West Virginia. Next, we've got Penn State as a 3.5-point favorite against Purdue. 3.5. Georgia, Oregon. I know what I thought this entire offseason about that game, but at the same time, I'm starting to be swayed a bit on this one. And that just reminds me that I not only have to fill out our 12-pack for Patreon, but I supply you guys with all the predictions on all the games in the top 25. So I got to do that as well. All right, then we've got Florida and Utah. What is the spread on that game? 3. I hate when it's dead on a number, because that may mean it's going to be a push. All right, folks. A lot of folks like Purdue, and I think Purdue's playing a bit with some house money to a certain extent. My lunch/dinner is being delivered for me. Wow, how about that? So, yes, a lot of people like Purdue winning tonight, and West Virginia and Pitt. So again, folks, we've got the lines open surprisingly with 107 people here. So you can give me a call at any point. Next up, so we looked at Utah and Florida. We got Ohio State and Notre Dame. I know where we're headed on that one. Okay, Arkansas and Cincinnati. The Hogs are a 6-point favorite according to the last line I had before I built this sheet. I know where I'm headed on that one. Then we've got Mississippi State and Memphis. You guys checked this one out. Mississippi State and Memphis. Dun, dun, dun. Mountaineer Paul, memories of Major Harris. Well, at the point that Major Harris was quarterbacking at West Virginia, I will say that Major Harris was a big quarterback. You know, this was at a time before big quarterbacks became the rage in college football. Guys that were 6'3", 6'4", and built almost like a linebacker. And Major Harris was one of the first guys that I remember being really that size and mobile at the same time. So there were big guys with that kind of frame and NFL body, like a Drew Bledsoe was just a couple of years later, but they couldn't move like Major Harris. So Major Harris was one of the first that I can remember. There were others. Warren Moon, 10 to 12 to 13 years earlier, was a high-level guy that was just that good and that mobile. And you don't think of, NFL fans don't think of Warren Moon being a mobile quarterback, but he was in college and early in his NFL career. But memories of Major Harris, yes, it was more about body type, style, him being, I don't want to say the first, but being the first of a wave of mobile, big-bodied NFL caliber or NFL body type quarterbacks that could also move. That would be my memory of Major Harris, in addition to, unfortunately, getting hurt during the national championship game against Notre Dame. And I don't remember at what point in the game that he was injured. Let's see. I need to, where am I on this? Our next selection, Arkansas. Okay. I may need to do a little research on Memphis. Do we have anything on Memphis? How good do we expect Memphis to be this year? Maybe I would know some of these things if I would have put together my 1 through 130 rankings. Memphis. Anybody out there on Memphis? They're a 15.5-point underdog against Mississippi State. Of course, they beat Mississippi State last year. Controversial game. Jackson Young. Mark, do you have any memories of watching Mike Rozier play? Yeah, I do. I remember Mike Rozier being on the cover of Sports Illustrated after Nebraska completely annihilated UCLA in a non-conference game. UCLA was hyped big time for the 1983 season. And of course, Nebraska turned out to have kind of the first of the triplets in college football, kind of the college football version of Aikman, Emmett, and Irvin, when they had Jarvis Redwine, not Jarvis Redwine. He was 5 years earlier. Turner, Gill, Mike Rozier, and Irving Fryer. Yes, he was a Houston Oiler and had a decent, serviceable career. Had a couple of really nice seasons. Mississippi State and Memphis at 15.5. ZZM says, my favorite teams that make me money are BYU, North Texas, and App State. App State, you talk about an interesting matchup that not a whole lot of people will be watching or paying attention to unless there's a close game in the fourth quarter, and that's App State and North Carolina. The Heels are only a 1.5-point favorite. Fish. Mark, who was your favorite non-Ohio State players to watch in the 70s and who in the 80s? Non-Ohio State players. Well, because I watched a lot of the NFL and I wanted college football to be different than the NFL, and in the early 80s, all these teams a la Miami, BYU, and others were starting to throw the ball out of the pro set. I enjoyed watching option football. So I enjoyed Jamil Holloway. He played with flair. I I also enjoyed 70s and 80s. So players in the 70s, I missed most of the 70s, but I caught the end of the 70s. And one of the coolest things that I thought at the time when I was, like 7 or 8 years old, 9 years old, was seeing these various Texas brothers playing for the University of Texas. And you're going to be familiar with, if you're an old-time college football fan, Johnny Jones. Okay. Johnny Jones, Johnny Lamb Jones, Johnny Ham Jones, Johnny Jam Jones. Remember those 3 dudes? Look them up. They played for Texas. Running backs and wide receivers. Johnny Ham Jones, Johnny Jam Jones, Johnny Lamb Jones. Johnny Lamb was the guy with the skinny legs, wore number 80, I think. Was drafted by the Jets. All right. Got Muhammad on the line to talk some college football. Appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football. Maybe you can give me a lean on the Memphis game. Muhammad, how you doing?
Very good. I am good. You hear me? I think it's not in the screen, bro.
Muhammad.
Good morning.
Yes. Thanks for calling us here at the Voice of College Football. What's on your mind?
Okay. What is the topic?
Oh, we're talking about college football. You may have
College
found the
football.
wrong. You may have found the wrong channel here. What would you like?
Yes,
to
I think that. What I will ask you a question if you don't mind.
Okay.
Oh, just tell me which county are you from?
Okay. Mohammed, we appreciate you being here. However, if you don't know anything about college football, you have found the wrong place. And I was just about that much intrigued to find out that what Mohammed was going to ask, but I figured it's not worth the not quite worth the risk. So, Mohammed, thanks for joining us. You can either become a college football fan or you should just move on to whatever type of topic you would like to. That's kind of an interesting approach to interacting with people on the internet. Just jump in a stream and ask what they're talking about. All right. Memphis, Mississippi State, Boise State, and Oregon State. This game as well is a tough one. All right. Bama 41.5 against Utah State. Did you hear the conversation I had earlier with Corey concerning the 41.5 point spread with Bama? Wow. They can cover that. They can cover the spread. They can do it. To think about that one. North Carolina and App State. I think they're playing on the road, aren't they? To look that one up. Then we got LSU taking on Florida State. I think I know what direction I'm going to go there. Florida State does have an advantage of course, playing a game already. And then Clemson and Georgia Tech. Memphis and Mississippi State. Yeah, the real MVP. Utah State, good enough, or at least perceived good enough, coming off a Mountain West Conference championship to receive votes in the top 25, and Alabama's a 41.5 point favorite. Corey was trying to tell me that that was ridiculous, and I said, I don't think it's ridiculous. Don't think it's ridiculous, but man, Mississippi State and Memphis. Can I pull the trigger on this one? $15.5. You know what? Okay, we can. Bama, Utah State, 41.5. What do we see that score being? If Utah State scores, they score 14 points. Bama's got to get to 55, 56. May regret this. Okay, got my picks in. What I need to do is to post these to Patreon. For those of you who joined us for our 24-hour marathon last year, you'll remember that, there were certain gaps during the day in which I just kind of had to focus over here. But if somebody's calling and talking to me, then I can do some things over here and we can have a discussion at the same time. And as soon as I upload these predictions to Patreon, we're going to play a little game. If nobody calls me, we're going to play a little game where we're going to go through every conference. And you're going to tell me who's up and who's down. And I'll explain that in just a second because we started it before our last call. Oh, paste the link. Let's not do that. Okay. All right. Folks on Patreon, you can go to Patreon now and you can get all the media predictions, including mine. And in addition to these 12 games, I'm going to pick all the top 25 games and then some. So let's get started on that as well. No, we were going to play our little game. Our little game, unless you guys have a better game than this one, is think about this. For 3 or 4 consecutive seasons, throw out the COVID year because nobody played a 12-game schedule, so it doesn't apply. For 3 to 4 years, I went through the standings and added up all the teams that either increased by 3 wins or decreased by 3 wins from one season to the next. From 9-3 to 6-6, or from 5-7 to 8-4, or from 6-6 to 3-9. Went through. I just determined that 3 games seemed like a substantial difference between one season and the next. If you increased by 3 games or decreased by 3 wins, that's substantial. So I counted up all those teams for 3 or 4 consecutive years. And the numbers were always between 17 and 23 teams in the Power 5, not even the Group of 5, just the Power 5, the 65 in the Power 5, 17 to 23 would either increase or decrease. And I thought that number was every time I've quizzed somebody and said, how many teams do you think from one year to the next either increase their wins or decrease their wins by at least 3 games? People always guessed 6, 7, 8 in that range. And I would have too. But no, we're talking between 17 and 23 teams. Who are those teams going to be? Based on my predictions are garbage because I didn't take that into consideration. And I only have a 3-game difference on Wake Forest, a lot of 2-game differences. 3 games. Texas Tech, USC, Arizona State, Colorado. What they do last year? 4-8, 5-7. Let's see. I'm feeling better about my predictions now because I had more teams than I thought. Oh, shoot. What they do last year? Cal went, did they go 4-8 or 5-7? 5-7. So, or Colorado. It was Colorado. They went 4-8. So no. 5. Ole Miss, 6. Mississippi State went 7-5, correct? In the regular season. Yes, they did. 6 teams. No, bunch of 2-game differences. Looking for 3 games. 3-game difference. Northwestern. So I'm predicting 7 teams in the Power 5 to have a 3-game difference of win total versus last year. I am going to find out if anyone's listening to our conversation to see if anyone Oh man, I got to tell you, I'll take that, Willicky. I will take that because when I jumped on here after trying to take a nap, which I didn't because I got 3 phone calls. I tried to take a nap, but I didn't. As soon as I jumped on with Corey, I thought, oh man, I look like hell warmed over. Okay, the Biscuits got LSU from 6-9. So Mountaineer Paul, you're right. Baylor would have been a big winner in that game, but again, we couldn't play that game last year because of the COVID year. So Baylor went from 2-7 to 10-2. So you're right. You're right. They would have never. The best they could have been was 5-7. But unfortunately, the COVID year screwed things up in terms of my little exercise here. One Scoop John. Wow. One Scoop John. If only the world could see this stream through your eyes, then we would have like 1 million subscribers. I just did my 12-pack of predictions. Yes, right in front of everybody's eyes. And you saw how much thought I put into it. When I look at Memphis and Mississippi State, I'm like, Memphis, wow. I don't know anything about Memphis right now. So for all you people who think I know everything, I don't. The summer has passed me by, and there's been a lot going on this summer, and I did not study up like I typically do. Terrell, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the compliment there. Hello, Mark. Love the show. I called in before around bowl season. What's the call-in number? Okay, here's the deal, Terrell. We now, because of a number of reasons that I cited last night in explaining, number one, the call-in show would cost $12 to $15 per show. So think about that. I would go live like 3 to 4 times a week. That's like $60 a week, $250 a month. So we have bypassed that. StreamYard is free. So we no longer have a call-in system that costs $12 to $15 per show. Number two, you can get your lovely face on live. If you so choose, you don't have to. We have the option of bringing your video on, or we can make it just like a phone call. That's benefit number two. Benefit number three is that everybody immediately let us know that the audio was so much better on StreamYard versus the phone calls. So we don't have a call-in system anymore. You just come in through the link. So the link is in the description section of the video, and I also dropped it in the live chat. All right, so I've got 7 teams in college football this year that are going to 7 teams. I should have started that a long time ago, making business decisions, not just creating content. Improving or regressing by 3 wins. I've got 7. There's probably going to be more. Ace of Wizards is looking for some George content. Dave, I've got Northwestern as well with 6 wins instead of the 3 from last year. All right, it's time to look at all the games and to make selections across the board. So I know it's a little confusing, but I just went through my predictions on the 12-pack contest against the media on Patreon. This is going to be for all my predictions. All right. Let's go to one of my favorite sites, college football betting lines. It used to be one of my favorites. I haven't bet on a college football game or an NFL game probably in 5 or 6 years. All right. By the way, Akron U is anywhere from a 14.5. No, the line opened at 14.5. Akron U is a 17.5 point favorite against St. Francis. How Vegas was able to crunch the numbers on that affair, it's beyond me. Oklahoma State and Central Michigan, 21.5. Okay. Also keep in mind, everyone, and I've made this statement before, that if you're looking for upsets every week, keep this in mind. We take the roughly 20 games that are going to be played between top 25 teams this week, plus maybe 1 or 2 other significant games not in the top 25. If we take all those games, there are going to be 4 or 5 upsets. I guarantee it. Between 3 and 5 upsets. It was almost like clockwork the last 3 or 4 seasons. 4 or 5 upsets, 20% of the games, upsets. So look at all the top 25 games. Write down all the point spreads, look at all the point spreads and think, I've got to find the 4 or 5 upsets here. Where are they? And if a game was a 1 or 2 point spread, I wasn't considering that an upset. I was going anything from 3 up. 1 or 2 points, that's basically a pick'em game. All right. Here we go. So we got Oklahoma State 21.5 over Central Michigan. I've made my pick there. UCF and South Carolina State, 42.5. Ball State, Tennessee, 35.5. Tennessee's not in the top 25. I'm not picking that game. For those of you folks who listen to me on a regular basis and have heard me talk about wagering or trying to pick the games, this is what I say all the time as well. I don't like games over roughly a 3-touchdown spread. My level of accuracy plummets because of 3 things. So the game is typically a mismatch. Sometimes we get a 21-point spread and it turns out to be a really good game. But most of the time, Vegas is right. And I'm talking minimum 21. So I'm talking about the 41-point spreads and the 35-point spreads and the 30-point spreads. Those games are typically not competitive. So what happens? We don't know who's going to be on the field in the second half, especially the fourth quarter. We don't know what players are going to be out there. If that particular coach is going to stay with his starters, play his key players all the way to the end of the game, or he's going to decide, I want to see the second and third stringers. So that's number one. We don't know who's going to be on the field in that kind of game. If it's let's take Alabama and Utah State, for example, at 41 points. If Alabama's up in this game 49-0 to start the fourth quarter, I can guarantee you that Bryce Young's not going to be in the game, but I don't know if Nick Saban wants to see his offensive line work together more. So we don't know who's going to be in the game. And even for the team that's behind, if Utah State has measures on trying to win the Mountain West Conference again, which I'm sure they do, they may be thinking this game's over. Let's not get guys hurt. Who cares if we lose 59-0 instead of 49-0? Let's put our backups in the game. So blowout games. You don't know who's going to be playing in the fourth quarter. You don't know how hard they're going to be playing. So think about that. If they're frontline players and they're playing for Ohio State or Alabama or fill in the blank, and they're winning a game by 50 points in the fourth quarter, how hard are they going to be playing? But also think of it this way. If the Ohio State, Alabama type team puts in their backups, their second, their third stringers, guess what? Those guys are going to be playing hard. And at schools like that, their second and third stringers are 4-stars. So those guys are going to be playing, and sometimes you see them tack on points all over the place because their backups want to play, and they want to play well, and they want to perform because they want playing time, and they want to show themselves out. And again, if it's Ohio State and Toledo, it's Alabama and whomever else they play in the non-conference schedule. I'm going to show a little bit more respect toward Utah State. Their third string is better than who they're playing. And if those guys are motivated because they're like, okay, I'm a third string running back and I'm not going to play against LSU and Auburn in all those games, but I'm going to play against Utah State and the Citadel or whomever else Alabama plays, Southern Miss, then shoot, yeah, I'm going to take my 15 carries. I'm going to take a few to the house and I'm going to truck these guys. And this is my time to play and put up a 100-yard rushing game. So the Alabama, Georgia type third stringers, they're going to play hard. So that's not good news for if you've got the other team and you got the points. And then number 3, you don't know how the game's going to be called. I'm not talking about the officials. I'm talking about the coaches. Some coaches, we throw the ball. And if we're up 45-0, we throw the ball. That's what we do. Throw it, throw it, throw it. We run our offense. Other coaches, we're up 28-3. We're a 42-point favorite. I don't care. I don't even know the spread. We're up 28-3. Shut it down. Oh, we gave up a touchdown with a minute left, 28-10. Big deal. Who cares? We just want to win. We won comfortably. No, we didn't win by 42. We won by 18. Who cares? So again, big point spreads. You don't know who's going to be playing in the fourth quarter. You don't know how hard they're going to be playing. And you don't know how the coaches are going to call the game. Don't like those games. And for those reasons, I believe my winning percentage against the spread, I shouldn't even pick those games. But I pick them because I just like to pick them. Okay. Pitt, West Virginia. We already did that one. 7.5 across the board there. Then we've got Wake is playing VMI. Okay. Eastern Illinois, Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois is a 34-point favorite against Eastern Illinois. Wow. Louisiana Tech, Missouri. Mizzou's got an interesting game next week against Kansas State. There's an under-the-radar good game. Michigan Rick, good question. Do coaches know the spread on their games? I bet in this day and age, the information's all over the place. I bet the answer to that question is different today than it would have been 15 or 20 years ago. Not because they care anymore, but because the information's on every bottom line. It's on everything. Anytime you see the game posted, most of the time you see the point spread. Where when I worked at ESPN, I left ESPN in 2020, and there were point spreads all over the place. They even launched a show about point spreads and betting. When I first was at ESPN, there was no mention. It was an underlying joke if an announcer just kind of put out an innuendo about a point spread like, oh, well, that touchdown meant a lot. You know, the old Brent Musburger line that you hear on Scott Van Pelt's show about that score was meaningful for some. So that has completely changed. Okay, Penn State and Purdue, 3.5. And again, some people are probably like, Mark, you just did your picks. So I did the 12-pack for Patreon. Now I am doing my other Patreon picks because I like to supply you people with value. So you're getting all the top 25 games plus other ones. Western Michigan, Michigan State. And I really hate the group of 5 games. I got to say, I hate the group of 5 against the Power 5 because I got to tell you, what do I know about Western Michigan right now? I knew something about their team last year, but this year's team, phew. According to Athlons, they're going to go 6-6. That tells me a lot. 6-6. They're playing Michigan State on the road. Peyton Thorne, Jaden Reed, Jalen Berger, Jarek Broussard, Western Michigan. Where is Western Michigan? Western Michigan has 4 starters back on offense, 5 on defense. They beat Nevada in a bowl game last year, the Quick Lane Bowl, in which Carson Strong didn't play. See, this is where the smart people that really look at the odds. Thank you, Lewis, Western Michigan to cover. But this is where, now when I paid more attention to it and would put money on a few games every week, this is where I paid attention to it because Michigan State opened as a 16.5-point favorite. It's now up to 21 to 22.5 in that range. Well, I would have had, and I was never great at this. I never focused on it. It was never anything that I just enjoy it. And I find it interesting, just kind of like the stock market. But I would have jumped on Michigan State at 16.5, but now at 21.5, no, I'm going to take I believe. Let's see. All right, let's bypass these games. Virginia Tech, Old Dominion. Virginia Tech's anywhere from a 6 to 7.5 point favorite. They opened as a 10-point favorite, and we know the history there. Jimmy touchdown at the Backyard Brawl. Just saw Gold and Blue dudes singing Sweet Caroline in the pit parking lot. Thank you, Jimmy Touchdown, for keeping us updated on Gold and Blue dudes. Appearances there in Pittsburgh. Next up, Illinois, Indiana. Indiana's a 3.5 point favorite. That line's all over the place. 3.5. Oh, it's down to 1.5 to 2. All right. Kansas and Tennessee Tech. TCU and Colorado. TCU is a 14-point favorite on the road at Colorado. Is Colorado that bad? Is Colorado that bad? Did we have some kind of breaking news with Colorado? Colorado opened as a 6.5 point underdog. It's now up to 14. Can somebody fill me in there? How about the Iowa-South Dakota State game, which is at 15.5. NC State and East Carolina. If some of you remember the video that I posted during the offseason, I was looking at like wild card upsets, talking about big upsets, like shocking upsets for this year. And this is one that I was looking at right here. NC State and East Carolina. NC State's an 11.5 point favorite at East Carolina. Well, I got to pick this game. It's in the top 25. Next up, Rutgers and BC. I'm not going to pick that game, just noting that BC's a 6.5 point favorite. They're better than that, aren't they? BC should beat Rutgers by more than 6.5 points. And everybody's telling me how bad Colorado is. I understand that Colorado is awful, but I'm just curious that if there was some kind of news that broke during the week for them to go from a 6-point underdog to a 14-point underdog. You just don't see that often. Half the team transferred. But they didn't transfer. Lewis is saying half the team transferred, but they didn't transfer since the line opened. I am suddenly picking the Rutgers Boston College game. There it is, UNC and App State. All right, got my pick on that one. Sam Houston, Bearcats, and Texas A&M. I have no interest in picking this game. 30.5 points. Forget it. Buffalo and Maryland. Maryland's a 24.5 point favorite. That opened at 20. Colorado State and Michigan, 30.5. 30.5. Opened at 29. All right. Richmond and Virginia, Northern Iowa, and Air Force. Let's all be watching Air Force this year. They could be interesting. Southeast Missouri State against Iowa State. Bowling Green and UCLA, 23.5. Whoa, look at this spread. UCLA opened as a 35-point favorite against Bowling Green, and it's down to 23.5. 35 to 23.5. What's going on there? What is going on by there? Do we have some UCLA football news going on here? No, doesn't appear. Okay, well, all right, I'm going to pick that game. UCLA and Bowling Green. Folks, the link to join the show is in the description section of the video. Also, I've dropped it here and will again right now if you want to join the show. And you folks on Patreon, hang in there. My picks are coming. I delivered the 12-pack along with the rest of the media folks. But here come the more extensive predictions. Tulsa and Wyoming. We saw Wyoming get blasted by Illinois 38-6. Now they are a 6.5-point underdog to Tulsa. Oklahoma and UTEP, that game's at 30.5. 30.5. Okay. Cincinnati, Arkansas. We've already looked at that one. 6.5 according to this line. Arizona, San Diego State. San Diego State is a 6. Look at this line. Arizona, San Diego State. San Diego State opened as an 11.5-point favorite. It's down to 6.5. What do we got? Fish says, Mark, have you got Iowa State and San Diego State yet? I stepped away for 15 minutes. Yes, we moved past that game. Iowa's a 20.5-point favorite. I don't have a huge lean on that game. I'm not going to pick that game. Iowa's not in the top 25 currently. It's 20.5. I would probably take the 20.5 points. I think I would. I could see that game being in the 31-14 range. Yeah, I'm interested with San Diego State going from an 11.5-point favorite to a 5.5 to 6.5-point favorite. South Dakota State. What did I say, Lewis? Yeah, I know it's South Dakota State. If I said something else, then yeah. Oh, mighty Nebraska. The mighty Huskers are a 22-point favorite against North Dakota. That's it. Think about that. I will answer that question in just a second. Think about that. North Dakota, not North Dakota State. And even if it was North Dakota State, Nebraska's fallen to the place where, 22.5, they're a big favorite. But that's not. Alabama is a 41-point favorite against the Mountain West Conference champions, the best conference aside from the American Conference. And it could be argued last year it was the best Group of 5 conference. The champions, 41 points against Alabama, where Nebraska and North Dakota, this is telling right here, 22.5. Culbertson Clan says, please make your videos closed captioned. Thank you. I thought that they all could be closed captioned. That was my understanding, that you have, as the viewer, have that control. All right. Georgia, Oregon. We talked about that. We're at 17.5. I had a certain thought about that game the entire off season. And we'll do one more real quick, and then we'll get to John. We got Houston taking on Texas San Antonio. This is going to be this is going to be a really good game. Should be a good game. Houston, coming off an appearance in the American Conference Championship, could go 12-0 this year, taking on Texas San Antonio. And this game has gone from a 7-point Houston pick by Vegas, the opening line, down to 4. One Scoop John's here.
Hey, Mark, hey, you hanging in there?
I am doing just fine. We're doing okay. I may not look it. So I probably should do what other hosts I see do, and they throw up some kind of screen to cover themselves so I could just like lay on the couch.
There you go.
We'll do it this way.
There you go. Well, we're only about, what, 4 hours from some college football.
We are.
Something like that. So you were just talking about the Michigan versus Colorado State, and you said it was 30 that was over under. It was
30.5.
Okay, I would take the over. And here's why.
Meaning Michigan's going to cover. You may be confusing a few people, not the over under on total points.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That's typically the terminology for the points.
Yeah, I would. Because as we know, Cade, we have a quarterback battle. So normally those first 2 games would be running 80 times and passing maybe 10, right? But this year, all reports are indicating from everything I've read that they are going to be drawing up a lot of pass plays to let Cade and JJ have their opportunities in week 1 and 2. So I would expect, unless Colorado State draws up, because I know that they have their new coach, Norvell. I've been doing a little bit of reading up, and he is a defense. He's had a lot of defensive history, so that they could stop them. But since it is his first game, right? So I don't know. We'll see. But
it's always interesting when a coach has his first game, which team has the advantage from a strategy standpoint, because you've got the one coach who has been there forever. His culture, the relationship with the players, all of that's firmly established. His program firmly established versus a coach trying to work through the kinks of preparing for a first game ever at a university. And with some coaches, first game ever as a head coach. But on the flip side, that new coach has the advantage of not having anything on tape as a new coach.
Demetrius Rex, this dude sounds like a Michigan fan. Yes, I'm a Michigan fan, very much so. But I'm basing my predictions on every media report from probably like 8 different sources, and also a NIL chat that I had with some of the players. And also about 100 fans, and just from everything I saw in that hour video call, and also every report, that's what I'm basing it on.
So what are you part of that in terms of that conversation?
So it's called the Ann Arbor NIL Club. So they just started like 2 weeks ago. There was it's a player led NIL. Instead of a fan-led NILs collective. So the players are running it. They're moderating. It's pretty cool to see, actually. And I think you can join in for a couple of bucks, and then you go all the way up. You know, you can do a big one. Yeah, there's tiers. So like you can go meet some players and have a steak dinner, and there's all kinds of tiers that you can do. But even if you do anything, you get to do the video call. So just like with Patreon, where you have so many options, if you just spend $5 a month to join the Voice of College Football's Patreon.
So are you going to be having a steak dinner with JJ McCarthy anytime soon?
Well, that would be the dream, but maybe someday. So what other ones are you looking at right now? Which ones are you debating?
Well, I am basically we've got a 12-pack that we do, all the media members and myself, but then I also just pick all the top 25 games and whatever else. So I'm going to go through my second wave of predictions. So I'm just going through the various top 25 games. And as you know, I don't get to see a lot of Group of 5 football, and I'm not as familiar with those teams. So those matchups, like a Mississippi State's a 15.5-point favorite against Memphis. Memphis has been one of the better American Conference teams in the last 5 years. They beat Mississippi State last year.
That's interesting. Yeah, I 15. That is a lot. Yeah, I don't know if I would. I think Memphis would probably, I think it's probably going to be about a 7 to 10 point. Not a 15. So I would say I'd say Mississippi State's got a pretty decent shot, but Memphis, like you said, they've been one of the strongest teams probably the last 6 or 7 years at least in the G5, especially when it comes to offense. So, but Leach should be installing some stuff here. He's had a little bit of time now. So yeah, I would probably say it will be less than 15.
Although Mississippi State's not going to stop passing.
No, but
they don't stop passing.
But neither will Memphis probably. That's the
true.
Right.
But meaning that Mississippi State, if they're up by 20, they're just going to keep throwing.
Yeah,
so
it could be like a 50-40 type situation. Like it could be a situation where Leach is running his air raid and they're just slinging it, but Memphis is getting theirs too.
Well, my prediction is reflecting what I think of Mississippi State this year as a surprise team. Willie, we will get to your super chat. Thank you so much for that. This is cool. An interesting game right here that I don't think anybody's brought up on this channel the entire offseason. Army and Coastal Carolina are playing. It's only a 1.5-point spread.
Oh boy.
I'm not going to pick the game, but I just find it that's going to be a good game. Wonder who's showing it.
Army v Coastal. Let's see. Army football 2000. Yeah, those two teams. I mean Army. What the one little bit of info I've seen with that is that they have been. I've seen them pass a little more. They've, of course, we know the military academies run that triple option attack, but I have been noticing Army is still running that pretty heavily, but I've noticed a little bit more passing than none at all in the games. When it used to be, I remember when we played them and it was like they passed maybe twice the whole game, and those were I'm pretty sure both interceptions. So they've come a long way in their passing attack since we played them.
If I'm not mistaken, Army visited Ohio State in 2017, I believe was the year. And the final score was 38-7. And Ohio State basically couldn't keep their offense on the field. They would have scored a lot more points. They were scoring at will, but Army was just keeping the ball. And Army had a 99-yard drive for their touchdown. It was a 99-yard drive, and they basically took up the entire third quarter on that drive. They exhausted like 12 and a half minutes running the ball. And I don't think they threw the ball the entire game.
They didn't use. I mean, you'd be lucky if you saw one or two throws. It would be like, oh, this is a magical unicorn type situation. But now they're upping that a little bit. I think given what's happening with football in general, they realized, oh, we probably should add the forward pass to our offensive philosophy a little bit.
On the other hand, last year it was interesting that Air Force played Louisville in a bowl game. And I want to see how much Air Force threw the ball going into the bowl game. But in the bowl game, the Air Force quarterback, Hazik Daniels, he threw 104 passes last year. So that's about, let's see, a 13-game schedule. He threw about 8 passes a game.
2 touchdowns.
But, yeah, he went like 7 for 8 against Louisville with 2 touchdowns and like 220 yards passing. They surprised Louisville going up top. They just...
Yep, it's changing. It definitely is. That's a tough one though, versus Coastal Carolina, because Coastal Carolina has also been really strong lately. But Army, something about that game I'm just it's complete gut feeling, and it's not based on data whatsoever. That I just feel slightly more inclined for Army, just because this is what the 9th year of Monken. They've got their stuff ironed out, feels like. But yeah, I feel like it's about right where they have it. Vegas knows what they're doing.
They do.
There was someone asked a question in chat, Michigan fan, when will Harbaugh beat Mel Tucker? Well, hopefully this year. They are at the big house, and this time there's actually going to be fans. They don't have their NFL running back anymore. However, I will say one of the biggest factors in that game that people weren't talking about is that McDonald got out coached that game when he had a great rest of his season. But that game, Mel Tucker, I don't know if he just was studying film and he saw that, and the offensive coordinator, they saw that that they were making a lot of substitutions on defense. I think one of the biggest things that happened that game was that we just weren't ready for tempo, and that was on the defensive staff. Like McDonald is used to the NFL where they do run some tempo, and teams like Arizona, the Cardinals with Cliff, they run some tempo. But for the most part, he wasn't as used to it as some of these DCs that see it all the time in college, right? So I think they were caught a little bit off guard with the substitutions. They got called on it a lot. He corrected it after that game. I'm hoping that Minter looks at that very closely and makes sure that they are ready. They aren't substituting all the time. And if they do, they have the guys literally right next to each other, quick swap, done. Because otherwise you're going to get called for too many men on the field.
Yeah, that became a big deal during that Michigan State game. And I remember that being a talking point. And I was, on one hand, I figured, okay, this makes sense. This coordinator's coming in from the NFL. He didn't face this rule there. But at the same time, you would think if they would have crossed their T's and dotted their I's, that would have been something that would have been addressed. Anytime you bring in a coach from the next level, that he would say, okay, these are the rules differences between the two levels of play.
Right.
So you need to understand how you implement your team. But then I remember I thought, okay, well, this is going to be addressed. And then later in the season, they still had a couple issues with it. It didn't turn out to hurt them. Of course, they won the rest of the games, but I know that it popped up.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was trying to remember Ohio State normally runs a lot of tempo, or they run a lot of high octane passing. But it didn't seem to impact it as much as Michigan State, that literally was clearly doing it because they saw a weakness in the coaching. They saw a weakness in they were just exploiting the heck out of it. And I do think that McDonald made enough adjustments where it didn't cost a game after that, at least. And that's we learned from our mistakes, I guess. And hopefully Jesse Minter's learned from the mistakes, and we'll see what happens there. Michigan will still, the biscuit says Michigan will still be physical at the line of scrimmage. Not only still, but in some cases better. So on the offensive side, keep in mind that we have 3 members of the OL that won the Joe Moore Award coming back. Now, they did get pushed around against Georgia, but we have a center coming in, the transfer center, Olu.
Yeah, can you pronounce his name?
I even can't. I just call him Olu. Just out of respect to him, and his nickname is Olu anyway, because I feel like if I tried to pronounce it, But Olu's coming in. He's like a 6th year. He's got a ton of experience, and I think that's a piece we needed. And then on right tackle, you've got that battle that Trente Jones looks like he has officially won that battle against Carson Barnhart for the right tackle position. So I could see that OL even being an improvement over last year's. But the defense part is going to take there's no denying that losing the 2nd overall pick in the draft is going to hurt us a little. And any Michigan fan who's saying it's not, for the first couple of games, it will. I mean, are they going to make adjustments? Is Mozzie Smith a complete, amazing player? Yes. Did they get a really interesting transfer? Yes. But those things take time to gel. They're not like the lucky thing is that we have an absolute cupcake, as Tony said, an absolute cupcake factory of a schedule. And I'm still upset at Ward and whoever, I guess Ward making that call to drop UCLA, because I think that would have been an interesting game.
You did explain this to us at one point, why that decision was made.
They wanted to have more home games.
Yeah. Okay. I thought that's what it was. That's what I said earlier. I don't know if you were online, but it was brought up earlier, and I thought that's what it was. But they're playing 8 home games this year.
Yeah. I think it's ridiculous. And next year is the same thing. And then 2024, you have from 2024 to 2027, you have Oklahoma, Texas, and Oklahoma. So at least then you've got some teams that have done some things. And even in 2024, I think it's safe to assume Oklahoma's going to be okay at least with Brent Venables and that defense. So at least we'll have a legit opponent out of but it kind of worked out, because now Cade and JJ can have their auditions.
Sure.
And we can use it as a glorified scrimmage like NFL preseason. And we'll see what happens with Colorado State. We saw what happened with Hawaii playing Vandy, and they dropped it was a 60-something point spread there, and Vandy just destroyed them. So JJ could be putting up like video game numbers in that game potentially. So we'll see. But yeah, just to wrap up, I think I see a lot of passing. I see a lot of high octane stuff the next 2 weeks, because they both deserve a shot, and they clearly have earned a shot. I think the 2 options were literally Cade starts, and literally Cade is named the starter. That would have been option 1, because JJ loves Cade. Upperclassman, limits mistakes. Harbaugh loves Cade. But then JJ just clearly has been making up ground in fall camp. Because he didn't play spring. If he hadn't made up ground in fall camp, Cade would have been named the starter. Definitively. Just like Shea Patterson was named the starter. Would have happened. So we'll see. Should be a fun couple of weeks.
What's going to be fun and what's going to be interesting is if both of these quarterbacks just light it up, or at whatever level they play similar in terms of any kind of measurement that a fan's going to make in the game. And you got to think that Harbaugh has moved the evaluation from the practice field in August to the playing field against opponents. So if they both, let's say, roughly have, and I know statistics aren't the only way to measure it, but that's all we've got right now is to kind of frame a comparison statistically.
Right.
They both have roughly a 25 for 35 game for 280 yards and 3 touchdown passes and no picks through 2 games. So then game 3 is what that going to be split?
Probably.
And I think we discussed this before, John. I think it's going to be wise of Harbaugh to play both quarterbacks against both teams, because one of these two teams is going to have a better defense. To what degree, we don't know. And if they're just going to have different defensive schemes, I would want, personally, if I'm Harbaugh, I want both quarterbacks to have to face both defenses, because they're getting, especially JJ. Cade, I wouldn't be as concerned about because he's seen more. But for
Right.
JJ, I want him to experience, let's say one of them plays a 4-2-5 and the other one plays a 4-3, whatever the difference in the two defenses, I want him to play more defensive schemes and have to read different coverages.
Yeah, I mean, I agree on the one hand, but like part of me doesn't want Cade to have the opportunity to have JJ come in and introduce that running threat. Because I guess as a fan, as a coach, I would probably go with you. As a fan, as somebody who wants them both to have like a fair opportunity, and I think if JJ comes in and they have a package with read option, or they have a package with some type of deep threat, is that necessarily, because would the alternative be the case with, like, why would Cade come in during JJ's game? I see no reason. So, like, yes, I'd like Cade to have that, or have JJ have that experience. JJ's also had experience against some of the best defenses in college football. He's had experience against Iowa. He's had experience against Georgia, which was, I'm pretty sure, the best in college football last year, although it was against the second stringers somewhat. He did see a very tough defense. So I'm torn on that one. As a coach, I'd probably go with what you're saying. And D Ford would probably agree if he was, I don't know if he's around, but he'd probably agree with you there. But I would like them both to have an honest opportunity where once it's mop up duty, you put in Davis Warren, you put in Alex Orji, you put in Alan Bowman, but give them both the shot equally. Let Cade have to run the whole game until mop up duty. Let JJ run the whole game until mop up duty, and see if we can see who's better.
Okay, so I go along with your line of thinking if they were playing strong opponents in which the outcome was in doubt. That JJ provides the reason he played last year, one of the reasons was he provides a different element that Cade doesn't. So we've talked about this all off season, that if Cade wins the job, JJ's still in play as a change up to the defense. If JJ wins the job, there's no reason to bring in Cade. He's simply a backup quarterback. That's what he is. He's not a difference maker, like we're presenting the defense with a threat that you don't see the rest of the game. So I wouldn't play. So in my suggestion here to play both quarterbacks against both defenses, Cade he's not a change up for the defense. We're not doing this from a strategy standpoint to try to win this game because it's going to be some close game. It's more about just evaluation.
Yeah. And I guess if it's the same equally, so let's say JJ comes in for a couple of series in the second half, and then Cade would come in for a couple of series in the second half in the second game, at least then it's fair, right? Although what does Cade bring to the table? Like we have been saying, who knows? But
he comes into a 42-7 game and he just plays against a different defense.
The sling.
And
right.
Again, I would be even more apt to do this, and only the coaches know this from studying the two defenses, the two teams, is that they know one of these defenses is much different schematically than the other defense. Then I want to see both quarterbacks, especially JJ, against both defenses. That's me.
Fleet. Okay, so comment from Fleet. Michigan beats Ohio State once in years and feels entitlement. I don't think we feel entitlement. I think we feel a little bit of relief from 10 years of pain. And now it seems like now at least the rivalry isn't completely dead.
Sure.
And because if you remember Steve before we won the game, I'm pretty sure he said at one point on the Michigan podcast, I don't know if we're ever going to win the game again. And so it went from that to getting through that mental block and realizing, okay, it's possible. That's all we did. Nobody's saying we're going to beat Alabama. No, at least nobody who's reasonable is saying we're going to beat Alabama. So I think this notion of entitlement, like I'm calling us to lose the Ohio State game by around 3 points. And that's the scenario to get us potentially into the playoff, depending on what happens with everyone else's championship games and everybody else's win-loss. But I'm predicting an L, but I think it's going to be a close L.
So the comment was made earlier in the chat today that Michigan fans are talking about their program or their team like they're Alabama. And I don't hear that from you. I don't hear that from, and you know that there are a lot of Michigan fans that watch this channel. There may be more Michigan fans than any other group of fans on this channel.
More than Buckeyes?
I've taken surveys.
More than Miami?
I get more views and more responses from Michigan fans on this channel than anybody else, which is ironic based on who I root for.
Right.
But I get a huge support base from Michigan fans. So I appreciate that. What I don't get from Michigan fans, for as arrogant as they're made out to be, concerning this team and this football program right now, I don't hear them saying they're going to beat Ohio State. They're saying, we've got a shot. We got a good team. We'll go down there and we'll give it a shot. But most of them are not predicting them to beat Ohio State, still see themselves as Ohio State still kind of runs the Big Ten and they still recruit at this level. And we're here. And I don't know if Ohio State fans would talk like that if they had lost all those years to Michigan, then beat them and said, hey, we've taken over. We're there now. It's all changed. I'm not saying that they would, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ohio State fans would take that position. And also, I think our guy, whatever his name was, that commented there, Fleet.
Fleet.
And I hope I'm not getting into semantics too much, but maybe needs to look up the word entitlement. So if you've played a full season and you've earned something and you beat the best team, that's not entitlement.
Well, don't you remember in the first few games when Ohio State was playing last year and CJ Stroud, I believe, was working through an injury and he didn't look as good as he did in the next like eight or so games after that when he just lit it up. And there were Ohio State fans in the chat calling for Stroud to be benched.
Sure.
They were calling for Day to be there. I saw somebody say, look at, Day might be on the hot seat. I'm like, you guys, you had, yes, you lost to Oregon, a very good team. They exploited the defensive situation, which now Ryan Day has tried to correct. Right. But CJ Stroud is an incredible quarterback. And we saw that down the stretch. We saw that even in our game, because the only reason it was as close as it was, and they even gave themselves a shot with a couple of minutes left. Like it wasn't over by any stretch of the imagination. CJ Stroud was banging out these video game throws to Olave, to Smith and Jigba, to Wilson. He kept it close. I was floored because I knew that was going to, I didn't know exactly that was going to happen, but I figured, okay, calm down a little bit. Yeah. Like, let's get through the season. Let him work through his stuff. And I was the one defending Ohio State, which I was like, what is happening right now?
As you know, Michigan was the better team, deserved to win that game. But when Ohio State scored on like a 4th and 2 near the goal line with about 5 minutes left in the game, Stroud threw like a little dump pass just over the rusher's arms into Travion Henderson's hand. Hopefully you can't hear all that mess going on. Anyway, this is what I get for not having a microphone anymore. But I'll get that worked out again. Anyway, Ohio State scores with about 4 minutes left in the game to cut it to 1 score. And I remember thinking, if they pull this game out, this will be highway robbery. They don't deserve to win this game. If they get a stop and then they come down and score to send this to overtime, that's going to be, I'll love it, but it's going to be crazy. Last point I'll make, John, before I let you go, we got Tony standing by here.
Oh, cool.
Last point I'll make is that on the CJ Stroud and Ryan Day front, I got slammed from Ohio State fans on both sides just prior to the Oregon game and after the Oregon game, because preseason I said Ohio State's going to go 11-1. That's my pick. I got slammed by Ohio State fans saying, "Who in the world are we going to lose to? We're not going to lose to anyone. Are you kidding me?" And I'm going 11-1. Here are the games that it could be Oregon, could be Penn State, could be Michigan. There it is, 11-1. And so then as soon as they lose that game, first I'm being called crazy because I actually have the audacity to say Ohio State's going to lose a game. Then after that game, I'm being bombarded by everything that you just mentioned. And I'm then taking the more measured approach the other way and saying, I know Ohio State didn't look good. Nobody needs to be jumping off a bridge. They're still extremely talented. They're still one of the top 5 teams in the country. Calm down. I guarantee, I almost guarantee, I can't guarantee anything, but I said I just about guarantee they're going to play out the string. They're going to be playing Michigan for the division championship at the end of the year still. And people were saying, no, Stroud needs to go. He sucks. Get him out of there. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, wait, you said Tony was in the waiting room?
Tony Siracusa.
Oh, okay. Well, in any event, yeah, last word, the moral of the story is just let the season play out. If one drive doesn't go your way, if one quarter doesn't go your way, we have a whole season, and we're going to enjoy the heck out of it.
Absolutely.
And join the Patreon, and that's it.
There's the word of the day, always from John. Thank you so much, One Scoop. Appreciate it.
Bye.
All right, let me close up a window here for as much as I want the fresh air. Still having yet set up my studio here and still being just working off the laptop and without the camera and the microphone, any kind of outside noises come into play. Tony Siracusa, last word on college football. Tony, how you doing today?
Mark, the question is, how are you doing? Brother, I saw your tweet when you started this morning, and I retweeted it, and I was up, but being up is not the same as having to do a show.
Oh, yes, because that's my state of existence every morning. Yes, I'm up and I'm doing some work, but I don't have to present myself.
Exactly.
So there's the 2 different things. So
you got a long ways to go still, too.
Yeah. So I've made 2. I'm up to now 3 fatal mistakes here. Now that I look on the stove and see a lot of food that's been prepared for me over there. So my 3 fatal mistakes would be, number 1, I'm a night owl. So the night before, I should have tried to force myself to go to sleep, but I was up till 1 o'clock in the morning. So then I set the alarm for 3:15. So I might have gotten an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, something in that range. So that was fatal mistake number 1. Fatal mistake number 2 was I had a replacement host from 9 to 11, and I laid down, but I got 3 phone calls and I never went to sleep. And so
you got to have to actually turn the phone off when you do that.
Well, then I shut my alarm off at the same time. So there's an issue there.
Yeah, look, and when you only get that 2 hours or whatever, it's not a solid 2 hours of sleep. I mean, as you know, because we've joked about it, I only sleep 3.5 to 4 hours a night, and I've been that way for a long, long time. If it's a solid 3.5 hours and I'm truly asleep, I'm fully functional the next day. I'm fine. If it's an interrupted 3.5 hours and I wake up at some point then it's ugly the next day. So I feel you, man. It's tough when you're not getting that solid REM sleep.
So there's where we are at this point, and I think I'm going to have to give in. And at some point later this afternoon, maybe after I speak with you, I think I'm going to let this stream just roll. I'm going to step away. People can talk amongst themselves. And I'm going to have myself a little quiet lunch off to the side for about 15 minutes.
It is the ultimate self-produced show at that point, right?
Absolutely. I don't think these people pay much attention to me half the time anyway. They're having a good time talking anyway.
Only when they want to take on something you've said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Tony, we've got a situation where this Wake Forest football team, of course, lost Sam Hartman.
Right.
And we appreciate Tony jumping on as soon as that was made news weeks ago, and we discussed it and the ramifications for the football team, and that's what we'll discuss here to start off the conversation. I made the comment at the time, and I'll stand by it, that in addition to maybe Brennan Armstrong at Virginia, that Sam Hartman, I'm not going to argue, is the best football player in America, but possibly the most valuable player in America, because this success of this team, especially last season, was so predicated on the passing attack with a marginal defense and a decent running attack. That you take away the trigger man, who accounted for 50 touchdowns. Folks, Lamar Jackson had 51 touchdowns in the same conference. He came within one touchdown of Lamar Jackson. So here we stand with new quarterback in play, going to get his first career start.
Yeah, I think you look at a couple of things. You bring up several good points, obviously, that one, this is the ACC. This is a quarterback conference right now. This is probably the most quarterback-rich conference from top to bottom. You have several conferences that have some good quarterbacks. This is top to bottom, probably the best when you've got Devin Leary at NC State, or as you pointed out, Brennan Armstrong at Virginia, Malik Cunningham at Louisville. You've got a lot of talent, right, throughout the conference. Keaton Slovis, ironically enough, at Pitt. So there's tons of quarterback talent, and Sam Hartman is among the best in the conference. You've got a couple of factors. One, you don't know how long he's going to be out. The word has always been he is out indefinitely. We need to reiterate that is not a football injury. It was a medical condition that required surgery when it was discovered. But he was back at practice the next day in street clothes. I feel the need to add a little context to this with regards to how we cover what's going on with Hartman. That is this. That in recent years I have covered SMU, I've covered UCLA, now covering Wake Forest. Every program has its different rules and regulations as to what you're allowed to cover when you're watching practice, with regards to injured players, with regards to the status of players. At UCLA, for instance, when we were watching practice, we could, go on Twitter or report later, Joe Smith didn't participate in the quarterback drills. He was over working with the trainers, working on his lower leg. We couldn't find out what was wrong. And Chip Kelly's comment would always be, he's unavailable. And that was all we would get. Fine. Sonny Dykes at SMU would give us every detail. Well, he tweaked his ankle, roller skating over the weekend, and, he didn't feel good. It swelled up a little bit. We're working on it. He's day to day. At Wake Forest, the policy is, and again, I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just hoping the audience understands the difference. At Wake Forest, basically covering the injured players is the equivalent of putting them in the witness protection program. They are not to be discussed. They have an area called the pit, which is where they're working out, working with the trainers, working with the medical staff. It is not to be discussed. Who's there, who isn't there. And when you say, well, you can do whatever you want, well, sure, we can be stripped of our credentials also. We were advised that we were to treat Sam Hartman as though he were one of the injured players, even though they went to great lengths to tell us he's not injured. It's a medical condition. He was still to be treated as such. And we were banned from even discussing whether he was at practice or not, other than that first practice. However, last Monday, so a couple days ago, Dave Clawson, the head coach, mentioned that he's been at practice quite a bit. Hartman's been at practice quite a bit, not practicing, but working with the quarterbacks, working with Mitch Griffiths, talking to the team, helping them get ready for the game. So he has been doing that. I think that when looking at how far we are away from seeing Hartman, he is going to play this year. I don't think there's any question about it, barring some major medical setback. He's going to play. The question is when. And I thought it was interesting. You start when you're not let in to see how he is, what he looks like, how he's progressing. You're left to the coach's words. And so the coach's words verbatim were, Sam has not been cleared yet. We feel he's progressing well. So he hasn't been cleared yet. So he's going to be at some point, just not yet. And he's progressing. Look, nobody knows. We have some pretty good insights as to what happened. We're not going to report them because it's not our story to tell. But based on that, it's conceivable that Sam would be out a grand total of 6 to 7 weeks. He's already been out 3. So it's conceivable that we would be looking at he'd miss the first 3 to 4 weeks of the season, and probably be able to come back at some point after that. If he comes back before then, that is a huge reward to the Wake Forest fan base, because that week 4 is Clemson. And no disrespect to Mitch Griffiths. If Hartman is in the lineup, then I give Wake Forest a puncher's chance of beating Clemson. If it's Griffiths, not so much. No disrespect, but look, Griffiths is a talented quarterback. He's got a good arm. I think Clawson was kind of overplaying his experience a little bit this week in his weekly press conference when he said it's not like he hasn't been in the offense. It's his 3rd year there. Well, okay, yeah, but it's been mop-up duty in blowout games. I mean, he's like 4 of 15, something like that, for 59 yards in his career. So let's not act like, he's been starting games in the ACC, and dropping back and going to work. He's been in mop-up duty, turning around, handing the ball off, and running out the clock. He does have physical skills. He admitted in that first practice when they found out Hartman was going to be out, he had a bit of a deer in the headlights kind of thing going on. He had been taking what I would call not the number 1 snaps, not the number 2 snaps. I would call it the 1A. He was very much leading the race for the backup spot, as opposed to Michael Kern. So he stepped in. Over the weeks, he started to talk about how he was more comfortable, getting used to it. Hartman was spending a lot of time talking him through it, calming him down back there, talking about just make the reads, just do your job. You don't have to overthink it. But again, I think Wake Forest benefits by they open up at home against VMI tonight, a few hours from now. Well, after I sign off with you, we'll be getting ready to head out to Winston-Salem, make the drive out there from Charlotte and get ready to cover the game out there. It's VMI. It's not like they've got to open with a conference game or anything more challenging than that. They get to open at home against an FCS school. So, look, Griffiths should be able to handle that. It is his first start. He's got some experience, not a lot, but he should be okay tonight.
Yeah, Tony Syracuse on the line from Last Word on College Football. Break it down Wake Forest, and we'll take Tony across the nation, and then also what has stood out to him and what he foresees here in the next week or so. But let's stay in Wake Forest for one more hit here. And before the Hartman injury, this is a program where Dave Clawson has elevated it to pretty consistent 7-5, 8-4 status, getting to a decent bowl game, and then boom, of course, they take the leap as a division champion last year. Started the preseason off as a ranked team in this 17 to 20 range in both polls.
Mm-hmm.
Before the Hartman injury, you probably hadn't made your final season predictions yet, but where were you leaning toward what kind of season this would be for Wake Forest?
at a minimum, another 9-win season minimum. Again, they've got an easy out of conference schedule. It's VMI. It's on the road at Vanderbilt. Yes, I saw what Vanderbilt did to Hawaii, and yes, that was fine, but it was Hawaii. They've got Liberty. Yes, I know what Liberty did last year, but Malik is not coming back at quarterback, for Liberty. And then later on in the season, they play Army. I think it's a terrible decision to play Army in the middle of the season when you've got to play an offense that takes weeks to get ready for. And you can well imagine Clawson probably spends a little bit of every practice, maybe 10 minutes carving it out, every now and again to work on that. And it's a terrible idea. Within conference play, they're going to face what you assume has to be a better Clemson team. And I say better, reminding people Clemson was 10-3 last year. It's not like they were bad. DJ Uyunglele had a rough season, but it wasn't a bad team. And they return a really good defense, even with Xavier Thomas being out several weeks with his foot injury. But they get Clemson at home. But they've got to also play North Carolina State towards the end of the season, and that's in Raleigh. That's a rough one. So I think you were probably looking at, 9 wins as the floor, 10 wins total, and another bowl win, depending upon where you go. So another 10 to 11 win season with Hartman. With with Griffiths, I think you're still going to win the first 3 games, that you're playing, those out of conference games. The thing that Griffiths doesn't have that Hartman does have is that it factor in the huddle. And it's because Hartman's a 5th-year player, right? He walks in, it's his huddle. Everyone on the field knows it. Everyone in the stands knows it. He's got that it command factor. There's no way for Griffiths to have that until he plays a lot, wins a lot of games. But you need that. And Wake Forest has a very experienced team. They're returning an offensive line that has over 100 games total under their belt. They've got some absolute athletic freaks at wide receiver in A.T. Perry and Donovan Green. The defense is TBD. As you pointed out at the beginning, it was suspect last year, certainly suspect against the run. We don't know what it's going to be this year. They brought in Brad Lambert as the new defensive coordinator. He had a great season at Pitt last year, put up a top 40 defense at Purdue. I'm sorry, I said Pitt, but of course I meant Purdue. And so we'll see. They look to be more aggressive, but you'll see what, when it comes to be what's on the field. So they've got a very experienced team. They should be good, but that quarterback play, look, there's a reason quarterback is the most important position in football. And we'll see what Griffiths does for the first few weeks, and we'll see when Hartman can come back. They're missing Wake is going to be missing their starting linebacker tonight, Ryan Smenda, who is facing a ridiculous NCAA suspension stemming from the Gator Bowl for a penalty he didn't commit. And even upon review, the officials admitted he didn't commit it, after the game. The ACC office said, no, that wasn't targeting. He shouldn't have been kicked out of the game, and he shouldn't be suspended for the first game. He was a multiple offender, so he's suspended for the whole game. And they went to the NCAA Office of Officials, and, there's a new rule that starts this year, right? That if upon review after the game, they determine that it shouldn't have been a penalty called on the field, that suspension is wiped out. But that starts this year. The game was technically at the end of last season, so they wouldn't grandfather him in. So he is the only player that we could find, and we did days of research. He is the only player that we could find that is facing a full game suspension based off a penalty from a bowl game at the end of last season. It's pretty absurd, and Clawson has certainly had his opinions on it. He has not held back whatsoever. I think on Monday he called it ridiculous. Said it was completely unfair. That he was having to do it. Would call it shameful. That was his exact word, called it shameful. We even reached out to David Shaw, the Stanford coach, because he is the chair of the rules committee. And I'm a big David Shaw fan, and Shaw didn't want to touch it. he sent a statement back to us saying, "I will have no comment on that specific issue." So no one wants anything to do with it, and Smen has got to sit out the game. So it's unfortunate.
The biggest issue from the beginning with this targeting penalty, a lot of people have issue with the enforcement of the rule itself. People have issues with the player leaving the game. Fortunately, we've taken care of that issue. All sorts of issues involved. My main issue with all of it has been the inconsistency of the application of the penalty. It depends on no other penalty in sports that I can think of, depends on when you commit it during the game in terms of how much penalty there's going to be in terms of taking you out of the game. That seems ridiculous. It should be a number of plays, should be a number of series, something that's more equitable.
There's another step to that, which has been a long time grievance of mine, which is the officials are hired by the conferences and they're trained by the conferences. So the interpretation of the rules, which should be the same across the country, is not. And it hasn't been for years. You shouldn't have Pac-12 officials and ACC officials, and well, you shouldn't have Pac-12 officials anyway for a lot of reasons. But anyone who's followed the Pac-12 and that horrible officiating for years knows what I'm talking about. You should have NCAA college football officials, period, who should all be trained under the same system by the same people in the same training with the same book on how to enforce every rule. The only way that's going to happen is, the ultimate down the road, the inevitable, when college football pulls away from the rest of the NCAA and, gets itself a commissioner and they kind of, rule their own world at that point. But that's years down the road. But I've never understood why each conference needed to have its own commissioners. There should just be college. The NFL doesn't have AFC officials and NFC officials, or NFC East and AFC West. They're just NFL officials. Why does college basketball, college football, why do they need to do this? Just have NCAA officials and have them all trained by the same people.
By the way, Willicky, I did not forget your super chat. I did respond to you in the chat, so we'll get to it here a little bit later. So broadening out to the national scope and what's going on and what the storylines are in the narratives.
Mm-hmm.
There is no question that Scott Frost is just in a different hot seat category than anybody. He was when the season started, and he has somehow been able to elevate that position of hot seat awareness or magnitude. How do you explain, and maybe you can't, because I certainly can't come up with the explanation of a coach who at a large program, not a Power 5, but at a UCF, was that accomplished, and then he goes to Nebraska. He's playing with a roster that should be competitive with Wisconsin and Iowa. It has the talent to be at that level, but he can't get out of his own way for 4 years at Nebraska.
You know what? Look, I think there are a couple of things. One, part of it is Nebraska. Moving to the Big Ten was, terrible decision long ago. Nebraska doesn't recruit the way it used to when it was part of the old Big Eight. When it was at the forefront of the strength and conditioning programs in the country, and then everyone else caught up, and Nebraska was still, just kind of holding steady with where it was while everybody else caught up and even surpassed them. With regards to Scott Frost, look, I mean, what he did at UCF was terrific, and he had a great run there, and then he moved up about 5 levels in the competition factor. And that's no disparagement to UCF. It's just what it is to play in the Big Ten every year. And he is ill-equipped to do it. He has look, he gave up a huge part of the play calling this year. That was part of, he took his pay cut. I'm going to bring in a real offensive coordinator, right? I'm going to be more of a CEO type of coach and let my coordinators run the game. His coordinators were doing fine. It was him calling an onside kick up 11 points. How much of a narcissist are you that you had to impose yourself like that? Casey Thompson was having a great game. He was playing terrific. The offense was running well. You're up 11. Why did you need to impose yourself on the game plan like that and call? Because that is the only part of the game that he is still having some influence over. Why did you have to do that other than your raging narcissist who felt the need to put yourself in the game like that?
You're up by 11 and you're only halfway through the third quarter, and you started that quarter down by 3. You've outscored this team 14-0.
Yeah.
You have won every possession of the quarter. You've shut them down twice. You've scored 2 touchdowns. Everything's going well.
Your defense is playing well. Your offense has a rhythm. Get out of the way. All Scott Frost had to do was stay out of the way, and he couldn't help himself. And you know, it's, I mean, frankly, you know, I'm sure you saw the story where the internet went down at the stadium at the concessions, and so they couldn't charge people for the beer, so it was like free alcohol. You know, I mean, really, someone should have just taken Frost up to the bar and let him sit there with the headset and keep him off the field, because there was nothing that he was going to do that was going to help this. It's just, it was terrible. I was waiting for him to get the Lane Kiffin tarmac treatment. You know, seriously, I was. There was a part of me that was surprised he was still coaching on Monday, that it was still his team.
Yeah. And the execution was faulty. They kicked the ball to a running back, and none of it worked.
It wasn't a good idea, and the execution of it was worse. It was as if they had never practiced this. There was a huge gap further to the right. If they had kicked it about 3 yards further to the right, there was a huge gap there. The guy there, the front man there, was 5 yards further back, and so there was an opportunity there. But they basically, as you say, put it right in the hands of a running back. It was ridiculous.
And to the point that you made earlier about Frost's statements after the game. Now, this is bullet point 1A, class 101, whatever you want to call it, of leadership. Not blaming others, taking accountability, responsibility. You're making 5, 6, 8 times more money than anybody that's employed there. It's your deal. And if you're not understanding, if you didn't know what the game plan was offensively, for you to call out the offensive staff and say, our game plan's not creative enough. Well, didn't you know what the game plan was? Didn't you know what the plays were going into it? And it's your offense.
Right.
It's your team.
And hello, does Mark Whipple have like whiplash at this point? I mean, he was getting abused by Pat Narduzzi at ACC Media Days, who's throwing him under the bus, for Pitt not beating Michigan State, and kicking him to the curb. And now he's got this, and guys like, hey, I was calling a really good game until you got in the way,
I always was fascinated. I think play calling is extremely important. The schematics on both sides of the ball, extremely important. I do think that they're overrated. Mark Whipple was leading one of the best offenses in the country a year ago. You take away the best receiver in the country and one of the best quarterbacks, and certainly there's going to be a lesser level of production, although they scored 28 points, and they fumbled the ball at the 10-yard line. They were going in for another touchdown at one point. And if you don't kick the ball to another team and give them another possession, maybe you continue to score after you just scored 2 touchdowns.
Right. And for Narduzzi to just, at ACC Media Day say, well, our old offensive coordinator, didn't like throwing the ball like throwing the ball too much, didn't want to run more. And, look what happened against Wake Forest. Wake Forest had one of the worst run defenses in the country last year, and we should have run more. It's like, dude, you won the game.
They scored like 48 points.
Yeah. It's like, hey, guess what? You won, and it was funny because then when he got up to the podium for his official time, and so the first question was, do you want to walk back any of your statements? And he was like, nah, I'm good. Wow. Okay. All right, Pat.
It was a perfect opportunity to say, you know what? I talked out of place. We're Pitt. We're tough-minded. We want to run the ball. That's kind of at our core. We were something different last year. It worked, but we know with our personnel that we currently have, maybe when we want to get back to what we truly, or something like that.
Right. Just say we're moving forward with a new guy. We're happy. We've got a new quarterback. We're all good, but Narduzzi tends to shoot from the hip quite a bit. It's part of what makes him moderately entertaining, if not a little embarrassing to the athletic department sometimes. When he commented also about Michigan State, and he said if they'd had Pickett, they would have beaten Michigan State. He said he couldn't believe the way Michigan State played. He said if Pitt were in the Big Ten, we would have finished whatever it was 3 spots ahead of Michigan State. It was like, come on, just be gracious and happy with what you've got. You had a great season. You had one of the best seasons Pitt's had in a long time. And you're expected to have another really big season. Let's work on that.
Well, Tony, we know you need to get to the game. Maybe I'll hit you with this as we part ways here. As you look at the national landscape, and we got just a taste of football, we're looking at a huge week 1.
Yeah.
Are there any teams, a team, multiple teams that may not be getting as much play on a national scale in regards to attention that you're intrigued by that could jump out and surprise some folks?
I'm not sure about surprises because I think, when you look at the top 4 or 5, it's the typical top 4 or 5, and it is for a reason. I don't think it's unjustified. Alabama is Alabama, and for a reason. The best player in the game of football plays at Alabama, and he's on defense, for goodness sake, right? So and oh, by the way, you have a Heisman winning quarterback coming back. So there's a reason Alabama gets the love. There's a reason Ohio State gets the love with CJ Stroud and that receiving core. Notre Dame, I'm going to be curious to see Notre Dame. They've got talent, but with Marcus Freeman and they had a chance for other big name coaches, and it's not that they turned it down. They openly chose to stay within and go with Marcus Freeman. It seems to be a popular decision within the program. Let's see how it works on the field. You want to see how USC is, in the Lincoln Riley era. I think too many people are expecting too many things out of them too quickly because they got Caleb Williams and because they got Addison and because they got Mario Williams. That offensive line still isn't very good, so there's a lot of work to be done. Most of that starting lineup is going to be via the transfer portal. And so we'll see how they blend together. I think people's expectations are probably a little exaggerated. I think they should have a good season. They're not a championship contender yet. You want to see how Clemson, again, they were 10-3 last year. You want to see how they bounce back and what happens with DJ Uiagalelei in the process. I talked with Dabo Sweeney about it at ACC Media Days because he had DJ there. And I asked him, I said, he's taken a lot of heat from the fan base, your own fan base, about his performance last year. You look at the Facebook pages and whatever. And Dabo got very stern very quickly. He said, I don't need some person on a Facebook page to tell me about DJ. I know everything I need to know about the kid. I had a young Deshaun Watson make a lot of mistakes. I had a young Trevor Lawrence make a lot of mistakes. The difference was we were a better team And so their mistakes were easy to kind of push aside and work around. We didn't do that with DJ. We didn't do a good job around him. You know, Klubnik has had, by people we've talked to on the staff, he had a really good camp. And so the question will be, does DJ have a short leash? You know, they open up against Georgia Tech. It's going to be a blowout. Klubnik's going to get some time. Does that mean down the road that they're kind of preparing him to go in if DJ falters? So I think there's some interesting storylines. I'm not so sure it's much about a team as some interesting storylines. There are a couple of games this weekend that I am anxious to see. And one of them, hey, props to UNC for agreeing to go up to Boone, North Carolina to play at App State. That is going to be a heck of a game. I live in Charlotte, so I don't live near Boone, but I can tell you the media attention throughout the state of North Carolina is so hyper-focused on that game that the stadium is going to be over the top insane for that game. And, you know, I talked to Phil Longo, the offensive coordinator for North Carolina, on Sunday, and he was pleased with the team's performance, but not overwhelmingly so. He was like, we got a lot of work to do, and we need to do it quickly because that's going to be a very tough game. So that's one of the games that I'm, you know, have a big asterisk on it for this weekend. I'm really looking forward to that one.
You, like me, Tony, are DVRing everything in sight and trying to record everything and keep track of everything because you don't want to miss anything. And while we're all hyper focused on the huge monumental matchups, national matchups, we know what they are, don't have to mention them. Those kind of matchups, when I saw that one a couple months ago, I thought, yeah, that's a really good game to watch.
Huge. It's huge. It's a great matchup. And, you know, you don't know. I mean, App State has had a lot of turnover on the offensive line, but they've got some really good skill players. It's going to be when I saw yesterday, I saw Vegas had North Carolina only as a 1-point favorite. And, you know, and that line has been all over the place. So you're right. I mean, I DVR everything. My wife, bless her heart, you already know this. We've talked about it. I married a college football fan, and I am blessed with that every year because there is no room on the DVR during the fall for anything else because we got multiple TVs with multiple DVRs. I watch 17, 18, 19 games a week aside from the one that I'm directly covering because of the votes that I have for the Outland and the Nagurski and whatever else that – I don't mean whatever else, you know, sounds dismissive, the Biletnikoff and the Football Writers All-American team. I kind of feel that it's my duty to take it seriously and watch as many players as I can and as many games as I can. And I just want to watch them anyway, you know, on top of it. I just absolutely want to watch them. So, yeah, the DVR will be on overload. I will get home from Winston-Salem somewhere around midnight tonight, and the first thing I will do is turn on my recording of the Backyard Brawl and watch Pitt and West Virginia. So, and I will go without sleep until the game is over and I've seen it all. So, but you know what? Like you, I couldn't imagine doing anything else for a living. So it's all good.
Mm-hmm. And in that part of the country, I just came across this one a few minutes ago in going through the schedule for Saturday. Coastal Carolina and Army.
Yes. Very intriguing game. Grayson McCall is a really exciting quarterback to watch. Doesn't get enough attention. Probably one of the top 5-6 quarterbacks in the entire country. Really worth watching. And yeah, I think that's a good game. The upside for Coastal Carolina is by opening with Army, you've had plenty of time to prepare for Army as opposed to playing them in the middle of the season. And you know, it's a little more difficult to play them in the middle of the season and prepare for, you know, that awkward offense that they run at you. But yeah, again, another really good game to watch. And I have I have my whole thing scheduled of what games I'll be watching live, which ones I'll be, you know, putting on the DVR. And this is the time of year where myself, the writers who work for us, we're putting in 17, 18 hours a day and couldn't imagine any other way. This is what we live for.
Tony Siracusa, last word on college football. Catch's work and the rest of the staff there. Last word. Catch, you know, make it a regular stop every day throughout the college football season. And Tony's off to catch Wake Forest and VMI. Tony, have a great trip and enjoy the game.
Thanks. Go get yourself some caffeine, brother.
We'll get there.
All right. Be well.
Thanks, Tony. All right. We'll take another call here. And I think I'm going to take a lunch break at some point. But we had a caller. They're gone. And I am not Tony Siracusa. There we go. Mark here, the voice of college football. Appreciate you all being here. We've got 25 channels for you to choose from, your favorite teams. We would love to add more. We will do that at some point, but we would love to make the 25 that we have right now as strong as possible. Grab the Amazon link in the description section of the videos. And when you shop on Amazon, you might as well use the link that we provide. It helps us build the channel. You provide your support, and it's the same shopping experience and doesn't cost you a penny. We're always looking for sponsors. If you yourself own a business or are connected to a business that could benefit from sponsoring us here at the Voice of College Football, we reach a lot of people. About, I think we had, I don't want to speak out of, okay, I got the number. Over 13 million views last year. So we are constantly adding to that number. So I don't know what that number is going to be this year, but it's going to be more than 13 million views this year and over 100,000 subscribers. We might be around 108, 109,000 total on all the team channels at this point. So please, if you own a business, you could certainly target that toward an area of the country if you need to. If you're in the state of Florida, we've got a Miami channel, Florida State channel, for example. And so sponsor us here at the Voice of College Football. And also talk to Tim, talk to Tony, talk to Eric, talk to John, talk to Ben, talk to a number of people, Jobo and others. Discord's the place to be, 24/7, 365 college football talk. And you know what? I was going to check on the Discord right this second just to see where we are. I just posted my picks to Patreon. And so check us out there. So you get my picks on Patreon when you sign up, and you also get the Discord link to join the conversation, which is basically the chat that you see right now, but ongoing 24/7, 365. And we can tailor that conversation in any way, shape, or form that you like as we gain more people. Think just a couple of weeks ago, we were in the 40s or 50s. Now we're in the 80s. And we get more people that want to interact on the team and the topics that you want to talk about. All right. We got Lemansky on the line. Look at this. Hello, sir.
How you doing, Mark? Good to hear from you. I tried once before. I don't think my communication was too good. How do I sound?
You sound great.
Well, I think it's going to work this time.
Sounds good to me. What's up?
Say, I don't know if you believe it. I like to talk to you about coaches because of your experience in the Big Ten Conference and such. But one of my analogies, I had a high school coach that had records at a community college in basketball in Iowa. And my brother, he started varsity. So, 4 years younger was my age. I used to go to practices, and he was so frustrated because his players wouldn't play better. And do you think Scott Frost's problem is that he can't relate to players, like his experience harkens back to him being a star and having control under center, and not all great players are great coaches.
Yeah. You know what's kind of strange is you would think that since he's not an old man, that he would be pretty much able to relate to the players. I think the aging process takes on different shapes and forms for all of us in regards to not how we age physically, but how we age mentally, and our ability to, or our willingness to adapt and change and relate to the current athlete, in his case, the current athlete. And you would think that that would be difficult for the Nick Sabans of the world, who's 70 years old, versus a Scott Frost, who's got to be, he's got to be pushing 50. He's probably in the 47 or 48 year range. So you would think that he would be much more in the position to relate to the players, but maybe because he still sees himself in a certain sense as an athlete, that he can't understand why certain things motivated him that don't motivate them. And he still kind of puts himself in that athlete category and doesn't relate to the players. I don't know. If he's in person how he is in public, he's not a real engaging person. I usually don't make that evaluation or judgment on people, but I think it's pretty obvious that's just not his strength. Are you still with us, Lemansky?
I guess the one coach in the Big Ten, Mark, that I can't figure out, and he's in a footprint where he can recruit in, and irregardless of what they pay James Franklin at Penn State, he's on kind of the bottom third of the Big Ten of coaches that I respect. Why do I feel that, or maybe you feel differently?
Maybe I don't feel or have that same evaluation to that extent, but I certainly get it. I understand where you're at on that, because he is at a place where there are few excuses. I'm not going to say no excuses. It's not Ohio State, but it's very close, where he's given all the money, the resources, the facilities, the staff to do everything he needs to do to win. And he's pulling in recruiting classes that should be producing 10 and 11 win teams. He's really only had one bad season here immediately. He had them when he first came. If you kind of discard the COVID season, there were all sorts of issues for everyone. Some teams handled it well, others did not. Some coaches did, some did not. I actually, while some people looked at that COVID year and thought, okay, this is going to be a wild card season where we don't know what's going to happen and how it's going to affect different teams and coaches, the more I thought, and that was my initial thought too, once we got near the season, I thought, you know what? No, it's going to be the elite coaches, the elite teams, the elite programs that are going to be able to manage this better than everybody else. And that's pretty much how it turned out. And he wasn't able to navigate it well. And now his team split the last 22 games, and with the talent that they have and with their brand, there's really no excuse for that. So I think one more bad season and he's either out the door or he's looking at his make or break year.
I was really impressed that Northwestern's head coach in the fourth quarter, he ran the ball 15 plus times to put the game away, and rightly so. Iowa gets criticized, kind of like Wisconsin, only Wisconsin got better backs regarding style of play. But I hope the real football fans recognize, a little bit like Whipple. Whipple's kind of different. Whipple has a different strategy to throw the ball and maybe not run as much as Frost, but you got to admire the Northwestern's head coach, his identity, and it's worked over the years. And as emotional as he is on the sidelines, and he does make a mistake now and then, that guy's got the it factor. Your comments?
Well, I've always ranked Pat Fitzgerald as one of the 10 best coaches in the country. So I'm right there with you. And I have watched games where I thought he made tactical mistakes, but not many. But he has made, I can think of a Wisconsin game in particular that I thought he made a mistake or two that were pretty obvious to me. Yeah, I think he's a tremendous coach, and he is very comfortable knowing where Northwestern is as a program and what they can do and what they can't do and what their limitations are, and working within that framework So not trying to do more than they can do. And I think that was just a toughness factor at the end of the game, thinking, okay, he made a comment a couple of weeks ago that they were going to field the best, offensive line than they have in 17 years. And so that was his time to prove it and say, we got a 1-score lead. We got the ball in our hands. We're going to be the 4-minute offense, run the ball at them until they stop it. And they never did.
Well, Mark, I hope you don't take it. I kind of enjoy how you and Corey go back and forth. And I know, I think one time I left a comment and got you laughing, and it was kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't call it snarky, but it was tongue in cheek. And I think a couple.
Oh, we'll see if Lemansky comes back here. If he doesn't, we'll have to bid him adieu. So I was eagerly awaiting what Corey and I responded to. All right, Lemansky. Sorry, we're going to have to let you go. Let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. Before we get to the call from Sean, so this is what we're going to do. It is 2:48. I'm going to take the 3 calls from Sean, Jordan, and Will, and then I am beyond starving. I'm going to go take like a 10 to 15-minute break and eat, but we're going to take these 3 calls. Before we do, I need to answer the super chat from Willicky, who asked what my job was at ESPN. So we'll make this brief. I started at ESPN 2001. I was there for 19 years, and for the better part of that, about the last 16 years, I was a production operations manager. So what production operations management is basically production operations is the center, the core of the whole TV producing process of, camera persons, video editors, master control operators, and the like, all of that. And so I was on the management team with about 50 or 60 other people, with about 600 people in the production operations department. And it was a tremendous job and experience, and all went well for the most part, despite some hiccups at the end based on poor decisions on their part. But I'm where I need to be and supposed to be and glad to be right now. Sean, how you doing?
Fantastic. How are you doing, Mark?
I am doing just fine. What's going on today?
Oh, God bless you for putting something like this together. Not a lot of people would have the constitution to soldier through it like this. This is fantastic.
I appreciate that. When you said put it together, you understand I just flip a switch and start talking. So
yeah, and you stay awake for 24 hours. That's no small feat. Okay. I just this is one of my favorite times of the year, obviously. Got the U.S. Open going on, watching some of it, and anticipating this huge opening weekend. I realize there's been a lot of Big Ten talk. Obviously, I'm pretty familiar with the Big Ten, but I just want to say I haven't heard like any buzz at all around LSU this year. Like I've heard almost no conversation about them. Almost like they're irrelevant. They're not on anybody's sleeper list. I don't think they got a single vote for the top 25 in either poll.
No?
I don't think they did. I looked that up, and I'm pretty sure they got no votes at all. Didn't either.
That surprises me.
Yeah. I mean, and just wondering, do you agree? I think Brian Kelly somehow is one of the most underrated coaches in the country right now.
I just find that funny because we've got a caller who's coming up who would disagree with you, and I certainly rank him high.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you a little bit like my exposure to Brian Kelly. I grew up in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm from Southwest Ohio, and I grew up a Bearcats fan. Still a Bearcats fan. So I saw him build Grand Valley State, which is 15 minutes from where I'm sitting right now.
Sure.
Into basically what was the Alabama of D2, maybe even a little more dominant in D2 than Alabama is. Saw him go up the road to CMU and turn around a completely dead program that hadn't done anything in 20 years. He got into a MAC championship. Goes to Cincinnati, which had really no football success in my lifetime up until that point. Like a 7-4 or 6-5 was a good year for them in those days. And
a
few years later, they're a Justin Tucker field goal away from playing for a national championship. And then he goes to Notre Dame, which, I mean, Notre Dame it was a hit or miss program entirely since 93 or 94. So for about 16, 17 years before he got there, no consistency to the program whatsoever. They had fallen into complete mediocrity. And now it's almost indisputable they're one of the top. He turned them into one of the top 10 or 12 programs in the country. And I think Notre Dame fans, my feeling is, and I hope I'm wrong about this because I'm a huge Marcus Freeman fan, but I think Notre Dame fans in the coming years are going to appreciate more of what Kelly did. And now I think him going into this area with these kind of resources, and no academic restrictions, and just a much richer talent pool. I mean, it's kind of, I think bright days are ahead for LSU, and it might start earlier than people think. I think they've got, in my opinion, the best receiver in the country this year. At least one of the top 2 or 3 in Keyshawn Boutte. All those players, as disorganized and as dysfunctional as this program has been the past couple of years, those guys are all players. I mean, an LSU scholarship is still pretty hard to get. So, I mean, I just want to say, if you're looking for a long shot or a really strong over/under win total, I've got a lot riding on LSU at 7.5. I think they'll hit that fairly sound, and I think this is that is the one team, the one program I think that could make noise this year that nobody is talking about. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, when you ran down Brian Kelly's career, it sounded like verbatim what I said about 3 nights ago when somebody brought Brian Kelly. I wasn't quite as detailed about his first stop at Grand Valley, but I did mention that. But on through Cincinnati and certainly at Notre Dame, yeah, he has elevated the program at Notre Dame to the heights that it had not experienced since Lou Holtz walked off the field in '96, and really going back to, like you said, winning the Cotton Bowl a couple of years in a row in '93, '94, and it had become a 55% winning percentage program for the next 15, 18 years. And he's elevated it to a recruiting giant, to a top 5 to 10 recruiting class, especially at his final cycle. It was even getting better and better and better in the recruiting process as he was at Notre Dame. And to your point, even the one knock would be not competing against the elite teams, and his record against the elite teams is poor at Notre Dame, but they were becoming more and more competitive in those games.
If I can just say, the very elite in the past 5 or 6 years are just at another level than they've been lately. Nobody does well against Alabama. The top 2 or 3 programs, everybody has a bad record against those teams. Nobody looks good when they play them.
Sure. And the best way to outline that, I made this statement a few times too. If you look at the college football playoff, nobody has beaten Ohio State, Clemson, and the SEC except Ohio State, Clemson. And the SEC.
Exactly.
That's all it's been. That's the whole playoff. Everybody in the SEC who's lost has lost to Clemson or Ohio State. Everybody Clemson has lost to has been the SEC and Ohio State. Everybody Ohio State's lost to has been Clemson and the SEC. That's the self-contained playoff. That's it.
Yeah,
So,
So I mean, I also wanted to talk about this Penn State Purdue match. I know we talked about James Franklin just a minute ago. How big of a game do you think this is for him?
Well, before we move on from LSU, I just want to note that LSU did receive 55 votes.
Oh, they did.
The AP vote, and they've got 134 points in the coaches poll. So they are
okay. They did. I must have misread.
Well, they're number 30 and
all right.
30 and 30.
So they're not quite as disrespected as I thought, but
So they did get quite a bit of support, probably in the last few spots of the top 25 from a number of people. Okay, moving on to Penn State.
Yeah.
This game's more important for Penn State than it is Purdue. I think that I don't like to read psychology or make assumptions about it, but I would think that Purdue would be more loose than Penn State would be. Those student athletes, they read social media, they understand, where their program is, where their team is, what's expected. They know that they've underachieved for 2 consecutive years, and they know that there's pressure on their coach and that they're supposed to be big winners. So it's a big game because for as good as Purdue is, they're not supposed to be one of the better teams on Penn State's schedule. They're supposed to be maybe the 4th or 5th best team on the schedule. So if they lose that game, then it doesn't set up well. You can't win the Big Ten Eastern Division and lose games. You can't lose 2 or 3 games. It's not the West. And it's been now, it's been going on 5 years. It'll be 5 years this fall that James Franklin made the statement after losing to Ohio State again in the closing seconds. They're elite, and he called his own program great, which I don't understand his terminology, but that's fine. That's what he used the term. He said, we're great, but they're elite, and we need to get to elite. Well, here we are 5 years later, and he's not gotten there.
Well, they've gone backwards.
They've gone backwards. Exactly.
Yeah. It's they're basically out of it. Once you say out of the East race, if they lose tonight, you can't really lose to anybody in the West and hope to win that division. I don't think.
No, you can't unless you do the unthinkable and you beat everyone in the East. Sure.
Yeah. If you can't beat Purdue, you're probably not beating Michigan and
the likelihood of that. Yeah, you're not going to do it. Yep.
Yeah. So, okay, one last thing I did want to say. I know everyone's burying Nebraska, and for a lot of good reason here, but I think there's a lot of light at the end of maybe some light here. Their schedule coming up is fairly favorable. They've got 2 games they should win in North Dakota and Georgia Southern. Then they've got a game against Oklahoma in Lincoln. I have zero idea what Oklahoma is going to be this year. I think they could be worse than anyone's anticipating. There's just been so much change in that program this offseason. And then 3 of their first 4 games in the Big Ten are against the 3 worst teams in the Big Ten. And you've got a game with Purdue mixed in there. So I'm not saying they're going to do it. They haven't given anyone any reason to be real optimistic lately, but I think they've got the talent. They could make a little run here. And it's going to be a lot different. It's a lot different last year when they drew Ohio State, Michigan, and Michigan State from the East.
Sure.
This year they've got Indiana, Rutgers, and they have to go to Ann Arbor later in the year.
Yeah, they've replaced Ohio State and Michigan State with Rutgers and Indiana. Yeah, I've been talking about that all offseason to say they should have 2 more wins automatically against this Big Ten schedule. However, we just watched them lose to what was considered at the time to be one of the 3 worst teams in the conference.
Yeah, but I mean, Northwestern is always tricky. I mean, Rutgers and Illinois are always bad.
Isn't
Northwestern?
Illinois? Well, Illinois, we just watched them beat Penn State, Minnesota, and Nebraska last year.
Yeah, I mean, they might be an improved program, but they still, and that was also a team. They lost a lot from that team. I know they had like the most returning super seniors. They had a nice showing this weekend against Wyoming, but I'm not going to go too deep into the woods there. But I'm just want to say I would not be surprised if they kind of turn things around here, because I think
from a personnel standpoint, you're right. From a personnel standpoint, they should, and they're going to have to get all these wins early, because the back five is like Purdue, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, in not that order. So they better win games early, or they're going to be sitting. If they're sitting at like 4-3 with 5 games left, forget it. They need to be. Well, shoot, they should be 6-1 after 7 games.
Yeah, and I think the West, there's so much parity, and I think they can go to. They showed last year they can go toe to toe with anybody. They didn't. They were
losing these games though.
They were plus 60 in differential last year, point differential.
Well, they were actually. Well, yeah, if you count the non-conference games, you mean?
Yeah.
Because in the Big Ten, they were dead even because they beat Northwestern
with 1 win,
and they lost everybody else by 49. But see, if we were in year 1 or year 2 of Scott Frost, I would be completely agreeing with everything that you're saying, because what we saw in year 1 was they started 0-6, but here he is, a new coach. He's weeding out what he doesn't want. He's figuring things out. And then the last 6 games of the season, they go 4-2. They beat a couple decent teams. They lost to Ohio State by a possession in Columbus.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
They lost on the last play of the game to Iowa, who was a top 15 team. And I thought, okay, they're off and running. So what's going on right now 4 years ago is understandable and is, okay, they're building a program. But in year 5, like, I've seen enough to know Scott Frost is 5-21 in 1-score games. I won't even be fully confident that they're going to beat Rutgers in Indiana.
Okay. Just one last question before I head out of here. If you could give just a 20-second diagnosis of what has gone wrong in the last 4 years under Scott Frost here, how would you categorize it?
Based on what we know of the great coaches in college football that are detail-oriented junkies, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Detail orientation that he didn't have until this year, a special teams coach for a period of time.
Wow. Didn't even know that.
Any coach that's going to take off on the offensive coordinator position and really be the play caller, again, you're playing with fire. I just think in watching the games that the way that they lose games, you see where attention to detail hurts them severely. They lost to Michigan State because they kicked the ball to the wrong side of the field, and they're up by a touchdown with 3 minutes left in the game. They're about to beat Michigan State on the road. They give up a touchdown in special teams because they kicked the ball to the wrong side of the field. Against Illinois to start last season, they field the ball on a punt at the 2-foot line and muff it out of bounds, and they give up a safety to start their season. They end the season up by 2 scores against Iowa, and they have a punt blocked. Well, anytime you get a punt blocked, especially in this day and age, most of the punts, it's not this 1975 where everybody's going after every punt, and there used to be a lot more punts blocked. Most of them are the coverage peels back and they let you punt the ball. Yeah. But obviously Iowa saw something and said, we can block the punt. And they figured something out, and they saw something on tape that they could take advantage of. They're not a detail under his leadership. They miss details. There was a sequence last year, and I wish I could recount it play by play, because I did after the game and posted some video on it, where against Minnesota, his decision-making on 4th down, it didn't make any sense.
Kind of like kicking an onside kick when you're up by 11.
Well, yeah, it wasn't quite that obvious to everybody else, but I looked at it and I was like, okay, why would you run that play on third down knowing that you're going to go for it on fourth down? Why did you go for it on fourth down here where you didn't go for it on fourth down there? Like none of it made any sense in the fourth quarter.
All right. Well, I very much enjoyed our conversation, and I'll be checking in from time to time throughout the year. And thank you very much. Love the show.
I appreciate it, Sean. Thanks. All right, we got Jordan, we got Will. Jordan, what's going on?
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. What's going on with you?
I just wanted to talk a little bit about LSU's defensive line and a matchup against Florida State. I know a lot of people focused in on that, but being an LSU fan, I have a little bit of maybe extra insight on that matchup and a Florida State alumni. So the defensive four that are returning, Ali Gay, guys like BJ Ojolari. I mean, you can remember when they went to Tuscaloosa, and everyone behind that front four was a backup. I mean, we had linebackers out, secondary out, and LSU defensive line, the same front four that's going to play Florida State, held Nick Saban to an all-time career low 6 rushing yards. They also got after Bryce Young. He was sacked. He did get one off late to Jamison Williams. When Jamison Williams was on the field wide open, he got it off to him, and that's how they ended up winning 20-14. So I think maybe that's where people are underestimating it. But on the flip side, can LSU and Jaden Daniels get on the outside, get that offense moving? And that's why I have the under. I think both have trouble with their offensive lines and just getting the cobwebs off. And then with LSU, though, I think there's a big advantage for the D-line there. I mean, everyone has the D-line for LSU, at least in their top 5. I have them in top 3, behind Georgia and Clemson.
Yeah, so that's a really good breakdown. I watched the LSU-Alabama game last year. I took it in because of the way the season was going, and Alabama was the focus, a team playing for the SEC championship. You know, I was looking at it from the lens of what's wrong with Alabama's running game. They couldn't run against Auburn. They can't run against LSU. And so that was my focus, not how good is LSU up front. Jaden Daniels reminds me of, in this sense, Michael Penix comes to mind, Emory Jones comes to mind, where he can throw 3 or 4 passes that are darts. They're on a rope, they're on a line, they're perfect. And then he's just like throwing the ball 3 feet over somebody's head. And there's going to be misfires every game. Nobody's perfect. Quarterbacks are going to miss, especially at the college level. I think we sometimes hold them to an Aaron Rodgers standard, but they're going to miss 5 or 6 throws a game, but he misses a lot of throws.
The pushback from LSU fans would be that when we watch his freshman tape and he had Brandon Ayuk and he had Ruby, that when those guys could get separation, that he made the throws, and he often made them while scrambling, getting it off deep to those guys. That's how they beat Oregon when Justin Herbert was kind of in his big season. So when you mentioned Kayshon Boutte in that conversation, that's the hope LSU fans have, is that Jaden Daniels doesn't have to be precise as much as he just has to, like they say about Jamar Chase, just throw it up to him. He's somewhere down there. And
not just Booty, which I understand that's how he pronounces his name now.
We thought it was Boutte for the longest, but hey.
Yeah.
It's probably an NIL deal coming down the road with some.
I came back with the same line when I heard that. I just heard that yesterday on our LSU show when our guy Carter was making reference. I heard it before that, and I brought it up to him, and I said the first thing I thought of, he's looking for an NIL angle. But it's not just him. Now, of course, he's the guy that everybody knows. He's the Biletnikoff Award nominee, but they've got 3 or 4 guys there that super athletic.
Fans really trust in Jack Besh because he's called a gamer. He's had a shin splints with fall camp, not been at full practice and all that stuff. Some other guys like Malik Neighbors have shined, but Jack Besh is the guy that, I mean, he's like this kid from Lafayette, and he's just a savage. I mean, you get him the ball. He scored a touchdown versus Alabama. I remember games where LSU, the Natty, shut out by Alabama, and then this freshman, Caucasian receiver is scoring touchdowns on Alabama as a true freshman, and that's just as an LSU fan, we've known how hard it is to move the ball against them. And so I think he'll come back and have a great sophomore season. And I think I have him just behind Butte in terms of completions. I think I have Malik Neighbors in yards. But not to get too off topic, Mark, I really wanted to bring up that D-line. In response to the Jaden Daniels question, a lot of LSU fans are saying they think that the leading rusher for the Florida State game will be Jaden Daniels. So he won't be doing it too much through the air as much as he can open it up with some of those receivers. But then we'll see how dangerous he is with his legs and getting on the outside.
All right, Jordan. Well, we appreciate you stopping by to talk up some LSU football.
Yes, sir. First time. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, call back anytime.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, so we're going to wrap up this portion of our 24-hour live stream. Not that I'm going to be gone for a long, long time, but we actually have a new stream at 4 o'clock because I set this up this way last year because I understand that YouTube will only let you stream for so long. So I think the cutoff was the 12 hours. So I cut it short at 12, and then we'll open up the new stream with 12 hours. But in the meantime, we got Will on the line. Will, what's going on?
Hey, Mark. I had a fun time talking with Corey, and it's always a fun talking with you as well.
Nice. So you called Corey, talked up some Notre Dame. Corey is a big admirer of Notre Dame football. Huge admirer. I wish you would have seen our DM conversation the other day about Notre Dame. It was quite amusing.
Like, I don't like nothing against Sean, but I don't know. I just with Brian Kelly, the big games, I just don't know what it is. Like, he just doesn't prepare his teams enough, and I don't know. Like, I just can't see him outfoxing Nick Saban. Like, can you see him eventually winning one over Saban when he's at LSU?
If somebody asked me right now, as it sounds like you are, will Brian Kelly ever win a game against Nick Saban? If I knew Nick Saban was going to be there at least 5 years, I'd say yes.
Okay. And I don't know. Do you think the recruiting will last? I mean, you're not like a recruiting expert or anything, but
I'm not. I thought I was a recruiting expert. I thought I was an expert at everything. Okay.
Sorry, I'm not.
I'm just kidding, Will.
But I just feel like his recruiting won't last. Like, when he got to Notre Dame, there's a big bump up. But I don't think he's going to be awful recruiting, but I don't think he's going to be as good as LSU fans want.
Where do you think his recruiting classes are going to rank?
Maybe the 8 to 10 range.
Okay. Now, they're going to expect a little bit better than that. Yeah, and that's what they've gotten. Even when they were losing 3 and 4 games, they were getting top 3 to 5 classes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think they'll be enough to win 8 to 9 games in the SEC. But I don't know. I just that hum for Brian Kelly. I don't know if he could get over at LSU. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if it'll happen. But I wanted to talk about the game. I wanted to also wanted to talk about the games that are going to be going on here. And I feel like we're all Scott Frost we were all making fun of Scott Frost this week. I feel like if Pitt loses to West Virginia, we're all going to be all over Pat Narduzzi, and there's going to be a lot of because he said he was going to win the Big Ten, and then D4. Oh my God, D4's been giving me a hard time recently because I was looking at the quarterback rankings, and Athlon had Tyler Buckner, the 66th best quarterback in the country.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about that?
Did you say Athlon's?
I think it was Athlon. Yeah.
Or was that Phil Steele? Because Phil Steele, he ranks like everybody. Tyler Buckner is the 64th best or 63rd. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it here. But anyway, keep going.
Is that where do you put him around if you just had a?
Well, I've never seen the guy play other than 3 snaps at a time.
All right.
I would say which he has, of course, won the starting quarterback job at Notre Dame, I gotta think he better be one of the top 25 or 30 quarterbacks in the country.
I definitely I said top 20, but
well, I ranked the top 25 quarterbacks during the off season. So if he breaks that 25, because that was a tough list to come up with, because I came up with like another 15 dudes that could have been in the top 25. So I don't know if he's going to quite reach that status. So you're talking about, you've got, of course, Bryce Young, CJ Stroud. The next few teams wouldn't even be there, but maybe Cam Rising, Dylan Gabriel, Devin Leary, Tyler Van Dyke, Caleb Williams, KJ Jefferson, Will Levis, Sam Hartman. There's 10 right there. Hendon Hooker. There's 11. Aiden O'Connell, Will Rogers. So there's maybe Grayson McCall. There's about Spencer Rattler.
I feel like he'll be better than Rattler by the end. I don't know. That's what I'm hoping.
I'm just looking at teams and just naming off their quarterbacks without a quarterbacks list here.
But I'm hoping, my hope is that he can be like a Matt Corral level quarterback. That's my hope. Because I think they're pretty similar with a quick release.
Well, that would be a good place to be. If he can be Matt Corral, I think you're in a good place there.
I'm really interested in the Virginia Tech Old Dominion game just because of the history of what happened. And it looks like Old Dominion's on the upswing and Virginia Tech's kind of rebuilding a bit under Brent Pry. That was the game. That's one of the games that I'm most interested in.
I think a bad schedule is going to save Virginia Tech this year in terms of any kind of embarrassment. I don't think they're a good team. And I think it's going to take Brent Pry a few years, but they're going to be propped up by the Georgia Techs and the Dukes of the world and a bad non-conference schedule.
That Liberty game is big because I know Malik Willis was there, but I feel like Liberty's had the Hokies number a bit over the past couple of years.
I would love to be able to find my quarterback list. Got my coaches' rankings. Where's my quarterback list? Anyway, I was curious to see who else was in the top 20 or 25. Anyway, Tyler Buckner. Okay. Yeah, Tyler Buckner. What's a good season out of Tyler Buckner look statistically? What's he throw, like 25 touchdown passes?
Yeah, I was thinking 30.
30? Okay.
Yeah. 30 with, I say 5 interceptions.
30 touchdowns and 5 picks.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping for that.
Yeah.
But
I would lay money on the under and the over.
All right.
Ohio State, Clemson, USC, North Carolina.
I guess 10 picks. How about that? 10 picks.
Yeah,
10
I was
picks?
going more 25-10.
Okay.
He runs for maybe 500 yards.
I'm also very interested in the Illinois-Indiana game. Do you think that if Tom Allen loses it, do you think he's on the hot seat?
No.
No.
I think that's a good question. That's a game. That's one of those games that if you look at any conference, you group teams together and say, okay, if you're Indiana, you look at the Rutgers game, the Maryland game, the Illinois game, whoever else they play in the West that would be on their level. And you say, well, if Indiana's going to get to a bowl game, which that kind of has to be the target for them this year after having 2 really nice seasons. They had the debacle that they get back to a bowl game, then he's back on course. So to get to 6-6 overall, that's 3-6 in the Big Ten. I don't think they've got anybody difficult non-conference. I don't think. They got Cincinnati, so they may have to go 4-5 in the Big Ten to get to a bowl game. Yeah, they got to beat Illinois to do that. You would think.
Beat Illinois and beat Nebraska for sure.
Yeah.
Another game that I'm interested in is the Pac-12 After Dark game, Boise and Oregon State.
Oh yeah.
Boise's got to have a better line play. Surprisingly, that was like they were only 7-5 last year, and that was a bad season for Boise.
Yes. Boise is the gold standard of group of 5 programs in the last 25 years. What they've done is remarkable. And I know they've kind of tailed off, not just this past season, but the last 5 years have not been quite to the standard that they set before that. But it's incredible what Boise's done under about 5 different coaches.
Mm-hmm. All right, D4. We also got Xavier Watts. All right, we got a cornerback that was a receiver. That was a receiver. Now he's going back to receiver. All right, we got 6. D4. We got 6. Well, all right, Mr. Maliki. Okay, we've been recruiting receivers really well this past class. We already have, 4. Jaden Graham, 2, 3. Yeah, we have 4 receivers now committed. All right, so for the class of 23.
I love these kind of comments. And Boomer, it's good to see you. You know we love you. But when people make these declarative statements on teams that they haven't seen play a game yet, Penn State is not very good. Well, like we know Rutgers isn't very good, but Penn State, I need to see Penn State play. It looks like from the predictions in the chat over the last week that most people expect Purdue to win this game.
Yeah, it's a toss-up.
Yeah, I think it is too. But I know where I'm heavily leaning for the toss-up.
Yeah. It's just going to be interesting to see if Penn State can run the ball at all, because they really couldn't last year.
No. And like I said to our buddy Michael Hogue, sure, it's going to be a huge benefit to either team to run the ball, but Penn State has to run the ball. Their DNA is not throw it 50 and rush for 50 yards. Purdue can win games like that. They do win games like that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. How do you think BYU is going to be? Have you talked to anyone about BYU? I'm just curious.
No, I've not had any BYU folks on this off season. I think they're a really good team. I think they're probably going to finish 9-3.
They kind of have a tough schedule. I mean, a couple tough games.
Yeah, they've got a tough schedule for them.
Mm-hmm. Are you surprised that they ranked Wisconsin but not Penn State? I'm a little surprised. Because I know, Penn State, they beat Wisconsin, and they, last year. I know they, don't have exactly the same teams, but do they just believe in Graham Mertz, the poll?
No, I just think that they look at the division competition is what they look at. If Penn State moved to the Big Ten Western Division, the outlook for them would be completely different.
I don't like how they do that. It should be just on how good the team is, not how good their outlook is. I don't know.
Oh, I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how now Ben, he believes that BYU's got a difficult schedule as well. I don't know that it's where it's tough, but there's a lot of layups in there that other Power 5 teams don't have.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how I look at it. When I release, and I didn't do it this year, but release a preseason top 25, I'm simply saying these are the 25 best teams in the country, in my opinion. They're first, they're second, they're third. And I don't apply it to a schedule and say, oh, well, they've got a brutal schedule, so I'm going to drop them 12 spots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Definitely agree on that. Now, Mark, so it's gonna be Tim and Tony from
8 to 11.
8 to 11. Okay. So we're going to be watching the start of the Backyard Brawl together here.
We will. We'll be all together to watch the Backyard Brawl kick off at what, 7:30?
It says 7, but probably 7:15.
Nice. Okay. We'll see the first quarter, and then I will enjoy some football in privacy And then I'll come back and we'll probably be in the fourth quarter of the Penn State Purdue game. I desperately want to see BYU's schedule again. Where in the heck is it? Why am I looking at magazines? I could just throw it up online here. BYU's schedule. I know people are talking about how tough this schedule is. So what I've always said, Will, and here's another thing that I used to do every offseason, but I stopped doing, is I would rank the schedules in the country. I ranked every schedule in the Power Five. And I always had BYU near the bottom because what I found in their schedule was not a knock against them because they went out and scheduled as well as they possibly could. But once every conference goes into its little silo starting about 1st of October, it's tough to find games if you're not Notre Dame to go schedule against the other Power Five. So they would have, BYU would always have this really odd schedule where they'd play all these Pac-12 teams. They would play somebody from the SEC. They'd play somebody from the Big Ten. And if you just looked at those like 5 or 6 games, you'd be like, this is a tough schedule. But then they'd be playing like Wagner and Utah State and Howard, or, they'd be playing these very odd looking schedules. So here you go. This is a perfect example. They've got one of these games this year that just comes out of nowhere. So South Florida is no good right out of the gate. Okay. Baylor, Oregon. Okay, that's serious. The next 2 weeks. Baylor at home at Oregon. Then Wyoming. That's a good team to schedule. You figure BYU, they're in the region. That's understandable. Utah State, the same thing. In state, I like that game. Notre Dame, as you well know, they play in Vegas. So there's Baylor, Oregon, Notre Dame. Then Arkansas the next week. So that's Baylor, Oregon, Notre Dame, Arkansas. That's a serious schedule. Then they play at Liberty, East Carolina. Okay, Boise State on the road. Reasonably difficult game. Their second to last game of the season. This is just weird. Who knows who Utah Tech is?
Are they like a newly FCS team? Do they just get promoted?
I don't know. Never heard of them. And then at Stanford. So let's see. How many Pac-12 games let's see if BYU can defend its Pac-12 championship this year. Oregon. Guess it's just Oregon and Stanford this year after going, of course, 5-0 against the Pac-12 last year.
Okay, I think they were Dixie State, and then they changed their name to Utah Tech.
Dixie State. Yeah, that's fine. It's just kind of odd, the second to last game of the season.
South Florida used to be pretty good. Like, I think they beat Brian Kelly's team before.
Brian Kelly's team, meaning Cincinnati?
Notre Dame in 2011.
South Florida beat Notre Dame, did they?
Yeah, and then Notre Dame lost to Michigan the next week. That was a heartbreaker.
How would you compare this schedule against Notre Dame's schedule?
I mean, I feel like Notre Dame plays more Power 5 teams, so it's a bit harder, but I mean, it's kind of comparable.
So, including Notre Dame, BYU is playing 5 Power 5 teams. But they're pretty high-level Power 5 teams. Yeah, it's a tough schedule. It's not what people make it out to be, though.
Yeah. I wish there were, I don't know. I mean, there's a couple good noon games, but I wish there were like a couple better noon. Like, I wish there's a big noon game this week on Fox, but.
What's Fox doing at noon?
I don't know.
Let's see here. What's the schedule? So what do we have at noon? We've got. So I'll tell you what I'll be watching at noon. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to watch North Carolina and App State. That's going to be.
That's what I was thinking too.
That's probably going to be the best game. And then on my second screen, probably NC State and East Carolina. And just because I got to keep track of the big teams, if Michigan somehow struggles, I noticed they're struggling, I'll pay more attention to that. But most likely, shoot 28 zip. Okay, I'm done with them. Rutgers BC could be a decent game. But
That could
there's not a whole.
that could be a big name for Phil.
But 3:30. I'm going to have trouble going back and forth between Georgia, Oregon, and Arkansas, Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm. I hope this doesn't happen, but I see Arkansas pulling away.
Yeah, I could.
Because of how much Cincinnati lost. So hopefully one of those games at least is close.
And then it looks like, I guess, where's the Utah-Florida game? What time does that kick off?
It's 7, I think.
Okay, so they kick off a half hour before Ohio State, Notre Dame. Okay. And then we'll be on live, and I will be watching as well as I can the Boise State, Oregon State game. Because, I think that'll be a good game. Syracuse, Louisville.
Yeah, Dino needs to win that one.
Yeah, it's a 4-point spread in Louisville's favor. I just saw that.
Be interesting. Syracuse brings a lot of teams back, but they just kind of folded last year at the end to miss a bowl game. So hopefully for their fans, they can make a bowl.
At one point last season, Syracuse in consecutive weeks lost to Clemson by a field goal. They lost in overtime to Wake Forest, and they took Florida State to the last couple plays of the game.
Yeah, it's kind of Scott Frosty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I wanted to I'll let you eat, Mark. I'll let you eat.
Thanks, Will. We appreciate it.
Excited for tonight. Excited to see Matt Zemek as well.
Absolutely.
It'll be fun.
Absolutely. Thanks, Will.
Right. Go eat.
Well, we were going to go eat, but we got a special guest here. So we'll always talk to David here, dropping by to talk some Florida football. David, how's it going?
What's up, Mark? All right, I didn't know you were going to go eat.
No. So we've been on here for, let's see, we started today at 4 a.m. So we've been on for just under 12 hours, but I did take a 2-hour break.
Yeah. Did I hear Matt Zemek's name mentioned?
Yes, Matt's.
I was on his podcast. I was on his podcast this week.
Oh, okay. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt is going to wrap it up with the last 2 hours. Yes. Nice. So, we need to get the last take on Florida and Utah. Is there anything coming out of Gators camp recently? Any news? Any leans toward any hints of anything that could be the game plan here?
Game plan wise, no, Mark. that's probably an advantage for Florida. There is a lot of unknown because of the coaching change, quarterback change there with Anthony Richardson taking over, of course. Look, there's not going to be this huge surprise. Florida's not going to come out and throw the ball 45 times. That's not Billy Napier style. So about what Florida's going to do, but I do think Billy Napier can maybe open up the playbook a little more historically than he has shown. But Mark, this game is going to be won by Florida on the ground or by Utah on the ground. But both schools want to ground and pound the other one in there, and we'll see. For Florida, I think if you want to test if Utah can hold up in that weather that they're not used to for 4 quarters. If Florida doesn't get down big early in the game, then of course they have a chance to win it. And if you can pound on with Florida's pretty big offensive line, experienced offensive line, improved offensive line, if you can lean on Utah for 4 quarters and then see where how Utah holds up in the 4th quarter of a very, very humid night in the swamp, that's what it's going to be. So I don't want to make too much of that, but it will be a factor. How big of a factor, I think, is probably the best way to look at it, Mark. But last night I had to bail on you last night a little bit. Florida changed up its schedule on us, and Wednesday nights now Billy Napier speaks to the media. It was the first time we got to hear from Anthony Richardson since SEC media days. It's the first time he's talked to the media all fall camp, and then Florida's first depth chart gets released as well. Not too many big surprises, but only 3 running backs listed, Mark. Trevor Etienne ends up being one of them as a true freshman, not Lorenzo Lingard on the 3 deep for the Gators. I still expect him to play there, but it was a little bit of surprise with the former 5-star transfer from Miami, a new coaching change. You thought maybe he could crack his rotation a bit. He had a really good spring, still didn't crack the top 3 there. So maybe that means more for Trevor Etienne than not Lorenzo Lingard. But as I said, he'll get some carries when it's all said and done. But that was probably the biggest takeaway from the depth chart.
Dave, we're going to see some teams on the field in week 1 that have national championship aspirations, and therefore, it's all hands on deck. Got to win this game. If you're Georgia, if you're Ohio State, Notre Dame, Florida could look at this game like that. Hey, national stage, big opponent, Pac-12 champion. Shoot, some people see Utah as a college football playoff team at the end of the year. Or do you think that not that they're going to just roll the helmets out there and let it fly, but at the same time, more of a bowl mindset of, hey, this is a preseason game. Let's just go out and figure out who we are. And, whatever the result, of course, we want to win, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And then we march on to the SEC.
Mark, it's definitely a barometer to see where Florida is, where Billy Napier is in year 1. And you just don't know what year 1's, Mark. I mean, look at the 2 best coaches in the SEC right now. Nick Saban struggled in year 1. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to put Billy Napier on a pedestal of Nick Saban and Kirby Smart, but I'm just trying to, let people know out there.
Yeah.
Their first years can be tricky. Nick Saban struggles year 1 in Alabama.
7-6,
lose Louisiana Monroe. You lose to FSU here in Jacksonville, I think was a neutral site game that year as well. You go to Kirby Smart's first year, an average year, but 8-5, a good roster, a better roster than 8-5. But Kirby Smart learning on the job, that one's a little bit different. His first job altogether. Now Billy Napier walks into a little bit tougher situation because you open with Utah, you open with Kentucky, but you go back and they lost to Vanderbilt. I believe they struggled to beat and maybe even should have lost to Nichols that year as well. And look, they're the 2 best coaches in the country, or 2 of the best coaches in the country, definitely the 2 best in the SEC. And so Dan Mullen comes out double-digit wins year 1. That didn't translate to anything. Jim McElwain comes and takes Florida to Atlanta year 1. That didn't equate to anything. So, for Florida, year 1 success hasn't really translated to much recently. There's just different ways to look at year 1. Saturday night, of course, it's a big game. It's Billy Napier's first big game. You got a big name opponent coming in. You'd love nothing more to go out there and win the game, but it won't be a precursor ultimately of what Florida's going to be under Billy Napier.
David, you've both, as a fan and as a member of the media, rooted for and covered this football program at its very height of heights. Steve Spurrier, national championships, Urban Meyer, multiple national championships, and then, the 4-8s losing to Georgia Southerns, having offensive linemen run into each other, everything that has been the bottom of Florida football going back to like the 70s. Each coach obviously has had a very distinct personality. Each tenure has been very different. And now we got Billy Napier. Is there any way you can compare him to what we've seen in the past?
No. Let's see. I mean, he's got that Southern drawl laid, so he's a little more laid back, but in maybe personality wise, connection wise, maybe a little bit of Will Muschamp in him as far as that goes. But I mean, not Spurrier, cocky, high flying offense. Spurrier was one of a kind. There's a reason Steve Spurrier's still around and making headlines, and people still want to know what Steve Spurrier has to say. Steve Spurrier's one of a kind. Ron Zook follows behind him. I mean, nobody nationally knew who Ron Zook was when he took over for Steve Spurrier. Good guy, players coach, great recruiter, but just couldn't put it all together. Urban Meyer comes in. Okay, well, that system's not going to work in the SEC. Well, okay, it did. But Mark, we were hearing a lot of things here, and that's just why I kind of scoff at the whole Brian Kelly culture fit at LSU. Was Urban Meyer a culture fit at Florida? Was people were saying this guy from Utah and going to go compete in the what Utah was in the Mountain West at the time when he was head coach there? That would never work in the SEC. He's not a Southern guy. That won't fit. We heard the same things LSU fans are hearing about Brian Kelly and culture fit. It don't matter. Go win, you fit in. That's all that matters. That's all that counts in big time, big boy college football. Brian Kelly will be fine as long as he wins. But Meyer, it was more of a standoffish. It got a little more private there with him coming in, and there was a little bit of private, a little bit of practice access, but it started dwindling right then when Urban Meyer come in. So did a little bit different approach from what we had before. Then, like I said, Muschamp comes in, great recruiter, great guy, similar to Ron Zook in a lot of ways, just could never put it together. And then the weirdness comes in, Jim McElwain, and that was never really a fit either. Kind of ticked off the media almost as soon as he took the job there at Florida, and just kind of it all kind of culminated with the Will Grier situation year one, and the weirdness and the everything that surrounded the performance enhancing and not really coming forward and clear with that. Such a weird story. And a couple years later to not him with the shark, but of course he took it really personal, and then death threats and all that kind of stuff. So it's been a rocky road ever since Jim McElwain, because then Dan Mullen takes over, and immediate success. Had known about Florida, had been around Florida, knew the expectations, but just never came around on recruiting. Even though everybody knows how important it is, never could come around on it. And then 2020 with Mark was just a mixed bag of great play on the field, and then a crash at the end of the season, losing a home game to LSU by not playing Kyle Pitts in the shoe toss, and then giving Alabama everything they could handle the very next week, and then just basically admitting and no showing in a bowl game versus Oklahoma. And then that was the beginning of the end. When you go and look at the translation to 2021, great performance versus Alabama, but that was about it. That's about all you could point to in 21 under Dan Mullen, and got really weird. And I asked a recruiting question, and the avalanche come falling down. So, Mark, it's there's a lot to do with coaches. When there's a moniker for the Gators Breakdown podcast, there's never a dull moment in Gator Nation. Heck, the coaches have a lot to do with it.
And Billy Napier is now the guy. David Waters, Gators Breakdown. Please check it out on your favorite audio platform. It is rising up the charts. Every time I look, David's posting where the podcast has reached new heights on the sports landscape. So it's a great listen or a great watch right here on YouTube. Talking about Billy Napier, and the stamp on the program is going to be the play on the field, but also what you just pointed to in the recruiting, and comparing that to Dan Mullen, but also now compared to Kirby Smart and the rest of the heavyweights in the SEC. And he's had a great 4 to 6 weeks.
Summer's been pretty good, Mark.
Did you think that even though the ranking wasn't where it should be, or where anyone would like it to be, did you think things were brewing in the background? He was building relationships, making those connections that could fall into place, or did this just hit?
For me, Mark, no. I was luckily privy to some information where I felt the process was good. Now that didn't mean I knew that I saw this big run in the summer, but I did think things were trending in the right direction. Would it take the summer? Would it take – I think this can be overplayed a little bit, but going and having good results on the field, and then maybe, a big season, and then some guys come in around signing day. Guys don't wait anymore. Guys are committing in the summertime right now there. So it probably had to happen when it did. It needed to happen in the summer. It needed to happen at the end of July. Into June, into July, and August at the same time. And that's what happened. So, no, I had and tried to talk some Gator fans off the ledge with a little bit of a bumpy start. Admittedly, I think there was some lessons learned pretty quick. I'll give Billy Napier a lot of credit for adjusting and pivoting and figuring out NIL and traditional ways of backdoor recruiting and all that. We know what goes on in college football, Mark. There's no secret there. So there was a lot to figure out. with recruiting at Florida, trying to just figure out Florida just in general as a brand new head coach, but then throw in everything that is brand new with recruiting and transfer portal, NIL, tie all that in together. I think there was a learning process. They learned pretty quick. They pivoted, they adjusted, they changed some things. And this summer, I think, was a very good hint at they get it. They know what they're doing. I think they'll end this class pretty good. I think, Mark, they got 20 commits right now. I'm hearing if they can get up to 27, 28 of the right guys, they're going to do so. Everybody knows, or I hope most people know, there's no signing cap this year. You can sign as many as you want as long as you're under that 85 limit when you go to kick off of football next fall. So, Florida, I think that they're going to be very active in trying to get a big number in this class. And if they don't, they'll save those numbers, try to be very aggressive in the transfer portal at the same time, Mark. But there's plenty of targets out there that I think, and Florida's already off to a good start in the 24 class as well. I think recruiting won't be much of an issue for Billy Napier.
David, if I had the power to go into the future and I could grab a box score from Saturday night and I could bring it forth and I handed it to you and I said, I'm covering everything up. You can only see one stat. What would give you the best indication of how this thing's going to turn out?
Rushing yards for Florida, Mark. I had the stat in the podcast. Let me see if I can find it quick because I don't want to misquote it. But it is 200 rushing yards for Florida. And because Utah, let's see. There's a stat with Utah when they give up 200 rushing yards, and it would benefit Florida a good bit. So yeah, going back to 2017, Mark. So the last 5 seasons, Utah's 0-8 when giving up 200 yards or more rushing. So I mean that's the stat I would look at first. That doesn't mean Florida will win. Doesn't mean Utah will lose. But either way, you go back and look at that stat, okay, and say either Utah bucked the trend, Florida got over 200 yards rushing, and they won anyway, or that trend continues.
There it is, folks. It should be a good one. I am expecting it. Utah, Florida at the Swamp, Saturday night. ESPN, correct?
Yep, ESPN. Yep.
David Waters, Gators Breakdown. Folks, if you love Florida football, well, there's no way you don't know who David is if you're sitting here watching me talk about Florida football. You know who David is and Gators Breakdown. But if you love the SEC and you want to keep up with everybody, or, hey, you're just keeping up with the best brands in college football, you got to get to Florida. And the best source there is Gators Breakdown, favorite audio platform, or right here on YouTube. David, enjoy the game and enjoy week 1 of college football.
Yeah, Mark, I'll be tuned into that backyard brawl tonight.
There you go.
See you, Mark.
See you. All right. We appreciate David stopping by to break down the Gators. And again, David Waters, Gators Breakdown. You see it right there on the screen. My name's Mark, voice of college football. Appreciate everybody being here. And we are just about at the halfway mark, hallelujah, of our 24-hour marathon. And what we're going to do right now is this stream ends after 12 hours. I figured this out based on some information from YouTube last year that we couldn't do a 24-hour live stream, that we had to break it down into 12-hour segments. Therefore, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat about 10 or 15 or 20 minutes, and I'm going to go get something to eat. We're going to end this stream. You're going to be able to see another stream there. Hopefully you got the notification. There's a second stream that says 24-hour marathon continues. So grab that stream. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, and we will see you all right here at the Voice of College Football to complete the marathon, send you off into Purdue and Penn State and the Backyard Brawl with Tim and Tony. I'll be back for post game. We'll do it all in about 15 or 20 minutes. Keep it tight right here at the Voice of College Football, and we will see you in a few minutes.